Yuan, and Yuan refers to a pool of water, so his stage name being Xianyu makes sense, since fish live in water after all. I'm more inclined to think that he envies the freedom of fish. Fish roam freely, but Fish Papa, in his early years due to health issues, faced a lot of restrictions. That does make sense and matches the literal interpretation. His health problems were severe in the early days, preventing him from freely doing what he loved, such as singing. Perhaps it's a combination of both. Fish is related to the character Yuan, and because of the reasons everyone mentioned, his stage name is Xianyu. Lin Yuan was also browsing the internet. He saw the discussions among his fans about the origin of his stage name. Why is it called Xianyu? Actually, this was not some secret that needed to be hidden. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan used his blog account to post an update, which served as an explanation for the origin of his pseudonym, and he shared this message with countless Bluestarian. It's better to go home and weave a net than to stand by the pond and envy the fish. There was no need for a detailed explanation. The sentence was easy to understand. Originally, it was because of this saying by an ancient sage on Earth that Lin Yuan chose this name. At this moment, the netizens who were discussing the stage name, Xianyu, were stunned after seeing Lin Yuan's post. It's better to go home and weave a net than to stand by the pond and envy the fish. Stand by the pond, Lin Yuan? This saying is too classic. Is Xianyu explaining the origin of his stage name? Worthy of being Fish Papa, the implication behind this stage name is truly unmatched. This sentence is so philosophical. Without a bit of culture, you can't even understand it. Fish Papa's literary grace is freaking amazing. Even his stage name is so meaningful. I kind of understand the literal meaning of this sentence, but is there a goat who can explain it in detail? No need for a detailed explanation. Actually, the principle is very simple. Rather than standing by the pond and watching the fish swim merrily in the water, fantasizing about having the fish in hand, it's better to go back and make the effort to weave a fishing net to catch fish and fulfill your wishes. I understand the meaning. My question is, why did Fish Papa say this sentence? Many people were at a loss for an answer. Why did Xianyu say such a sentence? Beyond its original meaning, did this sentence have any special significance? The philosophy contained in the sentence was not hard to understand if you simply translated it literally from classical text, but not everyone could see through the true starting point of Xianyu's statement. For a moment, many netizens were guessing. There were also netizens who forwarded this sentence. As a famous saying written into the textbooks of the Celestial Dynasty, the saying caused quite a stir, and because Xianyu was so famous, more and more people started trying to figure out why Xianyu said this sentence. And just when everyone was at a loss, a forum goat with the ID Swallow appeared. I thought long and hard before I figured out a bit of the flavor. To understand the meaning of this sentence, everyone needs to consider it in the context of teacher Admirable Fish's own experiences. The netizens were taken aback. Consider it in the context of teacher Admirable Fish's experiences. This swallow was a goat on the forum, well known by many. They were always active on the forum, and their insights were always insightful, with many fans and therefore a high level of attention. In the post, Swallow continued to speak, revealing the truth. Those who know about teacher Admirable Fish are aware that his childhood dream was to be a singer, but due to health reasons, he couldn't sing anymore. So, do you all still think he only envied those fishes in the water? This statement awakened the netizens. Many people suddenly saw the light. That's it. He envied the singers. Are the fish in the water referring to the singers? Yes. Xianyu's throat was ruined because of his poor health before, but after recovering, he even participated in the variety show The Masked Singer to fulfill his singing dream, which showed his passion for singing. This was common knowledge. So the meaning of weaving a net became clear. If he couldn't be a singer, then he would be a composer, a maestro. Instead of envying those singers, he would write songs for them to sing, realizing his dream in another form. Looking back, the birth of the Yu dynasty was indeed due to Xianyu laying down a net of music. Although he was once unable to sing to his heart's content, his songs were widely circulated. What talent was that? What a decision was that? Many netizens were moved. I never imagined the backstory behind the name Xian. You would be so sad. Standing by the pond, envying the fish. Lin Yuan, envying the fish. We only saw Fish Papa's talent, but didn't know the pains and struggles he went through. Who would have thought his becoming Maestro Jr. was a decision made out of helplessness? I don't see it as helplessness, but rather as open-mindedness. This is the grand realm of life. I have to say, Xian Yu is genuinely awesome. Lin Yuan envies the fish. Then let's weave a net and harvest these fish with the identity of Maestro. Xian Yu, what a spirit. Swallow Goat is freaking awesome too. To be able to interpret this much. This interpretation directly gained the recognition of all the netizens. And after understanding the meaning behind the sentence, the netizens felt even more the terror of Xian Yu. The two characters Xian Yu revealed talent and decisiveness to an extraordinary degree. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Yuan looked at the interpretations of the netizens and was somewhat baffled. Chapter 838, 795. Which short story, to write below, is the interpretation of rather than envying the fish from the bank, it's better to retreat and weave a net, really possible? Meow Meow wondered. Of course, it had nothing to do with the regret of not being able to become a singer. Lin Yuan made his debut under the name Xian Yu simply because he liked this phrase. However, when Lin Yuan saw the interpretations of netizens, even he couldn't help but doubt whether he had that kind of intention in mind at the time. They made too much sense. All right then, it didn't exist. The so-called connection between Lin Yuan and being at the bank of the river. It was just a cheesy pun. Lin Yuan purely liked the phrase and thought the name Xian Yu sounded pretty good, nothing more. But netizens wouldn't think so. After hearing Swallow's interpretation and combining it with Xian Yu's own experiences, everyone thought it made more and more sense. This must be the truth. This has to be the truth. It spread quickly. This interpretation of Xian Yu went viral along with the phrase, rather than envying the fish from the bank, it's better to retreat and weave a net. Countless netizens forwarded it. No one doubted that it was an overinterpretation. Everything fitted perfectly with the phrase, a perfect closed loop. The most crucial point was, netizens were moved to tears by their own assumptions. Online, there even appeared a huge wave of sympathy for Xian Yu. I'm crying. Feels like I'm about to tear up. Fish Papa really had it tough. For the first time, a stage name has moved me. Perhaps it was precisely such an arduous journey that forged Fish Papa's unparalleled talent. The Yu dynasty, and even every singer who has worked with him, is a voice that Xian Yu has chosen for himself. Since I cannot sing, let the best singers of Blue Star spread my music. Thinking this way, Fish Papa is really awe-inspiring. With Xian Yu's retreat, how many singers have been made? Even heaven couldn't bear to see it. And finally, Fish Papa got his voice back. System felt very pissed off. It seemed that everyone liked this kind of dramatic interpretation, which truly moved Blue Star. The media were brainwashed by this interpretation, competing to report on it. Titles such as "The Meaning Behind Xian Yu's Name Moved People to Tears" were everywhere. Of course, not all reactions were of a serious and moved nature. There were also plenty of silly netizens who made fun of the interpretation after seeing it. Xian Yu, life's so hard. I can't become a singer, so I can only be a maestro. Xian Yu, these movie scripts are really terrible. I might as well write my own and weave my own net. Xian Yu, as usual, if there are no interesting games, then I'll just design a fun game myself. Xian Yu, none of these singers satisfy me fully. Forget it. I might as well get my voice fixed and sing on my own. Xian Yu. The originally proper, envying the fish at the riverbank, was played out by this group of people. Lin Yuan never expected to relate the design of a game to this phrase. What surprised Lin Yuan even more was, it seemed even his family had seen the online interpretations of the word Xian Yu and believed them without doubt. It was noon. Lin Yuan was having lunch with his family. He suddenly noticed that Big Yao Yao was unexpectedly quietly eating vegetables. Why aren't you eating meat? Lin Yuan was used to his sister competing with him for meat, so seeing her voluntarily eating vegetables felt as if the sun had risen from the west. The last time his sister was this sensible went back to when Lin Yuan had just been discharged from the hospital due to an illness. Brother, eat the meat. Big Yao Yao actively served Lin Yuan some meat. Lin Yuan looked at his mom. His mom would definitely tell him to eat vegetables. But to his surprise, his mother said tenderly, "Eat more meat. Mom won't force you to eat veggies today." His sister laughed on the side. My little brother is really awesome. Woo woo. Antarctica rubbed against Lin Yuan's trouser leg. Lin Yuan. Is it me that's off, or is it you guys? After lunch, Lin Yuan arrived at the company and ran into Zheng Jing and teacher Yang Zhoming. Little fish, you need to buck up. Zheng Jing raised her fist and said to Lin Yuan. Yang Zhoming, standing beside her, spoke up. You're doing very well. Entering the office, Lin Yuan saw a pile of tea leaves on the desk. Gudong said softly, the chairman just had it sent over. It's this year's new tea. He said you should try it. Lin Yuan. It's this world that's off. Several days later, that sense of oddness finally disappeared. Everyone's life returned to normal. Lin Yuan finally broke free from that uncomfortable atmosphere. That day, Lin Yuan came to the studio. Jean Mu hurried over. The blog side called. They want you to make a move. Lin Yuan asked, what's up? Jean Mu began. You remember the tribe has a tradition of holding a short story competition every so often, right? Lin Yuan nodded. He used to write quite a few short stories in the tribe, even earned some prize money. But after leaving the tribe, he no longer touched short stories. Short stories have brought a lot of traffic to the tribe. Jean Mu continued. Our blog side has followed the tribe's lead and organized a similar short story competition. Although it's not as effective as the other side, we still managed to snatch a good deal of traffic from them. But lately there's been some trouble. What trouble? Fei Hong is going to make a move. Fei Hong. Lin Yuan was stunned. He had heard this name before. In the short story scene of Qin continent, there are 3 leading figures. They are Chang Qin, Fei Hong, and Feng Hua. Lin Yuan had dealt with one of the trio, Feng Hua. This was a short story writer of great caliber. And in the short story writers ranking, Fei Hong even ranked higher than Feng Hua. If we look at the ranking of influence among short story writers, Fei Hong is now the foremost figure in our Qin continent's short story scene. Previously, it was Chang Qin who held the title, but with Chang Qin advanced in years and having retired from writing several years ago, his influence has been surpassed by Fei Hong. The tribe inviting him to contribute will surely attract a tremendous amount of traffic. Now, the blog's only hope lies with you, who also ranks highly on the short story writers leaderboard. What's my current ranking? 10th. Lin Yuan went online to look up the short story writers leaderboard and indeed saw the name Chu Kuang at the 10th position. My rank hasn't dropped? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. With the integration of the 5 continents, logically his ranking should have fallen. Jean Mu laughed. Don't be puzzled. Although you have fewer short story works, your previous stories continue to ferment and grow in influence, especially Necklace and the like, which are still much beloved by readers. They are remembered even after this long. Lin Yuan came to a realization. That's how it was. Works like Necklace were inherently tenacious. Just like the charts for a season, the #1 song of a season might not necessarily leave a lasting impression. Some songs may have mediocre chart performance upon their release, but years later, they are still deeply memorable. It's the same with stories. The initial stats for Necklace upon its release might have been matched by other excellent short stories. However, years later, people will still remember Necklace. And those works that once rivaled Necklace in performance gradually lose their luster as time goes by. Perhaps in a few more years, the influence of works like Necklace will grow even larger. After all, it's a classic from Maupassant. That was the reason why Chu Kuang's ranking hadn't fallen. Continuing to check further up. At the 5th spot in the ranking of short story writers, Lin Yuan saw the name Fei Hong. And Feng Hua, also one of the Qin continent's trio, had fallen to 11th place, just edged out by Chu Kuang by 1 spot. This was a leaderboard created by the Literature and Art Association years ago, which had been growing in influence year by year and was still highly regarded externally. No wonder when Fei Hong released a new work on Tribe, the blog would go into crisis mode. I get it now. Lin Yuan was a shareholder in the blog and intimately connected to its interests. When the time came, he certainly couldn't slack off. It was time to take action. Chu Kuang also needed to stretch his muscles. Besides, due to Shadow's antics, Lin Yuan's 3 pen names already had a beef with the tribe. Now, which short story should be written? Chapter 839, 796, King of Short Stories. Blog. Literature Department. A group of editors were frowning in worry. Someone sighed. I guess our literature department is going to get scolded by the higher-ups again. The tribe and the blog had always been old rivals. Every now and then, the tribe would hold short story events to attract traffic to their platform. The blog, too, had been imitating such events, striving to compete with the tribe. However, with its more influential status, the tribe's lineup of short story authors was stronger, hence their short story events were consistently more popular than those of the blog. Because of this, the editors from the blog's literature department had been reprimanded by the company's leaders more than a few times. Despite not being able to defeat the tribe, the blog had managed to hold its own and had not completely collapsed, so the higher-ups, even when they scolded, were not too harsh. But this time, the blog was really struggling to hold on. Who could have expected the tribe to enlist Fei Hong to take part? That was Fei Hong. After Chang Qin stopped writing, Fei Hong became the #1 figure in the Qin continent short story circle, the leader of the short story trio. With such a person boosting the event, the tribe's latest short story competition was bound to be explosively popular. The blog side, fearing that it couldn't even manage a feeble resistance as before, might be facing a complete collapse. Keep in mind, the tribe's short story events had always overshadowed those of the blog. Now, with Fei Hong, the leader of the trio, strengthening their writer lineup, they were outright crushing the blog. How can we even compete? We're not in the same league at all. We're going to get utterly trounced. Unless we can get a short story author ranked higher than Chang Qin to help out. There are only 4 authors ranked higher than Chang Qin on the short story authors leaderboard. The chief editor tried contacting those 4 authors, but none of them had suitable works ready for release. You can't just produce a short story whenever you want. It requires inspiration. Plus, those 4 are very conscious about their own status. Unless they're sure they can beat Fei Hong, they won't act rashly. Losing could potentially affect their rankings. Let's wait for the chief editor. He said he's going to find a solution. Maybe there's still hope. Everyone sighed. Just then, the chief editor arrived at the editorial department. Swipe, swipe, swipe. All eyes quickly turned to the chief editor. Boss, did you find a way out? What's the panic? The sky isn't falling yet. The chief editor was irritated to see his editors looking so downcast, but he understood the pressure they were under. He felt it too. He sighed inwardly and softened his tone. No big problem. I just contacted Teacher Chu Kuang, and he has agreed to intervene. At these words, the editors were all surprised and excited. Teacher Chu Kuang is willing to help out. Right? How could we forget about Teacher Chu Kuang? He's now with our blog. When Teacher Chu Kuang was with the tribe, he helped them defeat us many times. We've all seen his strength. The blog is saved. Teacher Chu Kuang really is always ready with his works. Short stories are so hard to write. Yet he agreed with just one phone call. Competing against someone like him before was really tough. Now it's the tribe's turn to worry about how to handle Chu Kuang. Wait a minute. Chu Kuang is ranked 10th among short story authors, while Chang Qin is 5th. Can he really win? Beyond the surprise, concern was voiced. Yet the chief editor just gave a slight smile and said, whether we can win is a different matter. Our goal isn't to defeat the tribe. As long as we can ensure that one of us can stand up, preventing the tribe from monopolizing as usual, do you really think Chu Kuang can't even manage to hold them off? That indeed reminded everyone. Indeed, the blog only needed to ensure that the tribe didn't monopolize the situation. That was already much better than the outcome of being directly crushed by the opponent. Moreover, who dared to say for sure that Teacher Chu Kuang wasn't a match for Fei Hong? While Chu Kuang's ranking wasn't as high as Fei Hong's, don't forget the years Fei Hong has been in the field, how many works he has. How long has Chu Kuang been writing short stories? He's the short story author with the fewest works in the top 10 of the rankings. This indicated that Chu Kuang's position in the top 10 was not based on the quantity of works, but purely on quality. With this thought, the editors breathed a sigh of relief. And just as they were no longer downcast, the chief editor's phone suddenly rang. Let me take this call. The chief editor asked everyone to be quiet, then picked up the call. Whatever was said on the other end, it caused the chief editor's face to darken rapidly. After hanging up, the chief editor was even more distressed than the editors had been earlier, his fists clenched tightly. A lump formed in everyone's throat. Chief editor. He lifted his head and looked at his anxious staff and sighed. Besides Fei Hong, they've also enlisted other top-ranked short story authors including Feng Hua, Zhou Yu, Huang Yaoqing, and even Zhou Ge. With such an extensive lineup, one that's the biggest in their history of events, they must have guessed we'd call on Chu Kuang. Faces turned pale with the news. Is this for real? One of the short story trio, Feng Hua? After Chongqing's retirement, only Feng Hua and Fei Hong remained from the trio, and the tribe has invited both at once. And other high-ranking authors too. What can we do now? We only have Chu Kuang, and the rest of our short story authors are rather average in ranking. Chapter 840, 796. King of Short Stories _2. What the hell is this? Why have so many big-name short story writers suddenly released new works? This isn't logical. Damn, are they looking for a group fight? A group fight is one thing, but they've got Fei Hong and Feng Hua. Even just Feng Hua can go head-to-head with Chu Kuang. These two are ranked 10th and 11th. Is Feng Hua trying to snatch Chu Kuang's top 10 spot? The hope ignited by Chu Kuang was snuffed out again with the mention of Feng Hua. The editors at the blog's literature department knew exactly what this meant. The difference in lineup is too big. Fei Hong alone was enough to cause headaches, and now there was Feng Hua and a group of high-ranked short story writers. The editors at the blog still remembered something from the past. Once, Feng Hua and Chu Kuang had competed in the field of short stories. At that time, Feng Hua had been on the blog's side, while Chu Kuang had stood with the tribe. That time, the two had ended in a tie. Now, not only did Chu Kuang have to face his old rival Feng Hua, he also had to watch out for the hungry eyes of Fei Hong and the glamorous lineup rallied by the tribe. The tribe has already started promoting it. The chief editor checked the tribe's updates, then put down his phone and rubbed his tired temples. These many big-name short story writers popping up isn't without reason. It's probably related to the Literature and Art Association's recent announcement about standardizing textbooks. Great short stories also have a chance to be included in textbooks. Everyone was stunned. That was the reason. No wonder there was such a big stir. The tribe had seized a timely and advantageous opportunity. It's over. The chief editor wasn't wrong. So many short story writers weren't acting just because the tribe had spent a lot of money or because they had experienced a collective burst of inspiration. Ultimately, some people wanted their works to have a chance to appear in future textbooks. The Literature and Art Association's official announcement made it clear. Contemporary literary works also have many opportunities to appear in textbooks. Such an opportunity is rare. Not only wouldn't poets and lyricists let it go, these short story writers wouldn't either. The reason they all chose the tribe was simple. The tribe has the highest user base, and good works on this platform receive the most support. This is exactly what the chief editor of the blog's literature department said. The tribe indeed had already started external promotions. Fei Hong and Feng Hua, along with a group of high-ranking short story writers, had all taken action simultaneously. The stir in the realm of short stories was unprecedented. Soon the entire network was shaken. Holy shit, so many top short story writers have come out. The tribe's short story event has a top-tier lineup. Why has everyone suddenly popped up? Is this related to the Literature and Art Association deciding to standardize textbooks? It has to be, since some short stories also appear in textbooks and naturally fit as reading comprehension topics for students. It looks like many excellent short stories will be born now. The tribe really does handle short story events well. The blog always seems to lack something. Not necessarily. Chu Kuang is now with the blog, and everyone knows what level Chu Kuang's short stories are. To put it broadly, even if Chu Kuang is there, and even if his works beat those two big names, the blog can't possibly match the tribe. This time the tribe's lineup is too overpowering. Not to mention, he can't simultaneously beat both. If the blog insists on facing off with the tribe, Chu Kuang is in for a group beating. The feud between the tribe and the blog can't be told in tens of thousands of words. Netizens from all over Qinzhou are accustomed to the constant rivalry between them. Especially when it comes to short story events, the competition is almost head-to-head. This time, however, no one is optimistic about the blog. That said, people were hardly ever optimistic about the blog in the past. The only difference is, now the blog has Chu Kuang. But just as Chu Kuang arrived at the blog, the tribe got the chance to rewrite textbooks in collaboration with the Literature and art association. In fact, even without other top short story writers taking action, just Fei Hong and Feng Hua releasing new works in the tribe is enough to cause quite a stir. For a while, news about the world of short stories was everywhere. Some media even began to discuss. After Chang Qin retired for several years, is Qin Xiu going to select the new 3 big names in short stories? If there were a selection, Chu Kuang must be chosen, because Chu Kuang's current professional ranking in short stories is just ahead of Feng Hua. If Feng Hua is one of the 3 big names, what about Chu Kuang, who is ranked higher than him? The new 3 big names. This is a great angle for the news. Everyone knows Qin Xiu has 3 big names in the short story world. And with Chang Qin retired for several years, it's time for new big names to emerge. Focusing on this point, a reporter specifically interviewed Fei Hong, currently the highest-ranking short story writer in Qin Xiu. Fei Hong accepted the interview. The #1 short story writer in Qin Xiu looked at the reporter and smiled, asking, "Who do you think are the new 3 big names in Qin Xiu?" The reporter carefully answered, "Personally and according to netizens, it should be you, Mr. Chu Kuang, and Mr. Feng Hua." Not quite. After a brief thought, Fei Hong spoke, "Myself and Feng Hua make 2, and Chu Kuang makes half." Chapter 841, 796, King of Short Stories _3. Why do you say that? The reporter's eyes widened. Chu Kuang's ranking is higher than teacher Feng Hua. Feng Hua has been famous for many years and has produced a large number of works. And I fully acknowledge Chu Kuang's short story writing ability, but he has written too few works. Of course, I am referring to the number of short stories he has written. Currently, his number of works is not enough to place him ahead of Feng Hua. In the short story field, he still has a long way to go. This has nothing to do with the tribe's attitude. Fei Hong was not targeting Chu Kuang. He truly believed that. I have read every short story by Chu Kuang, and I particularly love The Gift of the Magi. But what disappoints me is that he has written fewer than 10 short stories of this kind, even if we count his mystery short stories as well. This is the inevitable result of a person crossing too many categories. Chu Kuang excels in writing multiple genres and themes, which leads to a very limited number of works in each genre. This interview was lengthy. The discussion about the new troika only lasted about 5 minutes, and the rest was about Fei Hong's new work. Essentially, Fei Hong agreed to the interview to promote his new work. However, when the news was released, the headline focused entirely on Fei Hong's comments about Chu Kuang. No choice. Everyone loves to see controversy. Covering it this way creates a buzz. And indeed it did. As soon as the interview was published, numerous media outlets followed up. Fei Hong, Chu Kuang is not yet qualified to be one of the new troika. The top short story writer of Qin continent states, Chu Kuang's number of works is too few. Ranking doesn't explain everything. Is Chu Kuang qualified to be one of the new short story troika in the Qin continent? In terms of short story writing, is Chu Kuang really stronger than Feng Hua? Can the number of works serve as a standard for evaluating a short story writer? Fei Hong's statement gains widespread agreement from experts. Chu Kuang's biggest weakness is the low number of his short stories. This was merely one aspect of the hot news, yet it unexpectedly garnered a great deal of attention. After all, Chu Kuang's popularity was undeniable. Not to mention that this issue also involved Fei Hong, the leader of the Qin continent's troika, personally commenting, and the great hype of the new short story troika of the Qin continent. Online, there were those who agreed. There were those who refuted. Suddenly, everyone had something to say. In the end, this matter ultimately reverted to another speculation. That was how the tribe was making such a big fuss. How would the blog respond? If the blog followed up, considering Chu Kuang had recently split ways with the tribe, would he take action? And if Chu Kuang chose to represent the blog, how could he withstand the mass attack from the tribe? The tribe's lineup was formidable. In the midst of all the chaos, the multitude of voices was summarized by Jin Mu and relayed to Lin Yuan's ears. On the studio's sofa, Lin Yuan looked at Jin Mu, who was full of indignation, with a peculiar expression. He was still pondering which great work by an earthly short story master to write about next for his upcoming work, and suddenly, things outside had gotten heated. Everyone wants their works to be in textbooks? The tribe is planning to gang up on me? Chu Kuang's short stories are too few? All right then. Immediately, Lin Yuan's train of thought became clear. Half an hour later, the blog released a message. Chu Kuang's latest short story will soon be published in the blog's special event, King of Short Stories. Stay tuned. The blog was ready to make a move. Chu Kuang was also going to make a move. Chapter 842, 797. Wearing the same outfit isn't scary, it's embarrassing if you look worse. Followed. The blog followed. Seeing the tribe's momentum like a raging storm, netizens almost thought this wave of blogs wouldn't respond, considering the tribe's lineup was really too powerful. But to everyone's surprise, the blog chose to respond, and even directly named the event King of Short Stories. And the countless people obsessed with Chu Kuang, the old rascal, also represented blog literature, participating in this tide sweeping from the realm of short stories. The internet exploded. The blog is really tough this round. Where do they get the courage to face off against the tribe like this? Is it Chu Kuang giving them the courage? The problem is, the blog only has one Chu Kuang. Even throwing out a gimmick like the King of Short Stories, aren't they just asking for hatred? Was the so-called King of Short Stories title especially prepared for Chu Kuang by the blog? Definitely. The blog only has the old rascal Chu Kuang who can fight. King of Short Stories obviously refers to Chu Kuang. It's over. The tribe is really going to gang up on Chu Kuang now. The blog dares to confront directly, probably because the old rascal Chu Kuang is in charge. Speaking of which, this old rascal is truly fierce. I have never seen him chicken out. Think again. That time Xianyu made him change the ending. Wasn't he not quick enough to chicken out? Uffed. Ha ha ha. He really was chicken then. Okay, except for that one time when Xianyu spoke up. The past deeds of the old rascal have proven that his character is unrivaled and utterly proud. Fei Hong said that the old rascal is not yet qualified to be part of the big three of the Qin continent's short story field. It would be strange if he didn't react. That time that little Lolita was made to cry online, he chickened out too. Damn, can't chat about this anymore today. But the netizens' excitement was genuinely palpable, especially the fans of Chu Kuang, who were filled with anticipation. So what if you gang up? We want it this crazy. Though millions oppose me, I will go. The old rascal is fighting for exactly this breath. And this is exactly why so many people like Chu Kuang. Moreover, many of Chu Kuang's fans already expressed their dissatisfaction. Why should Chu Kuang, already in the top 10 of short story writers, be ranked lower than Feng Hua, who is in 11th place? Not enough quantity. Quality is everything. Anyway, many of Chu Kuang's supporters held this view. And regarding the blog and Chu Kuang confronting head-on, the tribe's short story writers were not pleased. What the heck? King of Short Stories? If your blog event's champion is called the King of Short Stories, then what are our writers? So, we must participate in your blog's event to qualify as the King of Short Stories? Not even looking at your lineup. Besides Chu Kuang, who else has the power to fight? The real King of Short Stories can only emerge from our tribe. Therefore, there was a lot of disarray on the blog's end. I laughed. The blog really thinks Chu Kuang is invincible. Our tribe has so many top-notch short story writers. Are we still afraid of just one Chu Kuang? Just Feng Hua alone is not afraid of him, Chu Kuang. Not to mention, we also have Fei Hong, professionally ranked 5th. No need for 2 teachers. Any group of us could easily gang up and suppress the other side from the blog's literature. No way. Our event also needs a powerful name. Exactly. Poets always cherish fame. Everything else is negotiable. But on the matter of being the King of Short Stories, they are determined not to be outdone by the other side. Soon, the tribe also officially announced. Mid-month this month, the tribe literature will officially launch the King of Short Stories event. Please cast your votes seriously. Who will be this edition's King of Short Stories is up to you to decide. That's right. The tribe's event name, also called King of Short Stories. How about that? Just because you guys use that gimmick on your blog? Our tribe used it too. The moment the tribe made the announcement, the air was instantly thick with tension. Good gracious. Both events are called the King of Short Stories. The tribe copied that copy very quickly. Is this the legendary fashion collision? What's the old saying? A fashion clash isn't scary. It's only embarrassing for the one who looks worse. That's really thrilling. I still can't figure out what this blog is taking on the tribe with. Could it be that apart from Chu Kuang, they have other big moves hidden? We'll know in a few days. I wonder what Fei Hong's new work is about. I'm more excited about Feng Hua's work. I've grown up reading his books. In the studio, Lin Yuan was rapidly typing on his keyboard. What to write for the next piece? Maupassant. Oh, Henry. Chekhov. Mark Twain. Or Xian Xingyi. Previously, Lin Yuan had been agonizing over choosing among these individuals, like someone with decision paralysis, but now he was no longer indecisive. On his computer screen, several documents were already pre-titled, respectively, Mutton Fat Jade, Inner Circle, The £1,000,000 Note, Hey Get Out, My Uncle Yule, The Cop and the Anthem, The Last Leaf. All were extremely famous short stories from Earth, and could even be called the representative works of some masters of short stories. For example, Mutton Fat Jade is to Maupassant. For example, Inner Circle is to Chekhov. For example, The Last Leaf is to O. Henry, and so on. The £1,000,000 Note, due to the absence of British pounds in Blue Star, would be renamed by Lin Yuan. A total of 7 stories. Lin Yuan has named this campaign with a cool name. 7 Swords Beneath the Heavenly Mountains. Many said that Chu Kuang didn't write enough short stories. Lin Yuan agreed. It indeed seemed a bit few. This time, he treated it like patching a gap. He guessed these 7 should be convincing enough. Writing any more would worry Lin Yuan about overdoing it, making it seem as if these works were as common as cabbages, especially since each high-quality short story was hard to write. Yet these 7 were enough to compensate for the so-called shortfall of Chu Kuang's works, guaranteed by the authors from the past lives. Lin Yuan typed very fast. Several had already been completed and were sent over to the blog by Jean Mu. This was also why the blog had the courage to contend with the tribe, even daring to tout the title King of Short Stories. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Yuan flexed his fingers, resting for a while. The event is set for mid-month. Jean Mu took the opportunity while Lin Yuan was resting to state the rules of this event. Like the previous short story events, the blog will initially publish these works anonymously, allowing the netizens to vote based on the quality after reading the content. The final ranking of the works in the event is solely determined by the netizens, which largely prevents authors from leveraging their personal influence to solicit votes. Lin Yuan nodded. He had participated in short story events before and was familiar with this format. One of the pleasures for netizens in such events was guessing the identity of the author based on the quality and style of the stories in the event. But, on the blog side, Lin Yuan had prepared 7 stories for release. In the initial phase of complete anonymity, how would netizens guess? Chapter 843, 798, The Last Leaf. Chapter 843-798, The Last Leaf. In the following days, tribes and blogs extensively promoted their respective King of Short Stories events. Through their words, a fierce rivalry was apparent, an open and secret contest. The competition between 2 major capitals sparked numerous heated discussions among netizens. Under the foreboding atmosphere of an impending storm, undercurrents surged within the realm of short stories. Lin Yuan had always been quietly typing away in his studio. The remaining manuscripts were completed one after another. And when he had finished his work, the time had already moved towards the middle of the month. That day, morning, Jean Mu suddenly knocked on Lin Yuan's office door and brought him a piece of news. The tribe has just launched this event. They've changed their usual play, releasing the first anonymous short story as a signal to start the battle. Today, for each upcoming hour, they will release 1 anonymous short story. What about the blog? Continue to follow. Lin Yuan nodded. The stories Lin Yuan had written were already completed, which were his ace in the hole prepared for the blog, and how to play these cards against the tribe was now for the literary editors at the blog to consider, and the tribe had already made their move. Bang! The starting gun fired. The battle for the King of Short Stories had officially begun. The first short story released by the tribe was named Mirror. As soon as this story was published, it immediately sparked rave reviews from the netizens. This story is quite good. The tribe truly boasts a golden lineup. The quality of the first story is quite impressive. It's a pity the ending lacks something, but overall, it's already a very outstanding piece. This one doesn't seem like Fei Hong and Feng Hua's work, feels more like Zhou Yu's style. If it were in previous terms, this story could easily rank in the top 3, but this time the tribe's lineup of writers is too strong. The final ranking is hard to say. I feel it's a bit like Zhou Ji's work. If this story had been released on the blog side, it would definitely make the top 3. Except for Chu Kuang. I can't think of anyone else on the blog side whose work can top this. Speaking of the blog, has their event started yet? The netizens were curious. The tribe had already made a move. How would the blog respond? Someone tried opening the event page of the blog. Swoosh. The event page of the blog also updated, revealing the first short story. The title of the work, The Last Leaf. This. The blog is quite swift. It seems both sides are really putting their energy into this. The tribe just showed their first short story, and the blog is quick to follow with a short story of their own. Both sides are playing the same game. Comparing them side by side like this, doesn't it highlight the blog's disadvantage even more obviously? Compared to the tribe's lineup, probably only Chu Kuang's work from the blog side can compete, right? Let's check out this one first. I bet a pack of spicy sticks that the quality of the blog's first story won't match the tribe's. Chu Kuang's works are definitely held back to be the finale, to salvage the pride. The netizens discussed as they switched to the blog and clicked on The Last Leaf. In fact, the only reason everyone paid attention to the blog side was because of Chu Kuang. The writers from the blog. Only Chu Kuang's works were truly anticipated by everyone. Han Continent Art Academy. Inside Literature Academy 1313 Classroom. Professor Logan's Special Public Lecture. Professor Logan was the prestigious banner of the Literature Academy at the Han Continent Art Academy. Aside from his professorship, he was also a very successful short story writer, with numerous works to his name and highly respected by students in the school. Today's class was specially prepared by the school for Professor Logan. Professor Logan wasn't lecturing today. Instead, he directly had the students read the short stories released by the tribe and blog via their smartphones and computers, then discuss the works based on their personal understanding. A novel teaching method integrated with the real-time dynamics of the literary world. Everyone had just finished discussing Mirror by the tribe, and the enthusiasm was very high. Professor Logan looked at the blog and said with a smile, "You all made some good points just now. Next, please read The Last Leaf, released by the blog, and then share your interpretation with me." Okay. The students cooperatively responded and then clicked on The Last Leaf. Professor Logan also opened the story. The short story competitions held by the tribe and the blog were major events in the literary world, and holding a public class around this big event was what Professor Logan had specially requested from the school, and so far, the effect seemed quite good. This was also Professor Logan's intention. He felt that doing well in this class could deepen the students' understanding of short stories. I wonder which one is Chu Kuang's work, and when it will be released. Before opening the story, this thought flashed through Professor Logan's mind. There were many writers from the tribe whom Professor Logan looked forward to, while the blog only had Chu Kuang. However, although the blog's lineup of writers wasn't as strong as the tribe's, they were still well-known short story writers in the industry, and their works were mostly worth the students' research and reflection. Besides, what if The Last Leaf was created by Chu Kuang? Several thoughts flickered through Professor Logan's mind as he began his official reading. In a neighborhood on the west side of a certain square, streets stretch out haphazardly, fracturing into tiny alleys. The story's background was introduced initially, a very conventional way to start a short story. With his mind undisturbed, Logan continued to read along the lines. 2 minutes later, suddenly, an inexplicable sound escaped Logan's mouth. His heart sped up slightly for a few beats, and Logan slowed down his reading pace. The content of this short story wasn't complex. The female protagonist, Johnsy, contracted severe pneumonia in the cold November, and her condition was worsening. As a painter, she pinned her hopes of living on the last ivy leaf outside her window. She believed that the day the leaf fell would be the day her life ended. Many people who give up in the face of illness tend to harbor such ethereal thoughts. Distressed by this, Johnsy's best friend told the old painter, Behrman, about her thoughts. Behrman was a hot-tempered man who constantly accompanied by alcohol. He had painted for nearly 40 years without success, always talking about creating a masterpiece, yet it was all talk. After hearing this, he cursed and ranted, but was still at a loss. However, in the days that followed, a miracle occurred. Despite the severe winds outside and the jagged edges of the leaf turning yellow and withered, it still clung to the high vine branch. Seeing that the last leaf remained on the tree deeply moved Johnsy. If the leaf could survive the bitter cold winds, why couldn't she? She regained her will to live and stubbornly survived. What did this mean? If you just believe in miracles, will they really happen? If the story ended in such a fashion, Logan would definitely have harshly criticized the author. Force-feeding readers with moral lessons, huh? He frowned slightly. Logan continued reading. Actually, there wasn't much content left. The story ended with the best friend saying to Johnsy, "Mr. Behrman died of pneumonia in the hospital today. He had been sick for only 2 days. The first morning, the janitor found him in his own room downstairs, in so much pain he couldn't move. His shoes and clothes were completely soaked and ice cold. They couldn't figure out where he had gone on that stormy night. Later they found an unextinguished lantern, a ladder that had been moved, several scattered paintbrushes, and a palette smeared with green and yellow paint. And, darling, look outside the window. Look at that last leaf on the wall. Haven't you ever wondered why, despite the fierce winds, it never stirred or moved? Ah, dear, that leaf was Behrman's masterpiece. He painted it there forever the night the last leaf fell." Gulp. He swallowed subconsciously. The furrow in Logan's brow spread to his forehead, forming a series of clear frown lines. At that moment, Logan was dumbfounded. In a trance, he envisioned a scene before his eyes. On a stormy night, the old painter Behrman, over 60, struggled with his paintbrush on a ladder. The last leaf took shape amidst these extreme challenges. In the final moments of old Behrman's life, this painter, who achieved nothing in his technique, finally completed a breathtaking masterpiece. A twist. A classic twist. Logan's scalp tingled slightly. Countless emotions surged within him. At this moment, a name flashed through Logan's mind. Chu Kuang. Logan could almost be certain that the last leaf was definitely penned by Chu Kuang. He had studied Chu Kuang's short stories. This was a very classic Chu Kuang-style ending. Chu Kuang excelled at delivering a stunning twist at the conclusion. This was also why Logan admired Chu Kuang so much. He exhaled deeply. Logan reflected inwardly. That truly was a marvelous twist, just like the gift of the Magi, unexpected yet perfectly logical. He looked up to the audience below. In this classroom, filled to capacity with students, a dense crowd of hundreds, some had finished reading the story. Logan could clearly see the subtle changes in the expressions of the students in the front row. Surprise, moved, astonished. All these varied emotions were apparent on the students' faces, with some sentimental girls already teary-eyed. And when everyone had finished reading the story, the entire classroom burst into uproar. The students excitedly discussed. This work must be written by Chu Kuang. Beautifully written. The final twist was so touching. I've never been so moved by a short story before. Up until the ending, I almost thought this was a tacky piece glorifying miracles. That piece from the tribe is completely overshadowed by this. There's absolutely no comparison. This story completely overshadows that one from the tribe. I can't find any faults at all. After several minutes of heated discussion, Logan tapped the desk unhurriedly, his voice somewhat solemn. Next, let's analyze why this story is so good. Chapter 844, 799, The Second God. This scene at school was just the tip of the iceberg. Online, countless netizens who were following this top event in the short story world had also finished reading The Last Leaf. The netizens were shocked. This short story on the blog is simply a masterpiece. Chu Kuang. This is definitely a Chu Kuang story. Such a concise and powerful work. Apart from Chu Kuang, I can't think of anyone else who could write such a classic short story on the blog. It was so good. The ending made me cry. The familiar Chu Kuang-style twist is really amazing. In the first round of the novel competition, Tribe was completely defeated by the blog. The blog really did well by throwing out the Chu Kuang bomb right from the start. Even though they've made a strong start, how are they going to compete with Tribe later? Yeah, how will they compete later? While the netizens were excited and admiring, they were also somewhat puzzled. Chu Kuang's story was so impressive. Although it was shocking, it was actually within everyone's expectations. The old rascal's strength was never to be underestimated. The real issue was that the blog had used Chu Kuang's story right from the start. What else do they have to compete with Tribe? It was like two people playing cards. One of them threw out the bomb right at the start, and it was normal for the opponent to be unable to respond. However, a card game consists of more than one round. The blog had thrown out the Chu Kuang bomb this round, successfully suppressing the opponent. But what about later? The Tribe's big cards hadn't even been played yet. Blog. The departments outside of literature were also paying attention to this matter, and the literature department's first move scared everyone. What is the literature department doing? Such a good story by Chu Kuang, used in the first round? There are many novels participating in this event, and we still have more rounds to compete. This is bad. Chu Kuang's story should have been reserved for later. Chu Kuang won one round, but losing all the rest would look terrible. Wouldn't it be better to place Chu Kuang's work at the end, so we could redeem some face? Tribe. They didn't expect the blog to throw out the Chu Kuang bomb right from the start. Yes, although the blog didn't announce the author's name, no one doubted it. Everyone was sure that Chu Kuang was the author of The Last Leaf. Has the blog gone mad? Such a great story by Chu Kuang, used in the first round. This short story is terrifying. But what does the blog mean by playing this way right from the start? Are they planning to give up later? Just for this thrill? Who plays like this? Isn't it a common practice to save the best novels for later? Since they are playing this way, they should be prepared to be trounced by us later. We have so many people, and they have only one Chu Kuang. They'll be finished by the second round. The Tribe was left with bumps on their heads by the blog's bomb. There was anger. There was dissatisfaction. The Tribe immediately took measures. They didn't even wait an hour. Just half an hour later, the Tribe directly released their second novel, a short story titled Antique. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The first round of competition directly brought Tribe and Blog's story contest to a climax. So the moment Tribe opened the second round, countless netizens clicked to read Antique. This novel is also not bad. Obviously better than Mirror. Indeed better than Tribe's first one, but still visibly lacking compared to Chu Kuang's The Last Leaf. Damn, my taste has been spoiled by Chu Kuang. I know Antique is well written, but I just can't feel it, constantly unconsciously comparing it with Chu Kuang's work. Me too. While reading this novel, all I could think about was the ending of The Last Leaf. This novel must be Huang Yaoqing's work. It looks like his style, and it matches his consistent quality. Just read it for now. Only looking forward to Feng Hua and Fei Hong's works later. The novels from the blog side probably won't even match up to Tribe. No choice. The blog has only one goat. The rest are just small fries. Although Tribe's novel in this round was definitely not as good as The Last Leaf, everyone knew that was the story of the first round of competition. Given the level of the second round, everyone thought Tribe would definitely win over the blog. Although Tribe's novel wasn't as impressive due to the brilliant work from Chu Kuang that preceded it, it was still a superior piece. And the blog? After using Chu Kuang's story, they probably couldn't even produce a superior piece, could they? Just then, the blog's second novel was officially released. The name of this novel was strange. It was called Mutton Fat Jade. Blog. Outside the literature department, the atmosphere in all departments was heavy. For example, the blog's logistics department. The second round has started, and the celebration of the first round ends here. The second round's work from the Tribe side is called Antique, still maintaining quality. After all, it's a work from a highly ranked professional writer. Don't be so down. Our literature department has also launched a second work. Are you talking about Mutton Fat Jade? I don't feel like reading it. Even the name is annoyingly awkward. There's no need to watch. We've already lost. Besides Chu Kuang, there are no more authors in our department who can face them head-on. The blog's various departments were actually quite united, supporting and sharing in each other's glories and failures. Losing to the Tribe, every employee at the blog was dissatisfied. However, just as everyone was sighing and lamenting, in a corner of the department, an employee named Wan Wu wasn't engaging in any chat, but instead chose to read Mutton Fat Jade directly. Initially, like everyone else, Wan Wu held no hope for this short story from the blog. That was the consensus in the company. 4. This event, apart from Chu Kuang, The blog had no one formidable. So he just casually flipped through Mutton Fat Jade, skimming over the lines. However, when he reached a certain part of the story, he suddenly froze. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes, and his expression turned solemn. 5 minutes later, Wan Wu abruptly stood up, gripping his phone tightly, his face flushed with excitement, his voice trembling. Who said we were definitely going to lose? People around him turned to look at Wan Wu, their faces filled with confusion. What do you mean? Why are you so agitated? Could we possibly win in the second round? Stop kidding. You can't pull another Chu Kuang out of your hat. Wan Wu became anxious. Take a look at Mutton Fat Jade, and then you'll understand what I mean. Everyone paused. An older man in the department raised an eyebrow and said, "Let me see." Hearing this, others also curiously opened their phones to start reading Mutton Fat Jade. It's just okay. Such a long introduction, too much setup. So Mutton Fat Jade is the protagonist's nickname. The protagonist is not only a woman, but also a prostitute. How can this novel compare with antiques? Little Wong, you must be mistaken. As they read, they couldn't help but critique, but Little Wong just silently watched everyone. Gradually, the discussion quieted down. 10 minutes later, the room was completely silent, and you could hear a pin drop in the entire department. Everyone was staring at their phones, engrossed in Mutton Fat Jade, seemingly deeply struck. After the silence, the department burst into uproar. Where did this short story goat come from? This is killing me. Those aristocrats are really detestable, disgusting. Although Mutton Fat Jade is a prostitute, she is nobler in my heart than anyone. There's something in my eye. Compared to this novel, Antiques is nothing. Such spicy satire, such sharp language. This novel is in no way inferior to Chu Kuang's work. I really like Mutton Fat Jade. She's so heartbreaking. It turns out that besides Chu Kuang, there's another hidden boss in our department. But who is this boss? People were somewhat frantic. This story had no earth-shattering twists, but it was incredibly captivating, making readers feel a tightness in their hearts, their emotions completely following the plot. It was so good, Wan Wu said loudly. I suspect we were trapped in a thinking pitfall. Maybe the first story wasn't Chu Kuang's work. This one might be. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. At the same time, on the internet, netizens had also gradually finished reading Mutton Fat Jade. Just like some people in the blog, many started off indifferent towards this novel. However, when everyone had thoroughly finished the novel, they were utterly shocked, and the comment section exploded. Holy shit, how can it be so exciting? The blog's second round novel, kind of sick. This short story feels more classic than The Last Leaf. I feel the same. Mutton Fat Jade really tugs at the heartstrings. Damn, where did the blog find this master? This second round's novel is every bit as good as Chu Kuang's work. No wonder the tribe had Chu Kuang come out in the first round. Are you guys mistaken about something? Who said The Last Leaf was definitely by Chu Kuang? Remember, the author column is anonymous. Oh my, don't scare me. Are you saying we fell into a thinking pitfall, that the first story was someone mimicking Chu Kuang's twisted technique, and the second was actually written by Chu Kuang? Now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. Nowadays, there are indeed many people imitating Chu Kuang's twist endings, including some very capable mimics. Mainly, the quality of the second piece is too extraordinary. If the second piece's author is Chu Kuang, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Anyways, one of them is definitely written by Chu Kuang. Then who is the other genius? Way too strong. Netizens were bewildered. As anticipated, the blog didn't suffer a crushing defeat in the second round. Just like the first round, the blog once again overwhelmed the tribe with absolute quality. Mutton Fat Jade was stunning. It seems the blog isn't just backed by Chu Kuang alone. Chapter 845, 800, The Third Monster. The blog was hiding a second Chu Kuang tier short story goat. Not only the netizens didn't see it coming, but the tribe side didn't expect it either. As a matter of fact, when Mutton Fat Jade was released, all the short story writers of the tribe were silenced. Even though they were among the top-tier writers in the short story realm, having seen all sorts of short stories, they were still deeply shocked by the work named Mutton Fat Jade. War erupted. 10 people fled together in a carriage. 9 of them belonged to the upper class, at the very least wealthy. Only one, a prostitute nicknamed Mutton Fat Jade, had the lowest status. On the carriage, several well-bred ladies learned of Mutton Fat Jade's identity and hurled various insults at her, calling her a lowly prostitute. Meanwhile, their husbands discussed money and gastronomy with a disdainful tone that looked down on the poor, as if they weren't fleeing a disaster. After fleeing for a while, everyone in the carriage became hungry, with only Mutton Fat Jade having enough food for 3 days. Mutton Fat Jade generously invited everyone in the carriage to share her food, completely indifferent to the previous insults from the wealthy. Soon, the food in the basket was completely divided, and everyone was freed from the plight of hunger, and their attitude towards Mutton Fat Jade changed just like their bellies. The scorn turned into affection, the insults into compliments. The carriage continued on its journey, arriving in territory occupied by the enemy. The enemy officers detained the carriage, demanding that Mutton Fat Jade spend the night with them. Mutton Fat Jade sternly refused the invaders' shameless request, so everyone in the carriage was detained. Besides Mutton Fat Jade, the rest were in a frenzy, devising countless schemes and conspiracies to force Mutton Fat Jade to comply for their own goals, for the sake of preserving their interests. In the end, Mutton Fat Jade sacrificed herself for the benefit of everyone. The Prussian officers' lust was satisfied, and they were allowed to leave the next day. Yet, far from grateful to the poor girl, everyone shunned her, and the previous praise and closeness reverted to the original contempt and spurning. This time, everyone brought plenty of food except for Mutton Fat Jade, who hadn't had the chance to prepare. The carriage moved on, with everyone feasting on their own food, except for Mutton Fat Jade, who huddled in the corner of the carriage, cold and starving. For the professional writers of the tribe, the impact of this story was even greater than that of The Last Leaf. The former was just praising. The latter was doing more than just praising. It delved into critique and satire. It explored human nature and the backdrop of the time. It described the most ferocious facets of people revealed against the backdrop of war. Amid the shock, they had countless questions. Why would 2 freaks appear on the blog? Didn't they have just one Chu Kuang to showcase? Was the author of Mutton Fat Jade Chu Kuang or not? If one of them was Chu Kuang, then where did the other top-tier short story writer come from? Could it be that one of the top 10 from the short story ranking had secretly struck a deal with the blog? Questions. Endless questions. This mysterious writer bursting onto the scene had caught everyone's attention with the most dazzling of entries. In any case, the tribe had suffered another defeat, 2 consecutive losses, and at last, the tribe started to get angry. After half an hour, they launched their 3rd work, Bomb. Unlike the reaction to the tribe's first 2 works, after reading Bomb, the netizens became excited. The tribe is finally throwing down the bomb. This one's so good. Feng Hua's handiwork. Looks like it. Could be Fei Hong, too. In terms of writing style, it's a bit more like Feng Hua. This level is almost on par with The Last Leaf, though it doesn't feel as profound as the story of Mutton Fat Jade. Overall, it's still a top-tier piece. Now let's see what the blog can come up with. Not another monstrous short story, right? You think they're cabbages? Hey, look quick. The blog's 3rd short story is out too, and the name is as weird as Mutton Fat Jade. And while the netizens were excitedly discussing this work, presumably by Feng Hua, the blog's novel also made its debut. The title of the work, Hey, Come Out. As the name suggests, just from the title, no one knew what kind of story it was. Considering the astounding nature of the blog's first 2 works, this time everyone clicked into this work immediately, including Feng Hua himself, who was closely following the battle from inside a room. That's right, Feng Hua was the author of Bomb. As the main force representing the tribe in the 3rd round, Feng Hua was naturally keeping an eye on his opponent. Clearly, his opponent was the work, Hey, Come Out. Feng Hua had also read the first 2 novels from the blog. Very scary. Truth be told, Feng Hua was somewhat relieved his work wasn't up against the blog's first 2 works. In terms of quality alone, he wasn't confident he could beat those 2. At best, he was merely close to the level of those 2 pieces. However, for the blog's 3rd release, Feng Hua wasn't as worried. Just like the netizens said, could it be that the blog had a 3rd demon up its sleeve? Impossible. Feng Hua even suspected that the so-called second monster didn't exist. He had an even bolder conjecture. Perhaps both the story of Mutton Fat Jade and The Last Leaf were the work of Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang had the experience of challenging fairy tales 1 against 9. Although the difficulty of writing top-notch short stories was far greater than fairy tales, with only 2 pieces, perhaps Chu Kuang could indeed achieve it, despite the terrifying implications of this guess. But so what? If Chu Kuang wrote 2 top-notch works, it surely couldn't be that the third one was also his handiwork, right? With that thought in mind, Feng Hua clicked on the work titled Hey, Come Out. The story was very short. It seemed to have a bit of sci-fi flavor. The novel talked about a bottomless hole discovered somewhere, which even top scientists couldn't investigate to find out the cause of this mysterious entrance. Hey, come out. Children shouted into the pit, but there was no response. A child threw a stone into the pit, and, just like that, the stone disappeared without a trace. Thus, the pit became a place where people dumped their garbage. All kinds of human waste, including corpses and nuclear waste and other hazardous materials, were tossed into the deep hole. And so, the world became clean. A period of time later, a voice faintly appeared in the sky. Hey, come out. Along with this voice, a pebble fell from the sky, sadly unnoticed. People were still exclaiming. With the mysterious pit for garbage disposal, the environment of Blue Star is getting better and better. The story abruptly ended there. However, after reading this story, Feng Hua suddenly shivered violently. A terrifying chill surged from the bottom of his heart. His whole body felt like it had plunged into an ice cellar. Who wrote this work? A flair that was no less than the previous 2 works on the blog. What kind of monster is this? With Feng Hua's level, of course, he could understand how twisted the concept and purpose of this novel were. At this moment, Feng Hua began to doubt his previous conjectures. It couldn't possibly be another work of Chu Kuang, could it? Could it be that the blog really had a second, or even a third monster? This terrifyingly thought-provoking short story was deeply impactful, leaving readers with an extremely dreadful space for imagination. Feng Hua was somewhat scared, in all sorts of ways. Netizens also gradually finished reading this work. In the beginning, many netizens didn't find anything extraordinary about the novel, even after reaching the end. Some didn't even react immediately upon seeing the ending. However, after some netizens pondered a bit over the meaning represented by the ending, they shivered all over. Damn, this is a horror story, right? The open ending is the most brilliant part. At first glance, this novel doesn't seem as good as Tribe's Bomb, and certainly not as good as the first 2 works on the blog, but after careful consideration, I feel deeply unsettled. It turns out to be an environmental-themed story, with such a terrifying implication that I've got goosebumps all over. What do you mean? Haven't you understood? The voice appeared in the sky at the end, shouting, Hey, come out, which was what a child initially yelled into the pit. Yet, these words appeared again in the sky. So, did the child's shout travel to the future? If you still don't find it scary, then look at how the novel ends. After the shout echoed again, a stone fell from the sky. Don't forget that after the child shouted into the hole, he just happened to throw a stone in. You mean, what if the mysterious pit actually connects to the future, and everything that people initially tossed into the black hole would fall from the sky in the future? The netizens gasped in shock, their scalps tingling. Shoo! After reading the detailed explanation, everyone understood the implication of the ending. Extremely thought-provoking. From Hey, Come Out, would all the trash that humanity initially dumped into the black hole pour down, just like the first stone thrown into the deep hole? Including corpses? Including nuclear waste? Oh my God, who knows how much trash humans have thrown into the deep hole? Who knows what all is included in this trash? Imagine someone walking down the street, suddenly hit by a falling corpse, with intestines and blood spattering everywhere. How terrifying that scene would be. Not to mention things like nuclear waste also falling from the sky. This is the environmental message communicated by the short story, which is, all the damage humanity has done to the environment of Blue Star will be paid for with a painful price in the future. This short story, through the exaggerated form of science fiction, depicted this concept more vividly. At this moment, everybody was stunned. Who the heck wrote this, too? Not at all inferior to the first two works. Equally classic, equally shocking. Could the blog have a third monster? What on earth is going on here? First, it was The Last Leaf. Then there was Mutton Fat Jade. And now a Hey, Come Out has popped up. The blog has already presented 3 twisted short works in a row. Which of them is the work of Chu Kuang, the old rascal? Chapter 846, 801. 7 Swords Descend from Heaven Mountain. Netizens were stumped. Everyone knows that the most formidable writer on the blog is Chu Kuang. Without a doubt, the novel of the highest quality on the blog must be written by Chu Kuang. Old Rascal writes short stories, and so far, he still hasn't slipped up. However, who could have imagined? The blog consecutively published 3 works, and the quality of each was so terrifying that nobody could clearly discern which one was penned by Chu Kuang. At that moment, the tribe and the blog went wild with discussion, and on all major forums, there were countless related threads. Amidst these numerous discussions, suddenly someone posed a series of daring hypotheses. Have you guys ever considered that maybe Chu Kuang, the old rascal, wrote more than one short story this time? I know this guess is bold, even somewhat inconceivable, but don't forget, the old rascal, when writing fairy tales, once completed the feat of taking on 9 alone. Of course, I also know that the difficulty of writing classic short stories is higher than that of fairy tales. But I didn't say he wrote 9 classic short stories in one breath this time, did I? For the old rascal, writing 2 classic short stories at once shouldn't be too much, should it? If we dare to be bolder, we might guess that all 3 classic short stories currently released by the blog were written by Chu Kuang, the old rascal. It's not entirely impossible. Otherwise, how do you explain the sudden appearance of 2 monster talents on the blog? Do you really think short stories of this caliber are cabbages that any short story writer can just churn out? At first, everyone thought this speculation was too far-fetched. However, when they saw this person's detailed analysis, they started to waver. Actually think you make a lot of sense. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, has a record of doing this sort of thing. It's not his first time. Does that mean, among these 3 works from the blog, at least 2 are by Chu Kuang's hand? Let's also be bold. Bet that all 3 were written by Chu Kuang. Thinking back, hadn't Fei Hong mentioned that Chu Kuang didn't have enough works to be one of the new 3 giants of short stories in the Qin continent? Could this be the motive for Chu Kuang writing more than one short story? Today, when Mutton Fat Jade was released, someone guessed like the topic starter did, but I didn't pay attention. Now, having seen the topic starter's analysis, I'm a bit uncertain. Could it be that Chu Kuang finds writing short stories as easy as writing fairy tales? After this statement appeared, netizens started to doubt. Many of them subconsciously followed this bold train of thought. However, regarding this theory, there were more netizens who refuted it. The guess is logical and well-founded, but I tend to think the blog secretly hired a few masters. The professional leaderboard for short stories doesn't just include Chu Kuang and Fei Hong. There are several other famous experts, too. No matter how I look at it, I feel this possibility is greater. The blog's brilliant move is in promoting Chu Kuang publicly while secretly getting several masters, no less monstrous than Chu Kuang, to take action behind the scenes. Once the author names are revealed, we will know which masters made their move. I suspect Mutton Fat Jade was done by the one who's ranked second. Many people didn't guess that Chu Kuang, the old rascal, was pulling a fast one because there was a more reasonable speculation. They felt that the blog had secretly hired some of the big shots from the leaderboard, intentionally keeping it vague, waiting until the battle began before suddenly revealing top-tier works to catch the tribe off guard. Both possibilities had their market. Those with differing views had a significant disparity on this issue, amidst the contention between both sides supporting their respective arguments. The tribe made its fourth move. Instantly, all netizens' attention was drawn over. The work released by Tribe this time is titled The Bell Ringer. The quality of this piece is extremely high. After reading it as soon as it was published, netizens became very certain about something they had suspected. It must be Fei Hong who made a move. This work is definitely in Fei Hong's style. No one else can write with that flavor. What seems to be rambling speech is actually filled with innumerable foreshadowing. Although it tends more towards novella in terms of word count, if you have the patience to finish it, you'll find it immensely enlightening. Fei Hong's piece is better than Feng Hua's. After all, Fei Hong's ranking speaks for itself. I feel like this piece by Fei Hong is not at all weaker than the one just released by Blog. Hey, come out. Finally, Tribe has managed to turn the tables. Fei Hong is definitely not going to have any problems this round. Before, everyone thought that the battle between Tribe and Chu Kuang would end with Chu Kuang's work saving face for Blog, but it turned out that Tribe needed to rely on Fei Hong's work to save face. The netizens' comments on Fei Hong's work were extremely positive, almost reaching the praise level of The Last Leaf. Of course, compared to Mutton Fat Jade, it still falls short. Maupassant's pinnacle works are not to be taken lightly. How will Blog respond next? All eyes converged on Blog's side. In the center of widespread attention, Blog indeed fought back. King of Short Stories Competition Piece Number 4, Monopoly. This is the name Lin Yuan modified for the £1,000,000 note. After all, there are no British pounds in this world. And just when everyone thought this novel was Blog's response, Blog actually updated 3 statuses in a row while everyone was still catching their breath. King of Short Stories Competition Piece Number 5, Inner Circle. King of Short Stories Competition Piece Number 6, The Cop and the Anthem. King of Short Stories Competition Piece Number 7, My Uncle Yule. Swish, swish, swish. No longer following Tribe's rhythm. For statuses, for works, all released in one go. Paired with the previous 3 pieces, Blog for the first time adopted an offensive stance. Inside the studio, Jinmu looked at the activity online, then glanced at Lin Yuan playing a virtual game next to him, and commented with feeling, "Who exactly is ganging up on whom here?" All released? Hearing Jinmu's remark, Lin Yuan stopped playing the game and took a glance at his phone. Sure enough, all 7 had been published, and he believed netizens were already starting to open them and read. He looked up. Lin Yuan saw that his game character's ID on the computer screen was 7 Swords Beneath the Tianshan Mountains. It's just that in the game, 7 Swords Beneath the Tianshan Mountains was quite miserably defeated and could be forced into player kill situations and slain while walking down the road. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan decided not to play the game anymore and directly started focusing on the activity on the internet. He opened the blog. He casually glanced at the netizens' comments, and the first sentence that caught Lin Yuan's eye was, "Damn, those who said the first 3 works might all have been written by Chu Kuang. Do they still dare to challenge me now? Surely these 4 can't all be written by Chu Kuang too, right?" Chapter 847, 802. Which article's author is Chu Kuang? Previously, many people boldly speculated that the 3 heavyweight pieces at the beginning of the blog were all written by Chu Kuang alone. However, when another 4 pieces, almost as strong as the first 3, surfaced, nobody dared to guess that anymore. Netizens felt that their inherent understanding of short stories was being overturned. 7 heavyweight pieces. They couldn't all be written by Chu Kuang, could they? The blog must have secretly hired some help. And not just one helper. Yes, netizens had already finished reading the remaining 4 novels. After reading the blogs for consecutive releases, all readers were hugely impacted. The first to ignite the reading frenzy was The Tycoon, as it was the first of the 4 novels to be released. In terms of order, this piece was almost directly targeting The Bell Ringer. Don't forget, this piece called The Bell Ringer was confirmed by countless netizens to be a work by Fei Hong, one of the top 3 in Qin continent. However, when the first group of readers finished The Tycoon, the comment section exploded. My God, it's so brilliant. How could another piece of this caliber just pop up again? I thought the tribe could rely on Fei Hong to regain some ground, but now it seems it's still anyone's game. Using comedy to play with satire, that's so sophisticated. Capitalist society's worship of money is depicted in this novel most vividly. Whose masterpiece is this again? This short story describes 2 tycoons who want to find out what an outcome a poor man would face upon receiving a huge banknote. Unexpectedly, people aggressively courted this suddenly wealthy pauper. From free meals and clothes to free accommodation, everyone treated him like a beggar trying to please him, continuously elevating his social status. Moreover, this lucky young man even got a good wife and a high bank interest rate, securing a very happy life ever after. Comedy, satire, this piece received rave reviews. The second piece to ignite the reading frenzy was Inner Circle. The protagonist is a quirky person who wears rain boots and carries an umbrella on sunny days, always covers his bed with a mosquito net, and has a habit of putting everything inside covers. He is constantly paranoid about messing things up. When someone tries to set him up on a date, the mere thought of marriage and the responsibilities it entails overwhelms him, to the point that the marriage plan falls through. He then begins to fear that people will laugh at him, and eventually, he dies from a disease driven by his pent-up frustrations. Awesome. This story is so educational. I saw myself in the protagonist, too pessimistic about life, always thinking about the worst-case scenarios and missing countless opportunities. The author made me realize my own faults in the most exaggerated way. The character's personality is exaggerated yet logical. How many masters has the blog hired? This narrative is just as good as the previous ones. No wonder the blog's approach this time is so fierce. They must have hired several creatures not weaker than Chu Kuang to take part. After finishing the second piece, netizens couldn't wait to open The Cop and the Anthem. It's a hilariously absurd story where the protagonist, unable to make it on the outside, decides to live in jail for free food and lodging. No matter how much he tries to get in trouble, the police simply won't arrest him. But just when he's moved by an anthem and resolves to live honestly, he's arrested by the police for an ironically ridiculous charge and ends up in jail. Uffed. I died laughing. This piece is even funnier than The Tycoon and is equally filled with satirical effects. Absolutely master level. From beginning to end, the satire, I kept wondering why the inactive police would arrest a loiterer. Perhaps this also reflects the incompetence and ridicule represented by the police back then. This story is so interesting. The author is also a master, a top expert in writing short stories. Who is this one by? The blog's 4 consecutive releases, 3 of consistent high quality, left the readers extremely satisfied. The 4th piece didn't disappoint the readers either. The story is called My Uncle Yule. The theme of the story is actually human nature. When the protagonist's family hears that the uncle made a lot of money, they praise the uncle until he's put on a pedestal. But when they randomly meet Yule and realize he's actually very down and out, their attitudes take a swift 180-degree turn, and they start to belittle him. A reflective story. In a noisy world, poverty goes unnoticed. Wealth in the mountains finds distant relatives. This story is so realistic. I love it. This piece made me crave oysters. Human absurdity, real magic. You think it's satire, but it's actually reality. With money, he's an uncle. Without it, he's a stranger. How much influence do parents' values have on their children? Couldn't you at least let the child taste an oyster? This story, in my opinion, is not weaker than Mutton Fat Jade. Any of these 7 stories could stand up to the works of Feng Hua and Fei Hong. Madness. How can the blog have so many classics? Did they rally all the great short story writers not affiliated with the tribe? 7 heavyweight short stories. 7 heart-stopping tales. The blog's release of these 7 works had the world of short stories turned upside down. Everyone flipped backwards. On the tribe's side, the professionally highly ranked short story writers didn't know how to express their inner turmoil anymore. Where the hell did these come from? 7 top-class pieces. How many geniuses did the blog hire? I can't beat even one of them. They said the blog only had Chu Kuang worth mentioning. But now, I can't even figure out which of the 7 stories was written by Chu Kuang. They're all true classics. Classic short stories are just cabbages, huh? I give up. I truly give up. Please stop hitting me. My brain's been knocked out. Who on earth are the authors of these works? Can the blog reveal the authors now? At least let me know how I died. It must be those top-ranked ones. Thinking about it, only a few have that level of skill. The short story writers in the tribe were getting a bit carried away. It was obvious the blog was playing them. Although it seemed like the tribe had gathered a glamorous array, each writer more famous than the last, the blog wasn't idle either. It had secretly assembled an even more terrifying lineup, possibly the ultimate lineup in the short story circle. Facing the blog's 7 breathtaking pieces, Feng Hua and Fei Hong reached a consensus. It must have been the blog secretly asking some monsters to Step in. The two immediately contacted each other and exchanged their thoughts. Fenghua, Fei bro, what do you think? Fei Hong. It should be those old rivals from the other continents. Fenghua sighed. Why didn't they give us a heads up? Fei Hong was also somewhat dissatisfied. Although they are rivals, we are also longtime friends. If they had said something earlier, we could have also gone to the blog to publish and compete with them. Why bother mixing it up in the tribe and the blog's arena and making things so tense? What annoys me most is that they previously told me they've been uninspired recently. This is what they call uninspired. That's what they also told me. Let's find them. Yeah, I'll go tag everyone in the group chat. No more pretending if they play dumb. Both were figures at the pinnacle of the short story arena. And this group of people at the peak of the short story circle actually consisted of just a few people who were all old friends knowing each other for many years and had several common chat groups privately. They even kept each other informed about when they would publish new pieces. With a mindset of settling scores, Fenghua opened the largest industry chat group and started calling out names. OL Li, OL Huang, OL Zhou, OL He. You guys, come out and voluntarily claim your works. Don't think I don't know what you're doing just because the author column is anonymous. Fei Hong then appeared. The blog released 7 top-notch short stories, and except for the piece corresponding to Chu Kuang, the other works are definitely some people in this group's new creations. Stop playing dead angry. This group also contained several short story masters who had published new works in the tribe. Seeing the two leaders take the initiative, one by one, they also started popping up. It's time to come out. No more anonymity. I know you are reading the messages. Guess the big timers are having a chuckle right now. Big timers, you've really crushed us. I'm crying to death. As they popped up, the few capable of writing top-notch short stories in the group were all called out. When these individuals appeared, they directly denied with a triple rejection. It wasn't me, Don't talk nonsense. I told you to already. I've been uninspired recently. We were just discussing this too. These 7 short stories from the blog, which high-skilled authors' works are they? These 7 novels are truly incredible. There are 2 among them where I feel utterly inferior. Damn, where did all these freaks come from? Now, many of my fans are also asking if I secretly helped the blog. They even said Mutton Fat Jade was my work. I could wake up laughing from a dream if I could write that. I'm more curious about which of the pieces was written by Chu Kuang. The writers from the tribe were dumbfounded. Not you? Then where did the blog's 7 classic pieces spring from? Stones. Fenghua and Fei Hong were also stunned. As top-tier short story writers, they knew these people's characters quite well. At this point, denying it was pointless and might even seem like they were dismissing them. But if not them, then who else could it be? Could it be a batch of emerging talents within the industry? Stop joking. The sophistication showcased in those 7 short stories, could they be the work of newcomers? 3 minutes later, Fei Hong messaged Fenghua privately. I've called each one to confirm. It really isn't them. Fenghua jumped in frustration, replying subconsciously. If not them, could all 7 pieces have been written by Chu Kuang? After responding, Fenghua suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelid. At the same time, on the other end, Fei Hong, as though struck by the same thought, felt a slight tremor in his laughter lines. Fei Hong, it couldn't be. Fenghua, right? Fei Hong, Fenghua. In the chat box, both sent out a string of ellipses. Chapter 848, 803, Chu Kuang. While Fenghua and Fei Hong were full of doubts, the tribe and the blog released the remaining works in the event. Unfortunately, none of the subsequently released works by either side managed to impress the audience as much. At the same time, the blog and the tribe both opened up voting channels. On the tribe's side, the work suspected to be by Fei Hong, the bell ringer, ranked first. The work suspected to be by Fenghua, the king, ranked second. The works that followed lagged far behind in terms of votes. There was no suspense. In contrast, the blog side was bustling with activity. The 7 works previously released all had high vote counts, and the gaps between them were minor. One moment this one was in the lead, the next moment another took over. The top 7 rankings were stuck in a deadlock. The works beyond the top 7 had very few votes. Regarding these 7 works, the blog's netizens were extremely enthusiastic about voting. On the tribe's side, Even the number of voting participants couldn't compare with the blogs, let alone the netizens' enthusiasm for voting. There was no helping it. The 7 pieces on the blog were just too classic. All the netizens' attention was drawn to the blog's side. It wasn't just about voting. Netizens from all over started to interrogate Blue Star's top short story writers, believing that some of them had covertly collaborated with the blog. "OL Huang, is it you? OL Zhou, out of the 7 pieces on the blog, which one is your work? OL Li, the style of Inner Circle resembles yours a bit, doesn't it? Teacher Zhu, stop pretending. I know the last leaf is yours. You've said before that Chu Kuang's kind of ending is worth learning from. This must be your study result. Mr. He, admit it, you've definitely secretly contributed." Screens full of questioning. The top short story writers were getting anxious. Damn it, why are they suspecting us? We really haven't had any inspiration lately. This kind of questioning is embarrassing us. It's not very offensive, but a bit insulting. So many top short story writers competing on the same stage, and we can't produce any work. It's pretty awkward for us too. All right. Not to mention, their works are so well written, each one better than the last. Deny it. The top writers all vehemently denied it. Pushed to the brink by netizens, a certain top short story writer simply swore curses as their pledge. For a while, the netizens were scratching their heads. If not you guys, then who wrote them? Right. Let's ask Chu Kuang. What could be confirmed was that Chu Kuang definitely took part. One of these 7 had to be his work. Soon enough, Chu Kuang's blog comment section was besieged. "Old rascal, which one did you write? I suspect you wrote more than one. Tell us, out of these 7, how many are yours? 2 or 3? Judging by the style, the last leaf resembles your work the most. You wrote it, didn't you? I feel like Hey, Come Out is written by the old rascal. This piece's style is a bit like the old rascal's early work, Artificial Beauty, also with a sci-fi element and leaving things open at the end. Maybe Mutton Fat Jade is actually written by the old rascal. Hey, look at this. Quick, the old rascal left a like." Inside the studio, Lin Yuan noticed the comments from the netizens and suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. Should I give a hint? Upon this thought, Lin Yuan silently maneuvered the mouse. It was still Chu Kuang's comment section, amidst countless comments. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed netizen noticed that Chu Kuang had actually liked a comment from someone who guessed the last leaf. Damn, is the old rascal indirectly admitting he's the author of the last leaf? Definitely. I knew it. This work, just by looking at it, you can tell it's the handiwork of the old rascal. The ending is unexpected, yet makes perfect sense. This is a classic Chu Kuang style ending. Case closed. This is only the first case. Who knows who wrote the remaining 6 pieces? Let's not start with that. I feel something is not right. How can the old rascal use likes as a way to indirectly admit it? Isn't he using his popularity to campaign for his own work? That's true. Perhaps the other 6 works have put pressure on the old rascal as well. Some netizens frowned, feeling Chu Kuang's actions were inappropriate. The anonymous author voting was designed to prevent authors from using their popularity to campaign for their own works. Then it's no longer a pure competition of work quality. However, just when netizens were puzzled by this behavior, everyone discovered that Chu Kuang had started liking comments again. What does he mean by this? Someone guessed Mutton Fat Jade was written by him, and he liked it. 2. The one who guessed Hey, Come Out received a like from him as well. And the one guessing My Uncle Yule, the old rascal, liked that too. He liked all of them. All the guesses that Chu Kuang wrote the 7 works got likes from Chu Kuang. Is he just playing around with the likes? Old rascal, stop stirring the waters. It seems the last leaf might not be the work of the old rascal after all. The netizens were speechless. The usually aloof old rascal had liked all 7 works guessed by netizens, as active as a copycat account. What thick skin. Are you trying to muddy the waters even more so we can't guess which work is really yours? What good does this do you? Some people have thick skin. Some people are naughty. You are both naughty and thick-skinned. It's just like you, to have a knack for playing with readers. And it's not like we don't know that you might be up to no good this time, possibly having written more than one work. But you can't just go liking everyone's post. Surely, all these 7 high-quality works can't possibly be written by you. These 7 works. The atmosphere in Chu Kuang's comment section suddenly turned eerie. Chu Kuang, going against his usual demeanor, began frequently liking netizens' guesses, finally hitting a nerve with some. An incredible guess abruptly surfaced in everyone's minds. Could it be? Perhaps this possibility was too incredible. A kind of horror quietly spread. And in the midst of this eerie atmosphere, the blog's official Weibo suddenly updated with a post. According to the rules of the King of Short Stories competition, we should wait until the event is over to reveal the author's name. However, the bloggers participating in this event unanimously requested to reveal the author names early. After soliciting everyone's opinions, we decided to respect their decision and are now announcing the authors and their respective works participating in the blog's King of Short Stories event. Mutton Fat Jade, Chu Kuang. Inner Circle, Chu Kuang. Monopoly, Chu Kuang. Hey, come out, Chu Kuang. My Uncle Yule, Chu Kuang. The Cop and the Anthem, Chu Kuang. The Last Leaf, Chu Kuang. In the eerie silence, thunder is heard without a sound. Across the 5 continents, as far as the eye can see. Chu Kuang, Chu Kuang, Chu Kuang, Chu Kuang, Chu Kuang, Chu Kuang, Chu Kuang. Chapter 849, 804. Everywhere outside is Chu Kuang. When the author column for all 7 novels on the blog displayed the same name, every netizen on this side was dumbfounded. Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang. All of them were Chu Kuang. The topic on the blog was instantly overwhelmed by countless exclamations. My God, am I seeing things? Is the blog sure there's no mistake? These 7 super classic short stories, all written by Chu Kuang. Has the blog been featuring only Chu Kuang fighting the tribe from start to finish? Mom asked me why I'm kneeling while surfing. The net. Who guessed earlier that Chu Kuang wrote 2 or maybe 3? I already found that ridiculous. But now you're telling me all 7 were crafted by this old rascal alone. Is reality more magical than fiction? No wonder the event is called King of Short Stories. If this doesn't qualify him as the King of Short Stories, who else deserves the title? Previously, some had already guessed that Chu Kuang wrote more than 1. However, even if they borrowed courage from others, no one dared to guess that Chu Kuang had written all 7. These are classic short stories. Even for highly skilled short story writers, writing a single piece that reaches the level of these 7 is enough to be proud of. Yet Chu Kuang alone wrote 7. The same news was also reposted on the tribe side. It exploded instantly. Countless netizens of the tribe jumped up. I'm kneeling. What kind of monster is this? We were supposed to see the top short story writers of the tribe gang up on Chu Kuang, but who ended up getting ganged up on, with Chu Kuang surrounding the tribe's writers all by himself. Chu Kuang. Good. The tribe's writers are isolated, heavy fog. Last time the fairy tale king took on 9, and now here comes a barrage of top-tier short stories, with others struggling to write book by book. The old rascal is tossing them out by the basketful. I'm off to the blog to watch the old rascal. This tribe is no place to stay. Chu Kuang, tribe writers. Put down your weapons. You are surrounded by me alone. Naruto's shadow clone technique must have been learned from you, right, Chu Kuang? Back off, tribe. It's all Chu Kuang out there. Even though the 3 brothers had already left the tribe, Chu Kuang continued to carve a path of destruction through the tribe's trending searches. Inside the industry, when it was revealed that all 7 works were penned by Chu Kuang, the news triggered a massive earthquake in the field. Every chat group in the short story sector, big or small, was boiling over. A short story writer who recently posted a new work on the tribe stared in disbelief for a while before speaking in a dry voice. Have we just been hammered by Chu Kuang alone? Quit sending voice messages. They sound worse than a dog barking. Can't your damn voice stop trembling? It's making my hands shake as I type. Not gonna lie, guys, I peed my pants. I am so naive. Really, I only knew that Chu Kuang could take on 9 with fairy tales, being Blue Star's king of short fairy tales. I had no idea he could fold out so many bomb cards and short stories at once. Kneeling before the king of short stories. There might be something wrong with my eyes. I should see an ophthalmologist in a few days. When the blog counted up to the 7th author's name, I felt a severe case of double vision. Was that double vision Chu Kuang by any chance? Those of you publishing books on the tribe are hopping mad, but Have you considered how we authors on the blog have been invisible from start to finish? I'm beginning to understand why Shadow felt that way before. Turns out, here in our tribe, it's basically Chu Kuang playing himself. The tribe authors got smashed. The mood among the blog's authors was also a mix of feelings. The blog may have won, but it seems to have nothing to do with them. While all the chat groups in the industry were blowing up, Feng Hua and Fei Hong remained silent. They were quietly lurking. After a while, Feng Hua messaged Fei Hong privately. "Fei bro, why the heck are you picking on him?" "Fei Hong." Feng Hua typed furiously. "Didn't you say before that Chu Kuang still wasn't up to par with Qin Continent's big three because his work was too scant? Would he have gone this wild if you hadn't said that?" Fei Hong's face darkened. "Screw off. Whoever wants to carry that blame, carry it. I can't. Where there are winners, there will be losers. Some pass the buck, and some take the blame." As the tribe became the biggest loser in the King of Short Stories series, a curse suddenly echoed in the Literature and Art Association of the tribe. And then, all the major tribes' chat groups exploded with cursing. "Ling Kong, that damn cur. I knew this demon Chu Kuang was lurking in the blog. He was bound to become a major threat to us. If Ling Kong hadn't driven away Shadow, how could Chu Kuang ever become our rival? Ling Kong, you cursed scoundrel. Fear not the godlike adversary, but dread the pig-like teammate. I'm so furious. All thanks to Ling Kong. It's all his fault. Why hasn't the higher-up deposed Ling Kong yet? I suggest we drag Ling Kong out and beat him to death. What kind of enemy has Ling Kong brought upon us in the tribe? Who the hell did he have to piss off if not those three freaks?" The blog must truly be splitting its sides with laughter by now. The tribe guessed right. The blog was already splitting its sides with laughter. Cheers rose and fell. Ling Kong could not hear the cheers from the blog, but he could hear the curses from the tribe. Some tribes were quite close by. Voices from the loud ones reached directly into the comics department. Inside the comics department, the editors looked down, each silent and maintaining a poker face, though their expressions were somewhat complicated. This has become the tribe's reserve project since their defeat at the hands of the three brothers. Editors privately refer to this situation as the daily humiliation of Ling Kong. Inside the director's office, the sound of objects being thrown could be heard constantly. Coffee table, tableware, crash bang boom, along with Ling Kong's intermittent roars, unfiltered. A bunch of losers. What's it got to do with me? Whenever there's trouble, it's blamed on me. Ling Kong was in a state of rage. This was not the first time. Every time the tribe lost to the three brothers, he would be dragged out by various departments for a thorough scolding. And it wasn't just the departments. Higher-ups joined in the scolding too. I've moved on from that issue a long time ago. It's you guys who are not up to par. Stop trying to pin every blame on me. Media. News was already coming in thick and fast. Chu Kuang creates a miracle again, stunning the cultural sphere with 7 short stories. Chu Kuang, king of short stories in Qin Continent. Once criticized by Fei Hong for lacking works, he now returns with 7 short stories. Breathtaking, Chu Kuang writes 7 classic short stories all by himself, each one acclaimed. Who would have thought? The blog featuring 7 super classic short stories all originated from Chu Kuang. Feeling envy fish Shadow's impact. A genius's bombardment. As the news spread far and wide, Chu Kuang suddenly shot up to 4th place on the Blue Star Short Story Writers ranking, rightfully earning the title of King of Short Stories in Qin Continent. Higher even than Fei Hong's previous ranking. And Fei Hong, due to Chu Kuang's rise, fell to 5th place. This was because Chu Kuang's 7 new short stories were still new. Their cultural impact hadn't fully spread. Once the influence of these works fully exploded, maybe there would be an astonishing change in the rankings. For a time, Fei Hong was in an awkward spot. Many high-ranking short story writers, old pals of his, privately messaged him, saying things remarkably similar to Feng Hua. Why on earth did you say Chu Kuang had too few works? Great. Now this freak has released 7 stories at once. Your ranking dropped, and mine dropped along with it. Damn, I can't cope anymore. I was 10th, now I'm 11th. Do you know how big the difference is between 10th and 11th? If you hadn't mentioned his lack of works, would he have suddenly published so many short stories? It wasn't just old friends who were saying this. Netizens were also mocking Fei Hong with this matter. The top liked comment in his tribe's comment section was, "Are Chu Kuang's works still too few?" With a whopping 60 million likes, it was essentially 60,000 slaps to Fei Hong's face. Ouch! Fei Hong was close to tears. How could such a person exist in this world? But that wasn't all. Amidst the intense reactions from all quarters, the authorities actually chimed in too. The Literature and Art Association suddenly reposted the news of Chu Kuang's 7 short stories, giving tremendous affirmation to the quality of the stories. Among Chu Kuang's 7 short stories, Hey, Come Out talks about the importance of environmental protection, which is why we advocate for everyone to take responsibility for protecting Blue Star's environment. My Uncle Yule teaches us not to let money tarnish family bonds. The Last Leaf tells us that miracles are not always created by the heavens. Unlike ordinary netizens, the official statement carried a lot of weight. In a sense, any move by the authorities had a profound intention behind it, and this time was no exception. It didn't take long for people to understand the official hint. The most intense reaction to this nearly explicit hint came, quite surprisingly, from some of Blue Star's students. Everyone hadn't forgotten about Chu Kuang's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower being turned into an exam question before. Speaking of which, the students from various continents were initially very excited, watching the online buzz, watching Chu Kuang dominating all quarters, many young kids getting their blood pumping. But reading the move by the Literature and Art Association, they were dumbfounded. Damn it. So, the authorities mean that Chu Kuang's short stories could become reading comprehension material we will have to face in the future? Got it. Time to read Chu Kuang's short stories. Is this old rascal trying to say our Chinese books aren't thick enough yet? Thanks to teacher Chu Kuang for adding a few more pages to our Chinese books. Smile. Fei Hong, look what you've done. Do you really think we students don't have enough homework already? Shall I recite the whole thing? I was really enjoying these 7 short stories, but ever since the official statement came out, they suddenly lost their flavor. To the students, the Literature and Art Association's move meant exactly that. Suddenly, Chu Kuang almost became the public enemy of students. The name of the old rascal became ever more far-reaching, now even escalating its impact on the younger generation. What a calamity! We've come to a point where the old rascal can't be avoided. Nowadays, kids from kindergarten onwards start reading Chu Kuang's fairy tales. Once they get to elementary school, high school, even college, who knows how many of the old rascal's works they'll have to face. This guy has truly devoted himself to the educational endeavor of Blue Star. Chapter 850, 805. Chu Kuang kept contributing to the educational efforts on Blue Star. It wasn't Lin Yuan's original intent, but he didn't resist it. The works he produced were excellent enough and could be considered a blessing for the students. Inside the studio, Lin Yuan thought to himself, following the publication of 7 short stories that shocked the continents, Silver Blue responded quickly, with someone calling soon to express the desire to publish a collection of all of Chu Kuang's short stories. To this, Lin Yuan naturally had no objections. The volume of his short stories was already sufficient for a collected publication, titled Chu Kuang's Short Stories Collection. You are on the track to becoming the nightmare of countless students. After the Literature and Art Association officially endorsed those 7 short stories by Chu Kuang, Jean Mu teased. Lin Yuan said, "That's Chu Kuang." Jean Mu was stunned for a moment before, bursting out laughing loudly. In the following days, Chu Kuang's 7 short stories continued to be discussed by various parties. The publication of Chu Kuang's Short Stories Collection by Silver Blue capitalized on the momentum, making a good amount of sales. It was mainly parents who bought them for their children. The reason for purchase was, it wouldn't hurt to read Chu Kuang's books now. You never know if it might be on the exam. The kids were against this, but unfortunately, their opposition was ineffective. It's like the 3-year college entrance exam, 5-year simulation. You might not like it, but you still have to buy it. Of course, Chu Kuang's works hadn't reached that point yet. Moreover, these short stories were educational and entertaining, and overall, they still possessed strong readability. It's worth mentioning that some companies within the industry also showed strong interest in several short stories like Monopoly, seemingly intending to adapt them into movies. Lin Yuan left these matters to Jean Mu to handle. He himself didn't resist, the only standard being that the quality of the filmed works must have a basic guarantee. This rule was well known within the industry. Previously, a major company had bought the film and television rights to Chu Kwang's Ghost Blows Out the Light, but the production was perfunctory, choosing stars with popularity but no acting skills, leading to the work flopping badly in terms of reputation. Since then, the company had been blacklisted by Chu Kwang, never obtaining the film and television adaptation rights to any of Chu Kwang's works again, no matter the amount of money offered. Since then, any film and television company took the film and television rights to Chu Kwang's works very seriously, daring not to treat them perfunctorily once obtained, as many of Chu Kwang's works were extremely popular when adapted into dramas or films, and no one wanted to completely lose the opportunity to collaborate with Chu Kwang. The old rascal, indeed. The public image of Chu Kwang had long been linked directly to descriptors like aloof, strict, domineering, and arrogant. Even the imagined image of Chu Kwang by the public was predominantly wild, cool, and awe-inspiring. This was by comparison. Xian Yu in the north, Chu Kwang in the south. Just reverse the image of Xian Yu to get it right. As gentle and refined as Xian Yu is, the old rascal is that domineering and aloof. That said, Lin Yuan was also consciously differentiating Xian Yu, Chu Kwang, and even Shadow, aligning with the fantasies of netizens to refine their characters. The identity closest to his true self was still Xian Yu. Only this identity was completely public, as he needed to interact with different people under this persona. Several days later, the buzz about Chu Kwang's 7 short stories gradually cooled down. That day, Lin Yuan arrived at the company. While others were working, he expertly started a game. Since the release of Plants vs. Zombies, Lin Yuan's interest in gaming had increased significantly. He played all types of games, sometimes tower defense games, sometimes online games. But today, the game he was playing was a shooting game. Bang bang bang. Following a gunshot, the player with the ID Chu Kwang 10086 was headshot. Old rascal, time to die. The opponent taunted Lin Yuan in the public chat, causing his face to flush with anger. Angry in more ways than one. Chu Kwang 10086 was Lin Yuan. He originally used the name Chu Kwang, but it was already taken. Lin Yuan tried naming himself Chu Kwang 1, Chu Kwang 02, and similar variants, but they were all occupied. Even the real Chu Kwang had been claimed by another player. No choice. He could only settle for Chu Kwang 10086. This name, at last, passed the system's verification smoothly. Unfortunately, while Chu Kwang was a powerhouse in the literary world, in the game, he was merely someone others bullied. After being headshot repeatedly, Lin Yuan angrily quit the game. He also reported a user with the ID specialized in killing small chickens, accusing them of cheating. The reason was hacking. Feeling slightly better, Lin Yuan happily opened Plants vs. Zombies. Just then, Sun Yaohua came over, carrying a load of stuff. "Junior, have you had lunch?" "No. Want to try the craftsmanship of the new chef at my restaurant?" "Sure." Lin Yuan beamed with joy. The chefs at Sun Yaohua's restaurants indeed had great skills. "Were you just playing a game?" Sun Yaohua glanced at the computer screen, which displayed the login interface of a recently popular shooter game. The game was called God of Guns. Lin Yuan said fiercely, "Trash game." Sun Yaohua was startled, then nodded. "Indeed, it's no good. I uninstalled it when I got back. I'll have someone design a fun shooter web game later, create a godlike account, and let you dominate." "A shooter web game?" "Yes, a web game. It's suitable for sneaking in some game time at work, much faster paced than God of Guns, and the killing is way more fun and suits our skills better." "Can it make money?" "Who cares?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan asked, "Are you interested in making such a game?" As Sun Yaohua opened the lunchbox, the aroma of the food filled the air. "I don't mind, as long as Junior is happy. Let's eat first." "Thanks." Lin Yuan began to eat heartily in the office. After eating, Lin Yuan took the napkin handed by Sun Yaohua and wiped his mouth. "Then let's make a shooter-based game." It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but there were reasons behind it. Lin Yuan and Sun Yaohua had set up the Yuanhua Game Company, and sooner or later they needed to release some new games. It just so happened that Lin Yuan had a few potentially popular game genres in mind. like the classic shooter game. Fall and become a box. Okay, Sun Yaohua agreed readily without asking for details. Then I'll call over the team from the game company later, and they'll follow Junior's lead. Lin Yuan was getting excited. The players in this world hadn't played Fall and become a box. They would definitely be terrible at it when they first tried it. Not him. Lin Yuan had played this game in his past life. He could take advantage of his advanced experience and utterly dominate his opponents when this game was just released. Ding dong. The system couldn't stand it anymore. Swearing to itself about its incompetent master who was hopeless yet addicted, Lin Yuan's misremembering had absolutely nothing to do with the system. This game is called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. What kind of painful past did you go through to misremember the game's name as Fall and become a box? Is this a boxing game? Chapter 851, 806, Seabed Restaurant. Customize PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Lin Yuan didn't fuss over the game's name. He directly customized it with the system, then summarized the required design materials within a day and handed them to Sun Yaohua. Considering Blue Star's technological level, Lin Yuan felt that the production time for the game wouldn't be too long. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Sun Yaohua unconsciously read out the name of the game. Lin Yuan nodded his head, but didn't explain much. Sun Yaohua didn't inquire further about the specifics of the gameplay, as he saw all shooter games as more or less the same. He smiled and said, "I've invited everyone out. Do you want to join us for dinner tonight, Junior?" "Sure." Lin Yuan nodded his head. By everyone, Sun Yaohua definitely meant the singers from Yu Dynasty. Every so often, the singers from Yu Dynasty would hold a gathering of some sort. The location of the gathering was arranged by Sun Yaohua. Lin Yuan would generally attend upon receiving a notification. This time was no exception. That evening, Lin Yuan arrived at the location Sun Yaohua had provided. To Lin Yuan's surprise, it turned out to be an under-the-sea-themed restaurant. Upon entering the restaurant, Lin Yuan saw that all around him was glass. The whole restaurant was filled with embedded fish tanks, and he could see groups of tropical fish drifting by. This wasn't the real ocean, just an environmental simulation. However, being there felt no different from being in the ocean. Upon entering the private room, everyone was already there. After exchanging greetings, everyone's gaze fell on Sun Yaohua. Wei Haoyun said with a somewhat shocked expression, "Every time we gather, the restaurant is different, but they all have one thing in common. The boss is always you, Sun Yaohua. Is this under-the-sea-themed restaurant also yours?" "Not bad, right?" Sun Yaohua, upon hearing this, gave a proud smile and nodded in acknowledgement. "This restaurant is the one that I've put the most thought into among all my restaurants. It's specifically designed for us at Yu Dynasty. Don't you think it's awesome to dine in the under-the-sea world?" Everyone was dumbstruck. This restaurant was obviously very expensive, looking too upscale, even for celebrities who were present. They couldn't help but marvel at the size of the restaurant. "So this restaurant is run by Yaohua," Chun Jiu remarked with a peculiar expression. "This is one of the 2 restaurants in Sioux City to be rated 5 stars by Gluttonous magazine. Similar tier restaurants across the whole Blue Star are fewer than 100. I came here twice before with my manager, and just ordering a table of dishes cost over 40,000. Fat cat." Everyone turned their eyes to Chun Jiu. Chun Jiu said irritably, "Isn't the real Fat Cat the owner of this restaurant?" Everyone thought there was reason in his words, and all stared at Sun Yaohua. "Aren't you going to say something?" Sun Yaohua retorted, "Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Many ingredients here are air-shipped. Later, if you want to eat here, you'll have to pay properly. I can only offer a discount of 60% if you mention my name. If you come to eat every day, I would lose a lot. Brother Sun is so generous." Everyone cheered, throwing out flatteries. Sun Yaohua coughed, then looked at Lin Yuan, who was sitting and watching the sharks dance outside the glass. "Junior can come and eat for free." Everyone puckered their lips. This guy really couldn't change his bootlicking nature. Lin Yuan nodded. "Then I will bring my family here for dinner sometime." Sun Yaohua grinned. "Eat all you want. I'll have the head chef serve Junior specifically." "Damn." Everyone rolled their eyes dramatically. Jiang Kuei suddenly asked, curious, "Yaohua, how many shops do you own?" Sun Yaohua didn't hide it. "Right now I own 46, mostly concentrated in Sioux City. There are some in neighboring cities, but not many. Anyway, I don't have any plans to expand further by the end of the year. I plan to cooperate with the company to set up a 5-star hotel in Sioux City. Everyone was floored. You're still going to make a 5-star hotel? How rich are you now? Is all this money from your restaurant business? Damn, I don't want to be a singer anymore. If you're this rich, why even be a singer? Sun Yao's wealth had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. It certainly wasn't typical for a top-tier singer. Interest is interest, Sun Yao said earnestly. Wealth is just material possessions. My dream is to become the king of singing. Chun Jiu said with a strange look on his face. You're a businessman hindered by singing. Earning this fortune is much harder than becoming the king of singing. Now you're talking nonsense. Sun Yao shook his head. If only singing were as easy as making money. Was that even something a human would say? Everyone became silent. At that moment, the waiter began serving the dishes. Considering the cost of the meal here, everyone dug in, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lin Yuan joined in the feast too. While eating, Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that Xia Fan across the table seemed distracted. Here, you like eating crab. Lin Yuan broke off a snow crab leg and passed it to Xia Fan. He had known Xia Fan for many years and knew her preferences. Thanks. Xia Fan took the crab leg, ate a few bites, but still looked listless. Xia Fan. Sun Yao couldn't help but show concern. Is the food not to your liking? Tell me what you want, and I'll have it made. She lost a role to someone else, and it's upsetting her. Zhao Yingge couldn't help but speak up, then served Xia Fan some dishes. Cheer up. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise. It might have been a terrible film. What role? Everyone paused, curious. Let's not talk about that. Let's eat. Xia Fan forced a smile and started eating eagerly. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. What happened? Jiang Kuei glanced at Xia Fan and said, I'll tell you. It's going to come out through the reporters anyway. Xia Fan didn't say anything, implying consent. Jiang Kuei looked at everyone. You all know that Xia Fan has been developing not only in the singing industry, but has also taken on some film and TV shows. The group nodded. Lin Yuan also knew about it. Xia Fan had mentioned it in their small group, saying she not only loved singing but also enjoyed acting, and thus had taken on some collaborations for films and TV shows. Back then, Jian Yi had even boasted that he would teach Xia Fan how to act. Lin Yuan also thought to himself to find an opportunity to have Xia Fan act in a movie. Just recently, Xia Fan landed a lead role in a movie, but right before shooting began, the role was snatched by another actress. Xia Fan had been working out for 2 months for this role, but it all went to waste, so she's feeling down. Only Zhao Yingge and Jiang Kuei knew about this from Yu Dynasty. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Fan. Why didn't you tell me about this? Xia Fan looked at the others. Isn't it being discussed now? I'll arrange a movie script for you. Lin Yuan spoke up. If anyone in Yu Dynasty faced injustice, Lin Yuan would do his best to help. And if it was Xia Fan, Lin Yuan would certainly not stand idly by. Xia Fan and Jian Yi shared a bond with Lin Yuan since childhood. That being said, even if this incident hadn't occurred, Lin Yuan had already been considering involving Xia Fan in acting after she expressed interest in it. Under the concerned gazes of everyone, Sun Yao looked at Xia Fan. What role did you lose out on before? Chapter 852, 807 Resident Evil arrives. The next day, Starlight Entertainment. Inside the representative office, Gudong made tea for Lin Yuan. Looking somewhat surprised, Mr. Lin hadn't played any games today. In front of the desk, Lin Yuan was typing away at the keyboard. If anyone stood behind Lin Yuan, they would definitely discover that Lin Yuan was writing a script. The name of this script was Resident Evil. This was the movie Lin Yuan had prepared for Xia Fan. Lin Yuan had already asked about Xia Fan's situation last night. Chi Continent Pictures had started off a major film with a leading female role called Lady Blade, which had a substantial budget of a few $100 million. The original lead actress was Xia Fan. Logically speaking, Xia Fan shouldn't have gotten this role. However, the film's director was initially so impressed by Xia Fan's physical appearance that he overruled all objections to support her playing the lead role. After all, Xia Fan had her own unique advantages. She had a larger frame than most girls, standing tall at 1.70 meters, which was relatively high among females. Her appearance also carried a touch of heroism. In a major female lead film, The female protagonist mostly needs to be both tough and cool. Though the entertainment industry has many beautiful actresses, few meet these requirements. It was understandable that the director favored Xia Fan, who met these criteria. That settled the matter. However, unbeknownst to others, one of the film's financiers encountered problems and withdrew their investment. Recently, a tribe aggressively entering the film industry successfully took over, becoming the largest investor of Lady Blade. Following the tribe's acquisition, they replaced Xia Fan. They even directly switched out the director for one of their own from the tribe. Although Xia Fan had already signed a contract with the production team, the set compensation wasn't substantial. So, the withdrawing company split the compensation with the tribe and paid off Xia Fan. Xia Fan was depressed about this situation. She particularly loved the role in Lady Blade and had obsessively gained weight and specifically worked out for 2 months to better fit the physical description required by the script. Major female lead films with such investment scales were actually few and far between on Blue Star. This miss meant she didn't know when the next opportunity would arise, because most of the movies, whether on Earth or Blue Star, were still centered around male protagonists. Even if the female protagonist wasn't just a decorative figure, her screen time and significance in the film couldn't compare with that of the male protagonist. Sadly, Xia Fan's physical appearance made her unsuitable for playing delicate and charming types of female leads. Initially, the situation wasn't complicated, but once the tribe was involved, it was hard for Lin Yuan not to think more about it. He didn't know if the tribe was specifically targeting him. After all, his relationship with Xia Fan was well known to everyone, and his overt identity as Xian Yu had long fallen out with the tribe. Of course, even if the tribe wasn't targeting Lin Yuan this time, Lin Yuan had absolutely no fondness for them. Especially after learning from the company's upper management about various disagreements between Starlight and the tribe, Lin Yuan became even more convinced of one thing. His conflict with the tribe was irreconcilable. Even the chairman, during exchanges with Lin Yuan, had indicated that it would be difficult for the company to collaborate with the tribe in the future. Not to mention, as Xia Fan was Lin Yuan's close friend, he naturally wanted to help her. Women held up half the sky. However, in most film and television productions, women often only served as embellishments, acting as mere backdrops for the male lead to triumph and win his woman. For female leads to shine brighter than male leads is even harder. Yet, in Earth cinema, there have been several female characters who dazzled through the ages. One of the most talked about female lead films is the very Resident Evil Lin Yuan was writing. The female protagonist, Alice. When all the global forces of justice couldn't destroy Umbrella Corporation and the zombie virus it unleashed, Alice became a glimmer of hope in the disaster. A true major female lead script. In the first installment of this script, the female lead's aura was so great it made the male lead practically invisible. The male lead didn't have much of a story and ended up dying in the end. Zombie humans, zombie dogs, zombie monsters. Alice fought everything with her body, knives, and guns. As the netizens would put it, the comrades change like flowing water, but Alice remains as solid as iron. If we set aside the film's own issues, Resident Evil is one of the few female-led film series with such enduring vitality. In fact, if it weren't for the later films in the series having scattered plots and the fact that the female lead's actress was getting older and gradually losing her ability to fight, this film might have stood even more tenaciously among numerous influential series films. This wasn't an issue Lin Yuan needed to consider temporarily. The script he wrote was for the first film, the reset of Resident Evil. And whether in terms of reputation or adaptation effect, the first Resident Evil is a classic. Yes, this Resident Evil was adapted from a game, making it one of the most successful examples of game-adapted films on Earth. However, Lin Yuan wasn't worried that this world lacked the Resident Evil game. When Resident Evil was hugely popular in his previous life, many people liked the film not just because of the game. There were even countless viewers who had never played the game. What made Lin Yuan even more confident was the research he had done that morning. In this world, zombie films did not have any particularly influential works. Blue Star filmmakers mostly used zombies as just one of the regular elements in horror films. Yes, some Blue Starians were very keen on horror films. And in the eyes of Blue Star filmmakers, eerie ghost films were far scarier than zombie horrors. Under such circumstances, Resident Evil was novel. This film would let the audience see a zombie tide. Let the audience see zombie dogs. Show the audience how humans face zombies. Lin Yuan was certain that the tension and thrill of zombies appearing in dense masses were definitely something those ghost films couldn't provide. The audience also needed a cool and tough Alice. As for changing the female lead's name, Lin Yuan had no plans to do so. In this world, regardless of what face, names were bizarre and of various styles. Just like that, after spending a day, Lin Yuan finally completed the script for Resident Evil. After some thought, Lin Yuan felt that the scale of this film needed to be upgraded. The original film was shot on Earth in the year 2002. Back then, due to limitations in technology and investment, the scale wasn't grand enough. Now that Lin Yuan was in Blue Star, with its higher level of technology and movie theaters that included glasses-free 3D technology, there was no reason for Lin Yuan not to produce a more visually stunning Resident Evil. As for whether to shoot a second or third part later, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to think about that for now. First, successfully shooting the first part was the real deal. Having decided on this affair, Lin Yuan found O.L. Zhou and handed over the script to him. A new film. O.L. Zhou looked somewhat excited. Lin Yuan nodded. The female lead is set to be Xia Fan. O.L. Zhou. Fine then. Crown Prince. You call the shots. Chapter 853, 808 Sugar. Oh right. After receiving the script, Ol Zhou hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Uncle Zhou was wondering if I could ask you for a favor? Lin Yuan said. Uncle Zhou, there's no need to be polite. Ol Zhou said sheepishly. This is a personal favor, nothing to do with company matters. It's fine. Since joining the company, Lin Yuan had received a lot of care from Ol Zhou, and he kept all these in mind. All right then. Ol Zhou pulled out a red invitation from his jacket. My daughter is getting married at the end of the month, and she is a huge fan of yours, so I'd like to invite you to her wedding. Of course, I won't tell her in advance. That way, it can be a surprise at the event. Sure. Lin Yuan accepted the invitation without much consideration. Seeing Lin Yuan's unhesitant action, Ol Zhou couldn't help but smile. If you're free, feel free to bring your family along too. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Congratulations, Uncle Zhou. Ol Zhou became sentimental. She's my only daughter, and I've been too busy with work in the past, owing her a lot. I've always thought about making it up to her. Later, when she went to college and studied abroad in the Han continent, she brought a boyfriend back home, and now in a blink of an eye, she's getting married. Ol Zhou rambled on, then suddenly changed the topic. Speaking of marriage, you should also hurry up. Didn't that girl ask you out last time? Who? Look, you even forgot. Well, if forgotten, then forgotten. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. The two chatted for a while, and Ol Zhou left. Back at home, Lin Yuan took out the invitation and happened to mention Ol Zhou's daughter's wedding to his family, and casually asked them, Do you guys want to go? Mom said, It's your boss's daughter's wedding, I should go. Then I'll go too. His sister was recently unemployed and just hanging around at home. His sister was curious. Are you going to sing on stage? Your song Love Balloon is quite popular among newlyweds. Sing. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He really hadn't thought about that. Seeing Lin Yuan's reaction, his sister knew there was no such arrangement and smiled. That's true. With your current status, singing on such a small stage doesn't seem quite fitting. Let's just go there and have a meal together. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. In fact, he wasn't burdened by such thoughts. He just hadn't considered it before. Ol Zhou had always taken good care of him. His daughter's wedding, performing a song for the newlyweds, wouldn't be a problem. If he did so, Ol Zhou would probably be happy too. But perhaps Ol Zhou was too shy to suggest it. Considering this, Lin Yuan flipped open the invitation and checked the date. September 30th? The wedding day was just before the season ranking day. A thought crossed his mind. Maybe he could leave the couple with an unforgettable wedding. Meanwhile, the words Ol Zhou had said to Lin Yuan came back to him. His daughter had studied in the Han continent. His son-in-law seemed to be from the Han continent. Got it. Soon Lin Yuan made a decision. He had a song that would be perfect to sing at a wedding. Lin Yuan didn't plan to perform this song alone. Back in his room, Lin Yuan made several phone calls. Xia Fan, I've prepared a new script for you. We plan to start shooting next month, but before that, do me a favor and come to the company tomorrow. Senior Yaohua, are you free tomorrow? I remember you can play the bass. Jiang Kuei, come to the office tomorrow. We've got a song to practice. I'll send the score over first. Zhao Yingge, Madam Haoyan. Chun Jiu, you played the guitar well. After a few phone calls, Lin Yuan directly gathered everyone from Yu Dynasty. The next day, Yu Dynasty assembled in Lin Yuan's office. Lin Yuan presented a song. This is the song I'll be using to compete in the charts next month, and I'd like to invite all of you to sing it with me. Of course, your parts are very small. I'll be handling the majority of the singing. A group song. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. Last time they all sang a bunch of Olympic songs, and their popularity surged tremendously. Since then, everyone had been looking forward to a similar opportunity. Now the opportunity had arrived. As for how much singing each person was allotted, nobody really minded. The main appeal was the collective format of the Yu Dynasty. They received the scores. Everyone was surprised. A Korean song? Lin Yuan nodded. Can you manage Korean? We can. Everyone chimed in unison. Lin Yuan nodded. Then we'll record in a few days. All right. Everyone nodded again and soon began humming a few lines from the score. A few minutes later, everyone exclaimed, "This song is so good. The melody is perfect for the charts. Looks like Teacher Admirable Fish's championship song for next month is secured. The rhythm is just perfect. Such a sweet song. The song's name is Sugar. How could it not be sweet?" You're right. The song in everyone's hands was indeed Sugar. A famous piece by the rock band Magic Power, it's considered one of their signature songs. Originally, the song was solely sung by the lead singer. Lin Yuan planned to make a few minor changes, allowing everyone a chance to sing some lyrics. But overall, the feel would still lean towards the original. Once everyone calmed down, Lin Yuan spoke up. I have an idea for the music video for this song. Since Uncle Zhou's daughter is getting married, I plan to bring everyone to crash the wedding, and there will be a filming crew recording the whole thing. The music video for Sugar is classic. The concept was inspired by a film called Wedding Crashers. In the music video, led by lead singer Adam, the band Magic Power crashes various wedding scenes. As the curtain falls and the music begins, the bride, groom, and guests all start to boil with excitement, dancing along with the song. Lin Yuan thought this concept was very interesting. As a semi-realistic music video, it could significantly boost the song's sales during the season. Most importantly, he could use the original music video's creative idea to surprise Uncle Zhou and his daughter. As Lin Yuan finished explaining, everyone was stunned by the creativity. That is so romantic. Wei Haoyan praised. Such a great idea. Xia Fan, who had been feeling down recently, couldn't help but smile. I'll play the guitar. Chen Jiu volunteered immediately. I can handle the bass pretty well. Sun Yaohua also looked expectant. And I can play some synthesizers. Jiang Kuei added eagerly. Sounds fun. Zhao Yingge exclaimed excitedly. Everyone was eager to give it a try. After discussing it, Lin Yuan also shared his ideas with Uncle Zhou, as they needed his cooperation. Then I can't thank you enough. Uncle Zhou, upon hearing this, was thrilled and his face flushed red. Uncle Zhou owes you one. You're welcome. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Chapter 854, 809. The Yu Dynasty crashes the wedding scene. In the following days, Lin Yuan felt he was being brainwashed by shaving a coconut skin, but you freaking give a pair. Heaven knows why the song's pun was so bewitching. By then, the song had been recorded, and the Yu Dynasty eagerly awaited the end of the month. Online, fans began discussing Xian Yu's new song for October. It's almost the end of the month again. Has Fish Papa's new song for October been recorded yet? I'm so nervous for Fish Papa. The final sprint for the 12th consecutive crown is about to begin. October should be no problem. For Fish Papa, the toughest is December. That battle of the gods won't be easy. We can't take it lightly now, though. True, it would be utterly ridiculous to flop in October. I wonder whose card Fish Papa will turn over with his October news song. Xian Yu's fans were the most nervous. And when September 30th arrived, the discussion wasn't just limited to Xian Yu's fans anymore. It was also on this day, Starlight Entertainment. At the entrance, several cameras had been set up at some point. In the frame, A group of men in suits streamed out one after another. Some carried ladders, some carried heavy musical instruments, mostly instruments and speakers of sorts. Later, Lin Yuan, leading the singers of the Yu dynasty, exited the company's main gate. Pausing in front of the cameras, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "At 7 o'clock on September 30th, we'll be driving through Sioux City to attend a wedding." The director, from a distance, gave an okay gesture. Lin Yuan, getting the hint, walked through the cameras. Afterward, every singer of the Yu dynasty walked past the cameras. As they passed, Jiang Kuei flashed a peace sign at the camera. Zhao Yinggu cheekily stuck out her tongue at the camera. Chun Jiu, carrying a guitar, coolly flicked his hair. Xia Fan struck a pose as he passed by the camera. Each singer of the Yu dynasty left a brief moment on camera. "We're going to be late." Sun Yaohua, holding a bass, hurried past. 4 cars were parked at the entrance. 2 black vans at the front, followed by 2 4-seater convertibles. 1 red, 1 blue. Lin Yuan got into the red convertible at the front. The other singers of the Yu dynasty also got into the 2 convertibles. Once in the cars, everyone was a bit excited. Where did these sports cars come from? This model seems to be close to 20 million. The one behind is also at least 10 million. So cool. Did the company arrange this? I arranged it. On the red convertible, Sun Yaohua said with a grin, showing off his extravagantly indulgent side. Wow. An unknown cheer sounded, and the 3 cars officially set off. Sitting in the convertible, with the wind blowing in their faces, everyone was a bit exhilarated. And as the cars navigated through the city, on the roads, skyscrapers soared skyward. On some massive billboards and some downtown screens, there prominently were collective posters of the Yu dynasty singers. On the posters, Lin Yuan stood at the center in an absolutely dominant position. The other Yu dynasty singers were harmoniously positioned around him. Countless posters, billboards, and big screens created a lovely reflection with the singers of the Yu dynasty in the cars. On a certain van, cameras captured this scene. Clearly, this was prearranged. At a certain red light, the few cars stopped. In the lane next to them, some cars also stopped on either side. Shush, shush, shush. With a flurry of exclamations from pedestrians, several car windows simultaneously rolled down as if rehearsed beforehand. Xianyu, Jiang Kuei, Xia Fan, Sun Yaohua, Madame Haoyun, perennial runner-up. Chun Jiu's mouth twitched helplessly. People inside the cars excitedly shouted and screamed, calling out various names, and some children inside the cars waved their arms and danced around energetically. The atmosphere instantly turned frenetic. The cameras continued capturing the scene. For ordinary people, encountering several celebrities on the streets of Sioux City, especially a star lineup of singers and superstar divas like Xianyu, was absolutely a breathtaking sight. Ah, look, Yu dynasty. I love you guys. My idols are here. What are they doing here? What are they up to? Fish Papa, I want to have your babies. Next to them was another convertible, where 4 girls sat. At that moment, the girls were screaming madly at Lin Yuan and the others, with one unable to resist taking out her phone, holding it up for a selfie, perfectly framing herself with the Yu dynasty singers, which then prompted other bystanders to follow suit. No telling how their social circles would be bombarded with this group of pedestrians later. Click, click, click. Lin Yuan and the others didn't stop the numerous people taking photos, but instead waved back at everyone. Sun Yaohua and others also reached out and high-fived some hands stretched from the car windows. At this point, the traffic light turned green. Lin Yuan and the others quickly drove off, the screams of the crowd still lingering behind them. This novelty and thrill equally excited the singers of the Yu dynasty. Everyone has a bit of vanity. Usually, as celebrities, they would travel as inconspicuously as possible, but today they thoroughly enjoyed the experience of flaunting themselves through the city. Everyone also relished this rare feeling of being pursued by the public under broad daylight. Finally, the vehicle stopped in front of a luxury hotel. Several staff members first got out, carrying various musical equipment. Then the doors of the convertible also opened. Chapter 855, 809. We're here, Lin Yuan said as he pulled out a pair of sunglasses he had prepared earlier, putting them on to somewhat disguise his face. Go. Sun Yaohua and the others also donned their pre-prepared sunglasses, and the group headed toward the building. The camera filmed from the front. Lin Yuan and the others trailed behind. By climbing the stairs, Lin Yuan and his group crossed the corridor and entered the hotel's kitchen. Zhou had arranged this route to prevent them from being spotted by the guests beforehand, which would have spoiled the surprise. Bump! A chef who saw Lin Yuan and the others was stunned, and the pot he was washing by hand unfortunately fell into the sink. Following the noise, all the kitchen staff saw Lin Yuan and the others. The sunglasses couldn't prevent everyone from recognizing a few of the celebrities that they usually only saw on TV. Excuse us. Amidst countless frozen gazes, Lin Yuan and his group apologized as they hurried toward the hall. What's going on? The kitchen staff were stupefied, watching them depart. Meanwhile, inside the hotel lobby, a couple was tying the knot. There was applause, and the guests had smiles full of well wishes on their faces. During the applause, the bride and groom took their seats. The guests conversed with each other, glasses clinking. At one of the tables, Lin Xian looked around. Where's my younger brother? Big Yao Yao was skeptical. Did my brother stand us up? What a good pigeon he is. Mom smiled lightly. Maybe something held him up. Let's start eating. Elsewhere, Zhou was also anxiously checking the time, muttering to himself. Next to Zhou, a woman in a wedding dress pouted, saying, Dad, why do you keep checking the time? Do you have other matters to take care of today? No, I'm not going anywhere today. Is my daughter's big wedding day. Zhou quickly shook his head, looking at his daughter Zhou Ting in the wedding dress, and cooed softly. My Ting Ting is really beautiful. Ting Ting inherited her father-in-law's good genes. The groom Hank interjected slyly, pleasing Zhou, who responded. She takes after her mother more. Zhou's wife nodded. At least my old man is somewhat self-aware. Zhou Ting laughed. Just then, a group of people burst through the door. As soon as this group entered, they squatted down and started banging on something. Instantly, all the guests' attention was drawn. Who are these people? What are they doing? It looks like they're setting up a curtain. Is there some sort of event planned? That must be asked from the wedding planner. Must be some sort of performance. This sudden scene was indeed peculiar. Some people asked those next to them, who just shrugged their shoulders indicating they had no idea. Similar reactions continued. Many were curiously looking around. Hidden cameras silently recorded. Zhou Ting appeared puzzled. What are they doing? Hank frowned slightly. Don't we have no extra activities planned? Dad. Zhou Ting was worried, instinctively turning to look at Zhou, but found that he had already stood up. What is he doing? Zhou's wife was also stunned. Zhou blocked the wedding planner and the person responsible for maintaining order from intervening. It was unclear what Zhou said to these people, but he quickly sent them away. Soon, a white curtain was drawn, which blocked all the guests' view. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and others with their sunglasses took the opportunity to move behind the curtain while everyone was focused on it. It seems no one noticed. Chun Jiu whispered nervously. Lin Yuan took off his sunglasses and nodded. Get ready. The group hurriedly tuned the musical instruments they had set up. What's this? Lin Yuan's family, like the other guests, stared at the curtain with bafflement. Is there an event? Suddenly, someone was talking to Zhou in front of the curtain. Zhou, after hearing the whisper, hurriedly turned and walked towards his daughter and son-in-law. What is this? What's going on? Seeing Zhou return, Zhou Ting and Hank almost asked at the same time. Zhou Ting, dressed in her wedding gown, had been incessantly looking around at the group of odd intruders, her curiosity nearly spilling over. Come with me first. Zhou smiled mysteriously, then, accompanied by unfamiliar staff, led the newlyweds to a massive curtain. Zhou Ting and Hank exchanged glances, then shared a silly smile in their stare. The couple had guessed that this was an activity Zhou had arranged in advance. Some of the guests, finding it dull, were bowing their heads and continuing to tackle the food in front of them or chatting in small groups. Just then, a series of synthesizer melodies filled the hall. Dum, dum, dum. The music recaptured the guests' attention. Where is this music coming from? In the guests' curiosity, a sudden surge of singing boomed through. I'm hurting, baby. I'm broken down. I need your loving. I need it now. When I'm without you, I'm something weak. This was clearly a voice singing from behind the curtain, prompting everyone to turn their heads toward it. Rip! The next moment, the white curtain suddenly dropped, and behind the curtain, those familiar faces suddenly appeared before everyone. At the forefront, Lin Yuan, clutching the mic, tall and handsome, instantly dazzled countless onlookers. Ah! A massive scream pierced through the roof. Lin Yuan, Jiang Kuei, Xia Fan, Sun Yaohua, Chen Jiu, Zhao Yinggu, Wei Haoyun, 7 people. The complete Yu dynasty. A glamorous lineup of stars. When the faces familiar from TV suddenly appeared so vividly before everyone, and in such a setting and amid such singing, the surprise and shock were absolutely unprecedented. Zhou Ting, dressed in a white wedding gown, covered her mouth tightly with both hands, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. She was so excited that she lost her voice. Hank's mouth gaped open, his face blushing with excitement, red all the way to his ears, as if he was drunk. The entire hotel lobby suddenly erupted. Oh my God! Holy crap! Oh my God! My lord! They are the Yu dynasty. Xian Yu, Fish Papa, and Sun Yahoo Jiang Kuei Xia Fan. Ah! How could they appear here? All the guests were extremely excited, getting goosebumps all over. The whole place was shocked by the sudden appearance of the Yu dynasty. In the boiling screams, the guests gradually stood up, continually getting closer to Lin Yuan and the others. People took out their phones and frantically took pictures. No one didn't recognize this group, with each person knowing at least a few of the 7. Lin Yuan and the Yu dynasty singers continued with the surprise concert with smiles on their faces. You got me begging. I'm on my knees. I don't want to be needing your love. Sun Yaohua and the others joyfully accompanied them. In the midst of the singing, Zhou Ting suddenly burst into dance excitedly. While dancing, she suddenly embraced Hank, and the newlyweds passionately kissed each other. Old Zhou, watching his daughter, had a smile spreading across his cheeks. Old Zhou's wife was also incredibly thrilled. The electrifying atmosphere infected everyone. The dynamic music filled the air, and more people joined in the dance. Nobody had imagined that at this couple's wedding, they would witness such a group of stars suddenly take the stage. The scene had turned into a sea of songs and excitement. And on the left-hand seats, its brother looks so cool, Big Yao Yao murmured. Mom also had a face full of smiles, looking at her son with pride. Lin Xian was so thrilled she was about to burst. How come he's there? The entire Yu dynasty is here. Chapter 856, 810, shooting complete. The boiling hotel, the reveling guests, the passionate singing. The wedding hall had become the most joyful party scene. The men laughed loudly as they raised their glasses, while the women twisted their waists with abandon. Their eyes glazed. Everyone was ecstatic. The adrenaline was pumping wildly. After the entire song had finished, Lin Yuan and the artists from Yu Dynasty were immediately surrounded by the guests at the venue. After a flood of good wishes, everyone signed autographs until their hands went numb, finally managing to extract themselves from the crowd. The guests were just too enthusiastic. A quiet corner of the hotel. Old Zhou's face was alight with excitement. He was somewhat incoherent while talking to Lin Yuan and the others. My daughter is so happy. Everyone is so happy today. Thank you all for your performances. This is the best live performance I have ever seen. Director Zhou, don't be polite. It was all Teacher Admirable Fish's idea. We just cooperated. Well, then I won't stand on ceremony with you. You all will be busy next, and personally, I hope you can bring this wedding blessing to many more newlyweds. Sure. Old Zhou had discussed beforehand with Lin Yuan that they should film more of this kind of material. In the end, Lin Yuan agreed. The theme of the original music video was to burst into various wedding venues, creating unexpected surprises. But just the current amount of material was not enough to sustain the length of the entire song. Then let's get going. The locations for the following events had all been pre-selected by the company. At other weddings, there were roles similar to Old Zhou to cooperate. Lin Yuan spent some time with his family, then left the hotel with the singers from Yu Dynasty. The group set off once more. But as the Yu Dynasty departed, the feverish atmosphere at the wedding scene barely cooled down. All the guests were excitedly discussing. I've screamed myself hoarse. Yu Dynasty actually performed here. What was that song just now? It sounds so good. It seemed to be a new song. I must download it later. I just shook hands with Admirable Fish. I got Jiang Kuei's signature. Xia Fan is so beautiful. I even hugged Madame Haoyun for a moment. Ha ha. Madame Haoyun is like a goddess of luck. I'm going out to buy a lottery ticket later. The guests were excited. Bride Zhou Ting was even more excited. Her favorite star was Admirable Fish, and she had previously asked old Zhou to get an autograph for her. Thank you, Daddy. Zhou Ting, her eyes reddening, hugged old Zhou. Old Zhou smiled contentedly. As long as you like it. This wedding was not an end, but merely a beginning. As Yu Dynasty drove through the city, they visited many more weddings. A similar scene was still playing out continuously. 8 Wonders Hotel. I just want to be deep in your love, and it's killing me when you're away. The white curtain was drawn. Screams rose and fell at the scene. Oh my God, it's Yu Dynasty. Am I seeing this right? Confetti flew through the air, fine and glittering, as Sun Yaohua opened his arms wide. Winter Hotel. Ooh baby, 'cause I really don't care where you are. At the sight of Lin Yuan and the others, due to overwhelming excitement, the bride blurted out a swear word. What the F asterisk CK? Oh my goodness. Ah. Amidst the cheers of all the guests, Chen Jiu found a clear space and freely broke into a street dance, completely getting into the groove. Pearl Hotel. I just want to be there where you are. On this side, the groom was shouting even louder than the bride. His veins were bursting out. My idol. Damn, 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 damn. I cannot be dreaming right now. Lin Yuan smiled at the crowd below, then, with his hands clasped behind his back, led Yu Dynasty in a bow before exiting the stage. 8 Wonders Hotel. And I gotta get one little taste. The curtains dropped, and the whole room stood up. The bride and Xia Fan hugged tightly together, causing countless eyeballs to almost pop out. Xianyu. Oh my gosh, what's going on here? In the same screech, the Yu Dynasty left the stage together. Lin Yuan, raising his glass with everyone, sent out. Blessings to everyone. May all lovers eventually become spouses. A whole day of busyness. Lin Yuan didn't even know how many hotels he had run to. After rushing from wedding to wedding, he even went back to the company with everyone to shoot a few more scenes. When they officially started their journey back, it was already nearing midnight. So satisfying. That was super satisfying. Haven't had this much fun in a long time. This is why I love music. Everyone was so happy. I think a girl took the opportunity to kiss me in the chaos. As they drove through the crisscrossed streets, the colorful city flashed by in the backdrop. Despite the fatigue, it couldn't suppress the excitement of the Yu Dynasty's singers. Actually, they enjoyed it just as much as the surprised guests at the weddings. Lin Yuan, with the evening breeze on his face, revealed a slight smile. In the end, everyone went their separate ways. What Lin Yuan and the others did not know, however, was that their daytime activities had already been exposed online. Social media. A hot search topic was staggeringly named #UDynastyFullForce hashtag. This was not hard to predict. After all, it was the first time for the Yu Dynasty to mobilize collectively in this manner. In the era of the internet, so many top-tier celebrities sitting together in flashy sports cars, with Xianyu participating and making no effort to hide his movements, it was difficult to keep a low profile. That day, they encountered too many passers-by. Many of them even captured this on their cameras. Many passers-by who encountered them uploaded similar scenes online. This instantly sparked a lot of attention from netizens. The Yu Dynasty taking sports cars for a spin? They've mobilized collectively. It must be more than just a casual outing. There seems to be a photographer following them. Are they shooting a film? They interacted with passers-by too. My goodness, why didn't I encounter them today? Where were they going? Several cars on the go, including 2 vans. Looks like a big operation. Could they be filming some reality show? All my favorite idols are there. I wish I could have been there. In the midst of myriad discussions, someone said, "Stop guessing. Guys, the Yu Dynasty was attending a wedding today. My best friend got married." And suddenly, the Yu Dynasty burst in and performed a new song. This was a comment from a guest at the wedding. It wasn't just passers-by. Many guests at today's wedding also took photos, even of the live performance by the Yu Dynasty singers, although the audio and video quality were not good, shaking violently. This too was unavoidable. A few netizens who noticed this comment were stunned. The Yu dynasty attending a wedding? Performing for the newlyweds? Who got married with such clout to have the entire Yu dynasty perform at the ceremony? That must be someone with serious influence. The artists in the Yu dynasty are all top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry, not to mention Xian Yu, the Maestro Jr. Before the discussion could go further, the clock struck midnight quietly. October had arrived. Across all major music platforms, Xian Yu's new song was officially released. Netizens temporarily set aside their discussions about the Yu dynasty's group outing to attend the wedding, focusing instead on Xian Yu's new song. Sugar. It seems to be an English song. Fish Papa's Got Guts, releasing an English song at a crucial moment aiming for 12 consecutive hits, especially when its audience might not be as large as that of Mandarin songs. No worries, Fish Papa's English songs are always great. The language doesn't really matter to me, but what surprised me is that this song is sung by the Yu dynasty collectively, and there's even a corresponding MV. I'm up for it. The interest of the netizens was piqued. If it had been a single artist from the Yu dynasty, it might not have been that compelling, but the appeal of a song sung collectively by the entire Yu dynasty was even greater than an individual song by Xian Yu alone. People simply loved to see the Yu dynasty united. Among countless clicks, netizens opened the MV for the song. Chapter 857, 811, Peeling a Coconut Shell. Han Continent. Art Academy. Junior Music Department Dormitory. Underneath the bunk bed, a male student playing on a computer suddenly spoke. Up. It's out. What's out? It's midnight. Xian Yu's new song for October just got released, and it's an English song too. Damn. What are you waiting for? Play the song. Aren't you going to watch the music video? There's a music video for this song too? Yeah, and it's a collective performance by the Yu dynasty. It's a Yu dynasty ensemble. Then hurry and open it. Your computer has a clearer screen. Okay. The dormitory suddenly came alive. All the members of this dormitory are music students. These days, many music students are fans of Xian Yu. The 4 people in this dormitory were no exception. Very soon, all 4 were huddled around the computer screen. At 7 o'clock on September 30th, we will drive through Sioux City to attend a wedding. The beginning of the music video. No background music. With a sequence of frames, Xian Yu appeared in front of the camera, starting the music video with a mysterious revelation. With this opening, the 4 students started whispering among themselves. Attending a wedding? Isn't that today's gossip? I was wondering who had such clout to get the entire Yu dynasty to appear at a wedding. Turns out it's because the Yu dynasty is filming a music video. There's the music. The 4 paused their conversation, ready to listen to the song attentively. However, when the singing started, they couldn't help but be drawn to the visuals, momentarily forgetting to savor the strong rhythm of the music in their ears. Unlike the lengthy filming process, the music video's pacing is very fast after editing. Cars had just set off when the scene switched to the inside of a hotel. Starlight staff began setting up the backdrop. Guests looked on curiously. The bride and groom looked utterly confused. Some hotel staff tried to intervene, but were stopped by old Zhou. Several scenes were shot in one go. Meanwhile, the Yu dynasty entered the hotel lobby through the kitchen. The head chef's reaction even got a few seconds of screen time. What is this? A wedding crash? These people had no idea the Yu dynasty was coming? The chef's reaction is hilarious. This move is so slick. Finally, the music video's backdrop was set. The purpose of the Yu dynasty was now very clear. The 4 in the dorm looked at each other. They almost simultaneously saw the anticipation in each other's eyes. Despite knowing that the Yu dynasty's entrance would shock everyone, a tremendous sense of anticipation surged in all 4 of them at the same time. This was one of the remarkable aspects of this music video. Anyone who saw this part would be filled with immense anticipation. Finally, the Yu dynasty moved behind the white backdrop. The guests stopped peering, holding glasses of wine, chatting in small groups throughout the room. The bride and groom were brought in front of the backdrop. Suddenly, the backdrop fell. The splendid lineup of the Yu dynasty was suddenly exposed to everyone, with Xian Yu leading the front, looking incredibly cool. Sharp screams suddenly resounded across the venue. The bride's reaction, the groom's reaction, the reactions of everyone were precisely captured by the camera, in full view. At the same time, Xian Yu's distinctly recognizable stunning falsetto suddenly brought the song to its climax, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire hall. Sugar. Yes, please. Won't you come and put it down on me? The climax arrived. A perfect timing. Classic vocal style, combined with the visuals of the music video, perfectly fulfilled everyone's anticipation of the narrative. While the guests were either screaming or stunned, the four in the dorm were staring at the screen, overwhelmed by the burst of music. Oh my gosh! The male student in front of the computer was the first to exclaim, mirroring the reactions of the guests at the scene. Cool. This song is so good. Oh my god. I'm getting goosebumps. This visual combined with the song is absolutely soul-stirring. The other three also exclaimed one after the other. In the video, each singer of the Yu dynasty was given a close-up. Each one of them was smiling, singing line by line. Oh, right here, 'cause I need little love and little sympathy. Yeah, you show me good loving. Make it all right. Need a little sweetness in my life. Wow, so handsome. The entire hall had almost turned into a grand ball. The bride and groom kissed passionately, mutters of awe and amazement intertwined, fiercely striking the hearts of the viewers. And just as the four of them exclaimed, in other dormitories across different dorm buildings, a series of exclamations could also be heard. Amazing. I love the Yu dynasty. This music video sounds so good. This song looks amazing. How could there be such cool creativity? Are these weddings real? Are these events real? Everyone's reaction seems so genuine. It must be real. It was discussed online today. The Yu dynasty just descended from the sky without any prior arrangement. This is the most spectacular music video I've ever seen. How can it be so romantic? Clearly, there were also quite a few people in other dormitories watching the music video for Sugar. The entire campus seemed to have been somewhat shaken. In fact, the October competition chart had started. Xian Yu was vying for the 12th consecutive crown. How could attention be scarce? What happened on campus was merely an epitome. The same shock had already spread across the entire internet. Tribe. Netizens were extremely excited. In the music video, the Yu dynasty had entered another wedding scene. The interactions along the way with passers-by were another highlight. But the biggest highlight was still the wedding scene. It was the climax, the reactions of the live guests. The Yu dynasty did not just attend one wedding. This music video looks so good. The Yu dynasty is really super warm. I can feel the bride's happiness. If I saw this scene at my wedding, I'd probably faint from excitement. The moment the curtain opened, Fish Papa was truly stunning. The song fits the music video so well. I always said Fish Papa's English songs are never unpleasant to hear. Even if I don't understand, it doesn't stop me from loving it. What's there not to understand? Shave a coconut husk, yet you give a pear. Isn't that simple enough? Uft, shaving a coconut husk, really? This pun really does sound like it, and the more you listen, the more it sounds absolutely addictive. Blog. The related topic exploded in no time. By then, the song had progressed to the halfway point. All the wedding scenes edited together, scene by scene of wedding ceremonies. Pieces of curtains suddenly falling. Wedding halls boiling with excitement. The visuals and the song seemed to have created the most compatible mix, forming a subtle chemical reaction, affecting everyone who watched the video and listened to the song. This song sounds too good. The creativity of this music video is stunning. The moment the curtain drops to welcome the climax of the song, a good song at the perfect moment makes me feel utterly exhilarating. This is definitely the most spectacular music video I've ever seen. Haha, the Yu dynasty turned into a wedding planner. Yu dynasty wedding planner, you deserve it. Fish. Boss is skilled at business. This isn't just any wedding planner. This is blatantly a mooching squad of 7. Ha! Laughing so hard it hurts. The mooching 7-member squad. Really acceptable. Ah, this makes me want to get married. Singing, dancing, petals flying. Xian Yu bowed with his hands behind his back. The Yu dynasty's stunning entrance, the bride and groom surprises, and the sweetness almost spilling out of the screen, along with the reactions of the guests at these wedding scenes, had directly formed a sweet strike to the audience. They had never seen such a realistic music video. Every single wedding scene, without any trace of performance. Groom, bride, guests. All the reactions came genuinely from the heart. The Yu Dynasty's luxurious lineup was also enough to cause such a stir at various wedding scenes. The lively style and catchy lyrics, coupled with this heartwarming music video, the entire song's conveyed energy felt so comfortable. This segment of the video, can be called the sweetest scene crash in history. And at the end of the song, there was the sound of clinking glasses. Xian Yu raised his glass high and said, "Here's to all lovers finding their destiny." Amid laughter, the video ended. However, 80% of the viewers almost instinctively clicked to replay it, not just to listen to the song again, but more importantly, to watch this unprecedented music video another time. October. This night, countless people were brainwashed by shaving a coconut husk, repeating the song along with the video. Chapter 858, 812, 10 consecutive crowns. After dawn, the news came out. Teacher Admirable Fish's new song dominates October chart. Admirable Fish's new song MV sparks hot debate among netizens. A realistic MV? Yu Dynasty's new song pioneers a path in the music industry. Led by Admirable Fish, Yu Dynasty crashes multiple newlyweds' weddings with new song. Yu Dynasty goes all out. Have you listened to this explosive English song? Do you know what shave a coconut husk means? Overnight, sugar exploded. Yu Dynasty's wedding crasher MV flooded countless social media circles. Countless people shared it. Even some video sites acquired the song and video rights. Even more miraculous was that the MV's comment section had more activity than the song itself. Even the listeners in the comments were mostly talking about the MV. I didn't think the song was that good at first, just felt like a catchy pop tune. But paired with the MV, it suddenly felt explosive, especially the climax part. When the white curtains fell, it was insanely cool, and the shave a coconut husk part is an epic misheard lyric. This MV somehow feels so satisfying. Made me forget all my troubles. Madness. Yu Dynasty, to freeload food and drinks, actually crashed weddings to perform. Art imitates life and then transcends it. Yu Dynasty is so down to earth. Hit the jackpot, managing to drink at several wedding feasts in one day without giving a red packet. Truly heavenly skill. Wedding guest. Who are these people? Never mind, scream first, so nobody calls me out of touch. If this happened at my wedding, I'd be moved to tears. Just afraid that after the wedding ends the groom might find the bride gone. Regarding the company's lack of funds and having to perform at weddings, doghead. Of course, with the song becoming a hit, it didn't take long for some people to question the authenticity of the MV. However, not long after these doubts surfaced, many involved parties refuted these claims. They informed the public. 99% of the people at these weddings had no prior knowledge. At most weddings, only the groom or the parents of the newlyweds had been tipped off by Starlight and were aware of this surprise arrangement. This kind of thing isn't hard to verify. After many media outlets conducted their investigations, things became even clearer. Several grooms and brides featured in the MV gave interviews to journalists, sharing their stories. I was completely clueless. Only my mom knew the truth. When Yu Dynasty appeared, I didn't know what words to use to describe my emotions. I am so lucky. This wedding is something I will never forget for the rest of my life. Although it happened yesterday, it still feels as if it just took place, making me wonder if I'm living in a dream. My favorite Madame Haoyun blessed my marriage. The appearance of Teacher Admirable Fish made my wedding magical. This was the most wonderful wedding I've ever experienced. The news from the last bride had a bit more information. I wonder how many weddings she's had. Everyone could feel the happiness of the people involved. These proof-laden interviews provided an even more comfortable feeling for the netizens. If these videos were not genuine, but staged, their charm would be greatly diminished. It might even make some people feel deceived, creating a subtle backlash. This is precisely why Starlight made sure to arrange everything with such care, avoiding hiring any actors. This was a full-scale outing by Yu Dynasty. 5 A-list singers and 1 queen of singing. Not to mention Admirable Fish himself leading the charge. This impressive lineup, appearing at any event, would undeniably cause a sensation. Why bother going to the trouble of hiring actors to perform? People didn't need any rehearsals, nor did they need actors to prepare in advance. They could give the most genuine reactions right on the spot. In the industry, Professionals who were closely monitoring Xian Yu's October seasonal chart were shocked by this song. There's such a move. This Xian Yu, his savvy tactics for topping the charts are simply endless, especially this MV. The creativity is simply unbeatable. Last month, he relied on the popularity of Slam Dunk, and this month he's directly using a wedding as a gimmick. These moves are perfect for generating momentum for topping the charts. This MV's concept is something many top singers could learn from. Using celebrities' real-life influence to shoot the MV makes the song itself more down-to-earth. This is an MV that has received high recognition within the industry. And it was this song, coupled with the intensely popular MV, that propelled Sugar to the top of the seasonal chart. Keep in mind, judging by its own quality, Sugar is actually just a superb pop song. With the collective effort of the Yu Dynasty and a formidable popularity boost, this song might have hoped to top the charts, but there would still be some suspense. After all, it wasn't a completely overpowering song. Moreover, the song ranked second this month was also not bad, created by a maestro. However, the impact of this MV was simply too grotesque, doubling the charm of the song. Just like how Mitsui Hisashi's storyline gave a powerful boost to the song, until the end of the world. Before this, even when the kings and queens of the music industry released new works, they didn't pay much attention to the MVs. After all, listeners tuned in for the songs, not so much for the MVs. Some didn't even need an MV, just releasing the song was enough. Because what truly determines the song's potential is the quality of the song itself. Now, Xian Yu has shown the industry what a kick-ass MV can add to a song. In the future, there will surely be more singers who place greater emphasis on MVs. And the chart-topping strategies brought forth by Xian Yu has inspired many to consider emulation. Lin Yuan indeed had the idea of using the MV to help the song top the chart. If it weren't for this MV, he wouldn't have chosen this song if he wanted to securely claim the top spot on this month's seasonal chart. There were more dominant songs in his catalog. But with Oljo's daughter's wedding as a lead-in, the appearance of this song was only natural. As for why the audience loved this MV so much, there were plenty of analysts. Some thought it was because the MV was shot in a way that felt authentic. Others felt the song conveyed a touching sense of beauty. There were also those who thought the story in the video was engaging. From the very start, it allowed everyone to step into the shoes of the Yu Dynasty, and the shock of seeing them appear at the wedding brought endless thrills to the audience. It matched the core routines of some feel-good stories. Perhaps all these reasons applied. Anyway, the song topped the October seasonal chart. Seasonal chart 10-time champion. Lin Yuan succeeded in clinching it. Even if his journey on the seasonal chart ended here, the impact he left on the industry was absolute. Consecutively winning 10 seasons #1 titles during the merger of 5 continents was a monstrous achievement. But of course, Lin Yuan was not satisfied with just ending it here. With just the last 2 months left, he wanted to win all the way to the end. By the way, hadn't Aunt Zheng mentioned that Lu Sheng would bring out a classical-style song next month? If he goes for the style of East Wind Breaks. Lin Yuan was muttering to himself when suddenly he drew a sketch on a piece of paper. If someone were by his side, they would surely recognize the object Lin Yuan was drawing. Blue and white porcelain. Chapter 859, 813, Crafting the King and Queen of Singing. In the following days, nothing unexpected occurred. The season charts were still dominated by Sugar. And as this advantage held for nearly a week, Xian Yu's 10 consecutive championships were virtually secured. If nothing unexpected happened, this first place was locked in. It's worth mentioning that, as Sugar reached the top, Yu Dynasty profited once again. Although apart from Lin Yuan, the main vocalist, the 6 singers of Yu Dynasty merely rode on the coattails with an assist. Who could deny the impressive response to the music video and its significant influence? All of these contribute to the popularity. You should know, for these singers who have been mixing in the top tier for a long time, every step forward means they are one step closer to the position they yearn for day and night. King of Singing, Queen of Singing. This is the glory all singers dream of. Among the entire Yu Dynasty, including Lin Yuan, no one except for Jiang Kuei has achieved the status of a second king or queen of singing. On the internet, people have already started discussing this matter. After Jiang Kuei, Who will be the second singer from Yu Dynasty to vie for the title of King or Queen of Singing? That day, in an office at Starlight, Lin Yuan happened to see this discussion online and couldn't help but be moved. He clearly hadn't forgotten that launching 2 kings or queens of singing was also one of the standards to become a maestro. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yuan suddenly turned his head to look at his assistant, Gudong, who was watering the office plants. There should be data references for how much more a singer needs to become a king or queen of singing, right? Yes, Gudong answered. Considering several factors such as the singer's popularity, the impact of their works, and their commercial value, we can draw a rough conclusion, although it's just a rough estimate. Help me analyze it. I'll make an analysis chart for you. Gudong spoke and then went out, carrying the computer to start the calculations. An hour later, Gudong handed a printed chart to Lin Yuan. Actually, there are some similar things online for reference, but they're not updated in time. I calculated the data of the singers from Yu Dynasty after the release of Sugar, which is more accurate than what's online. You've worked hard, Lin Yuan said, as he started looking at the analysis chart. The analysis showed the data ranking of the singers from Yu Dynasty, excluding Jiang Kuei. Currently, the one closest to the status of king of singing is Sun Yaohua. Following that is Chen Jiyu. The gap between Chen Jiyu and Sun Yaohua is not significant. After all, it's all about the experience. He had become a top-tier singer when Sun Yaohua and others had not even debuted. In third place was Wei Haoyun. Although Wei Haoyun's singing style is different from the others, she has a following that appreciates this kind of style. However, style can be both a boon and a bane. Not everyone can appreciate Wei Haoyun's powerful vocals. Zhao Yinggu and Xia Fan rank at the bottom. Both are champions selected from Bloom. Zhao Yinggu, after all, debuted earlier than Xia Fan, so her data in various aspects is slightly higher. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Xia Fan has recently been subtly moving towards a career in film and television. Her singing career seemed to have stagnated somewhat as her focus shifted to film and television. It appeared that despite the signs of decline in male artists and a rise in female artists within Yu Dynasty, the most anticipated to reach the top were still the 2 male singers, Sun Yaohua and Chen Jiyu. Everyone's numbers have been climbing quite rapidly this year. Seeing that Lin Yuan had roughly finished looking over the analysis chart, Gudong said with a smile beside him. Especially after the Olympics, where Yu Dynasty made their first appearance as a group image and sang the support songs for each continent at the Olympics, everyone's numbers surged tremendously. Mr. Lin, your popularity to some extent also drove theirs. This is why the entertainment industry loves to curry favor with popular artists. If there's an opportunity to collaborate with a popular artist, it can bring immense benefits for those with lower fame. Not to mention this time you all even shot such an imaginative music video. Lin Yuan nodded. Gudong's words were easy to understand. Simply put, it was about riding the wave of popularity. If we set aside the factor of talent, how can a newcomer be quickly promoted? It's quite simple. In the film and television circle, you can have the person play an important role, acting alongside big names. The same goes for, in the music industry, you can have them work with an ace composer or even maestro, or they can collaborate with some kings and queens of singing, such as duets. This is basically the standard method for promoting new artists in the entertainment industry. For the more famous party, there is essentially no benefit to this. For the less famous, the benefits are substantial. The relationship between Yu Dynasty and Xian Yu follows this principle. This group of singers became popular by riding on countless tailwinds from Xian Yu, which is an undeniable fact, just like crashing the wedding this time. Without Xian Yu leading, the impact of this music video would have been greatly reduced. After all, Xian Yu's popularity is truly terrifying. He is the soul of this team. Of course, Yu Dynasty also provided Lin Yuan with some popularity. It's just that Lin Yuan was not keen on monetizing his popularity in commercial terms. That being said, when Lin Yuan was not around, the singers of Yu Dynasty were also developing on their own. The sporadic songs Lin Yuan put out, resembling toothpaste squeezed out bit by bit, were not enough to sustain their popularity. There were simply not enough songs to go around for such a large team. And for artists, popularity is not something that only goes up. If they are quiet for too long, their numbers will also drop, so they also sing songs from other composers. Xia Fan even quietly started getting involved in film and television. From the current situation, everyone seems to be doing quite well developing on their own. Speaking of enthusiasm, Sun Yaohua is the highest. He even held several small concerts this year and participated in all sorts of events. Additionally, he's been very active in charity work, and judging from online reports, he must have donated quite a chunk of money. All these have added to his popularity. Otherwise, his numbers wouldn't be a notch above Chen Jiu, who on the other hand is. Gudong shared some personal development of the singers with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, being preoccupied with managing 3 different personas, wasn't very clear about everyone's individual progress. After hearing Gudong's words, Lin Yuan seemed pensive. He now regarded Yu Dynasty as his closest ally and naturally hoped that everyone could develop better. To know that Yu Dynasty was now not just relying on Lin Yuan for a boost, they could even provide some support to Lin Yuan. Take this sugar, for example. Without the collective effort of Yu Dynasty, Lin Yuan alone would not have been able to create such a great atmosphere. This reinforced a resolve in Lin Yuan's heart. He wanted to mold every member of Yu Dynasty into kings and queens of singing. Before that, there would be no change to the lineup of Yu Dynasty. Jiang Kuei was just the beginning. The next king or queen of singing was. Lin Yuan's gaze began to wander over the data analysis chart of Yu Dynasty's singers. Chapter 860, 814, Yuan Style Involution. Alright, as for whom Yu Dynasty should promote as the next king of singing or queen, Lin Yuan already had an answer in mind. His gaze seemed to roam, but in reality, he was just thinking about which song to use to boost someone's popularity. Sometime later, Gudong, who was tidying up nearby, suddenly asked, "Mr. Lin, are you having lunch in the company? What time is it?" "It's 11:30. Then let's go eat together." Lin Yuan stood up, feeling hungry as well. "Is Mr. Lin treating?" "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Gudong showed a happy smile. Lin Yuan dined in the executive canteen, where the food tasted even better than outside restaurants, which she normally couldn't enter. Soon, the two arrived at the canteen. After the food was prepared, Lin Yuan hadn't yet started eating when suddenly a piece of music reached his ears. Just crossed a few mountains, captured a few demons. It was the theme song from the 4th season of Journey to the West, the broad and wide avenue to heaven. Looking up, Lin Yuan saw that the company canteen's TV was playing Journey to the West. An adjacent shareholder said with a smile, "So the executive canteen is also showing Journey to the West. My dad follows each season closely. His favorite is this theme song. However, personally, I prefer the song Love of a Daughter that appears in the Women's Kingdom segment. The song Mr. Lin wrote is so beautiful." The series started airing at the end of March this year, spanning 4 seasons. A new season was released every 2 months. It was now October, aligning with the broadcast of the 4th season. The song Love of a Daughter that Jiang Kuei mentioned was actually from the 3rd season. The Broad and Wide Avenue to Heaven and other related songs also appeared in the 3rd season. These songs were naturally also penned by Lin Yuan. However, most of these songs only entered the seasonal charts midway through the month, ranking inconsistently. Lin Yuan didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, one can't always deliberately adjust the broadcast timing of film or animation just to achieve a good ranking on the seasonal list. Fortunately, the reception for these songs was fantastic. Just like the overwhelmingly positive reputation for the production quality of Journey to the West. By the 4th season, Journey to the West consistently scored above 9 on the Starry Sky Network's ratings every quarter. Music, plot, special effects. Everything was endlessly praised by the audience. This achievement could be considered the most successful film and television series in terms of reputation and viewership in recent years. The only downside to the entire series was the slow pace of cost recovery. After all, the investment was too high. It looks like the Journey to the West series is going to conclude next month. Lin Yuan spoke. The series had made an enormous contribution to promoting the Journey to the West IP. Lin Yuan's expectations were met. Now, Journey to the West had amassed a terrifying number of fans in the lands of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han. Sun Wukong's popularity had soared to frightening heights, making him arguably the most popular mythological figure. This character's influence even surpassed that of the lead in the legend of Erling Shun, Yang Jian. From this perspective, Lin Yuan's scripted journey to the West achieved unprecedented success. Yes, Gu Dong, beside him, said with a smile, the company contacted us a while back, saying they wanted to create an animated version of Journey to the West. Seeing the popularity of the TV series, I bet the animation will perform well too. Lin Yuan nodded his head. The chairman himself had personally informed Lin Yuan. Making an animation for Journey to the West was inevitable. This was also to promote Journey to the West more vigorously. After finishing lunch, Lin Yuan had not been back in the office for long when he suddenly heard some noise outside. Ms. Zhao. Lin Yuan looked at the visitor in surprise. Zhao Ju smiled and said, I'm here to bother you again. Not at all. Please have a seat. Lin Yuan invited Zhao Ju to sit down while Gu Dong skillfully prepared the tea. In Lin Yuan's office, if nothing else was guaranteed, it was that every drawer and cabinet was crammed with various types of tea leaves. The company rumor was that Xian Yu had looted all these teas from the chairman. I'm here because I have something to discuss. Zhao Ju looked at Lin Yuan. You must know that Journey to the West is going to end next month, right? MHM. Lin Yuan said. I even watched an episode at the canteen during lunch. Zhao Ju laughed. The chairman ordered that the canteen can only show our company's productions at lunch, and the only one that everyone never tires of watching is Journey to the West. Some time ago, they did broadcast Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, which caused quite a protest. Everyone said that the drama made it impossible to eat. Uft, Gu Dong, who was nearby, couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then quickly apologized before slipping quietly out of the office. Lin Yuan often ate in the canteen, so of course he knew about this, but he never thought there was anything wrong with it. It's a martial arts fantasy, after all. How could there be no deaths? He took a sip of tea. Finally, Zhao Ju revealed the reason for her visit. I came here to talk to you about Journey to the West. The TV series has been so successful that our TV department wants to create spin-off scripts for some of the significant characters of Journey to the West, but we need the authorization from the original author, Chu Kuang. I've heard that this was also part of your post-production plan for investing so much in the Journey to the West TV series, so I believe you can understand. Spin-off scripts for Journey to the West characters? Lin Yuan was taken aback momentarily but then nodded. Indeed, I've had this idea. Do you guys have a script? If you do, my friend needs to see it first to check the quality. If the quality is up to standard, then of course there's no issue. We haven't started writing the script yet. Zhao Ju said somewhat embarrassedly, but we've already set our sights on a target and are trying to get in touch with him. Lin Yuan, who? Zhao Ju. You must have heard of this person, the author of the Journey to the West fanfic The Legend of Wukong. Ian. Lin Yuan. Finding oneself in a conflict of interest? Ian didn't notice the subtle look on Lin Yuan's face. She seemed quite excited. Ian is really amazing. The Legend of Wukong is so well written, which is why we want to invite him to write an exclusive TV series for Sun Wukong to try. The TV department has already reached out to him on the blog, and if successful, if the script quality passes, I hope you can discuss it with Chu Kuang then. You're the one who has the most influence with him. Chu Kuang might not give Ian face, but it's impossible for him not to give you face. Face. Lin Yuan's expression became even more peculiar. If one were to disregard Ian's relationship with himself, Zhao Ju's idea wasn't exactly whimsical. In his past life, Zhou Xingqi made a movie called Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons. He had also collaborated with The Legend of Wukong, author Jin Hezai on the script. The difference was, that was a movie, and Zhao Ju wanted to work on a TV series. Should he agree? After pondering for a bit, an idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. This seems like a rather good idea. It would be natural for the company to get in touch with Ian while completely distancing himself from the matter. The only thing was the identity of Ian, an identity that Lin Yuan absolutely wouldn't reveal to anyone. For convenience in his work, only Jin Moon knew of this pseudonym's existence. You know why? As for the spin-off TV series for the Journey to the West characters, with so many characters in Journey to the West, it doesn't necessarily have to be about Sun Wukong's story. After all, Lin Yuan's head was filled with plenty of stories to choose from. At that thought, Lin Yuan spoke up. Then you guys first get in touch with Ian. I will take care of Chu Kuang. Oh boy, look at the mess he's caused. After all this roundabout, it was still all up to him. Xianyu was himself. Chu Kuang was also himself. Ian, even more, was himself. The ultimate in internal strife. Bring on the struggle. Let's just go for it. Chapter 861, 815, a warm and heartwarming healing story. After Zhao Ju had left, Lin Yuan quickly booted up the computer and logged into Ian's account. He opened the private messaging backend. As expected, among the countless private messages, Lin Yuan saw a message bearing the Starlight Company's logo. Hello, Teacher Ian. I am Miao Feng, the Deputy Director of the Television Department at Starlight. I apologize for the intrusion, but would like to invite you to collaborate with our company. Zhao Ju had indeed sent someone to contact Ian. Lin Yuan prepared to type a reply, but just as he was about to type, he put his hands down again. He needed to be cautious. After an entire hour, Lin Yuan reopened the chat box and replied, knowing full well what he was asking. How to collaborate. We really appreciate you're the legend of Yukong and would like to invite you to write an independent TV script for the character of Sun Wukong. The authorization of the original Journey to the West will be communicated by our company and teacher Chu Kuang, and we won't disappoint you with the compensation, grin. The reply came very quickly. Lin Yuan typed, I won't write about the monkey anymore. The other party was stunned for several seconds before replying. May I ask if there's any problem on your end? Our company will do our best to resolve it. I want to write about another character. Who? Lin Yuan typed 2 characters. The other party sent a string of ellipses. A moment later, the 2 of them communicated further. After communicating for 10 minutes, the other party typed reluctantly, I need to discuss this with our leader. Lin Yuan did not reply further. Meanwhile, Zhao Ju returned to the television department and was dealing with some work in his office when suddenly he heard the deputy director knocking on the door. Director, we have made contact with Ian. Ian has been contacted? Zhao Ju became somewhat excited. Ian's contact details had been extremely difficult to find. Zhao Ju had exhausted a great deal of effort without finding a way. In the end, he had to let the deputy director contact him through a blog private message, and it took many days for the other party to finally see it. What did the other side say? Did they agree? Zhao Ju couldn't wait to ask the deputy director. The deputy director smiled wryly. They agreed, but he doesn't plan to write the story of Sun Wukong. Then whose story? Zhao Ju was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly said, whether it's Sun Wukong, Tang Monk, or even the story of Zhu Beiji, I can accept it. None of those. He wants to write about Yang Jian. Who? Zhao Ju thought he had heard wrong. Yang Jian. Is he trying to sabotage this? Zhao Ju's expression collapsed. Who in Blue Star didn't know that Yang Jian was the protagonist of the primordial chaos? The deputy director understood Zhao Ju's feelings. He had reacted the same way initially. Ian explained that Erlang Xinyang Jian is also a character in our Journey to the West. His thought process was based on the Yang Jian portrayed in our Journey to the West TV series by actor Lu Zhengwan. Zhao Ju was speechless. He almost forgot Yang Jian was also in Journey to the West. However, although Yang Jian was in Journey to the West, except for the earth-shattering battle representing Heavenly Court against Sun Wukong in the early stages, the character doesn't get much development. It's an undeniable fact. Even though Journey to the West currently outshines the primordial chaos in popularity, when people think of Erlang Xinyang Jian, their first thought is still of the primordial chaos, not Journey to the West. What do you say? The deputy director waited for Zhao Ju's decision. Zhao Ju gritted his teeth. Let him give it a try. If the script is bad, it's a dud, but if the script is good enough, it's not unacceptable. Who decreed that Yang Jian is exclusively theirs from the primordial chaos? The image of Erlang Shun predates the primordial chaos by countless years. Okay, the deputy director nodded strongly. I'll go tell them right away. The scene returns to Lin Yuan's office. Seeing Miao Feng's reply from the Starlight TV department, Lin Yuan smiled. That's right. The character Lin Yuan wanted to write about was Yang Jian. In fact, his memory did not contain any independent stories about Yang Jian. However, the script library in the system had a TV show called The Magic Lotus Lantern. This show had extensive content about Yang Jian, and this show had also spawned an extremely classic fan fiction. Its name? Everlasting Regret. This novel, based on the magic lotus lantern, with Yang Jian as its main character, had triggered countless readers to tears after its publication. Tragic, heart-wrenching to the core. After watching Everlasting Regret, the vast majority of people felt deep sympathy for Yang Jian. Some even fell completely in love with the character of Yang Jian because of this fan fiction. Yet, this fan fiction basically did not violate the settings of the Lotus Lantern. In fact, the fanfic still unfolds from Qinxiang's perspective, merely centering on Yang Jian and restoring the drama from the TV series. Now, Lin Yuan plans to launch Journey to the West, the Lotus Lantern, Everlasting Regret. As the name suggests, it aims to blend the backdrop of Journey to the West, weave together the Lotus Lantern and the fanfic about Yang Jian, creating a story that highlights the image of Yang Jian. Yes, combining Journey to the West. As the first TV drama featuring an independent character, the background of Journey to the West definitely can't be lost. This connection benefits both the TV drama of the standalone character and Journey to the West itself. It makes the outside world steadfastly believe this Yang Jian is the same one from Journey to the West, who battled fiercely with Sun Wukong. Fortunately, the story of Qinxiang and Yang Jian doesn't contradict the setting of Journey to the West too much, making it easy for Lin Yuan to adjust in the script. As for why not choose other characters? Because this is the first fan fiction derived from Journey to the West. Lin Yuan wants to make the first fanfic of Journey to the West achieve a sensational effect. And Yang Jian, as an extremely popular celestial being amongst Blue Starian audiences, inherently has a topical nature. With another heart-wrenching story popping up, the effect should not be too bad. Lin Yuan has figured it out. The audience on Blue Star, they love things that are crushing. Otherwise, why are the ratings for Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange so high? Why is the reputation of Hachiko so explosive? They're just verbally harsh, but actually, their bodies are sincere. Such people are colloquially known as tsunderes in anime. Since the audience enjoys this, Lin Yuan will definitely cater to their tastes. Life is too heavy. Everyone needs healing. And when it comes to healing, is there a story more healing than Everlasting Regret? That's joyously decided. System add. Customize the Lotus Lantern. Customize Everlasting Regret. Lin Yuan adeptly spent his money. Ding dong. The system appeared, and although it was still the mechanical sound of an electric current, Lin Yuan always felt that the system's voice sounded somewhat excited today. Reporting to the host. The script, The Lotus Lantern, has been successfully customized. The script, Everlasting Regret, has been successfully customized. Swipe. In an instant, details of the Lotus Lantern story filled Lin Yuan's mind. This was akin to quantum reading technology. Lin Yuan could instantly finish reading the script of the Lotus Lantern. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, the successfully customized script of Everlasting Regret also appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly reddened. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still unexpectedly healed by it. This was too intense. Gudong, who came in to add tea for Lin Yuan, was startled by Lin Yuan's almost crying appearance and exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, what's wrong? I read a heartwarming story and got healed by it." "What story? Let me check it out too." "No rush. This time no one's getting away." As Gudong looked at him baffled, Lin Yuan said this. He forcibly held back his tears and then adeptly opened a computer document. "It can't just be me crying." Chapter 862. 816. The director has gone mad. Writing a screenplay does require some time, especially for a TV drama. But fortunately, Lin Yuan had already decided on the chart-topping song to be released next month, so there wasn't much else to worry about. As long as he had nothing else to do, he would just tap away on the keyboard in the company or his studio. The first episode, the second episode, the third episode. The speed of completing this TV script was very fast, especially since it heavily incorporated the original plot of The Legend of the Magic Lamp in the early stages. Lin Yuan hardly needed to make many adjustments. He planned for the entire series to be around 30 episodes. about 15 episodes for the first half of the TV drama. He wanted to present the story from the original TV version of The Legend of the Magic Lamp and through Qinxiang's perspective. The audience would also initially adopt this perspective. And from the perspective of Qinxiang, Erling Shun, Yang Jian, was undoubtedly the Heavenly Court's lapdog, a major villain who hindered the protagonist from saving his mother and persecuted his own sister by all means. The perspective in the latter half would shift to Yang Jian. Rooted in the plot of Everlasting Regret, a complete reversal would unfold. Plot holes from the early stages would be filled in the latter half of the story. The story was compact, and Lin Yuan directly shortened or even deleted some meaningless filler episodes. About 30 episodes were just right for finishing this story. In such a screenplay, Lin Yuan had completed it within just a week. Had he been willing to spend on the system to use the energy potion, he could have finished even faster, but Lin Yuan wasn't in a rush, so he didn't employ any special methods to speed up the process. A week later, one evening, after work, upon returning home, Lin Yuan sent the script for The Legend of the Magic Lamp to Starlight TV Drama Department's contact, Miao Feng, under the name Ian. That's right. The title Lin Yuan chose for the drama was simply The Legend of the Magic Lamp. After all, this story originated from the mythology drama produced by Celestial Dynasty's Central Television, so Lin Yuan didn't go for any bizarre names. On the blog, Miao Feng, who received the script, exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Ian finished it so soon, shocked. The story was prepared in advance, and it just so happened you sent an invitation. I see, but I thought you wrote novels. I didn't expect a script to come directly. I have some experience in this area." Lin Yuan responded smoothly, as all his excuses had been thought through in advance. After all, the other party couldn't verify Ian's information, so he could make up anything he wanted. Moreover, he wasn't talking nonsense. Lin Yuan's experience in scriptwriting was indeed quite extensive. This was as if his alter egos, Shadow, Chu Kuang, or even Ian, could write scripts. It seems this Ian might also be an insider. Miao Feng pondered thoughtfully and then cautiously tried. "How about we exchange phone numbers?" Lin Yuan replied. "Let's just use the blog's private messaging. We're friends there after all." The other party had no choice but to give up, guessing that Ian didn't like to be disturbed. Speaking of which, the outside world didn't even know whether Ian was male or female. But this was irrelevant to Starlight's needs, and Miao Feng didn't dare to ask too abruptly. Closing the blog, Lin Yuan went downstairs for dinner. Lin Xian looked at her brother. "Where's Big Yao Yao?" Lin Yuan, too lazy to go upstairs and call, turned his head and signaled Antarctica with a glance. Understanding, Antarctica swiftly ran upstairs to call Big Yao Yao down for dinner. Their mother frowned. "Recently, she's always locking herself in her room. I don't know what she's up to. She just graduated. Playing at home for a few months isn't a problem," Lin Xian said with a smile. After graduation, Big Yao Yao had not gone out to look for work, but the family was not pressing her. After all, there was no need for her to go out and earn money to supplement the family's income. Soon afterward, her sister was called down by Antarctica. Lin Xian was curious. "What have you been up to upstairs?" Lin Yao said, "Studying." Their mother was puzzled. "Didn't you graduate already?" Big Yao Yao said earnestly, "Learning never ends." Seeing the strange expressions on her family's faces, Big Yao Yao explained, "I've been spending money on online courses recently, learning video editing techniques." Video editing? Her older sister realized. "No wonder you specifically asked me to buy you a camcorder the other day. Are you planning to make short videos and stuff?" A few days earlier, Big Yao Yao had asked her sister for a camcorder. Her sister helped buy it, yet did not know what her younger sister needed it for. "Yeah," Big Yao Yao said, "it is related to my major, mainly about artistic composition and the like, but there is much more I need to learn slowly. It's quite a deep field." "Not bad." Her sister seemed very interested. "Help your sister make some videos someday. Get them nice and pretty, and with your sister's looks, maybe you can even become an internet sensation overnight." "Okay," Lin Yao nodded. Their mother asked curiously, "Is what you're doing similar to the short videos I usually scroll through?" "It's that kind of thing." Her sister laughed. Scrolling through short videos is definitely one of the most popular forms of entertainment for modern people. Even our mom likes to browse them when she's free, accidentally spending hours on it. Some talented short video creators have even become internet stars, earning more than some celebrities. Lin Yuan was eating his meal while listening on the side. He naturally understood the topic of his family's discussion. Blue Star has many short video apps, similar to Earth's Kuaishou and TikTok. The most famous software seemed to be something called Butterfly Short Video, which Lin Yuan would occasionally see Gu Dong scrolling through at the company. And as for his sister wanting to become a short video content creator, Lin Yuan had no objections, of course. Success or failure wasn't that important. As long as the family was happy, that was all that mattered. Who knows, maybe he could even offer his sister some professional advice. The next day, after Lin Yuan got up, he checked Teacher Ian's blog private messages. Teacher Ian, we have already reviewed your script, and the company is very satisfied and has decided to invest in its production. All right. This response did not surprise Lin Yuan. If the company didn't like the script, Lin Yuan would have to consider having a talk with the chairman or Ms. Zhao about whether some people in the TV department had a problem with their vision. After all, he was also a shareholder of the company and had to think about the company's best interests. After chatting a few more sentences with the other party, Lin Yuan went to the company. Before long, Zhao Ju arrived, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Mr. Lin, hello. The middle-aged man greeted him proactively. Zhao Ju smiled and said, "This is Director Ding Xiao. You know him?" Hello, Director Ding." Lin Yuan indeed recognized the man, who was the director of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. Lin Yuan had met him before. However, Lin Yuan found it strange, as Ding Xiao didn't seem quite right. His hair was messy, apparently not combed before leaving the house. His eyes were bloodshot, yet he exuded an eerie fervor. "My apologies." Noticing Lin Yuan observing him, Ding Xiao quickly stood up and said, "I apologize for my appearance. It's just that I stayed up all night reading Teacher Ian's script, and I was so emotionally stirred that I rose early and hurried to the company. I wanted to make sure the company secures this script, so please, Mr. Lin, do talk to Teacher Chu Kuang." Indeed, Ding Xiao had spent the entire night absorbed in Lotus Lantern. He hadn't found anything wrong with the earlier parts of the script, but upon reaching the latter twists, Ding Xiao went completely mad. It was a feeling he still couldn't forget. Okay, it seemed that the company wanted Ding Xiao to direct Lotus Lantern. Considering the shooting quality of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, Lin Yuan thought highly of Ding Xiao's directing ability, so he nodded and said, "Leave it to me. Thank you for this. Here's the script." Zhao Ju handed the printed script to Lin Yuan. "Please have Teacher Chu Kuang take a look. If things go smoothly on his end, we plan to continue casting Lu Zhongwen as Yang Jian, since this is a derivative work of Journey to the West, and using the original cast will maximize the popularity boost from Journey to the West." Lin Yuan accepted the script, though he was the one who wrote it and didn't need to read it again, nor did he want to. "We're really counting on you for this, Mr. Lin." Ding Xiao still seemed somewhat excited on the side. "I've been making TV dramas for so many years, and it wasn't until Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange became a hit that I truly understood what the audience loves to watch. They like heart-wrenching content, and we creators don't need to worry about their tolerance. Only by strongly stimulating them can their reactions be even more passionate. And Teacher Ian's script has grasped this point exactly. My biggest regret now is not killing off Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange at the end of the last drama. That would have been truly divine. What a pity, it's such a pity." Lin Yuan. Should he say great minds think alike? No, that's not right. Watching Ding Xiao beating his chest and stomping his feet, Lin Yuan felt a chill in his heart. What grievance did he have against the audience? This was a real devil. Ding Xiao had clearly become obsessed, embarking on a path of sheer madness. It was as if Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange had opened a new door in his life. Whether this was good or bad, who knew? But Lin Yuan was confident about such a director taking on Lotus Lantern. Zhao Ju, on the other hand, was speechless for a moment. She didn't know what the plot of Lotus Lantern was like, too busy with work to read it, and even if she did, she wouldn't have as accurate a judgment as the professionals. As a leader, she wouldn't interfere in professional matters lightly, avoiding the mistake of a layperson directing an expert. Ding Xiao certainly knew better than she did. However, She could glean something from Ding Xiao's reaction. When she arrived at the office that morning, she saw Ding Xiao waiting for her in her office. He was in even worse shape than now, clenching the script tightly, looking insane, and mumbling under his breath. "You'll regret it. Tremble. You must all die." At that moment, Zhao Ju knew this director had gone crazy. Perhaps this script was even more ferocious and deranged than Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. But that wasn't a bad thing. What the audience had to endure was outside of Zhao Ju's consideration. As long as the drama was a hit, that's all that mattered. When Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange was broadcast, how many viewers cursed? Yet Zhao Ju watched with great enjoyment, because that meant the company's drama was a hit. She even planned to enjoy watching Lotus Lantern when it aired. The more intense the audience's reaction, the happier Zhao Ju would be. A script that could drive Ding Xiao to such fervor, the very thought excited her. Chapter 863, 817. Only Pity for Sister. The subsequent events unfolded as expected. Chu Kuang agreed to authorize. The TV series The Lotus Lantern was set up and would start filming soon. Because the series required post-production special effects, it couldn't be shot and broadcast simultaneously. However, considering Blue Star's filming speed, it probably wouldn't take long to shoot all 30 episodes. This project was entrusted to the television department, and Lin Yuan didn't interfere. He didn't think that Ding Xiao, the director, needed his worry. This tough guy obviously had learned a lot under Chu Kuang, and getting Ian's script was like adding wings to a tiger, even with the possibility of surpassing the master. After dealing with these matters, it was 4 in the afternoon. Lin Yuan glanced at the time and felt he could call it a day. Gudong watched Lin Yuan leave without surprise. Leaving at 4 o'clock meant that Mr. Lin was already putting in a lot of effort. That evening, Starlight officially announced the project plan for The Lotus Lantern. This was a standard operation for early publicity of a TV series. In the announcement, Starlight roughly outlined the details of The Lotus Lantern. The story of the series will revolve around Yang Jian and many other Journey to the West characters, with the original cast from the Journey to the West series returning to continue their roles. Teacher Lu Zhengwen will reprise his role as Erlang Shun, and preliminary agreements between both parties have been reached. This will be the first independent character series derived from Journey to the West, and Starlight plans to shoot more such independent series in the future. The screenwriter for this independent series will be the famous writer, Teacher Ian, the author of The Legend of Wukong. Background of the story. Identity of the actors. Choice of the screenwriter. These key pieces of information quickly caught the attention of countless netizens. Especially since the final season of Journey to the West was currently a hit, this spin-off series was even more eye-catching. A spin-off of the Journey to the West series? An independent series on the character Yang Jian? Lu Zhengwen's portrayal of Yang Jian is really cool, no problem there. I'm looking forward to Starlight's Journey to the West spin-off. The original cast is so exciting. I was just worrying about what to watch after Journey to the West ended. The screenwriter is Ian? Starlight actually collaborated with Ian. Who is Ian? If I told you Ian is a fan of Chu Kuang, would you roll your eyes? Haha. Teacher Ian is the author of The Legend of Wukong and has written some poetry. If you're interested, you can search for his work. He's even contested in A Butterfly's Love for a Flower with the Old Rascal, and he's extremely talented. A TV series penned by Ian, could it be another classic like The Legend of Wukong? Why not directly adapt Ian's The Legend of Wukong? I feel that's a real classic. Although I would love to see The Legend of Wukong adapted into film or TV, that work really isn't easy to shoot. Ian's popularity was still quite good at the time. Most netizens recognized him. Because Ian had written The Legend of Wukong, fans of Journey to the West didn't object to him as a screenwriter. However, while fans of Journey to the West had no objections, fans of the Primordial Chaos did. In fact, when they saw that Starlight was going to shoot a series related to Yang Jian, many fans of the Primordial Chaos were outraged. Yang Jian. What a joke. Isn't Yang Jian the main character of the Primordial Chaos? Why is Journey to the West stealing our protagonist from the Primordial Chaos? Sorry, but I only accept the Yang Jian from the Primordial Chaos as the true Yang Jian. The Yang Jian in Journey to the West has never showcased his true charm. Journey to the West sure has some nerve. The popularity of Journey to the West has already overshadowed the primordial chaos, and now they want to make our main character Yang Jian one of their own. Doesn't everyone know that Yang Jian is the male lead in our primordial chaos? I agree with the view of a certain brother above. I only acknowledge the primordial chaos Yang Jian. Only recognize the primordial chaos Yang Jian, +1. Fans of the primordial chaos were indeed declining. If this controversy had arisen in the past, the thread would have easily reached 10,086 posts. However, now, nearly half of the primordial chaos fans had switched sides to Journey to the West. It's not that they had become complete devotees of Journey to the West, but at least they wouldn't clash with fans of Journey to the West over the primordial chaos anymore. The remaining fans of the primordial chaos had just started to rant when they were immediately rebutted by fans of Journey to the West. Yang Jian is the main character of the primordial chaos? Oh my goodness, do fans of the primordial chaos really believe that? No way, no way. Someone who has read a bit more would know that Yang Jian is a character from folklore and has never belonged exclusively to any one work. Only you guys from the primordial chaos can use Yang Jian as the protagonist? If Yang Jian were an original character from the primordial chaos series, then what Journey to the West is doing would indeed be wrong. But the thing is that Erlang Shun does not belong to the primordial chaos. It's also based on folklore. Damn, I knew some fans of the primordial chaos would jump out and make a fuss, and I guessed right. I quit the fandom because of some overzealous fans of the primordial chaos. Isn't Journey to the West delightful? When it came down to it, the primordial chaos had no leg to stand on. Many mythological characters have been used by countless works and have never been the exclusive property of any one storyline. The reason for fans of the primordial chaos being so radical was simple. The mythological character Yang Jian could become hugely popular, and this was indeed linked to the primordial chaos. Without the primordial chaos featuring Yang Jian as the male lead, he wouldn't have the influence he has today. Many fans of the primordial chaos thus took pride in the ownership of Yang Jian. If this issue had surfaced back when Journey to the West had just been released, the combativeness of fans of the primordial chaos would have been off the charts. Sadly, times had changed, and now with the larger fan base of Journey to the West, the leaps and bounds of the primordial chaos fans were quickly suppressed. Some fans of the primordial chaos were infuriated and even claimed, "You use Yang Jian, then we'll also use Sun Wukong to make a drama." Unfortunately, this statement was met with even worse criticism, because Sun Wukong and Yang Jian are not the same. Yang Jian is a mythological figure passed down through generations among the people, whereas Sun Wukong is definitely an original creation from Journey to the West. Before Journey to the West, Blue Star didn't know who Sun Wukong was, and before the primordial chaos, ancient people had already begun worshipping the image of Yang Jian. In other words, the primordial chaos couldn't successfully sue Journey to the West for copyright infringement. But if the primordial chaos really used Sun Wukong, then Journey to the West would surely win a lawsuit. In the end, when they couldn't win the argument, the primordial chaos fans became exasperated. Fine, go ahead and shoot it. Let's see what kind of crap you can make. Don't end up with the whole plot being the primordial chaos style. Yang Jian as a character has already been standardized by the primordial chaos plot. You won't get the audience to accept a Yang Jian that goes against that. It's not just the primordial chaos fans who recognize the primordial chaos's Yang Jian. So many Blue Starian viewers acknowledge the primordial chaos's Yang Jian. If Starlight doesn't get Yang Jian right, just wait for the backlash. And don't say we the primordial chaos fans won't accept it. Even the general audience who watched the primordial chaos won't accept it. Despite being exasperated, they did make a valid point. Due to the influence of the primordial chaos, the image of Yang Jian had already taken root in people's hearts. If Journey to the West follows the primordial chaos's footsteps in creating an independent series for Yang Jian, that definitely wouldn't be proper. However, if Journey to the West doesn't follow the primordial chaos's portrayal of Yang Jian, the audience will surely face inertia in accepting it. This has to be acknowledged, because what Yang Jian looks like and what he has experienced, everyone is familiar with him based on the Primordial Chaos's plot. Even if the Primordial Chaos doesn't entirely adhere to the folklore, its influence over many years is undeniable. In the television department of Starlight, Zhao Ju looked somewhat troubled. What was expected eventually arrived. When the company decided to shoot Lotus Lantern, Zhao Ju had already guessed that the Primordial Chaos fans would be dissatisfied. It's normal. The Primordial Chaos fans have regarded Yang Jian as their own property for many years. After all, he's their leading man. How could they allow others to interfere? It's only because Journey to the West is now more influential and the fanbase of Journey to the West has surpassed that of the Primordial Chaos that they've been able to suppress the protests from the Primordial Chaos fans. Yet the statement issued by the Primordial Chaos fans in their agitation was not without reason. Zhao Ju genuinely worried that the Yang Jian portrayed in Lotus Lantern might conflict too much with the Primordial Chaos's Yang Jian. This kind of preconception is truly formidable. For example, if Journey to the West completely opened up its commercial rights and someone adapted Sun Wukong, but the resulting portrayal of Sun Wukong deviated greatly from the original, crafting a completely different personality, it would definitely cause discomfort among viewers, and they would find it difficult to accept. It might even provoke a wave of criticism. The same is true for Yang Jian. Although Yang Jian isn't an original character from the Primordial Chaos, when you mention Erlang Shen, people do indeed immediately think of the Primordial Chaos protagonist. This fact has been undeniable from start to finish. This is troublesome. Zhao Ju immediately shared her concerns with the director Ding Xiao, wanting to hear what suggestions he might have. Has the Primordial Chaos fandom started? Ding Xiao sneered. Director Zhao, answer me one question first. In your opinion, do these fans of the Primordial Chaos love the show itself or the protagonist Yang Jian? Yang Jian, Zhao Ju replied without hesitation. She also watched the Primordial Chaos, and virtually everyone on Blue Star had seen it. Those who love the Primordial Chaos mostly adore Yang Jian, just as those who love Journey to the West mostly adore Sun Wukong. Then that settles it. Ding Xiao snorted. Since they like Yang Jian, that makes things easy. These people are all potential audience members for our drama because our Yang Jian won't disappoint them. Although our Yang Jian is indeed quite different from the Primordial Chaos's protagonist, and the difference is quite drastic. Are you sure? Zhao Ju frowned. This director was acting crazy now, his words as bloated as could be. It was hard to grasp what kind of charm teacher Ian's script had to give him such immense confidence. It seems that the number of the Primordial Chaos fans is going to decrease even further. Someday, all the Primordial Chaos fans will transform into the image of Journey to the West fans. As this thought flashed through his mind, Ding Xiao lifted the script in his hand, slightly raising his head, and said, Director Zhao, please rest assured. Ding Xiao, put my word down here. Before the Primordial Chaos fans watch Lotus Lantern, they will think that the Primordial Chaos's Yang Jian is the most classic Yang Jian. After watching our drama, what will happen? They will only feel sorry for Wei Wei. Chapter 864, 818. It's time to counterattack the tribe. The next day, Lin Yuan didn't go to the company after getting up, but went to his own shadow studio instead. Luo Wei and the others were getting increasingly adept at drawing comics, and basically didn't need Lin Yuan to worry about them. He only needed to give them some storyboards. He even started to draft the storyboards more casually. For example, the storyboard for Naruto he gave Luo Wei last month was simply stick figures, just a rough composition, but Luo Wei managed to perfect it. Lin Yuan was surprised himself. He had thought Luo Wei would ask him to redraw the storyboard. This led to Lin Yuan's visits to the studio becoming much less frequent. However, this didn't mean Lin Yuan wasn't paying attention to his comics. From time to time, Jin Mu would report to him about the situation on the League's comic website, which was different from before. With the unfolding plots of Dead Sea of Fire and Slam Dunk, as well as the influence of the animations, these comics were becoming hotter and hotter. Now, the traffic of the entire League had been propped up. This rapidly rising new comic website was flourishing because of Shadow. Similarly, due to the drive of these phenomenon-level comics, the League's appeal in the industry was also increasing constantly. At present, the website had already cultivated some excellent comic artists on its own. Some mid-tier artists in the industry who were dissatisfied with the tribe were gradually being absorbed into the embrace of the League. This resulted in the League and Tribe comics traffic becoming very close to each other. Jinmu spoke of this matter with some vigor. If nothing unexpected happens, in at most half a year, our traffic will be on par with Tribe comics. Still half a year? Do you think it's still slow? Jinmu said with a wry smile. You should know that our website started from scratch, whereas Tribe comics had already attracted countless top-tier comic artists. It's only recently that our site's traffic has completely taken off, and the League has begun to attract some formidable comic artists. In the past, those powerful artists wouldn't even consider sites other than Tribe when releasing new works. Moreover, Tribe would occasionally create obstacles, tripping us up. Otherwise, our current traffic would already be on par with theirs. Tripping us up? Lin Yuan asked. What has Tribe done now? Jinmu said, the same old tricks, poaching talent, stealing comic artists from our League. However, Han Jimei is not someone to be trifled with. She has set strict penalty clauses in the contracts for the comic artists, which has made the cost of Tribe's poaching increasingly hefty. After all, Tribe Comics is just a subdepartment of Tribe, and they don't really have such deep pockets. So, they have almost stopped poaching from us lately. If they continue, they'll be shooting themselves in the foot, as they have to consider the cost-effectiveness of these comic artists. Why don't we poach talent? Because we don't have the money and backing they have. Jinmu was unfazed, but the pressure is on them. We just need to hold on. Looking at the current situation, I estimate that the League can catch up to their website traffic in half a year, and if it's a year from now, it's possible that our traffic will surpass theirs, becoming the comic website with the highest traffic in the industry. That's right. The League was playing defense now, just like the final stages of a basketball game. The League didn't need to chase points. As long as they ensured the opponent didn't score, that would be enough. Because the pace and score were in the hands of the League, as long as they controlled the ball and dragged it out, they would win. The reason why Tribe was overpaying to poach talent was to find a way out with a frantic offensive. Otherwise, what awaited them was a slow death. Seemingly powerful, they were in fact hollow inside. After all, the League's pillar was Shadow, and unless Tribe could poach Shadow back, no matter how much they struggled, the outcome couldn't be changed. Just wait and see. Jinmu sneered. A year from now, it'll be our turn to attack. At that time, the League will be the most attractive website in the industry. Whatever talents they have poached from us, we'll eventually be able to poach back. Still, it was somewhat frustrating. After all, the League had been on the defensive all along, and they would have to continue to endure for another half a year to a year. Anyone would be annoyed by an opponent's constant frantic offense without being able to fight back directly. Why wait so long? Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, actually, we could poach their people too. Jinmu immediately shook his head. That would mean playing their game of offering inflated salaries to poach talent. We could do it, but I don't feel it's necessary. No need for inflated offers. Lin Yuan said, I have an idea. Lin Yuan wanted to fight back. Although his career had always been smooth sailing, Tribe had recently been obstructing Starlight's work, and the company was being dragged down by him. The chairman supported Lin Yuan, so he never complained. However, Lin Yuan's conscience wouldn't allow him to take this for granted. He even suspected that Xia Fan losing his role had something to do with him. What idea? Jinmu looked at Lin Yuan with curiosity. Without explaining, Lin Yuan just said, ask Han Jimei to contact the comic artists at Tribe, mainly the top-tier pure illustrators. Those should be the easiest to poach. Also reach out to other talented artists, have a chat with them. Who knows, maybe they'll be willing to join us. Jinmu was startled. You really want to poach people? Why not? Lin Yuan's mind was filled with comics. He wouldn't be able to finish them all in his lifetime. Even with the help of his studio's apprentices, Lin Yuan couldn't possibly reproduce all those classic comics. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan had to think of another solution. And if this strategy succeeded, it would definitely crush Tribe in one fell swoop. Could it be? A thought flashed through his mind. Jinmu suddenly widened his eyes. Are you planning to supply comics to them all by yourself? If it had been earlier, Jinmu would never have dared to guess such a thing. It was too preposterous. But after witnessing the rise of Lin Yuan leading Shadow Studio, Jinmu had to consider the boldest possibilities. Yes, Lin Yuan spoke. He had recently provided Luo Wei with the simplest stick figure storyboards, and Luo Wei was able to draw them so well. This showed that top-tier comic artists have very strong drawing and comprehension abilities. This gave Lin Yuan enough room to operate. For him, creating some stick figure storyboards was not a difficult task. Why not just wholesale stick figure storyboards? Take those globally influential comics that weren't top-tier but still had a huge impact, and hand them over to artists willing to join Tribe to work on. He believed that these comics would be attractive enough for many artists. Inflated prices? Non-existent. The comics provided by Shadow would be the offer. Can this really work? Jean Mu's heartbeat accelerated. How many can you cover? There are already 5 people in our studio waiting for you to provide the plots. Try to pull in as many as possible. There's no shortage of stick figures. Lin Yuan even suspected that some pure illustrators wouldn't need his stick figures at all. If the plot is solid, everything else is negotiable. They could organize a beautiful storyboard presentation on their own. Song of the Wind. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Tribe should. Jean Mu suddenly interrupted him. You're making me feel all fired up, and I just turned on the electric fan. Chapter 865, 819. I am the tribe's #1 loyalist. Mid-October. The weather had cooled down. There was hardly any need for air conditioning or even a fan. That day, Tang Yi looked around furtively before guiltily sneaking into a club, as if afraid of being discovered. Don't get the wrong idea. This wasn't the White Horse Club. As a renowned female comic artist of the tribe, Tang Yi didn't indulge in the pleasures of the wealthy, although she herself was quite the elegant and wealthy woman. In fact, Tang Yi was here because of a friend's invitation. And this friend of Tang Yi's was none other than Han Jimei, the current arch-rival of Tribe Comics, the chief of the alliance. This was the reason for Tang Yi's surreptitious behavior. She was a comic artist from the tribe, yet meeting privately with the chief of the alliance was rather inappropriate, even though no one around recognized her. In fact, if it hadn't been for Han Jimei's help at the beginning when she was with the tribe, Tang Yi wouldn't have even wanted to come today. After all, she had no immediate plans of switching to the alliance. Yes, as soon as Han Jimei invited Tang Yi to meet, Tang Yi guessed that the other party might be trying to poach her for the alliance. After all, it wasn't the first time Han Jimei had extended an olive branch to her. When the alliance was first established, Han Jimei had called her, inviting her to join the alliance. Today, Tang Yi attended purely to make things clear to Han Jimei. No matter what terms were offered, she would not join the alliance. There was no use in wasting time on her. Just because the alliance was doing well now didn't mean she should switch sides. What would that make her? Moreover, Tang Yi didn't believe that the conditions offered by the alliance could surpass what she received at the tribe. Thinking this, Tang Yi entered a room that had been previously arranged. Upon entering the room, Tang Yi was stunned. Apart from herself, there were 5 other people in the room, and Tang Yi knew all of them. Like her, they were all top comic artists from the tribe. If not, they were first-class comic artists. 3 of them were pure illustrators. 2, like herself, created both the story and the illustrations. At the same time, the 5 people in the room also turned to look at Tang Yi, each with different expressions, clearly recognizing her. Hello. Tang Yi greeted them with an odd expression. Dragon King, Brother Wolf, Wild's Word, Grass Heart, and Bai Li, you guys were also invited by Han Jimei, right? She knew everyone's names here. All of them were well-known comic artists in the circle, and they occasionally met each other at Tribe Comics. Tang Yi. Everyone nodded in greeting. Dragon King, being somewhat familiar with Tang Yi, smiled and asked, Are you thinking of switching to the alliance? No. Tang Yi was startled and immediately shook her head. I am a loyal member of the tribe. I'm here today only to tell Han Jimei to stop trying to lure me to switch. After saying this, Tang Yi's eyes darted. Instead, it looks like I've caught you guys red-handed. Are you planning to switch to the alliance? Dragon King smirked. I'm just here to see. Grassheart laughed. I'm curious about the terms the alliance offered. Bailey said indifferently. An old friend invited me. It was necessary to come. Brother Wolf appeared nonchalant. If the offer is good enough, I might join the alliance. Otherwise, forget it. Wildsword's expression was the coldest. This person had always been somewhat aloof among the comic artists, speaking in a stern voice. No matter what, I would never join the alliance. Tang Yi laughed. None of them were planning to join the alliance, it seemed. Like her, probably because they had all been helped by Han Jimei in the past, they had reluctantly come to meet. It seemed Han Jimei's scheme was not going as planned. What was Han Jimei thinking, gathering everyone together? This only made poaching more difficult for the alliance. In the presence of so many peers, who would have the gall to switch allegiance and betray the tribe? Wouldn't it be better to meet in different places? Just as Tang Yi was puzzled over what Han Jimei was thinking, Han Jimei appeared. The woman had numerous documents in her hands, and it was unclear what they contained. After walking in, she scanned the room with a confident smile and began speaking. Thank you all for honoring the invitation. As everyone nodded, Grassheart smiled and went straight to the point. Does Ms. Han want to poach us? Grassheart, you're really impatient, someone quipped. Han Jimei smiled. All of you are top comic artists, of course I want to poach you. Otherwise I wouldn't have invited you here. How much money did you prepare to be so bold? Tang Yi couldn't help making a joke. Just so you know, I will not join the alliance. Tribe Comics #1 loyalist. That's me, Tang Yi. Then maybe, Tang Yi, you should take a look at this. Han Jimei pulled out a document. After reading it, Tang Yi, you could decide whether to join our alliance or not. What's this? Tang Yi took the document, her face curious. The others also looked puzzled at the document, wondering if it contained some leverage against Tang Yi. This isn't a movie, after all. It wouldn't make sense. Han Jimei said mysteriously. Open it, and you'll know. Tang Yi rolled her eyes, but opened it anyway. And then she exclaimed in surprise. A comic. In Tang Yi's hands was indeed a comic, named Magical Girl Madoka. How about you give it a read? Ms. Han really knows how to keep us in suspense. Who drew this comic? Shadow. Shadow God's new work. Tang Yi's expression changed dramatically. The expressions of the other artists also turned serious. If there were gods in the world of comics, it would only be Shadow. Even in the eyes of his peers, Shadow was an insurmountable peak. No one dared to treat his works lightly. Even Wildsword, who was notoriously aloof, now stared intently at the comic in Tang Yi's hands, feeling an impulse to feast his eyes on it. On the sofa, Brother Wolf suddenly laughed. I once managed to work on 3 comics simultaneously, and countless readers and peers were amazed by my brain capacity, until Shadow started working on 5 and I realized there are always greater heights. I didn't expect Shadow God to have quietly started a new work, really curious how this big shot's brain works. It's like he's on a whole new level of multitasking. That's not necessarily so. Han Jimei blinked and handed over another document. Maybe Brother Wolf should check this out? What? Brother Wolf was taken aback, then took the document, which also turned out to be a comic. The comic's title, Death God. His voice suddenly became a bit hoarse. Is this also Shadow God's new work? Who says it isn't? Han Jimei seemed a bit emotional, remembering her brain nearly crashed when she received these from Jin Mu, especially after she read the contents. Han Jimei was out of it for quite a while. The storm inside her heart was not enough to describe her shock at the time. Let me see, Brother Wolf said, his voice trembling a bit. The remaining 3 artists looked at Han Jimei, a terrible suspicion forming in their minds. No need to ask, everyone has one, Teacher Shadow's new series, and you are the first batch of readers apart from me. Han Jimei smiled and handed the comics to the remaining 3 people. Grassheart received a comic named Doraemon. Dragon King got Gundam. Wildsword received Attack on Titan. Each artist had a different specialty, and Han Jimei had chosen these 5, each receiving a comic that matched their particular style. Right remedy for the ailment. As everyone received their comics, Han Jimei said with a smile, There are fruits and tea here. Take your time to read. I'm going next door for a skincare treatment. Ring the bell if you need anything, and a staff member will come. After saying this, Han Jimei walked out of the room in her high heels, clacking away and closing the door behind her. Inside the room, 3 people were reading their comics. Grassheart whispered to Brother Wolf, What does Han Jimei mean by this? Are these really all Shadow's new works? Why not read them and find out? Brother Wolf spoke, already believing it somewhat, hence his eyes twinkled. As for her intention, she probably wants to use Shadow's comic quality to convince us that Tribe is doomed, and we should embrace the alliance. Shut up. Wildsword suddenly spoke up, holding Attack on Titan, his voice uncharacteristically trembling. The two exchanged glances, neither arguing with him, and also began reading their comics. The guy has a really bad temper. He'll probably get beaten up sooner or later. Chapter 866, 820, A True Eye for People. Shadow Studio. From clenched to outspread, Lin Yuan constantly flexed his fingers that were slightly sore. Actually, 5 fingers were not enough, as he had drawn an entire 6 new manga series in recent days. If it weren't for the energy potion he'd consumed, he might still be fervently drawing. And after such a prolonged effort, the results were pleasing indeed. Gundam, Death God, Digital Monsters, Saint Seiya, Fullmetal Alchemist, Magical Girl Madoka. Each of these 6 manga was handpicked by Lin Yuan with great care. Any one of these, even the relatively short Magical Girl Madoka, had caused a craze on Earth and remained a classic that manga fans still talk about with great enthusiasm. This was Lin Yuan's counterattack against the tribe. He didn't have to wait half a year or even a year. With these 6 manga, he believed the alliance would definitely suppress the tribe and completely extinguish the enemy's last hopes. Yes, Lin Yuan had encountered countless rivals, but the tribe alone, Lin Yuan treated them as enemies. If it weren't for this reason, Lin Yuan wouldn't have fought so hard. Of course, there were even more impressive works that Lin Yuan had not brought out yet, intending to keep them for his use. For instance, Doraemon, which after translation was named Ding Dang Cat. This was the work with the widest audience on Earth, unparalleled. It could be called truly suitable for all ages. Take the famous Dragon Ball, for example. Although the power levels in this manga got out of hand later on, even a mainstream work like Naruto would have to call Dragon Ball Jr. It was a work that had once dominated an era, especially Dragon Ball. In various manga influence rankings, Dragon Ball almost always ranked first, a peak of mainstream perfection. Of course, Lin Yuan wouldn't take it out for recruitment now. Probably, he would wait until the integration with Zhong Continent to consider releasing such high-level works. By that time, manga would have been played to the extreme by Shadow. But that's okay. On Blue Star, there's a saying about the traditional 10 arts. The 10 arts include literature, music, film, painting, calligraphy, sculpture, drama, dance, gaming, and architecture. Most forms of art are interrelated. As one of the arts, the realm covered by painting is very broad. Manga is just one branch of painting. Having pushed manga to its extreme, Lin Yuan could have Shadow delve into other realms. For instance, Shadow had already begun to dabble in traditional Chinese painting, and might even consider oil painting in the future. Of course, now was not the time to think about these things. Lin Yuan gazed into the distance. He wondered how those tribe comic artists invited by Han Jimei would make their choices. Will they agree? If they don't, it's no big deal. There are quite a few top tribe comic artists, and someone will agree eventually. That was Han Jimei's opinion. She was very confident in those Mongol works. Inside the club, the silent room, with only the rustling sounds of manga pages being turned, the 6 tribe comic artists didn't interact with each other, as if they were completely absorbed in the manga in their hands. Time passed by. At some point, Tang Yi's expression changed. Her gaze at Magical Girl Madoka became increasingly sharp. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. The speed of her blood flow was accelerating, and she could even hear the sound of her own heartbeat speeding up. If Tang Yi looked up at that moment, she would have noticed. The behaviors of the other comic artists in the room were also somewhat abnormal. Among them, Brother Wolf was holding Death God, his mouth agape. Dragon King stared at Gundam, eyes bulging wildly. Biley bit into Digital Monsters, as if starved for it. Grassheart flipped through Saint Seiya, her eyes shining with a dazzling light. Even the coldest Wild's Word was holding Fullmetal Alchemist, breathing with a tremor of excitement. This was the manga that Wild's Word felt was most in line with his taste. Even among all of Shadow's works that Wild's Word admired the most, Naruto, he could pick out flaws. Wild's Word used to think that was normal. Shadow had to juggle the creation of several manga, and it's impossible to be perfect in just one particular work. That was a very normal thing. It wasn't until he read Fullmetal Alchemist that he realized Shadow could achieve perfection in a certain work. In Wild's Word's opinion, the one in his hands was Shadow's most perfect work. The plot was near perfect, with the story development almost perfectly interlinked, the logic rigorous, without contradictions, and the flow was devoid of excessive nonsense. There was no forced inspirational nonsense, no gratuitous trash-talking or whitewashing. Characters fought when it was time to fight, spoke when they needed to speak, and everyone's actions had a purpose and direction. The later story was just summarized in text, but Wildsword could imagine the thrilling dramatics within. He loved this work too much. If this work were entrusted to me to draw, what an exciting thing it would be. Caught up in his wild imaginings, Wildsword couldn't help but think. As one of the strongest pure artists in the tribe, Wildsword's greatest dream in life was to wield a brush over a work that could completely please himself, while incidentally delighting the readers. Chapter 867, 820, A Good Judge of Character _2. The former is more important than the latter. Wildsword always believed that the happiness of the author was paramount. If the author lost the joy of creation, then no matter how happy the readers were, Wildsword wouldn't be happy either. Of course, if possible, he still hoped everyone could be happy. Unfortunately, such works were rare. The previous works he created either left him thrilled while the reader's response wasn't as enthusiastic, or the readers were highly enthusiastic, but Wildsword himself lacked motivation, leading to delayed updates, and it would only be under the editor's earnest pleas that he would reluctantly make a move. After all, he still needed to make a living. Only this Fullmetal Alchemist before him. Wildsword felt that if he were to draw it, he would absolutely enjoy himself tremendously, and the readers would be satisfied too. Unfortunately, this was Shadow's work. Only someone like Shadow, the god of comics, could create such a work in the entire Blue Star. Such a pity. Wildsword was grieving. The great story he had sought for countless years was right before him, yet he could only sigh in vain as he faced this treasure trove. He even regretted coming here. It was like a beauty being offered to him, but he couldn't partake. It was that agonizing. No, that analogy isn't quite right. Compared to this comic, women are worthless. At this moment, Wildsword was not alone. The other manga artists, holding their comics in hand, all had similar thoughts. This could be glimpsed from everyone's expressions. Eventually, the silence in the room was broken by Grassheart. Reluctantly closing Saint Seiya, he looked at Tang Yi and asked, "How is the manga you're holding?" Masterpiece. Tang Yi was currently rereading Magical Girl Madoka, and even on the second read, she was still captivated by it, which made her voice full of wonder as she instantly declared it a masterpiece. Everyone looked up at her. She earnestly said, "You all know my manga protagonists are all females, but for manga with female protagonists to reach the top isn't easy, yet the manga I hold shows the quality only top comics possess. Shadow truly deserves to be called the god of comics in the industry. His imagination is frighteningly impressive. It's said that he is a male artist, yet he draws female-led comics so effortlessly, and his work not only portrays more than one female character, but also features a story with twists and turns. Truly a masterpiece." "Exactly," Grassheart smiled and said, "This Saint Seiya I hold follows the king's path of manga. The creativity hit me directly, and after finishing it, I only had one thought. Why can't I produce such a manga?" "Are you serious?" Brother Wolf looked curiously at his own copy of Death God in his hands. "I feel like the work I hold is also a masterpiece. What about you guys?" "Perfect," Bai Li, holding Digital Monsters, commented. Dragon King, holding Gundam. "Let's not beat around the bush. Once this comic is released, I intend to follow suit." Finally, everyone looked towards Wildsword. Wildsword didn't engage with everyone, still intently reading Fullmetal Alchemist, his frenzied manner making the results self-evident. Tang Yi sighed. "This show of force by Hanjime is quite magnificent." Grassheart puzzled. "Show of force?" Brother Wolf smirked. "She means that Hanjime intentionally called us here to look at these new works by Shadow God. As for the reason, well, do you think the tribe has any chance against the Alliance in the battle for traffic once these comics are out?" "Yes," Dragon King analyzed. "She probably wants to show us with Shadow's works that the tribe is doomed, and joining the Alliance is the most promising for us, especially since the Alliance has Shadow. Now in the comic world, no matter which website, those who have Shadow could rule all." "Good thought, but it's useless on me. Wiley took a deep breath. Tribe Comics offers more generous terms, enough to support me. You have all misunderstood me. The door opened quietly without notice, and Hanjime appeared again. She looked at everyone, a smile curling her lips, as if she saw exactly what she wanted on the faces of this group of tribe artists. I invited you all here today not to show force, but to show you the sincerity of our alliance. Sincerity? Where is it? Tang Yi asked reflexively. Hanjime looked at the comics in everyone's hands. Haven't you noticed yet? The comics you're holding all match your own style of work. All I see is homogenized competition. Tang Yi looked helplessly. Magical Girl Madoka launches, my comics will definitely be impacted. The others nodded. Everyone's work would be impacted by Shadow. In a head-to-head comparison, everyone would be outclassed by Shadow. Seems you've seen through the situation quite clearly. Hanjime arched an eyebrow, no longer keeping them in the dark. The alliance isn't as wealthy as the tribe, but what if I said these comics could be handed over to you to draw? Shadow would provide everyone with the ideas, even the plot and panels, on the condition that you join our alliance, and the profit distribution would also follow your usual contract terms. As Hanjime's words concluded, the room fell silent once again. The pupils of the several tribe artists contracted, shocked on the spot. Fuck. I'm shamefully tempted. Tang Yi lowered her head guiltily, her expression somewhat awkward, yet internally, a voice kept echoing like devilish whispers, making her feel quite disturbed. Chapter 868. 820 Spotting People accurately _3. Promise her. Promise her. Promise her. I promise you. Someone suddenly spoke up in the room. Tang Yi abruptly looked up, thinking she had accidentally voiced her thoughts, only to find everyone gazing at Wildsword. I'll join the alliance. Wielding the comic tightly in his hand, Wildsword had already stood up. As long as this comic is given to me to draw, I'm willing to work for the alliance. Then let's look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Hanjime started to laugh, then glanced at the other 5 people. Their expressions were strange. Damn it, this Wildsword. He had said he would never join the tribe no matter what, but he was the quickest to turn coats. At some special moments, as soon as someone takes the lead, the rest gradually come to a realization. I agree too, Wiley said urgently. Anyway, I'm just an artist. I only accept good stories. If the story is good enough, why not? Join the alliance. Just here to see? Not joining the alliance? Wiley had long forgotten his own words, and his agreement even seemed a bit eager. The others were increasingly shaken. Grassheart was the third to start, giving a grand-sounding reason for herself. Can't help it. We artists just can't refuse a good story. If the condition is to join the alliance, then I have to accept. What a joke. If I have such an amazing story in my hands and I have the chance to draw it, why would I leave it to other artists? In the blink of an eye, 3 artists directly defected. The remaining 3 comic artists looked at each other. Hanjime was not in a hurry, just waiting for the 3's response. Okay. Brother Wolf shrugged. I'm someone who loves money. Although the alliance can't offer more money, I can't help but like this story. I've joined too. How hypocritical. Everyone rolled their eyes. Still says you don't love money? Liking the comic in hand is just one of the reasons. Perhaps a bigger reason is that you, Brother Wolf, feel this comic can rake in a lot of money, right? Each comic artist has their own character. Brother Wolf is the more active type. Now only Tang Yi and Dragon King were left. Tang Yi was incredibly conflicted as she anxiously looked towards Dragon King, only to hear him sigh. I was thinking of following the trend in the next comic and drawing something like Gundam, but no matter how I thought about it, it seemed better to draw it myself. However, I don't want to use all of Shadow God's templates completely. I will only refer to his story and want to incorporate some of my own ideas into it. Then I'll ask Teacher Shadow about it. Hanjime smiled, then turned to Tang Yi, who was now the only one left. Tang Yi. She suddenly felt like she didn't fit in with the people around her. Witnessing a group of tribe's top comic artists stab in the back, I won't be silenced, right? These people are defecting too quickly. Earlier, one by one, they were pounding their chests, saying they wouldn't join the alliance or anything. Turns out it was all crap. The louder the shout before, the faster the turn. Especially that Wildsword, with a demeanor of being the top guy under the heavens. Yet he was the quickest to kneel. I disagree. Tang Yi said loudly. I am a loyal servant of the tribe. Han Jimei's expression remained unchanged. Sister Tang thinks that the Magical Girl Madoka series is too short. The comics brought by Shadow. This one had the shortest length. To attract this group of comic artists, actually, a longer series works best. Tang Yi's eyes dodged slightly. Ms. Han, you've misunderstood me. I'm not that kind of person. Han Jimei smiled slightly. Teacher Shadow said that for the shortest series, he could provide another one after this one finishes. The quality can be guaranteed under Shadow's name. Spot on. Tang Yi suddenly burst into laughter. Ms. Han, rest assured, I will be a loyal servant of the Alliance from now on. Everyone, the most shameless one is you, right? You say you aren't that kind of person? Come on. Good. All have been turned. Here comes the betrayal, Ling Kong. Han Jimei suppressed the ecstasy in her heart and said, There's food prepared outside. I'm treating. Let's discuss the details while we eat. Thanks. The scene was suddenly harmonious, and the meal was delicious. Chapter 869, 821, The Gambling Game of Zhong Continent. Lin Yuan soon received a notice from Han Jimei through Jin Mu. The deal was done. The result was even smoother than Lin Yuan had anticipated, saving him some unnecessary trouble. Tribe Comics is finished. Jin Mu couldn't help expressing his excitement. Having borne the brunt of Tribe Comics' various assaults, he had long harbored a grudge. And now, at last, the Alliance was going to strike back. This counterattack would completely change the industry's ecology. The days of Tribe's monopoly over the comic world were gone for good. Lin Yuan nodded. Tribe was no easy adversary, and while the impact on just one comics division might not cripple this giant capital, it would certainly have an effect. I guess things will be settled once the contract is signed in a while. Jin Mu spoke with a smile. Not letting Han Jimei go was the right decision. In the end, it was your comics that attracted that crowd, but the candidates Han Jimei picked out were also key. Originally, Han Jimei had offered to resign due to a mistake at work. It was only after Lin Yuan personally intervened with the company that Han was retained. With his contributions this time, Han had made amends for many of his previous errors. Before Lin Yuan could respond, Jin Mu's phone suddenly rang. After speaking for a few moments, Jin Mu's expression turned grim. Lin Yuan frowned. Complications? Could there be a problem with the comics? Jin Mu shook his head, his gaze serious. I'd rather it were some hiccup with Han Jimei than receive this bit of news. It has nothing to do with the comics. It's related to your 12 consecutive championships. What do you mean? Wonder Lu, one of the top maestros within Blue Star's top 10, you must be familiar with him. He's the last one who achieved a season's 12 consecutive championships before you. At 32, he ascended to become the youngest maestro in Blue Star's history. However, there's been little news about him in recent years. He's said to have been traveling the continents, studying the various musical styles. But now he has returned to Qin continent, and through the media, he's announced that he will be releasing a new song in November. He's going to be your most formidable challenger since you began your streak for the 12 consecutive championships. I know. You already knew? Jin Mu was startled. Then are you prepared? Somewhat. Although the song hadn't been formally recorded, Lin Yuan had already decided on the song with which he'd confront Wonder Lu in November. That's good. Jin Mu let out a slight sigh of relief. When Wonder Lu was interviewed, he said the new song would be in the ancient style, and he was generous enough to admit that the inspiration for his song came from your Dongfeng Pe, probably a similar type of song. It was as Zheng Jing had mentioned before. Wonder Lu's new song was in the Chinese style, also known as the classical style on Blue Star. Lin Yuan knew he had his work cut out for him now. It was already the middle of October. Since his opponent had appeared, it was time for him to start working on a musical accompaniment for his song. Without a doubt, when Wonder Lu, one of Blue Star's premier maestros, announced he would release a song in November, it sent shockwaves through the entire industry. One media outlet reported it, and others followed suit. Maestro Wonder Lu to release new song in November. Wonder Lu returns to Qin. New song to feature classical style, inspired by Xian Yu. Xian Yu's road to 12 consecutive championships finally meets its strongest challenger. Under the deluge of media coverage, the whole network was abuzz with heated discussion. Guys, something big has happened. Wonder Lu is actually making a move in November. What do you mean Wonder Lu is making a move? Is Fish Papa's streak of 12 going to be broken? I knew it. Wasn't going to be easy to achieve 12 consecutive championships. Fish Papa is up against Wonder Lu before the Battle of the Gods, the youngest maestro in Blue Star history. It's over. Being called Wonder Lu isn't just because it's a play on his name. It's mainly because the man himself is freakishly talented. He's the last one to achieve the 12 consecutive championship feat, and Wonder Lu has even won the singles composition award. It's said that even the Zhong continent team has suffered at his hands. I say it's not certain. Xian Yu is soon to be the youngest maestro on Blue Star. Folks, times have changed. With the merger of the 5 continents, it seems unlikely that even Wonder Lu could take the 12 in a row now. And Fish Papa has already clinched 10 in succession. He's just 2 months away from that formidable achievement. I admit that, but can Xian Yu hold on for the last 2 months? If he doesn't get it, it's just a streak of 10 victories. I don't think Wonder Lu can achieve that. I like both Wonder Lu and Xian Yu. But if you were to compare the two, Wonder Lu is definitely stronger than Xian Yu. I remember in the beginning, some media even called Xian Yu Little Lu Sheng. If you think about it. Little Lu Sheng is okay. I don't know which crappy media outlet made that stuff up. It's a toss-up between these two. Even if Lu Sheng is great, it's at most a 60-40 split. Netizens were passionately discussing. Xian Yu's fans were sweating bullets. This was the strongest opponent Xian Yu had ever faced. In many people's minds, Lu Sheng was even more formidable than Yang Zhoming. After all, compared to Lu Sheng's early accomplishments, Yang Zhoming seemed more like a late bloomer. Actually, everyone could guess. The path to Xian Yu's 12 consecutive victories would only get harder as it progressed. A big name making a move in November isn't surprisingly, but a heavy hitter of Lu Sheng's caliber was a bit beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected Lu Sheng's move, nor did anyone foresee that this news would draw even higher level attention. Zhong continent. Inside a certain tea house. On both sides of a rectangular solid wood table sat 3 people each, both men and women included. Just received the news. The leading middle-aged man was pouring tea for the others, smiling as he said, Lu Sheng is going to make a move in November. He wrote a classical music piece similar to East Wind Breaks. Lu Sheng? He's writing a song like East Wind Breaks. The others had various expressions, a few frowning, apparently not too keen on this name. Heh. One of the men with a mustache above his lip laughed and said, maybe Chung Sang doesn't need to bother going back to his hometown. Humph. You seem quite confident in Lu Sheng. The man known as Chung Sang took a sip of his tea, his words laced with meaning. The mustached man suddenly got a little annoyed. Lu Sheng is arrogant, but his skill is undeniable. The woman sitting next to the man chuckled and smoothed things over. I think it's hard to call. If Xian Yu dares to aim for 12 consecutive victories, wouldn't he have some trump cards prepared for the last month? Despite being younger, he has already won 2 year-end honors. He should know how difficult the Battle of the Gods at the end of the year can be. The tea-pouring man's interest was piqued. You mean to say, Lu Sheng's surprise attack might force Xian Yu to play the trump card he intended for December? How will he then deal with an opponent in the year-end Battle of the Gods who's no less formidable than Lu Sheng? The woman countered, what would you do if you were in his shoes? After thinking, the tea-pouring man said, if it were me, I would first try to win in November. If I lose in November, then even if I win in December, it wouldn't mean much. Everyone nodded in agreement. The man called Chung Sang rubbed his temple. If that's the case, won't December be easy pickings for me? You seem quite optimistic about Xian Yu. The mustached man spoke with a hint of irritation. You say it as if Xian Yu is going to beat Lu Sheng in November. Chung Sang raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Old rules. Let's place bets. Just betting tea leaves. I don't know why, but recently the price for good tea leaves in Zhong continent has skyrocketed, supposedly because some mysterious people have been buying in bulk and have spent a lot of money. I didn't manage to buy much of this year's new tea. The tea-pouring man spoke with a laugh, then continued. Anyway, regarding these two, our music circle in Zhong continent hasn't been paying little attention. We should be aware of their situations. I'll start off by betting that Xian Yu will win. What about you guys? Lu Sheng, Xian Yu, Lu Sheng. One after another, People called out their bets. Chung Sang hesitated for a moment before finally saying, East wind breaks is Xian Yu's work. I'll bet on Xian Yu. How coincidental. 3-3. Unlike the lay people, this team from Zhong continent clearly placed Xian Yu and Lu Sheng at an equal level. Chapter 870, 822 Blue and White Porcelain. After spending 2 hours in the studio, Lin Yuan went to the company for lunch. After lunch, as soon as he entered the office, he noticed that there were several more packs of tea leaves on the table, mainly the white tea he had recently taken a liking to. Who sent this time? Sun Yaohua. Gu Dong stared at the tea leaves on the table, somewhat vexed. The office cabinet is almost full. If this keeps up, I will have to make tea leaf eggs for Mr. Lin with top-grade tea leaves. Alas, no one knew who started the rumor that Mr. Lin was a tea enthusiast who even dared to take risks and rob the chairman of his tea leaves. Now, those who gave gifts to Mr. Lin didn't send anything else, just picked out fine tea leaves to give. Simple. Lin Yuan said without hesitation. Later, give some to Uncle Yang and Aunt Zheng. It seems your father also drinks tea. Send him several boxes. There's no need to give any to Director Zhou. He'll come and take some himself. All right. Gu Dong hesitated for a moment, then said, Have you heard about Lu Sheng's song release in November? I have. Lin Yuan nodded. Gu Dong sneakily observed Lin Yuan's expression but didn't notice anything unusual. Lin Yuan suddenly looked up, meeting Gu Dong's eyes. Gu Dong panicked, thinking he'd been caught in the act of spying, but then he heard Lin Yuan say, Has Senior Yaohua left the company? He should still be here. He just went to the artist department. Ask him to come over. Okay. Gu Dong quickly nodded. Before long, Sun Yaohua appeared in Lin Yuan's office. Junior, do you like the tea I sent this time? It's good, but you sent too much. I can't finish it all. The chairman is also sending some, including a few others from the Yu dynasty and some from the industry we've collaborated with. So many people. Sun Yaohua raised his eyebrows. Why didn't he think of opening a tea shop or something before? Let's not talk about this now. I want you to sing my song in November. Lin Yuan began, revealing his plan. The system task involving Sun Yaohua had yet to be completed. It was time to bring it to the agenda. After all, within the Yu dynasty, the closest to the king of singing position was Sun Yaohua. Lin Yuan felt that he should prioritize helping Senior Yaohua to that position, no matter how he thought about it. Whoosh. Sun Yaohua's spirit was electrified, his eyes shining brighter than when making a lot of money. To Sun Yaohua, Lin Yuan's simple sentence was like a thunderclap. The long-absent excitement caused Sun Yaohua's heart to thunder like a drum, his voice trembling. Junior, do you mean the song for November? The one to go up against Wonder Lu? Not long had passed since the news of Lu Sheng releasing a song in November came out, just half a day. However, in the land of the 5 continents now, as long as a village was connected to the internet, everyone knew that Maestro Lu Sheng of Blue Star was going to release a new song in November, not to mention Sun Yaohua, who was eagerly watchful of Lin Yuan and the #1 fan of the Yu dynasty. It was obvious. The seasonal chart for November would definitely be a pinnacle duel between Lu Sheng and the junior, with others on the seasonal charts only being able to watch helplessly. It was a battle of immortals. Mortals had no way to intervene, and different songs have different values. Aiming for 12 consecutive championships, the junior definitely wouldn't be satisfied with faltering in November, so the song for November must be one he considered capable of arm wrestling with Lu Sheng. What quality would a song that the junior brought out to compete with? Wonder Lu be? Sun Yaohua knew without having to think with his butt. The quality of this song would even surpass the battle-worthy songs of past years. Only, he had thought that for such a crucial game, either the junior would sing it himself or Jiang Kuei, who had already been crowned queen of singing, would take charge. It had never occurred to him that the junior would entrust such an important task to him. That was the reason for Sun Yaohua's excitement. If not for this reason, he wouldn't have been unable to restrain his composure. The junior really trusts me so much. This is a critical moment for the 12 consecutive championships. If he wins this round, the junior will be able to get the ticket to participate in the Battle of the Gods. If this round fails, however well the junior performs in the Battle of the Gods, it's useless because his goal of 12 consecutive championships will have already failed. Yes. Unaware of Sun Yaohua's thoughts and feelings, Lin Yuan produced the score he had prepared in advance. Blue and White Porcelain. Sun Yaohua, with sharp eyes, spotted the song title at once. Lin Yuan nodded. The song he prepared to compete with Lu Sheng for the November seasonal chart was Blue and White Porcelain. How amazing was this song? In his previous life, not only did this song make it to the Spring Festival Gala, becoming the most unforgettable act of that year, but it also swept major awards such as Best Song, Best Lyrics, and Best Composition in the professional field, and it even appeared on college entrance examination papers more than once. Its social impact was enormous. Even among director Zhou's countless excellent works, this song was definitely among the top. In terms of popularity and professionalism, it was off the charts. Mentioning director Zhou's songs, this one was absolutely a work that had to be mentioned. Even the groundbreaking Farewell, which pioneered the China wind genre, couldn't compare in terms of notoriety with this song. But speaking of which, actually, Sun Yaohua singing this song, stylistically, was not quite a perfect match. In terms of singer selection, it would be best if Lin Yuan could sing it himself. However, Lin Yuan had recently been studying the system's props and had seen several good items. Among them were props that could improve singing skills, expand vocal range, and even enrich vocal timbre. The only drawback was they were expensive. So expensive that even wealthy Lin Yuan found them staggeringly so. But using them on senior Yaohua was not a waste. Although Lin Yuan felt the pinch, he gritted his teeth and bought them. With these props, Sun Yaohua can grasp Blue and White Porcelain. At this thought, Lin Yuan said, "The demo isn't ready yet, so I'll just sing it a cappella for you to listen to." Having said this, Lin Yuan sang Blue and White Porcelain, following the melody in a simple manner. With plain clay, a delicate brush outlines the blue and white. The brushwork shifts from thick to light. Just from the first line, Sun Yaohua's eyes lit up, and as more and more of the melody was sung, his eyes were leaping with innumerable sparks. Excitement, thrill, fever. As a professional singer, Sun Yaohua instantly recognized the terrifying appeal of the song. This rare style of music was just like the impact-making The East Wind Breaks his junior had released at the end of last year, and in some aspects, it even made a huge leap forward. However, when Lin Yuan finished the first chorus and stopped, Sun Yaohua suddenly seemed to remember something. His face abruptly filled with countless hesitations and struggles. In his eyes, even a trace of wandering flashed. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuan noticed Sun Yaohua's abnormality. Complex emotions intertwined on Sun Yaohua's face, but eventually, he suppressed his excitement and followed his heart, speaking in a low and hoarse voice. "Junior, can you answer me a question?" "Sure. Am I the most suitable person for this song?" Lin Yuan didn't answer, but quietly used a series of props purchased by the system on Sun Yaohua. "Junior, I'm not suitable. You sing it yourself." Sun Yaohua, oblivious to Lin Yuan's actions, spoke with some difficulty, as if mustering all his strength. Sun Yaohua knew. Saying these words meant that he was giving up a song for himself that he might never encounter again in his life. Sun Yaohua had heard it. This song could be one of the best among all of his junior's current works. He could sing it well, but to say who could sing this song to the best, unleashing its full potential, that should be his junior himself. November is too important to allow any mistakes. If a problem arises because of him, Sun Yaohua might blame himself for a lifetime. To avoid that, he would rather give up the song. Because of these reasons, no matter how much regret and desolation he felt, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. You are. Whether or not he was the most suitable person before didn't matter, because now he was. Having said that, Lin Yuan handed the sheet music over to Sun Yaohua. "Give it a try, Junior." "I'm not. How could I be the most suitable person for this song?" Sun Yaohua took the sheet music with both hands, wanted to speak, but in the end, swallowed back 1,000 words. He took a deep breath. He adjusted his emotions, cleared his throat, and with the utmost seriousness, tried to sing a line. The first line came out, and Sun Yaohua suddenly felt a very strange sensation, as if he had more control over his voice. He felt an inexplicable excitement within. He continued singing according to the melody in the sheet music. Although he stumbled slightly due to unfamiliarity with the melody, his excitement grew, and his heartbeat sped up. It seemed like he could really sing this song, and it seemed like his skills had made a leap in improvement. Could it be a breakthrough under pressure? As if he had gained special powers. Recently, Sun Yaohua had been reading some fantasy novels where the protagonist would always break through under pressure, creating one miracle after another. He felt like he was in that state, getting smoother with each line he sang, until he finished the first chorus and stopped with reluctance. Not bad, Lin Yuan praised. If Sun Yaohua now adds proper training to his skill level, he could likely be no weaker than the king of singing grade like Fei Yang. This was something Sun Yaohua himself hadn't realized. He only knew he had improved. Lin Yuan was not surprised by the power of the system's props. If the system could turn a dog into a skilled actor, what difficulty would it have in crafting Sun Yaohua into a true king of singing? Although the price was outrageously expensive. Forget it, as Senior Yaohua said well, money is an external object. Li Bai also said, wealth spent can be regained. Senior Yaohua has the spirit of the immortal poet Li Bai. I should learn well from Senior Yaohua. Right, with Senior Yaohua becoming the king of singing, I will have a reward too. Lin Yuan psyched himself up, and after convincing himself, he felt less heartache. Junior, I think I can do it. Sun Yaohua could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart, exclaiming loudly. Lin Yuan was also happy. Then you go back and practice well. Once you've got it, we'll record. Sure. Sun Yaohua left the office, and as he walked out the door, suddenly hugged the sheet music and kissed it passionately. Swish, swish, swish. Outside was the office, and the composers all turned to look at Sun Yaohua's act of kissing the sheet music, their expressions odd. This guy is acting strangely. Deputy Director Wu Yong passed by, asked in surprise, Teacher's son, what is this about? Leave November to me. Laughing, Sun Yaohua said to Wu Yong, then left the office blissfully under countless astonished gazes. Strangely enough, Sun Yaohua wasn't thinking about the song or his progress in singing at the moment, but rather, his thoughts were spinning on something completely unrelated. The wood of the cabinets in Junior's office isn't top tier, and the space is lacking too. Seems not quite big enough for storage. I should replace it with a bigger one for him. This thought spun as naturally as an instinct. Chapter 871, 823. As it turned out, Sun Yaohua really could do it. Several days later, the song Blue and White Porcelain was successfully recorded. With system props, Sun Yaohua's ability to master songs had improved significantly. He now could perform this song perfectly. It was a pity, however, when Lin Yuan tasted the sweetness and wanted to buy more props that could change one's singing skills, the system no longer sold them. Even offering more money was not an option. Lin Yuan suspected that maybe he didn't offer enough, but he couldn't afford any more anyway, so he had to let it go. Not long after the recording was completed, all the wooden furniture in Lin Yuan's office, including desks, chairs, and cabinets, had been replaced. Sun Yaohua had specially ordered those. They were said to be rare and fine items. Lin Yuan couldn't specifically tell how good these items were, but he felt the desks, chairs, and cabinets looked better and the user experience had improved quite a bit. It was Gudong who had an understanding of these things. She excitedly explained to Lin Yuan that the new furniture was made from some top-grade timber, and whether it was the rarity of the wood itself or the craftsmanship in all aspects, they were all master-level works of art, and so on. Lin Yuan still didn't have much of a concept. Not until one day the chairman passed by. His eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Yuan's office, and he couldn't help but caress the cabinet, which was just the right size for the room and much larger than the original. For a while, did Lin Yuan roughly understand that these items must indeed be very valuable. Soon after the chairman's departure, Lin Yuan's office became inexplicably lively for a while. Quite a few company executives found various reasons to come and stroll around his office, inevitably casting wandering eyes on the desks, chairs, and cabinets. Quite a few imitated the chairman, taking the chance to touch. Mr. Lin, our office is now the most luxurious in the whole company. If someone comes in and casually takes something, they could make a killing, to say nothing of the blue and white porcelain that the chairman brought last time. Even if someone casually took some tea leaves or ran off with a chair, they would definitely leave with a bounty, Gudong later said with a laugh. Lin Yuan figured that this must be why everyone came to visit. These were all little episodes in life. Sometime after the many executives had visited Lin Yuan's office, Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing also came. Upon entering, Zheng Jing smiled and said, "Little fish, I heard your office has become quite the hotspot recently." Zihong pear fragrant sandalwood. Yang Zhongming tapped the desk, then nodded. "Fine stuff." Jealous, Zheng Jing teased Yang Zhongming. Yang Zhongming didn't engage her. Instead, he looked at Lin Yuan. "Is the song for November ready?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Yeah," Yang Zhongming said. "In a couple of days, we are going out to meet someone." "Okay." Lin Yuan had no objections. Zheng Jing asked curiously, "Little fish, aren't you curious about whom we are going to meet?" "Lu Sheng," Lin Yuan said. Yang Zhongming looked at Lin Yuan in surprise while Zheng Jing's face was full of bewilderment. "How did you know?" "Because you want to help me," Lin Yuan said with a smile, feeling somewhat warmed inside. These two senior figures had always taken good care of Lin Yuan, and their sudden invitation was certainly related to the upcoming season's charts. The person most closely associated with this was his biggest rival of the year, Lu Sheng, and coincidentally, Lu Sheng had a rather special relationship with Yang Zhongming. Although Lin Yuan didn't know the specifics, their purpose was surely to ensure he secured the entry ticket to the Battle of the Gods without fail. Lin Yuan's guess was correct. It was indeed Lu Sheng that Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing wanted him to meet. The last day of October, outside the company, inside a certain club, Lin Yuan met with Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng looked very young, clearly someone who took good care of himself. He dressed meticulously and always seemed to pay great attention to his personal image, with every hair in perfect place. "Teacher admirable fish," Lu Sheng greeted with a smile, emanating a distinguished air. Lin Yuan regarded the man before him, once the youngest maestro in Blue Star's history with 12 consecutive wins, and replied politely, "Mr. Lu Sheng. Now that we've met, I'll get to the point." Zheng Jing interjected from the side. "You shouldn't have chosen November to act, Lu Sheng. It will force Little Fish to reveal the song he has painstakingly prepared for the Battle of the Gods ahead of schedule. Even if Little Fish beats you, it will be difficult for him to compete with Zhong Continent anymore after that. Don't tell me you aren't aware that people from Zhong Continent will make their move at year-end, targeting him. You know their style. Today is the last day of October," Lu Sheng said with a smile. "Is Ms. Jing suggesting that I announce my withdrawal from November right now?" Zheng Jing urged. "Nobody is asking you to back out completely. Just release any song for November. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Is that also what Brother Zhongming thinks?" Lu Sheng turned to look at Yang Zhongming. Yang Zhongming said, "Do me this favor." Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Lin Yuan didn't speak. However, through the conversation of the three, he completely understood. Uncle Yang and Aunt Zheng believed that since he dared to aim for the 12 consecutive win barrier, he must have an ace up his sleeve. A so-called ace is often a composer's most confident bomb-level song, and any composer would choose to release such a song at the most critical moment. For Lin Yuan at the moment, the most critical time was none other than the Battle of the Gods at the end of the year. Now that Lu Sheng had emerged halfway through, these two seniors were worried that he would have to reveal his ace for the Battle of the Gods ahead of time. Chapter 872, 823 The Best of Chinese Style _2. After all, this is Lu Sheng, the maestro among maestros. Defeating him without using trump cards was essentially impossible. But if Lin Yuan used the song he had prepared for the Battle of the Gods, what would he do at the end of the year? You should know. At the end of the year, the opponents Lin Yuan was about to face might be on the same level as Lu Sheng. What if he didn't use his trump card? Then losing in November would be even more painful. It was a paradox. In November and December, there were wolves in front and tigers behind. That was Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing's worry. So they approached Lu Sheng, hoping he would step back and not force Lin Yuan to reveal his trump card prematurely. Realizing this, Lin Yuan felt both amused and a little helpless. He could completely understand their worries and was even touched, as their concerns were entirely reasonable from a conventional line of thinking. The one that was unreasonable was himself. More precisely, it was the system. Indeed, in November and December, there were wolves in front and tigers behind. However, the premise considered by these three was entirely mistaken. It was true there were wolves and tigers. but who said he had only one bullet in his gun. In November, facing Lu Sheng and using a trump card, so what? He had also made very adequate preparations for the end-of-year battle of the gods. Lin Yuan's thoughts raced as he analyzed the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Sheng suddenly smiled. I can't dismiss Brother Zhongming's face, but Lu Sheng's tone shifted. I've always been conceited, especially since Ms. Jing has said that the song teacher Admirable Fish prepared for the Battle of the Gods could beat me. In that case, let's see if Ms. Jing's judgment holds true. Hey, Zheng Jing was not pleased. You said you were going to give Ouyang face, so why are we still competing? Besides, I only said Little Fish's trump card might beat you. Not that it certainly would. Ms. Jing, don't rush. Lu Sheng suddenly turned to Lin Yuan. To drop out of the November season ranking is to let you step on me to fight in the Battle of the Gods. By then, the whole network will be saying my new song is inferior to yours. That's quite a sacrifice for someone who cherishes his reputation like me. Teacher Admirable Fish, would you like to use that trump card and compare it privately with my song? That's more like it. Zheng Jing pursed her lips and didn't stop him this time. They were only comparing privately, and the outside world would not know. And Lu Sheng wasn't wrong. Whether he suddenly dropped out of the November season ranking or casually released a song to deal with the issue, he would ultimately lose to Xianyu. That was like actively letting Xianyu get one over on him. In the end, it was still a loss for Lu Sheng. After all, Lu Sheng had the freedom to choose when to release his songs. Was it his obligation to step aside in November because Xianyu wanted the 12th consecutive championship? There is no such rule. It was only because of the great face of Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing that Lu Sheng took this step back, even actively allowing Xianyu to get the upper hand and achieve an even more dazzling halo. Okay, Lin Yuan agreed. I'll release my song first. Lu Sheng shook his head. Please wait a moment. I'll take the loss in November for Brother Zhongming's sake. At that time, lay people can say my new song is not as good as yours. I don't care about that. But I, Lu Sheng, can't lose face in front of people I know, or I'll likely become the laughingstock among those guys. So you wouldn't mind if I invite a few friends over, would you? You really care about face. Zheng Jing glared hard at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's meaning was simple. He wanted some songwriters in the industry to witness this private contest. At that time, no matter what the outside world said about him losing to Xianyu, the truth would be clear to the songwriters in the industry. His request is reasonable. Yang Zhongming said, I'll call some people over. Xianyu, do you have any objections? Lin Yuan shook his head. Yang Zhongming nodded and made several phone calls. Lu Sheng reminded him from the side. Remember to invite Yin Dong over. Zheng Jing held her forehead. Are you trying to provoke Yin Dong? Lu Sheng said with a smile. Just recently, I returned to Qin and met up with a few old friends. At that gathering, everyone was saying Yin Dong always loses to fish. I'm just trying to help Brother Yin Dong win one back, right? The word brother sounds so twisted coming from your mouth. Zheng Jing said irritably. You're just trying to annoy him. If something goes wrong, it'll be interesting. After all, Little Fish's song is a trump card for the Battle of the Gods. Lin Yuan. Of course, he remembered Yin Dong. He had collaborated with Fei Yang several times and had many interactions with himself. Lin Yuan also listened to other songs in his spare time. There were several songs composed by Yin Dong on his playlist, which he quite enjoyed. Bring them on then. Lu Sheng seemed quite confident. This club was where Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing met privately with other songwriters in the circle. Shortly after Yang Zhongming made the calls, the club started bustling. Several songwriters arrived one after another. This included Yin Dong, whom Lu Sheng specifically reminded Yang Zhongming to invite. Within the hour, the club's room was filled with more than 20 songwriters. This lineup, if placed in the music industry, could scare people to death. Some of them even took the initiative to greet Lin Yuan, showing considerable friendliness. Because Lin Yuan had participated in Our Song and had decent relationships with some of the songwriters, such as Yi Zhiqiu, who had once competed with Lin Yuan for the season's chart, was also present and greeted Lin Yuan. But when it came to age, Lin Yuan simply didn't fit in with the other songwriters. If it were anyone else at Lin Yuan's age, they wouldn't even have the right to speak among these songwriters, let alone be greeted by them with utter equality. Chapter 873, 823. It seemed that the maestros had already determined Xian Yu was going to be the new maestro. Inside the room, the maestros were also exchanging thoughts. As the situation was introduced, everyone quickly became aware of what was happening here, and the atmosphere on the scene heated up. Fascinating. To witness a fight between Xian Yu and Lu Sheng. My trip here is really worth it. Actually, I've been meaning to say this. Lu Sheng, why did you choose to release a song in November, forcing Xian Yu to reveal his trump card for the Battle of the Gods? Isn't that letting Zhong continent take advantage of the situation? It's better to have this kind of private contest. Come to think of it, without this drama, we wouldn't have had the chance to hear the song Xian Yu prepared for the Battle of the Gods beforehand. Fortunately, it's teacher Yang Zhoming. Otherwise, who could have such a big face to make you? Lu Sheng, step back. Haha, there's a good chance Lu Sheng might lose. The older ginger is spicier. You think Lu Sheng put on such a big show without having something up his sleeve? That's true. I guess he just staged this act on purpose, to show us how impressive he, Lu Sheng, is. Everyone chatted away merrily. Many of the maestros knew each other well. It was rare for them to have the opportunity to gather together, and they were quite excited. Furthermore, the upcoming duel was between Lu Sheng and Xian Yu. The former is the youngest maestro in the history of Blue Star and a recipient of the Maestro Award. The latter is about to break the former's record as the youngest maestro, a demonic-level genius who has risen to fame in recent years. The peak duel between these two can be imagined to be spectacular. Even for the maestros, this was a matchup worth looking forward to. Only Yin Dong had a sour expression on his face. He certainly knew that Lu Sheng was trying to show off, to demonstrate in his presence how Lu Sheng would defeat Xian Yu. Thus, with Yin Dong's naturally deadpan face, his expression looked even uglier now. Next to him, Yiji Qiu caught sight of Yin Dong's state and snickered for a few seconds before coughing and saying, "Everyone is almost here. Shall we get started?" "All right, please take a seat." Lu Sheng looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "You first or me?" "Whatever," Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. Lu Sheng shrugged. "I've heard some of you mention there's a curse about the one who moves first always losing on our song. I'm the type who doesn't believe in superstitions. I'll play my song first." Everyone laughed. Of course, no one took such a joke seriously. The room had the necessary equipment, and Lu Sheng began to fiddle with the sound system himself. A moment later, Lu Sheng's expression became serious. "This song of mine is called Water Rhyme. It's a classical style and took half a year to create. It's also at present a work I'm proud of. Please enjoy." Inside the room, the maestros quieted down. A song that Lu Sheng called a work he is proud of warranted everyone's attention. Despite the banter earlier, everyone understood the gravity of the occasion. Lin Yuan, too, was earnest in his expression. He did not underestimate Lu Sheng, a top-level maestro, just because he had blue and white porcelain in his possession. "Begin." Teacher Yang Zhoming spoke up, his eyes narrowing slightly. Next to him, Zheng Jing too stayed quiet. She smiled. Lu Sheng clicked play. Inside the room, the sound of a bamboo flute rang out. The crisp melody instantly captivated everyone's ears. As various classical instruments took turns entering the stage, the singing also began slowly. Lu Sheng had said in an interview that the inspiration for this song came from East Wind Breaks. However, in reality, Lu Sheng's song, both in melody and artistic conception, had nothing to do with East Wind Breaks. If one really had to point out a similarity, it was probably that stunning classical style. The song was titled Water Rhyme. In the music, there seemed to be the sound of water drops falling. Unconsciously, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. Even teacher Yang Zhongming showed a look of deep intoxication. Lin Yuan was also silently feeling the spirit of the song, and he almost felt as if he was being drawn into it. This song was only just over 3 minutes long. However, when the whole song had finished playing, everyone seemed to yearn for more. The room, however, became even quieter. "What do you think?" Lu Sheng found a chair to sit down, smiling. "Perfect," Yiji Qiu said emotionally. "I thought East Wind Breaks by Xian Yu was the pinnacle of the classical style, unrivaled by anyone, but your song shines in parallel with it. Your ability to borrow a chicken to lay an egg is undeniable." A maestro nearby also sighed with some admiration. To take the essence of East Wind Breaks and make it your own, yet to walk a completely different style, expressing emotions through water and confiding in landscapes, is impressive. What about you, Brother Zhongming? Lu Xing eagerly awaited Yang Zhongming's evaluation. Yang Zhongming nodded. Classical, refined, elegant. From melody to arrangement, it's all perfect. You didn't use the pipa as the main sound, but chose the guqin instead. The whole song is naturally flawless. I can't find faults with it. Pointing out faults is my strength, though Lu Shang, you seem a bit crafty. Zheng Jing winked at Lu Shang, clearly learning from the creative techniques of East Wind Breaks. Yet you forged your path, creating a world of your own. I admit that. Lu Shang looked at Lin Yuan. I believe it's almost impossible to surpass East Wind Breaks in this style of music, so I chose to write my own East Wind Breaks. What do you think, Teacher Admirable Fish? Good, Lin Yuan said. Earnestly, Lu Xing couldn't help but give a wry smile. This assessment was simple, but the other party's sincere expression was not lacking in solemnity, so he didn't feel it was perfunctory. It's your turn. All right. Lin Yuan took out his smartphone, connected it to the sound system, and then proceeded to introduce the song to everyone in imitation of Lu Shang. This song is called Blue and White Porcelain, neoclassical music. Blue Star didn't have the concept of Chinese style. Neoclassical music was the label the professional field had given East Wind Breaks. Lu Sheng's expression changed. Yang Zhongming's mouth corners curved up ever so slightly. Zheng Jing's eyes lit up. The other maestros looked at each other in surprise. This was something that no one had anticipated. Xian Yu had also written a classical-style song, directly clashing in style with Lu Sheng. And Lu Sheng's song creation technique was learned from East Wind Breaks. Meanwhile, Xian Yu was the pioneer of this neoclassical style found in East Wind Breaks. As the pioneer, would the quality of Xian Yu's neoclassical style song be inferior? The answer was, of course, no. Not to mention that this song was prepared for the Battle of Gods. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at Lu Sheng with a smile. We're in for a treat. Lu Sheng didn't speak. He was thinking, could Xian Yu surpass his East Wind Breaks? Impossible. He quickly came to a conclusion. This allowed him to relax. Slightly, a similar line of thought appeared in the minds of others as well, and they came to similar conclusions. In the neoclassical style, East Wind Breaks was already perfect. Even Lu Sheng could only take a different path rather than surpass East Wind Breaks based on its foundation. For East Wind Breaks was already stylistically impeccable. It seemed today it would be hard to distinguish a winner between these two. While the various maestros were engaged in their different thoughts, Lin Yuan had already clicked to play the song Blue and White Porcelain. The flute, the guqin, the zither, traditional Blue Star instruments took turns playing. They were accompanied by plucking, percussion, and woodwind techniques, instantly immersing one into the world of the song. What sets a Chinese-style song apart? In terms of the intricacy of the music and adherence to formal standards, the best Chinese-style song is actually East Wind Breaks. But the song that truly took the Chinese style to its peak, called the ultimate in Chinese style, was Blue and White Porcelain that was currently resonating in the room. That was the difference between the two. Chapter 874. 824 Wonder Lu admits defeat. In the clubhouse. Inside the room. The music carried a faint melancholy. Within the melancholy, a hint of heaviness was mixed. The maestros in the room were savoring the prelude of Blue and White Porcelain. The main verse, for the first time, resounded. The plain white porcelain is sketched with cobalt blue. The dense ink fades to light. The peony depicted on the body is like your initial makeup. The gradual scent of sandalwood through the window. My thoughts of you are clear. The brush travels on the rice paper and stops halfway. As the first part of the main verse began, Lu Sheng, who had been full of confidence, suddenly lifted his head as a ripple passed through his heart. Pure, elegant. The gentle and delicate lyrics, accompanied by the melody, still had the flavor of new classical style, but these lyrics instantly dazzled him. And it wasn't just Lu Sheng. Everyone else in the room also showed a hint of astonishment, clearly impressed by the lyrics. The glaze renders a painting of elegant ladies, its charm privately hidden. And your smile, blooming like a flower yet to unfold. Your beauty drifts away, to a place I cannot reach. Still as mesmerizingly beautiful lyrics. and as the song continued, Lu Sheng's heart finally began to undulate. Plop! Like a pebble falling into the heart of a lake, ripples spread out in all directions. He subconsciously adjusted his seated posture, causing the chair to grate against the floor with a somewhat grating noise. The friction was fleeting. No one spoke aloud at the scene, but the maestros seated around began lifting their heads one after another, with a clear change in their eyes. Among the crowd, Yin Dong and Yi Zhiqiu exchanged glances, both seeing the amazement in each other's eyes. Just then, the singing abruptly climbed in pitch. Sorrow and desolation, like the drizzle of an autumn rain, quietly cascading, as if the song was the only thing left between heaven and earth. The azure sky awaits the misty rain, and I await you. The smoke from cooking fires spirals up, across 1,000 miles of river. At the base of a vessel, Han clerical script is written, emulating the elegance of bygone days. Consider it a foreshadowing of my encounter with you. The azure sky awaits the misty rain, and I await you. The moonlight salvaged spreads out and blurs the conclusion. Like heirloom blue and white porcelain, being beautiful unto itself, your eyes carrying a hint of mirth. Pitter-patter, like pearls and jades falling onto a jade plate. The sublime melody, still tinged with a trace of hesitance and coldness, like a cool breeze blowing through the persistent drizzle, penetrating the hearts of all present. Chilling, yet scalding hot. Everyone's expression changed, a look of astonishment creeping onto the faces of all maestros simultaneously, forming a standardized and unified look of utter astonishment in the melody-imbued room. Stunned, completely stunned, Lu Sheng's face lost its prior confidence. His body tensed instinctively, while his mouth was slightly agape. The musical instruments were being played with fervor. Traditional playing techniques composed a slow, leisurely tune, the deep and shallow. Currents of love and separation flowed within the room, the song bearing an indescribable sense of antiquity and depth, as if both history and time were modeled. Gong, Shang, Jiao Jiyu. The ultimate simplicity, the ultimate shock. When the entire song ended, the whole room was silent as a tomb. The next moment, the silence shattered. Loud voices melded together, making the entire room boil. This is a masterpiece of the new classical genre. I thought no song could surpass The East Wind Breaks. Even Lu Sheng's work could only try a different approach, but this song did it. The 5 notes have been used to their utmost. How is this possible? The beauty of scenery, the beauty of metaphor, the beauty of emotion. So many elements combined, yet so harmoniously blended. This song is simply more flawless than The East Wind Breaks. Amidst the tumultuous voices, gazes converged on Lin Yuan's expressionless face, though everyone's mindset was now utterly different. Nobody expected it. Xian Yu had actually written a song that surpassed The East Wind Breaks. In a daze, some looked towards Lu Sheng. A wry smile flickered across Lu Sheng's lips, and he couldn't help but ask Lin Yuan, "Can I take a look at the lyrics?" "Sure." Lin Yuan took out the score and handed it to him. Instantly, all the maestros crowded around Lu Sheng, peering at the score of blue and white porcelain, their appraisals still accompanied by intense whispering. Indeed. Looking at the lyrics, Lu Sheng glanced at Lin Yuan with a bittersweet expression. "Your talent for writing lyrics is truly astounding. The azure sky awaits the misty rain, and I await you." What kind of genius creativity does it take to write such lyrics? If the classical style May We All is undoubtedly the pinnacle, then Xian Yu's song is the peak of vernacular-style lyrics, and it's beyond dispute. Next to them, Yi Zhiqiu mused. Whether it's composing the music or the arrangement, the two songs are neck and neck, but the lyrics put a gap between them. Yes, Zheng Jing sighed from the side. But overall, Blue and White Porcelain is a little more impressive. Taken individually, every standard of the song is nearly on par. Yang Zhongming spoke up, and even his voice couldn't help but carry a hint of emotion. We can only say that Xian Yu's song named Blue and White Porcelain has reached the pinnacle of the new classical genre in terms of overall score. Everyone nodded in agreement. In composing, writing, arranging, and so on, Blue and White Porcelain scored extremely high in every category, not much better than Lu Sheng's song. And it wouldn't be an overstatement to say they're equally matched. This is true even when compared with the east wind breaks. However, when considered as a whole, Blue and White Porcelain clearly has the upper hand. Especially the lyrics of this song seem tailor-made for the new classical genre. Chapter 875. 824 Wonder Lu admits defeat _2. The entire song's mood is half derived from the melody and the other half from the lyrics. Combined, Blue and White Porcelain reached a height that no one else could surpass. I could have gone up too. Suddenly, Yin Dong said this to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng rolled his eyes. Everyone burst into laughter. Indeed, this round really was such that anyone who went up would do. After all, whoever went up would lose. The maestros arrived quickly and left just as fast. When everyone left with countless emotions, only Yang Zhongming, Zheng Jing, Lin Yuan, and Lu Sheng remained in the room. I admit I was outplayed. Lu Sheng gave a resigned smile. I truly embarrassed myself today. Lin Yuan shook his head seriously. The victory of Blue and White Porcelain lies in the lyrics. Mr. Lu Sheng's composition was not inferior, and I truly respect your piece as well. He wasn't being modest on purpose. Lin Yuan was telling the truth. In terms of composition, Blue and White Porcelain did not assuredly beat Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's competition wasn't me, but the combination of director Zhou and Fong Wenshan. If it were just about the composition, Lu Sheng's Water Rhyme could entirely contest with director Zhou. Ultimately, Blue and White Porcelain just won owing to Fong Wenshan's hand. You know, Fong Wenshan is a top lyricist on earth, and the lyrics of this song are a peak masterpiece of Fong Wenshan himself. Just think about it. If Blue and White Porcelain lacked Fong Wenshan's perfect lyrical performance, could this song stand out among the numerous similar songs by director Zhou and become the pinnacle of Chinese style in many people's hearts? You don't need to comfort me. Lu Sheng smiled resignedly. Although I am vain, I am not someone who can't accept defeat. Use this song in December. I'll withdraw from November. That's not necessary. Lin Yuan shook his head, stunningly saying, actually, Blue and White Porcelain was intended to be released in November. Lu Sheng stiffened, his face suddenly changing. Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing also showed astonished expressions. The three exchanged looks. Was this song not Admirable Fish's secret weapon prepared for the Battle of the Gods? The fact that these three were shocked shows just how astonishing Lin Yuan's words were. Do you have an even better song in December? Lu Sheng's voice changed. Please don't act out of pride. I'm the one stepping down voluntarily. You don't need to feel like you took advantage, especially since you've already beaten me. There's another song in December. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then added, it might not necessarily be better, but it won't be far off. Yang Zhongming's expression was strange. Are you serious? Zheng Jing couldn't help but say, you really should not mess around. If you release this song in December, even if Zhong Continent makes a move, it would be hard to compete with this song. It should be fine. Lin Yuan also had his doubts, but he ultimately decided to release Blue and White Porcelain in November, despite the song's quality being more than sufficient for December. Moreover, why should someone else step down for him? Everyone has the freedom to choose their song release timing. In this matter, Lin Yuan knew he wasn't being reasonable, but inevitably, it felt like letting down the kindness of Uncle Yang and Aunt Zheng. With this in mind, Lin Yuan said to Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing, thank you, Uncle Yang. Thank you, Aunt Zheng. Since you've made this decision, there must be a reason behind it. Seems like I still underestimated you. Yang Zhongming waved his hand. I hadn't planned to intervene. It was Aunt Zheng who insisted I step in. Plus, I couldn't bear to see you play your ace in November. Now that you still have something for December, it actually eases my guilt towards Lu Sheng. This is my fault. I should have discussed it with you in advance. Zheng Jing laughed heartily. I was afraid you might feel slighted, so I informed you at the last minute. However, you shouldn't feel this goes against principles all too much. The music industry has a tradition of giving heads up. Maestros, to some extent, always have such an understanding among themselves. There is no need to make a big deal out of it. Looking back, haven't you also stepped aside for others? That is true. Lu Sheng looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. The year I got the 12 consecutive titles, Brother Zhongming stepped aside for me once. If Brother Zhongming hadn't, I really wouldn't have gotten the 12 consecutive crowns that year. In that regard, you are stronger than me. For this outcome, the three of them were somewhat amused yet sad. Everyone thought Admirable Fish had only one secret weapon, and that it would be played in December. However, who could have imagined that Xian Yu still had an ace up his sleeve? Whether it was November or December, Xian Yu's side was quite confident. The three of them never doubted that Lin Yuan was bluffing. By December, things would be clear, and there was no point in bluffing at such a time, especially as it involved the crucial 12 consecutive championships. No one joked about such a thing. Let's have dinner together tonight. Lu Sheng suddenly said, just release my song as usual. There's no need to purposely choose a date, since you're not planning on changing the schedule anyway. Okay. Lin Yuan agreed. Lu Sheng's song had shown Lin Yuan the capabilities of a world-class composer. If his song hadn't been Blue and White Porcelain, but just another Chinese-style song, Lin Yuan might not have any other songs in November that could definitely beat the opponent. Of course, this just meant that apart from Blue and White Porcelain, Lin Yuan had no other songs that could definitely win, but he still had songs that could compete on an equal footing with the opponents. That settled it. The four made a dinner plan. During the meal, Lin Yuan and Lu Sheng exchanged contact information and found they quite hit it off. Actually, for you, the Battle of the Gods isn't scary. I have experience in this as someone who's been through it. What experience? The experience is when a composer can win for 11 seasons, the 12th season, no matter what the quality of your song, many people will support you. It's called letting a gentleman finish his journey. The righteous are helped, the unrighteous are few. Your words are interesting. No wonder you could write a song like Blue and White Porcelain. Overall, the season chart is not purely a stage of strength. You cannot expect everyone to be completely fair. If people like certain singers or composers, what can you do? For example, if you're a newcomer, even if your song in November is better than mine, I would still win because I'm maestro, and these offstage factors all affect the season chart rankings. But you have momentum to leverage, and by then you will find a group of people helping you. Of course, if your song isn't good enough, offstage factors can't play a decisive role. The two talked a lot. Mostly, Lu Sheng did the talking while Lin Yuan listened. Lu Sheng didn't mind Lin Yuan's quiet demeanor. Geniuses differ in character. In Lu Sheng's eyes, Lin Yuan's character suited him very well. Yang Zhongming, sitting nearby, busied himself with his food and occasionally chipped in a word. Only Zheng Jing looked at Lin Yuan and Lu Sheng with an odd expression. Who would have thought these two were about to compete in the November season chart? After the meal ended, Lin Yuan drove home. It was just past 10:30 in the evening. Less than 2 hours remained until the season chart update. Online, the November season chart competition between Lu Sheng and Xian Yu was trending. Only 1.5 hours left. Wondering who between Fish Papa and Wonder Lu will win or lose. I like both sides, so I can accept any outcome. But comparing their achievements, I feel like Fish Papa's chances are slim. Didn't Goat analyze it? It's slightly in favor of one. Some say it's more tilted the other way. Saying Fish Papa is like little Lu Sheng is just too much. Isn't that implying Fish Papa will definitely lose? As for the November season chart competition between Xian Yu and Lu Sheng, countless people online were analyzing it. The most widely accepted conclusion was slightly in favor of one. Xian Yu slightly less favored, Lu Sheng slightly more favored. However, as this opinion took deep root and time ticked ever closer to the season chart update, on his blog, Lu Sheng, a top composer from Blue Star and the youngest maestro to score 12 consecutive championships, suddenly posted a special update. Today, I listened to Teacher Admirable Fish's new song, and I was dumbfounded. I give up for November, but I certainly won't flake. I recommend everyone listens to my song first. It should not disappoint you, but if you listen to Admirable Fish's song before mine, you might be disappointed. Am I spoiling something here? The update was accompanied by a photo. In the photo, Lu Sheng's cheeks were flushed as if he had drunk quite a bit. He and Xian Yu were standing shoulder to shoulder, both making a classic scissor hand gesture at the camera. Duong. Netizens across continents were stunned. Chapter 876, 825. Netizens from all over the continents were almost baffled as they watched this update. What's going on? The whole internet was anticipating your November showdown. The tension was almost palpable, and then you two sneak off to meet in private? You even had the nerve to make scissor hands at the camera? How childish can you guys get? Even more baffling than their private meeting was what Lu Xing mentioned. Lu Sheng had already listened to Xian Yu's new November song, and he had already conceded? Damn, can someone tell me what's going on? How did Lu Sheng concede already? He isn't trying to throw the game, is he? He wouldn't throw the game so blatantly. I think Xian Yu wrote an incredible new song. Is this the bomb? Damn, so Lu Xing couldn't end Xian Yu's 11-match winning streak either? Looks like Xian Yu's November song is worth a good listen. What kind of level must a song be to make Lu Sheng concede in advance? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, just listen to the song later and you'll know. I was planning to sleep, but now it seems I don't need to. I won't be able to sleep tonight without listening to their new songs. Amid countless expectations and curiosity, I wonder how many netizens were too excited to sleep after seeing this update. Tribe, blogs, all major forums. Everywhere, people were guessing whether Lu Xing really conceded or if there was some other reason. Amid countless discussions, the eagerly awaited midnight finally arrived. Lu Sheng's new song, Water Rhyme, was released. Xian Yu's new song, Blue and White Porcelain, was released. Perhaps because Lu Sheng had given a heads up, many people's first choice was indeed Water Rhyme. Soon, everyone had listened to this song. The song's comment section exploded immediately. Damn, Lu Sheng's song is kind of sick. It gave me goosebumps. So freaking good. Hee hee, I knew Lu Sheng was trying to throw the game. Wonder Lu, come clean. How much did Xian Yu pay you? Hello? You concede with this song? Fit yourself right. Bring back a championship song. What a joke. No matter how good Xian Yu's song is, could it really win against this one? Case closed. Lu Xing's update was definitely a joke, just to trick us into listening to his song first. Good one, Lu Sheng, acting all pure and fresh, literally conceding with 4 twos. Netizens rolled their eyes. What do you mean he conceded early? Lu Xing's song was obviously too good. With such a song, it would be hard for Lu Sheng to lose. Why on earth would he concede? We don't agree. Just then, a comment suddenly popped up in the section. Damn, you guys need to listen to Xian Yu's new song. If Lu Sheng brought 4 twos, then Xian Yu brought 2 kings. The bomb annihilates everything. The bomb? An annihilator? Netizens' brains crashed for a few seconds. Then they hurriedly clicked on Xian Yu's Blue and White Porcelain. In fact, not everyone did as Lu Sheng said. Some people listened to Blue and White Porcelain first. And when the song ended, the countless listeners in front of their computers were dumbfounded. Especially after listening to Lu Sheng's song and then this one, the impact was even more profound. If Lu Sheng's Water Rhyme is the sky, Xian Yu's Blue and White Porcelain is a fairy flying beyond the sky. It's hard to describe the initial shock of hearing Blue and White Porcelain for the first time, considering that this song isn't one with a very explosive melody. On the contrary, the melody of this song is rather gentle, with a tinge of melancholy and wistfulness. Yet, it was such a song that, when it reached the listener's ears, it blew up more than any explosive melody. It exploded. The first to blow up was naturally the comment section of Blue and White Porcelain. Here gathered the first batch of listeners after the song's release, and their initial reactions were the simplest and most straightforward. Damn, I'm convinced. What a masterpiece. Blue and White Porcelain is definitely a masterpiece. This song was so explosive it made all my hair stand on end. Fish Papa YYDS. This is way too awesome. I think it's even more insane than Lu Sheng's Water Rhyme. Definitely a signature work of Fish Papa. What a beautiful song title, Blue and White Porcelain. The lyrics are even more beautiful than the title. This is one of the best lyrics I've ever seen. Like East Wind Breaks, this song created a new classical style by Xian Yu. And it's even better than my favorite East Wind Breaks. What baffles me the most is, how could Fish Papa not save this song for the Battle of the Gods? The tribe forums and blogs were soon flooded with comments about Blue and White Porcelain, affecting all major forums. Related trending topics soared high. What kind of song is this by Fish Papa? If Lu Sheng is a god, then Fish Papa is a godslayer with this move. No wonder Wonder Lu conceded. It's not that Wonder Lu wasn't strong. It's just that Xian Yu went too hard this time. Indeed, Lu Sheng's song was already perfect, but Xian Yu's Blue and White Porcelain is just on another level, a level above perfection. Cough. As everyone knows, Lu Sheng is called Little Xianyu. Damn Little Xianyu, but in this classic duel, Lu Sheng really does have a bit of Little Xianyu in him. No more to say, let's loop the single. The industry was also blown open by blue and white porcelain. Apart from a few maestros, most people in the industry were hearing this song for the first time, and if it made the maestros pale, how could the industry not recognize its value? Never thought Lu Sheng would actually lose. Wasn't it all said to be a 50-50 chance before? All I can say is, the song Xianyu brought out this time is too terrifying. He must have used his ace song that was prepared for December release ahead of time. The significance of Xianyu defeating Lu Sheng is not small. He is following a path very similar to Lu Sheng's from years ago, aiming to become the youngest maestro in Blue Star history, also aiming to win 12 consecutive championships. Only Xianyu's path is even tougher because he is younger and the challenge of winning 12 consecutive championships is greater. He is already showing signs of surpassing Lu Sheng. I feel like one era has ended and a new era is about to arrive. Could it be the era of Xianyu from now on? But to talk about the level of shock, perhaps the most profound impact of blue and white porcelain was on the lyricist community. All major chat groups in the composition community are discussing it. This person's lyric writing has reached the pinnacle. The blue of the sky waits for the mist and rain, and I wait for you. I wish I could write lyrics like this in my lifetime. The beautiful imagery, Xianyu's lyrics could be directly enshrined. That part, outside the window, the banana plants provoke a sudden rain. The door knocker provokes verdigris. And as I pass by that Jiangnan small town, I provoked you, is truly enshrined. The use of the three provokes is simply brilliant. Being able to write classical-style lyrics like, but wish longevity, and now a vernacular, he has almost explored the limits of lyric writing in two different directions. However, but wish longevity was lyrics outweighing the composition, but this time it's a true complement to each other. Indeed, the lyrics of But Wish Longevity are so good that any composition paired with it feels unworthy. This time it's a perfect match, and this kind of compatibility can make compositions and lyrics achieve each other. I don't know how many years this song can be passed down. The media also reacted immediately. Though it was late at night, countless eyes were watching Xianyu and Lu Sheng. And as the rivalry on the seasonal chart had just concluded, numerous press releases began bombarding simultaneously. November's seasonal chart begins. Xianyu takes the lead. Xianyu embodies the culmination of new classical music. Lu Sheng concedes early. 11 consecutive championships. Xianyu stands undefeated. Xianyu breaks the even split rumor. Lu Sheng's new song narrowly defeated. November's hit, Blue and White Porcelain. 4 twos and 2 kings. Xianyu and Lu Sheng, a battle of gods. A timeless classic. Xianyu and Blue and White Porcelain. When Blue and White Porcelain was released, there were few who remained indifferent, especially since this song had also defeated Lu Sheng's new work, and both songs took the same path. Countless discussions, countless shocks, countless loops. For many, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 877, 826, King of Singing Sun Yaohua, seeking monthly tickets. Some people listened to Blue and White Porcelain and couldn't sleep all night. But Lin Yuan slept until dawn, sweetly and deeply. Get up, wash up, brush teeth. Lin Yuan went downstairs for breakfast and heard the song playing downstairs. The color white with blue, the koi fish seems to leap at the bottom of the bowl, while imitating the song typeface's signature. Yet you ponder about you, hide in the kiln's secrets of 1,000 years, so exquisite like a needle dropping on the floor from an embroidery. Mom said, Blue and White Porcelain is so nice to listen to. Sister looked at Lin Yuan. I'll reward you with an extra egg. Sister thought for a moment. The yolk is yours. Antarctica drooled with envy. And when the driver came to pick up Lin Yuan, the same song was playing in the car. In the splash ink landscape painting, you are hidden in the depths of the dark ink. Even upon arriving at the company, passing by some departments, Lin Yuan could still hear the song. Overnight, this song, Blue and White Porcelain, became popular throughout Jiangnan and beyond. And when Lin Yuan went online, His eyes were met with numerous discussions about blue and white porcelain. Among them, An Hongwu, a lyricist who wrote songs for Fei Yang in the Battle of the Gods the year before last, but encountered May You Live Long, published a long review on Starlight Network about this song. Nothing is more beautiful than blue and white porcelain. This is the title An Hongwu used for her long review. In terms of artistic conception, blue and white porcelain is like a misty Jiangnan ink wash painting, where the fluttering movement of the water and clouds just barely reveals the figure of a lady in white, with her skirts and ribbons flying. In terms of lyrics, blue and white porcelain is like a plain-hearted letter written by the window. Its twists and turns only due to the heart being a double silk net, with thousands of knots. As for the melody, blue and white porcelain is like a mountain spring whispering on stones in a gentle breeze, cool and clear, yet meandering with an endless intention. When these three elements combine, blue and white porcelain is true to its name. Just like this self-absorbed beauty of fine celadon, stripped of all pretension, simple and elegant, refreshing and smooth, with the gouging strings plucked crisply and the pipa bubbling. When researching, I came across a legend. The legend says that to achieve the sky blue glaze color, the right humidity and kiln temperature must be met, so one must wait for a smoky rainy day for a chance of successful firing. The refrain of the lyrics seems to draw from this legend, and it's truly beautiful, so beautiful that I no longer need to question the authenticity of the legend. And yet, the most exquisite part of the song does not stop there. The following verse about the initial encounter is nothing short of astonishing. So much so that this morning, countless lyricist colleagues have been analyzing it, with an old friend even joking that this verse could be used as a reading comprehension question in a Chinese language college entrance exam. Blue Star's #1 lyricist is none other than Lin Yuan. And if the lyricist happens to also be the composer, with such a perfect integration of both, it's no wonder that Wonder Lu admitted defeat. For Wonder Lu, he might not fear any opponent when it comes to composing, but if the opponent possesses such terrifying lyrical talent, then it's a different story. Just as An Hongwu said, many lyricists online were analyzing the lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain, word by word, sentence by sentence. Netizens were stunned, especially when An Hongwu mentioned the story behind Waiting for the Smoke and Rain. The beautiful legend deepened the connotation and the richness of the lyrics, sparking countless emotions. Beyond Blue and White Porcelain, there were also many discussions about water rhyme. The same neoclassical style, the same divine level of composition, from public reaction, water rhyme didn't tarnish the name of Wonder Lu. When Lu Xing admitted defeat, he joked, "If you listen to Lin Yuan's new song first, followed by my water rhyme, listeners will be disappointed." But that is not the case. Even professional music critiques ranked the songs of Lin Yuan and Lu Xing at the same level, including on the seasonal chart for November. Lin Yuan did not pull far ahead of Lu Xing, for a simple reason, because the composition of water rhyme is also perfect. It is not inferior to Blue and White Porcelain. Just like Lin Yuan said, as Blue Star's top maestro, Lu Xing only lost because of Feng Wenshan. In terms of composition alone, the two songs are actually on par with each other. For both insiders and outsiders of the industry, the November season chart contest was indeed a battle of immortals. It was just that after showing off their powers, Lin Yuan performed a flying immortal outside the sky. Lu Xing's water rhyme is that heaven that mortals look up to. Lin Yuan, too, downloaded water rhyme with excitement and listened to it more than once, feeling deeply impressed. And in this pinnacle showdown, the biggest beneficiary was undoubtedly the performer of Blue and White Porcelain, Sun Yaohua. It's kind of strange. In the numerous discussions about Blue and White Porcelain, Sun Yaohua initially didn't draw much attention. Alright, it's not strange. All the news of the November season's charts revolved around Lin Yuan and Lu Xing. Naturally, everyone's focus was on Lin Yuan and Lu Xing, not Sun Yaohua himself. This included who sang Lu Xing's song, which also failed to spark widespread discussion at first, because at times like these, it's usually the maestro who is the soul of the song. So, it was only when everyone snapped back to their senses that Sun Yaohua, the singer of Blue and White Porcelain, burst into everyone's field of vision with a slightly abrupt flair. Hot damn. How could we forget about Sun Yaohua? This song, it's actually sung by Sun Yaohua. This exclamation might seem a bit exaggerated. After all, everyone obviously knew that Blue and White Porcelain was performed by Sun Yaohua. None of us grew eyes and ears for nothing. What actually surprised netizens was Sun Yaohua could sing Blue and White Porcelain so well. Perhaps a certain netizen's comment hit the nail on the head. The halo of Xianyu is just too dazzling, almost overshadowing Sun Yaohua the singer, until I listened to the song on loop numerous times and suddenly realized Sun Yaohua, as the singer, performed too well. This remark garnered countless agreements. Honestly, he sang incredibly well, almost completely overturning my impression of Sun Yaohua. I feel like Sun Yaohua's vocal skills have improved so drastically. Did I not pay enough attention to him before? He shouldn't have been able to handle this song with his previous skills, right? He could handle it, but he got the flavor so right. Sun Yaohua really made a huge breakout. Fan for life. This is the first time I fell for Sun Yaohua's singing. Fish Papa really favors Sun Yaohua to give such an awesome song to someone else to sing. Actually, whether Fish Papa sings his songs himself is meaningless since he's not aiming to be a singer. Besides, his own halo is too dazzling. Whether he sings it himself or not, his songs will always be his songs. It doesn't make much difference. Exactly. I also think that Fish Papa's songs are as if he's singing them all himself. Singers from the Yu dynasty are just like his voice and mouth. Considering singing involves nasal sounds, we might as well add a nose to the list. Lungs are also involved. Chest cavity too. Well then, singers from the Yu dynasty turned out to be Fish Papa's various organs. The Tool people of the Yu dynasty confirmed. Netizens had a good laugh. Despite being a jest and joker, it is in some sense a fact. Every single song by Xianyu is stamped with his signature. People may forget who the singer of those songs is, but they don't forget the songwriter. Blue Star is ultimately the world of composers. And within the Yu dynasty, no matter who sings the songs of Xianyu, it always feels like Xianyu himself is singing. Others are merely different vocal tones chosen by Xianyu to express his voice. Of course, the inherent value of the singer himself is still irreplaceable. Especially now in the Yu dynasty, any one of them stepping out could stand on their own. And just as outside discussions began to center around Sun Yaohua, someone discovered an unbelievable fact. Sun Yaohua's comprehensive data in all aspects seemed to have reached the standard of the king of singing. Upon learning this, countless netizens were dumbfounded for a few seconds. Holy crap, Sun Yaohua has become the king of singing? Speaking of which, when others are crowned king or queen, it's usually discussed extensively beforehand. Like with Jiang Kuei's time, I remember before Diao was even released, the whole world was discussing whether she would clinch the title of Queen of Singing with it. How come when it gets to Sun Yaohua ascending to King of Singing, it's so sudden, with none of the grandeur you would expect of someone about to become the King of Singing? Ha ha. I died laughing, but not entirely. Because we barely take any notice of Sun Yaohua. This guy's truly a dark horse, quietly making a huge fortune, normally unassuming. And by the time we regain our senses, he's already the king of singing. The Yu dynasty really has great fortune behind it. Who would have thought that Fish Papa would actually boost Sun Yaohua to the king of singing position? And with Jiang Kuei before, the Yu dynasty now has two. Hey, suddenly, the air was silent, as quiet as if all the birds had ceased to chirp. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. The next moment, everyone's eyes bulged as they leaped up, screaming. Chapter 878, 827. Maestro Xianyu, seeking monthly pass. Queen of Singing, Jiang Kuei. King of Singing, Sun Yaohua. The Yu dynasty now has both a king and queen of singing. Xianyu personally produced both the king and queen of singing. Even the slowest to react should understand what this means. Maestro, maestro, maestro. Maestro your head. Call him Maestro Junior. Junior your head. He's still called Maestro Junior now. Which of your eyes sees him as Junior? My goodness. Are we just going to drop the Junior from our Maestro Junior like that? So, Xianyu equals Maestro? Did Xianyu really just become the Maestro like that? My heavens. How old is he? The age listed on the encyclopedia is 24 years old. Terrifying to this extent. This is going to scare someone to death in broad daylight. The record held by Lu Sheng as Blue Star's youngest ever maestro Has it really been broken by Xianyu? Maestro has descended. Xianyu really became Fish Papa. Welcome to the era ruled by Xianyu. Boom. The tribe exploded. The blogs exploded. The whole internet blew up. This was so sudden. Even more sudden than Sun Yahua becoming king of singing. After the suddenness, there was a boiling over the entire internet, with the force of a nuclear explosion. Who on Blue Star doesn't know that one of the ways for a composer to become a maestro is to produce two kings or queens of singing? And now, Xianyu has done it. He really has done it. Jiang Kuei in his left hand, Sun Yahua in his right. No matter how one might nitpick, the undeniable fact was right in front of them. Keep in mind, all of Sun Yahua's hit songs were composed by Xianyu, just like Jiang Kuei, who had become queen of singing. Before meeting Xianyu, Sun Yahua was just an unknown newcomer, and even their debut works were crafted by Xianyu. Who else but Xianyu could be credited for their rise to stardom? But Xianyu is only 24 years old. For young people who started school late or who've had a history of being held back a grade, some of them haven't even graduated from university yet, and even the lonely graduates are struggling with jobs and salaries. Meanwhile, Xianyu has already produced both a king and a queen of singing, achieving the music world's most honorable title, Maestro. Don't be fooled by how everyone casually calls Xianyu Fish Papa, Maestro Jr., or holds no doubt about his future as a maestro. But as long as Xianyu wasn't officially a maestro, his name wasn't truly justified, and he could only enjoy a nominal reputation endorsed by fans without an official stamp of approval. Even some maestros, no matter what they said out loud, in their hearts they did not truly see Xianyu as an equal, but looked down on him as a junior because they were the true maestros. And now, everything has changed. With Xianyu ascending to maestro, he will officially take his place at the pinnacle of the music world, joining the ranks of those who once dominated Blue Star's music scene, smiling proudly above the rest. Even the Literature and Art Association of Blue Star will have to grant him the most prestigious award and recognition, with no one daring to say that Maestro Jr. is mere chatter, to describe it without exaggeration. Becoming a maestro of the Blue Star music world is like ascending to the heavens in broad daylight for any composer, changing their status completely. Just at this moment, the official Literature and Art Association account suddenly released a global statement. We extend early congratulations to Qin Continent's composer Xianyu for becoming the new youngest ever maestro in the history of Blue Star, at the ripe age of 24, breaking Lu Sheng's record of becoming the youngest maestro at the age of 33. And also congratulate Xianyu for joining the Battle of Gods in December with divine status. The official congratulations were out. Now the whole world will know about the 24-year-old monster from Qin Continent who ascended to maestro, because the official account used its global publication privileges, and no cultural wall from any continent could hold it back. A storm. This is a storm. The entire Blue Star was shaken by this terrifying, earth-shaking storm, the news spreading its wings and flying to every corner of Blue Star. Zhao Continent. Although Zhao Continent has not yet joined the great unification of Blue Star, the moment the Literature and Art Association issued the announcement, the netizens here all saw this message aimed at the whole world. In an instant, the whole Zhao Continent was shaken, followed by an outcry of shock and disbelief, wave after wave. What is this? Who is Xianyu? A new maestro from Blue Star? Only 24, and he's already vying for the title of maestro? How is this possible? Even Wonder Lu only became a maestro at 33. How can there be such a freak who becomes a god at 24? And this person isn't even from Zhong Continent. What kind of monster has Qin Continent produced? Are those from the merged continents really that terrifying? Are you sure there hasn't been some mistake? How could the Literature and Art Association get it wrong? There's really a 24-year-old musical prodigy who vied for the title of maestro in the Blue Star music scene. Wei Continent. It's another continent that hasn't joined the merge. The announcement from the Literature and Art Association was like a heavy nuclear bomb dropped on Wei Continent. A maestro only 24 years old. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What on earth is going on with the world? Why are such insane things happening? I saw a bunch of strange news this morning, and none of it was as scary as this message. Who the hell is this Xianyu? Freak, monster, utterly insane. Don't tell me the official account of the Literature and Art Association has been hacked. Tired of living, hacking an official account like this. This message is clearly announcing to the whole blue star that Qin continent has a genius the likes of which appears once in a millennium. Feels like our maestros in Wei continent are going to wet themselves. Merged continent. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan Han. The music composition community of the 5 continents faced an unprecedented and unparalleled earthquake. This day had to come eventually. We all knew that this day would inevitably come, just a matter of timing. But this day has come sooner than I imagined. The boast of 12 consecutive crowns has not been realized. The battle of the gods has yet to begin, yet he has already vied for the title of maestro. No matter the outcome in December, his age is already unsurpassable. 24 years old. Ah, how wonderful. What were we doing at 24? Many maestros back then were racking their brains over a single song, only to fall flat on the season chart, struggling with all their might for a job, only to watch as famous composers slaughtered all around. He brushed aside Lu Sheng's record by nearly 10 years. With such a new record, will anyone be able to break it in the future? Announcement for the whole blue star, the record has been beaten too severely. This year's music festival will turn into Xian Yu's solo show, with all maestros focusing on him. At home, his mother looked at the message on her phone, and suddenly her eyes reddened. This is my son. Mom, brother has become a maestro. Big Yao Yao, who was usually as reticent as Lin Yuan, couldn't help but get excited. Her hand holding the phone turned white from the grip. Truly worthy of being Lin Xin's brother. The sister almost roared it out. She was so overwhelmed with excitement that she immediately posted on her social circle. My brother Lin Yuan has the aura of a great emperor. In an instant, a heap of comments. My husband is so awesome. My husband will dominate the era. Fish. My treasure. Treasure, you've finally become a maestro. By her side, Antarctica howled. A wolf. Who knew how that dog managed to howl like a wolf? In his 24th year, Lin Yuan, known as Xian Yu, astounded the whole world. Chapter 879, 828 Universal Admiration. Zhong Continent. It was still that tea house. It was still those 6 people from last time. Someone was playing a song. The melody lingered in the thick tea aroma, seeming to add a touch of antiquity even to this small tea house. The song was Blue and White Porcelain, and when the song ended, the expressions of the 6 people each had changed. This song was not simple. All present were elites of Zhong Continent and immediately recognized the terrifying aspect of blue and white porcelain. It seems this time the bet is won by me. The middle-aged man who was brewing tea for everyone smiled and broke the silence. His expression fleetingly complex, so much so that he didn't even mention the matter of the wager. What does Cheng Sang think? As for the bet, I've won too. Cheng Sang spoke, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly uttered a self-contradictory phrase. At the same time, I've also lost. Someone frowned. Where did you lose? Cheng Sang, expressionless, replied. I bet on Xian Yu to win, which I did. But if this is the ace Xian Yu prepared for the battle of the gods, then my songs likely won't stand a chance, so I've lost as well, unless I try music of a different genre. But such a comparison would be meaningless. Are you suggesting I switch to piano pieces, or even symphonies? The expressions of everyone slightly shifted. Clearly, everyone knew Cheng Sang was speaking the truth. Any person here facing a song like Blue and White Porcelain dared not claim they were sure to win. Just then, the leader suddenly received a call. Whatever was said on the other end of the phone, his face changed dramatically. He put down the phone. He suddenly revealed a piece of news that shocked everyone. Today, Xian Yu has become a maestro. In an instant, tea sloshed. Even though this group was the elite of Zhong Continent, they were inevitably taken aback, one after another. Today, how did it happen so fast? He's already a maestro? According to the data, that Xian Yu is only 24 years old, right? I remember we were just talking about how young he is, and now he's broken Lu Sheng's record of nearly 10 years. It seems that no matter the outcome of the battle of the gods, he has already secured an invincible position. A 24-year-old maestro. Today, not just Zhong Continent's music scene, but the entire musical world of Blue Star won't be calm. Indeed, the music scene of Blue Star was far from calm today. And now, one of the most excited groups was U Dynasty. My God, Teacher Admirable Fish has become a maestro. Ha 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 ha. That's fantastic. Congratulations to Teacher Admirable Fish. Teacher Admirable Fish has ascended to maestro. And Yaohua has also become the king of singing following Jiang Kuei. Our Yu Dynasty's power is becoming increasingly formidable. From now on, we shall be invincible. Yaohua is on fire. This is a dual celebration. Isn't Yaohua going to distribute a hefty red packet now? The Yu Dynasty's chat was bubbling with excitement, tagging Yaohua incessantly. And amidst the crowd's clamor, Yaohua sent a 10,000 yuan red packet. My king of singing red packet. Just as everyone had finished grabbing the first, not even having had the chance to thank him for his generosity, they saw Yaohua send out a 50,000 yuan red packet. Junior's maestro. Red packet, keep up everyone. This was the first time the group saw such exaggerated red packets. After receiving them, people weren't surprised anymore. Rather, they were stunned. Has he gone mad? Isn't this too much? Of course, Yaohua hadn't gone mad, but nobody knew just how tumultuous his emotions were at the moment. It could be described as turning the seas. The ecstasy was half from becoming the king of singing, and the other half from Lin Yuan becoming a maestro. Junior, thank you. In a place unseen by others, Yaohua's eyes reddened as he sent a message to Lin Yuan. I know, you could sing this song yourself, including many of the previous ones, but you chose to give them to me, to give them to us. I'm aware of all. You've made me who I am. In this life, I dare not forget you. Although he had a myriad of words in his belly, in the end, they all condensed into a heavy thank you, weighing 1,000 pounds. He was well aware of his own situation. From his first meeting at Starlight, his life was rewritten by his junior. It's a pity he was too mediocre. But even so, no matter what the junior needed, Yaohua would try everything to accomplish it. You have treated me with great honor, and I shall repay you in kind. This was the only way Yaohua could think of to repay him. Perhaps Junior will encounter trouble in Zhong Continent, and the tribunal is also against Junior. Last time, Xiafan suffered because of this. Bullying the Yu Dynasty is bullying the junior. Bullying the junior is bullying me. The junior is not involved in worldly desires, unlike me, who only has money. No, in the end, it's my fault for being too poor to resist such capital as the tribe. I must earn more money to help the junior solve his problems. One day, I will make the tribe apologize to the junior obediently. With this thought in mind, Sun Yaohua clenched his fists. Starlight. The same excitement swept through all the departments of the company. Teacher Admirable Fish is too awesome. Unconsciously, he has become a maestro. Invincible, invincible, invincible. With young Zhongming and teacher Zhengjing, our Starlight is invincible. Almost within 10 minutes of the Literature and Art Association announcing the news, the threshold of Lin Yuan's office was nearly worn out by the executives. The entire 9th floor was vibrating. The chairman actually brought the entire company's executives to offer congratulations. Admirable Fish becoming a maestro. This was exciting news for the whole of Starlight. That's the influence of a new maestro. Not to mention that Admirable Fish had seized this honor as the youngest maestro in history. Crazy, Gudong exaggeratedly shouted. Mr. Lin, look, there are so many people sending congratulations online too. As Gudong said, the tremors online had not subsided yet. Maestro Lu Sheng was the first to send his congratulations to Admirable Fish, 24 years old, young and promising. Maestro Yiji Qiu also quickly sent his congratulations. Congratulations to Admirable Fish for becoming a maestro. May you move forward unhindered from now on. Maestro Yin Dong exclaimed. Welcome to the Maestro Club. Maestro Zheng Jing said. Little Fish, you have created a new history in the Blue Star Music Circle. Maestro Yang Zhongming said. Lin Yuan, rather than envying Fish, you succeeded by casting your net. All from maestro-level masters. All the maestros who had interacted with Lin Yuan basically sent their congratulations. This massive wave of support made the whole internet turn its eyes. Wave after wave of congratulations. An overwhelming flood of well wishes. Wave after wave. Lin Yuan himself was a bit dazed, feeling that everything before him was somewhat surreal. I am already a maestro? He had thought it would still be some time before Sun Yaohua could become the king of singing, as the popularity of the songs needed to ferment, but he hadn't expected that. In no time at all, he had shot up the charts. One could only say, Blue and White Porcelain was too fierce. This song alone was worth 1,000 troops. This also made Lin Yuan realize that giving Sun Yaohua the opportunity to sing Blue and White Porcelain was the right decision. Even though he could sing it himself, he wouldn't reach the level of the king of singing because the data was quite off, and moreover, the pioneering song of the Chinese style, The East Wind Breaks, was sung by him. There was no need to sing it again. Sun Yaohua was different. Senior Yaohua was already very close to the level of the king of singing, so he could break through the threshold from a top-tier singer to the king of singing with the help of Blue and White Porcelain. Maestro, he had finally taken this step. All kinds of past events appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Unknowingly, he had reached a position in the entire Blue Star music circle that everyone looked up to. Even Lin Yuan himself couldn't help but feel a joy from the bottom of his heart at this moment. Just then, the phone rang again. From the moment Lin Yuan became a maestro, friends and family had been calling nonstop. This time the call was from Jean Mu. "Congratulations, boss. The studio here is thrilled. Everyone is clamoring for a treat from the youngest maestro in history." "You're amazing, teacher." Through the phone, Lin Yuan could hear the excited shouts of Luo Wei and others. Many people at the studio already knew that the real identity of Shadow was Admirable Fish. Sure, Lin Yuan agreed readily. That's more Dona Press. Before this, he had already agreed to a bunch of dinner invitations. First was his family, then the Yu dynasty, then the company side, including the few apprentices Lin Yuan had at the company clamoring for their teacher to treat them. And now there was the studio. So this is the feeling of becoming a maestro? That's nice. Lin Yuan's lips curled up. Ding dong. The system suddenly appeared. Lin Yuan thought there might be some task, but the blue text that appeared in front of him was, "Congratulations, Maestro Lin." Lin Yuan burst into laughter at this. Chapter 880, 829, playing Xian Yu's song for you. The following days, major media outlets reported the news of Xian Yu becoming the maestro everywhere. Lin Yuan kept shuttling between various banquet engagements. With good news, one had to treat others to a meal or send out red envelopes. This seemed to be a glorious tradition at Blue Star. And becoming the maestro was an occasion that certainly couldn't escape social interactions. Lin Yuan didn't resist this, or else he wouldn't have accepted them one by one. That day, Lin Yuan finally faced the last banquet, the gathering of the maestros. The invitation was sent out by Zheng Jing and Yang Zhongming, and the meeting place was the same club where Lin Yuan had met Lu Sheng before. The club was named Wisdom. Obviously, this Wisdom Club was a gathering headquarters for some well-acquainted maestros. In the future, you can come over whenever you want. Our chairman is one of the shareholders of this club, and the other shareholders are the bosses of several large entertainment companies at Blue Star. So all the facilities here are provided free of charge to maestros. Without a maestro's lead, ordinary people have no way to get in, no matter how rich they are. The identity of a maestro is the only pass to get here. Zheng Jing explained to Lin Yuan with a smile. Lin Yuan curiously surveyed his surroundings. He hadn't paid much attention the last time he was here, but now that he looked around, he realized that the club was decorated very luxuriously and subtly, built entirely around the theme of music. As he walked along the corridor, he saw rooms filled with various musical instruments, including top-notch sound equipment and other expensive-looking items. There were also high-end food and drinks available for the taking, or one could ask the waitstaff for assistance. How does the club make money? Zheng Jing couldn't help but laugh at Lin Yuan's question. This is a private gathering place for a group of maestros. Just the resource itself is worth a fortune. Moreover, apart from the maestros, occasionally some people looking for collaborations with maestros manage to get in through relevant channels. They have to pay each time they come here, considering they might strike a big deal. Not to mention, the bosses of the companies the maestros belong to are already shareholders here. Take our chairman's shares, for instance. Do you think the chairman would charge you? I see. Maestros have their own world. It wasn't until Lin Yuan officially became a maestro that Zheng Jing and Yang Zhongming could bring him into this circle. This was normal. People from different levels have different circles. Certain communications can only take place among people in the same field and at the same level. Otherwise, it's like talking to a wall. This is the case in Zhong continent as well. Zheng Jing said with a smile. Each place has its circles. This club is the exclusive circle for maestros of Qin continent. Maestros from other continents have their own meeting spots. Now that I've brought you in, many people are quite looking forward to you joining. With that, Zheng Jing pushed open a room door. As Lin Yuan entered, he immediately saw several familiar faces. Yin Dong, Yi Zhiqiu, and Lu Sheng, including some other maestros that Lin Yuan had interacted with on the variety show Our Song. Xianyu, welcome, a maestro said with a smile as he spoke up. Hello. Lin Yuan recognized the man, maestro and Xian, whom he had encountered once in a previous season's charts. The other maestros also showed friendly smiles, all turning their attention to Lin Yuan as soon as he entered. Xianyu. Lu Sheng wasn't shy, and as soon as he saw Lin Yuan, he stood up and said with a smile, Congratulations on becoming a maestro. You don't have to feel constrained here. There are no special rules. It's just about sitting down, eating, and chatting together. Lin Yuan was taken aback and nodded. The room was spacious, with different tables and sofas where everyone was chatting in small groups. This place was completely different from the other banquets he had attended before. Feel free to sit anywhere. Lu Sheng led Lin Yuan to a table. Zheng Jing and Yang Zhoming joined them at the same table. Another maestro at the table was listening to music with headphones on. Seeing the others, he took off his headphones and said with a smile, Xianyu. Hello, I'm Qin Heshuan. We've interacted before. Hello. Lin Yuan realized that he had dealt with quite a few maestros, most of which involved battling it out on the seasonal charts. Still fiddling with your crappy headphones, huh? Lu Sheng said with a smile, clearly familiar with Qin Heshuan. Qin Heshuan pouted. If I'm being paid, I have to do the job. These headphones are pretty good. I'll send you a pair once they're released. Qin Heshuan has the best ears among the maestros. Seeing Lin Yuan's curiosity, Yang Zhoming spoke up to explain. This new pair of headphones developed by Nai Technology was tested by him. They wanted him to provide feedback for the tech department to make improvements. That's impressive, Lin Yuan exclaimed, surprised. Could maestros earn extra money like this? I'm not as impressive as you are. Qin Heshuan laughed, then turned to Lu Sheng. You listen too. Does the bass part for the male vocals lack something? Lu Sheng put on the headphones to listen for a while and began discussing with Qin Heshuan. Without dinner parties, things here are simple. We all help each other out. Seeing Lin Yuan still curious, Yang Zhoming continued to explain. Like at that table to the south, Yin Dong is discussing his new song with Yi Zhiqiu and others, seeking their opinions. Or at the north side, Lu Rumei is asking people to write a song for her niece. After all, maestros aren't necessarily adept at all styles. Basically, this is a mutual aid society, Zheng Jing said. Here, you can see some collaborative intentions from companies. The pay is good, and the goal is to invite the maestros present to help write songs, just like on that big screen on the wall behind you. Lin Yuan turned his head to look, and it was true. The big screen advertised offers of a certain amount of money for a maestro to come forward and tailor-make a new song for some company's artist. There was also a game company seeking a maestro to take on the game background music. Other offers for custom-made songs from different continents were abundant as well. Even some advertising companies were collecting music for their commercials here. Zheng Jing said, If you're interested in a collaboration, just let the waiter know, and they will contact the parties and our company for you. Lin Yuan understood. Lu Sheng seemed to have finished his discussion with Qin Heshuan and looked toward Lin Yuan. There's another thing. Here, if someone wants to release a new song, they'll notify in advance, except for the Battle of the Gods, you know. This way, everyone can avoid overlapping and prevent the competition among maestros from getting too fierce. This is only for Qin continent's maestros, though. We don't need to coordinate with the other continents. We'll just roll up our sleeves and get to work. Lin Yuan. No wonder the number of maestros releasing songs each season is limited. Turns out it's mostly prearranged among the maestros of different continents. By the way, Yang Zhoming suddenly added, the Battle of the Gods at the end of the year has confirmed that there will be composers from Zhong continent aiming to snipe, and there are two of them. One should be in pop music, the other in classical piano. Climbing to the top with a piano piece isn't easy, so that should be about getting a professional reputation. Your biggest competitor on the seasonal charts is still pop music. 2. Lu Sheng was a bit stunned, then snorted. That's ruthless, sending out 2 just to stop Xian Yu's 12 successive championships. Xian Yu's recent prominence is too much, Yang Zhoming said. If it were not for his record as Blue Star's youngest maestro after 11 consecutive championships, they probably would have only sent 1. Actually, it's no different than facing one person. Zheng Jing told Lin Yuan. I know the one responsible for the piano piece. He's into the classical piano style. It's quite difficult for that genre to top the seasonal charts, so he's aiming to beat you on professional acclaim, as the barrier to appreciating classical piano is quite high. But it doesn't matter if we lose in terms of acclaim as long as we secure a ranking. However, you should really watch out for the other one, a top-notch maestro from Chu continent, Ito Makoto. After entering Zhong continent 15 years ago, he hasn't been back to his homeland for a long time. His return this time is definitely for you. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. A pop song and a classical piano piece? Lu Xing suddenly laughed. They still underestimate him. Ito Makoto is less proficient at writing pop songs than at pure music. They definitely thought you had no more tricks up your sleeve, so they came up with this lineup they consider to be a safe bet. But if you can produce another song that's not weaker than Blue and White Porcelain, their plan won't be hard to deal with. The key is that you're accurate with the timing of your final move. As good as Blue and White Porcelain, Lin Yuan considered it. Would Nocturne qualify? Different people would give different answers, but what's certain is that both songs are first-tier masterpieces of director Zhou. Nocturne ringing out on a stage to accept awards is no joke. It's the most awarded song among all of director Zhou's works, without any equal. As for the classical piano piece, what about adding Chopin's Nocturne? Combining the two, it's not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Chapter 881, 830, Lotus Lantern Airing. Indeed, the song Lin Yuan planned to release in December was Nocturne. This song, along with Blue and White Porcelain, belonged to the same batch of works. The lyrics were written by Fong Wenshan. The composition was still personally done by director Zhou. In terms of behind-the-scenes setup, it was the same as Blue and White Porcelain. For Lin Yuan, both songs were eligible to participate in the battle of the chart-ranking gods. He had 2 reasons for choosing to release Blue and White Porcelain first. First, his opponent Lu Sheng's work was also in Chinese style, which was Blue Star's new classical. Second, Nocturne, being released in December, allowed more flexibility in dealing with the opponent. If the opponent proved tougher than expected, Lin Yuan was prepared to add the piano piece as leverage. Yes, Nocturne could merely be a pop song, but if necessary, it could also transform into a classical piano piece, linking with pop music. As it seemed now, this change was indeed necessary. Lin Yuan thought so, and a strange feeling suddenly surged within him. The name Ito Makoto seemed familiar. Where had he heard it before? Never mind. It wasn't important. Lin Yuan then learned a lot more. At the Wisdom Clubhouse, Lin Yuan was initially exposed to Maestro's world. It seemed that after securing the 12 consecutive championships, if he wanted to make money or play around, he could totally accept missions here. The large screen in the room occasionally refreshed. Lin Yuan noticed that some of the missions here were actually quite suitable for him. But now, Lin Yuan wouldn't take on any missions since the 12 consecutive championships weren't officially in his hands yet. If he had already become a maestro, then he certainly had to be the more prestigious kind. Having just promoted 1 king of singing and 1 queen of singing wasn't enough. This level of maestro couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as one who had managed 12 consecutive championships. Besides, Lin Yuan had painstakingly secured 11 consecutive championships. Even if the final step was as long as the Long March, how could he ease up simply because he had become a maestro? December was the decisive battle. For this decisive battle, Lin Yuan even planned to take the stage himself. There was no choice. Lin Yuan needed to maximize the download numbers for Nocturne. And in the entire Yu dynasty, the most capable of rallying support was Lin Yuan himself. Or rather, the identity of Xian Yu. Furthermore, the Yu dynasty only had 2 male singers, Sun Yaohua and Chen Jiyu. Director Zhou's songs. Nowadays Sun Yaohua could sing them, But Senior Yaohua had already become the king of singing, and his new identity was enough for him to digest for now. As for Chun Jiyu, he had his own vocal style. Giving director Zhou's songs to Chun Jiyu would fit less than the greatly improved Sun Yaohua. This was somewhat regrettable. If Chun Jiyu's voice matched, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind letting Chun Jiyu sing Nocturne. Perhaps this song could also make Chun Jiyu a king of singing. After all, the gap between Chun Jiyu and the king of singing wasn't notably large. What's different now was, previously, each continent in Blue Star could only yield one king and queen of singing every year. If Chun Jiyu reached the data of the king of singing, he would have to compete directly with Sun Yaohua. After all, there was only one quota for the king of singing. But the rules of the game have changed now. Related to the mergers of continents in recent years, one quota for the king and queen of singing definitely wasn't enough. So the authorities revised the rules in a very flexible manner. As many continents as are merged, there will be that many quotas for the king and queen of singing. For instance, now, the Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han continents have merged. By the time the awards are settled next year, there will be 5 male kings of singing and 5 female queens of singing born. The downside is, it's possible for one continent's quota for kings and queens of singing to be overtaken by singers from other continents, resulting in a total loss for their own continent. The continents speak through strength. If capable, it's even permissible for one continent to snatch all 10 spots. Many people suspect that this system was intentionally designed like this, to ensure that continents always maintain a competitive mindset, which is essential for progress. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't feel too sorry for Chun Jiyu for long. In his conception, it was only a matter of time before the singers from the Yu dynasty became kings or queens of singing. He just needed to free up his hands. Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua were just the beginning. Just like becoming maestro was only a beginning for him as well. After leaving the Wisdom Club, Lin Yuan was marveling at the convenience of being a maestro, being able to eat and drink for free at the club, when he suddenly received a message from Zhao Ju saying that the TV series Precious Lotus Lantern was set to premiere on a streaming website tonight. So soon, Lin Yuan was quite surprised. Even for Blue Star's technology, this speed was indeed fast. Zhao Ju replied, "1 month was just enough to finish shooting, and we are currently doing post-production. The post-production for the first 10 episodes has already been completed. The rest will definitely be done by the time they are streamed. Our film and television industry values efficiency the most. Time is money, and every day delayed means hundreds of people's living expenses. If it can be premiered earlier, then there's no delay. Especially with web dramas, they start promoting from the moment shooting begins, and now we've reached the base where it can be screened, with the star-studded cast ready." Lin Yuan understood. It really was that way. Lin Yuan had spent quite some time on set. After all, he had also served as the core screenwriter for many movies. He noticed that any of Blue Star's production teams placed a high premium on efficiency. The shooting pace was never too slow, and if any actors performed poorly, they would be mercilessly replaced by the director. This was different from Celestial Dynasty and even more ruthless than the Hollywood norms. Moreover, these production crews pursued not just speed but also quality, which always amazed Lin Yuan. Being an actor was clearly more tiring than being a singer under the same star status. The conversation didn't last long. Lin Yuan returned home. His mom was sitting in front of the projector with Lin Yuan's sister. Lin Yuan asked, "What's going on here?" His sister said, "The Precious Lotus Lantern is about to start." Lin Yuan. It seemed that everyone was quite interested in Precious Lotus Lantern. He hadn't noticed any intense online promotion. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, the drama was a derivative work from Journey to the West, and many of the actors were from that series. Without knowing the storyline, just seeing familiar faces from Journey to the West in Precious Lotus Lantern must have made the audience quite happy. At that moment, Mom suddenly said, "It's 8 o'clock. His sister urged Lin Xian, "Quick, play it." Lin Xian turned on the computer connected to the projector and played Precious Lotus Lantern. Lin Yuan thought about it and decided to just sit down and watch together. As a result, the TV show hadn't even started, and the theme song of Precious Lotus Lantern had already caught Lin Yuan's attention. "This song is really good," his mom said. Seems the song is called Splitting the Mountain. His sister checked the TV subtitles. Wow. No wonder. The theme song was written by Zheng Jing. His sister nodded. That explains it. Lin Yuan also had some songs related to Precious Lotus Lantern, but he felt their quality was average, so he simply handed them over to other composers in the company. He didn't expect the TV department to directly ask Zheng Jing to take charge, which showed that they highly valued this drama. The fact also proved that even without Lin Yuan's involvement, the other composers in his company could still perform their tasks excellently. 2 minutes. The song ended. Whether a theme song is worth listening to can be judged by whether viewers set their player to skip the intro. Zheng Jing's song passed the test. The sister did not choose to skip the intro. The actual episode finally began. Chapter 882, 831, a rather beautiful beginning. The drama officially began. In the scene, countless heavenly soldiers and generals clad in armor tightly surrounded a humble grass hut. A solemn air. A cloud floated in the sky. A lone, proud figure stood amidst the mist. He was dressed in silver armor, his face handsome yet indifferent, with a vertical silver eye on his forehead, resembling twisted lightning. Behind him, a cape fluttered fiercely. Erling Shun, Yang Jian. The opening scene was Erling Shun capturing the third goddess. My sister's eyes lit up. So handsome. In the TV drama A Journey to the West, Yang Jian was played by Lu Zhengwen. At that time, Lu Zhengwen's portrayal of Yang Jian sparked numerous discussions. Everyone felt that Lu Zhengwen's Yang Jian, both in appearance and attractiveness, was truly outstanding. And in The Magic Lotus Lantern, Lu Zhengwen continued the look from Journey to the West, and with the director's specially arranged cool, impressive, and explosive shots, the visual impact was still very strong. Just then, a dog appeared beside Erling Shen. My sister was instantly dumbfounded, turning to look at Antarctica, jokingly teasing, "You're playing Sky Roaring Dog again, and I lose immersion every time I see you." Woof! Antarctica was smug, perking up. Lin Yuan laughed. Antarctica was brought by him to the crew. In fact, Antarctica only filmed for a few days before the production wrapped up. Most of the time, the character of Sky Roaring Dog was portrayed in human form by a specific actor. And as the camera continued, what the Magic Lotus Lantern was, the plot finally explained. It turned out to be a treasure that, reportedly, only someone with gentle mana could control, a truly precious item. The third goddess only managed to contend with Yang Jian temporarily using this treasure. Unfortunately, there was a problem with the treasure. She was no match for Yang Jian, and ultimately, her brother, Erlang Shun, personally imprisoned her in Mount Hua, though her husband and son escaped with their lives. Seeing this, my sister said in dissatisfaction, "Why do I vaguely feel that this Yang Jian doesn't seem very kind?" The third goddess having gentle mana indicates she's a good person. Yang Jian imprisoning the third goddess, not sparing even his own sister, clearly sets him as the villain. Hard to say, the plot has just begun. Mom shook her head, obviously an old hand at this. My sister analyzed. From the beginning, it seems that the third goddess violated heavenly laws by marrying a mortal and having a child. As the judiciary god, Yang Jian had to capture his sister to enforce the law. It's just a matter of perspective. We'll understand as we watch more. Indeed, we'll find out as we watch. In the first episode, when Yang Jian imprisoned his sister, nobody felt particularly shocked. After all, at this point, they had not yet developed feelings for the characters, and Yang Jian was the only one they were familiar with. In the second episode, Qinxiang had grown up. Unlike his honest father, this Qinxiang was a bit mischievous and unexpectedly ended up in the underworld. The underworld judge prepared to throw him into the 18 layers of hell for intruding into the underworld without permission. Black and white. Impermanents were also demoted because of Qinxiang's involvement. Then, Erlang Shun entered the underworld and directly requested Yama to modify the Book of Life and Death, adding 20 years to Qinxiang's life. Mom said, "He still cares for his nephew." My sister remarked, "It seems that Yang Jian isn't a bad guy after all. He imprisoned his sister as a last resort. It's just that I'm a bit confused by the protagonist. It seems like Yang Jian isn't the main character of the drama, but Qinxiang is. Qinxiang is the protagonist." My sister also nodded. Yang Jian seems to be the secondary male lead? It's a bit different from the promotion. Yes, but the plot is quite interesting. Mom seemed intrigued. The quality of the magic lotus lantern was quite appealing. The sister next door nodded. Could this plot be about the uncle helping Qinxiang in various ways? Lin Yuan remained silent. There was nothing wrong with what the family said. If only they could stick to their own opinions, it would be even better. Not just Lin Yuan's family. On the internet at this moment, countless viewers had watched The Lotus Lantern. As the first spin-off drama from Journey to the West, this show garnered a massive amount of attention right after its release, attracting numerous people to jump on the bandwagon. Not bad at all. This drama is quite interesting. Erlang Shun is really handsome. I originally thought Yang Jian was the antagonist, which gave me a scare, but seeing him being so nice to Qinxiang has reassured me. What are you thinking? How could Yang Jian possibly be the antagonist? Teacher Ian's script is still quite good. The segment where Yang Jian enters the underworld in the second episode has a bit of a monkey wreaks havoc in the underworld vibe. The difference is that after the monkey's debacle, Yama sued him, while Yang Jian altered his nephew's lifespan, and old Yama was so scared that he didn't dare to say a thing. I just love it when characters are protective. This segment was actually a very exhilarating one. It had elements like showing off and being protective, which are points web novelists have tried and tested repeatedly. The only surprise was, this drama was said to be about Yang Jian's storyline, but the protagonist turned out to be Qinxiang. Although Yang Jian also had a lot of screen time, from the standpoint of the story's orientation, it obviously unfolded from Qinxiang's perspective. Luckily, Qinxiang was quite likable. Even though he is an original character, he was well crafted. It seems that Yang Jian isn't the main character, but Yang Jian indeed has ample screen time. I'm now a bit worried that when Qinxiang finds out that his mother was imprisoned by his uncle, it might lead to a fallout between him and his uncle, turning it into a heart-wrenching drama. Damn, don't scare me. Let's not. Just watching him protect his nephew's growth is nice. 2. It's up to how teacher Ian writes it. Considering how good The Legend of Yukong was, this drama should be decent too. Overall, the reactions to this drama were pretty good. However, because just 2 episodes were released so far, people couldn't discern much more. Of course, among the positive comments, there were some slightly harsh critiques. What's there to talk about in this crappy show? The first episode just has Yang Jian imprisoning his sister, which absolutely doesn't fit Erlang Shun's character. That's ridiculous. Since when did Erlang Shun become a judiciary god? Adaptation is not about making stuff up. Ian should apologize. She has completely deviated from the setting of Erlang Shun, and it's so awkward for me to watch. I only recognize the Yang Jian from the Primordial Chaos. If it were the Yang Jian from the Primordial Chaos, he definitely wouldn't imprison his sister. He'd fight the heavenly court for her. The Erlang Shun in Journey to the West is just a joke. Clearly, these were fans of the Primordial Chaos stirring up trouble. However, the number of fans of the Primordial Chaos wasn't doing too well these days. The provocative pacing was quickly suppressed by everyone's discussions about the plot. The key point is, everyone didn't think that the drama's portrayal of Yang Jian was in any way overdone. The only controversial point about Yang Jian so far was that he had imprisoned his own sister. Beyond that, he didn't have any other issues. On the contrary, he was very caring towards his nephew, showing a sense of familial concern. Even towards Lu Yanchang, Qinxiang's father, Erlang Shun didn't do anything. As for discrepancies with the character setup and the Primordial Chaos, who said this is the Journey to the West version of Yang Jian. Overall, The Lotus Lantern had a quite promising start. Chapter 883, 832 Turning Point. The next day, when Lin Yuan went to the company to work, he took the opportunity to go online and check the response to The Legend of the Lotus Lantern. There was still a lot of discussion among netizens. The audience's comments were mostly very positive. For instance, Erlang Shun's appearance won the hearts of countless people. Lin Yuan had previously invested heavily in promoting Journey to the West, and at the time, many people thought that such cost-ignorant investment could not possibly recoup its costs, even facing resistance from the company's side, feeling there was no need to pour so much money into it. But now, the related benefits had already become evident. Riding on the popularity of Journey to the West, The Legend of the Lotus Lantern, having only released 2 episodes, had gained considerable attention. on the 3 major video streaming platforms the company partnered with. The Legend of the Lotus Lantern, with merely 2 episodes aired, almost simultaneously climbed to the top of the playback charts on several video websites. The daily streaming volume, all entering the top 3 on one website. It even squeezed into the top spot on the daily charts. This was the trend of a hit drama. If there were no issues with the later plot, it was a surefire hit. The beginning is very smooth. Lin Yuan quietly let out a sigh of relief. This was the first derivative work of Journey to the West. In his plans, there would be other derivative works from Journey to the West in the future. If the first one failed, it might affect the other derivatives, so the current successful launch was indeed pleasing. However, the part of the drama that belonged to everlasting regret had not yet unfolded. The later plot was too heartwarming. As to what the future held, Lin Yuan himself couldn't say for sure, but was generally optimistic. The Blue Star audience could even accept Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, so a drama that was more extreme in its playfulness shouldn't pose any problem, right? Thinking this way, Lin Yuan arrived at the company. Inside his office, a lovely figure sat on the couch, anxiously waiting. Suddenly, the door opened. The lovely figure immediately stood up and looked towards Lin Yuan as he entered, her tone slightly excited. "Teacher Admirable Fish. Sorry for the wait." Lin Yuan spoke and looked at the woman in front of him. It was November by now, and there was a hint of chill in the air. The woman in front of him wore a slim-fitting white jacket for warmth, and underneath her delicate makeup, she had a perky nose and large eyes, the very image of a goddess. Indeed, she was a goddess, the piano goddess, to be precise. That's right, this woman was Gu Shi. Gu Shi was summoned by Lin Yuan. For the Song of God's Battle in December, Lin Yuan planned to perform Nocturne. Considering that Zhong Continent was sending 2 individuals, one of whom was Maestro, who excelled at classical piano, Lin Yuan had already decided to release director Zhou's Nocturne, while also taking Chopin's pieces out, to let Chopin go up against Maestro. And he had chosen Gu Shi as the performer. After all, Gu Shi was the only pianist Lin Yuan was familiar with and whose level was sufficiently high. Lin Yuan could also perform himself, yet his piano skills remained at a professional level. Compared to the near-master level of Gu Shi, there was still a gap. So, Lin Yuan thought it would be better to save his effort. Just as one would choose a singer for a song, Lin Yuan was certainly going to choose the most suitable pianist to play Nocturne. Since his own level wasn't enough to be the most suitable interpreter for Nocturne at the moment, there was no need to force it. But speaking of which, there was another reason for choosing Gu Shi. She had previously helped Lin Yuan out a bit. Sometimes when recording songs at U Dynasty, they would get her to handle the piano part. Any one of Chopin's Nocturnes could be considered a classic masterpiece. Lin Yuan could casually give any one of them to a capable pianist, and it would directly contribute to their career to a certain extent because performing this piece had huge benefits. And Lin Yuan chose to give this opportunity to Gu Shi. When it comes to matters of assistance, there must be reciprocity. Otherwise, even if he didn't know any other piano masters, he would surely be able to find some if he tried. He believed there wouldn't be a pianist on Blue Star who could resist the charm of Nocturne. What is it that Teacher Admirable Fish wanted to see me about? Gu Shi looked at Lin Yuan with eagerness and anticipation. Upon receiving his call, she immediately postponed many things and rushed to Starlight, even arriving before Lin Yuan. There were generally only 2 reasons when Lin Yuan sought out Gu Shi. The first reason was that Lin Yuan needed help. The second reason was that Lin Yuan had a new piece of music. "I have 2 pieces that I'd like you to perform." This time it was the second reason, and the one that Gu Shi was most looking forward to. Lin Yuan directly brought out the sheet music, which turned out to be the Nocturne he had prepared in advance. There were 2 pieces in total. The first, Nocturne in E-flat major. The second, Nocturne in B-flat minor. In fact, Chopin's Nocturnes are not the title of a work, but rather a genre of piano solo pieces on earth. This style belonged exclusively to Chopin, created by Chopin himself. The complete Nocturnes certainly consist of more than 2 pieces. It's a series, and together with the posthumously edited pieces of Chopin, there are 21 Nocturnes in total. Lin Yuan hadn't brought out all 21 pieces. The 2 he had chosen were the most representative pieces of Chopin's Nocturnes series. Having these two nocturnes was sufficient. Even one was enough. The rest could be supplemented later. After all, the impact of the entire series rested on the quality of these two pieces. Time was mainly the issue. If he presented all 21 pieces, Gucci would find it hard to master them all before the end of the month. Chapter 884. 832 Turning Point _2. Lin Yuan couldn't wait that long. He directly handed the sheet music to Gucci. Thump, thump, thump. His heart inexplicably started racing. Gucci hurriedly took the music and began to read. She dared not show the slightest negligence towards Xian Yu's piano compositions. Past collaborations had taught Gucci that whenever Xian Yu released a piano piece, it was bound to be extraordinary, not to mention that this time there were two. I'll start by demonstrating Nocturne in E-flat major for you, Lin Yuan said, then seated himself at the piano in his office. Lin Yuan's office was very spacious. The white piano was situated by the window. Thank you for the trouble, Gucci said quickly. Lin Yuan nodded. His fingers swept over the keys, and he began his performance. Notes poured forth. The tranquil melody softly sounded. As if in the silent night, a candle was suddenly lit, accompanied by the flickering glimmer. Gucci compared the sheet music with Lin Yuan's performance. Serenity and lyricism, melancholy and contemplation. Unconsciously, Gucci became intoxicated. She seemed to forget everything around her, even forgetting when the music had started, her eyes only reflecting an unusual splash of color. An indescribable romantic atmosphere was quietly spreading. It was a very unique charm. Under Lin Yuan's fingertips, the piano began to chant poetically with its distinct voice. The individuality of the music and the characteristics of the piano merged together like water and milk. It appeared to be melancholy, like a lingering contemplation. The rhythm was long and dreamlike. In the piano's lower register, Lin Yuan's playing was fast then slow, unpredictable, as if a myriad of emotions were entwining. His fingers danced upon the keys. Unbeknownst to her, the steps became increasingly brisk. This caused the piano's sound to grow more animated, as if it was spiraling upwards. Within the intensifying melody, waves began to rise. Excitement, sighs, exhilaration, and restlessness. A range of rich and subtle emotions emerged one after another in the music. Is this Nocturne? The style of the night was so consistent, yet the mood within it was so different. Nocturne. Gucci stared at the name on the sheet. Music, the unusual hue in her eyes slowly blossoming, as if she were drunk. And as the climax approached, her breathing became hurried, her chest heaving violently, and a flush quickly spread across her beautiful face. It was as if her entire being was enveloped in a colossal shock. This is, with the sheet music in hand, matching it with the piano's melody. Gucci's naturally gifted piano hands actually began to tremble. A rondo form, andante, December 8th time. The right hand, throughout the decorative notes, maintained a luxuriant chant, while the left hand provided a rhythmic accompaniment that preserved the same shape from beginning to end. Innovative. Not being a professional concert pianist, it was hard to understand the excitement Gucci was feeling now. This piano piece turned out to be pioneering a whole new genre of piano solo. This style differed from that of all current piano solo styles in the music scene. What mattered most was the incredibly high quality of this piece. Unlike Mariage d'amour, the former was modern piano, but this was a typical classical piano piece. The melody to her ears seemed calm, but underneath were surging undercurrents, painting a poetic beauty before Gucci's eyes and in her ears. Yes, like poetry. At that moment, Lin Yuan, to Gucci's eyes, seemed like a piano poet, completely indulging in his talent. At a certain change in the music, Gucci even felt a sensation like alcohol numbing her heart, lungs, and scalp. Goosebumps arose. An unprecedented impact. This impact was tremendous for any Blue Star pianist. In the midst of these surging emotions, Gucci's mind flashed back to the various encounters she'd had since meeting Xian Yu. At this moment, she felt fortunate. Fortunate to have met Xian Yu. Fortunate to have ultimately earned his favor. Fortunate to have the honor to play the piece that Xian Yu was interpreting at this moment. Suddenly, the piano music stopped. Lin Yuan turned to ask Gucci, "How did it go?" There was no immediate answer. Gushi seemed to have lost herself in a moment of reverie, having forgotten when the piece began. And just as she was inadvertently immersed in it to the point of intoxication, the music gradually ceased, stirring in her a myriad of reluctant feelings, wishing the performer would play it once more. How did it go? Lin Yuan had to ask again. Can you play it? Yes. Finally, Gushi snapped back to reality. Her response was almost without any hesitation. It was as if anyone who dared to compete with her for this piece would face her fierce determination. Because Gushi knew, this was a composition that could get her another invitation from the Golden Hall, stunning the entire piano world. A divine masterpiece. This is teacher Admirable Fish's level. Expectations were high, yet she was still utterly astonished. Realizing she might have acted inappropriately, Gushi tried to calibrate her tone. The structure of this piece is very unique. The first section has a dreamlike, lingering melody. The second section is passionate, expressing a myriad of emotions, and the third section returns to a calm atmosphere. Is this an unprecedented and unheard-of composition form, a brand-new style created by teacher Admirable Fish himself? Uh-huh. Lin Yuan nodded. Without Chopin's world, he certainly had to accept this title. This was something he was very familiar with. No need to be pretentious, otherwise, it would seem duplicative and self-defeating. All right, the first piece is roughly like this. Now try the Nocturne in B-flat minor. Lin Yuan stated, then gave up his seat. Hearing what Lin Yuan suggested, Gushi almost immediately sat down at the piano. She had been eager to start, but less than 30 seconds into the second piece, Gushi's mood was stirred once again. The quality of this piece was hardly inferior to the first. The two pieces teacher Admirable Fish brought out today were absolutely divine works. Gushi treasured them like the most precious gift. Her performance, of course, was not smooth sailing. Gushi even stumbled occasionally, far from the fluidity Lin Yuan had just displayed. It wasn't that Gushi's skills were inferior to Lin Yuan's. It was just that this was her first time seeing the pieces, so she wasn't as practiced. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, had memorized the scores by heart and could play fluently without looking at them. But that's besides the point. Lin Yuan didn't expect her to play perfectly. He just needed to get a general feel for how well Gushi could handle them. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, trusting in Gushi's skill. Go back and practice thoroughly. You must finish recording before the end of the month. No problem. Gushi nodded vigorously. Actually, she didn't even need Lin Yuan's reminder. Even if it meant going without sleep, she would master these two pieces. If teacher Admirable Fish weren't satisfied and sought another pianist for collaboration, she would have nowhere to cry. Truly worthy of Chopin's Nocturne. Lin Yuan saw Gushi's excitement and wasn't surprised. As a signature work of Chopin, the Nocturne could awe any piano master. And as the musical idol most admired by director Zhou, Chopin wasn't called the poet of music for nothing. Though he was sickly and not well suited to perform grand, loud works, his delicate emotions and jewel-like musical changes were the charming qualities of the Nocturne. In the following days, Gushi contacted Lin Yuan from time to time, reporting her practice progress with unprecedented enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the TV series Lotus Lantern was broadcast in an orderly fashion, its popularity rising, firmly securing the #1 spot on the hot lists of the 3 major video websites. Lin Yuan also kept an eye on this. He knew the turning point of the show was coming soon. Sure enough, that day, the latest episode of Lotus Lantern aired. Qinxiang finally learned of his own background. Immediately, he harbored the thought of rescuing his mother, the third goddess, to reunite his family. However, Yang Jian, who had been caring and warm towards Qinxiang, turned cold upon learning of his nephew's intentions. He not only refused to support Qinxiang, but blocked his rescue plan at every turn. To dissuade Qinxiang from his mission, he even went as far as to hurt those close to Qinxiang. Cold, heartless. In that moment, Yang Jian seemed to revert to that unrecognizable judiciary god from the first episode, the one who didn't acknowledge any kin and forcibly suppressed his sister, the third goddess. On major forums, this plot twist suddenly sparked a huge controversy. Chapter 885, 833, The Audience's Anger and Outburst. No one expected the latest plot twist in Lotus Lantern, where Yang Jian suddenly turned evil. This sudden turn of events made many viewers jump out of their seats. Damn it, what the hell is going on with the latest plot in Lotus Lantern? Wasn't Yang Jian supposed to be a good guy? How could they portray Erling Shin so negatively? Though I understood when Yang Jian previously suppressed his own sister, the third goddess, since he was the judiciary god of the heavenly court and couldn't help but follow orders. This latest development is outrageous. The director and scriptwriter have actually portrayed Yang Jian as a villain who bullies the weak and fears the strong, and is cold-hearted and merciless. I feel the same way. This plot twist is infuriating. Yang Jian didn't have the courage to defy the heavenly court and save his own sister, and now he's even trying to stop Qinxiang from rescuing his mother. Really just bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and they call it for his nephew's good? Is this the Erling Shin I remember? What the heck is Ian thinking? The previous The Legend of Wukong was great. Why suddenly create such a disgusting plotline? What kind of junk is this? Magic changing Erling Shin's personality, magic changing his background, magic changing his identity, and even inventing a sister and a nephew for Erling Shin. I can accept all of these. But making Erling Shin a villain, I absolutely cannot accept. Yang Jian's image suddenly collapsed. Audiences across the continents are outraged. The previous episodes were just fine. No matter what trouble Qinxiang caused, Yang Jian always chose to be understanding. Whatever Qinxiang wanted, Yang Jian would give, creating an enjoyable image of a good uncle for the audience. Over several episodes, everyone had a very positive impression of this Erling Shin. Even though Erling Shin started off ruthlessly suppressing his own sister, everyone firmly believed that Erling Shin had no choice, given that he was fulfilling his duties as the judiciary god. However, when Qinxiang learned the truth and wanted to save his mother, Yang Jian suddenly turned cold-hearted. He did everything to stop Qinxiang, even going so far as to fall out with Qinxiang and even harm Qinxiang's friends, which made it hard for the audience to accept. Turns out Yang Jian is a villain? Is there something wrong with Qinxiang wanting to save his own mother? Moreover, what wrong did the third goddess do? The third goddess simply bravely pursued her own love, and the prudish rules of the heavenly court are unreasonable to any modern person. The plot is also telling everyone, this heavenly decree is a scourge across the realms. Under such circumstances, by choosing to stand on the opposite side of the protagonist and uphold this heavenly decree, Yang Jian has directly become a villain. So the audience is angry. Some are angry about Erling Shin's behavior. Others are angry that Ian, as the scriptwriter, dared to turn Erling Shin's character into a villain. The latter group far outnumber the former. Yes, in the end, what everyone finds most intolerable is Erling Shin transforming into a villain. If Erling Shin were not Erling Shin but just a regular character, then no matter whether this character turned evil or whatever, audiences across all continents wouldn't be so upset. You should know, through the primordial chaos and other works, Erlang Shin Yang Jian has already made a very deep impression on audiences across all continents. People deeply love this character, just like how everyone who watches Journey to the West likes Sun Wukong. In any audience's concept, Yang Jian is absolutely unrelated to being a villain. But this show just went ahead and made Yang Jian a villain. That is the root of the controversy. Some people even started cursing loudly because of this. In fact, not just ordinary viewers, even fans of the primordial chaos were baffled by Lotus Lantern's move. What the hell? Why did the antagonists suddenly self-destruct? They had always been trying to set the narrative for Lotus Lantern, but never managed to take off. The audience didn't strongly resist the departure from traditional character and background settings of Erlang Shin in Lotus Lantern. This deeply disappointed the fans of the primordial chaos. They could only watch helplessly as Lotus Lantern became more popular, watching a portrayal of Erlang Shin that didn't fit with the traditional setting of the primordial chaos being accepted by the audience. Result: just when the fans of the primordial chaos thought they could no longer malign Lotus Lantern and could only helplessly observe its success, this show suddenly self-destructed. That's right, self-destructed. Erlang Shin was actually portrayed as a villain. How is that different from self-destructing? How brainless must Ian be to dare to tarnish the image of Erlang Shin like this? Doesn't she realize how highly regarded Erling Shun is in the hearts of the audience? Or is it that Ian wants to follow the pattern of Chu Kuang adapting Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange to completely overturn the audience's impression of the classics? What a joke. Are these two things even comparable? Self-destruction. Intending to draw a tiger, but ending up drawing something akin to a dog. Wait, this director is actually the director of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. And that series was a huge success due to Chu Kuang's subversion of the classics. So the director tasted sweetness and thought that playing with subverting classics would always succeed? What kind of bizarre thought process is this? Just blindly applying the same formula. One really dares to write, and one really dares to film. Ian and this director are challenging the audience's tolerance. Tarnishing the image of Erling Shun, Lotus Lantern, is really asking for its own destruction. This is slander against Yang Jian. At this moment, the feelings of the fans of the primordial chaos are actually quite mixed. Excitement and anger. Two completely different emotions, strangely intertwined. The thrilling aspect is, they finally found a point to criticize in Lotus Lantern. This gives them a bit of a guilty conscience. A beloved character is portrayed as a villain, and yet they feel somewhat excited? The rage stemmed from. This show was defaming the protagonist of the primordial chaos, Yang Jian. That was Yang Jian. He was their beloved and their faith. For a time, all fans of the primordial chaos went crazy setting the pace, their presence dominating numerous forums. Ian is defaming Erling Shun and tarnishing a classic. Journey to the West is suppressing the primordial chaos by portraying Yang Jian as a disgusting villain, using Yang Jian's popularity for promotion. Yet the show portrayed him in such a negative light. Such a work should be vehemently boycotted. Journey to the West's behavior is too ugly. I don't acknowledge the Erling Shun in the Lotus Lantern as Erling Shun. Only the primordial chaos's Erling Shun is the real Erling Shun. Let the Erling Shun of the Lotus Lantern go to hell. There's only one Erling Shun in the world, and that's the protagonist of the primordial chaos, Yang Jian. The rhythm of boycott rolled in wave after wave. It must be admitted, the fans of the primordial chaos led the rhythm very successfully this time. If it weren't for the self-destruction of the Lotus Lantern, no one would have paid attention to their voices, as the fans of Journey to the West were simply too numerous. But now, no one knew whether it was Ian or the TV show's director whose brain had malfunctioned. The tables had turned. Blackening of Erling Shun was not only unacceptable to fans of the primordial chaos, it was unacceptable to the general audience. So much so that even though everyone knew the primordial chaos fans were leading the rhythm, some still empathized deeply. Shortly after, the Lotus Lantern, which had been smooth sailing since its broadcast, was sucked into a vortex of controversy and criticism for the first time. Everyone naturally assumed Journey to the West, in order to suppress the primordial chaos, had deliberately vilified the image of Yang Jian. Now that the primordial chaos was waning, yet it was suppressed like this by Journey to the West, this ignited the sympathy of many people. Empathy for the underdog is human nature. Moreover, no matter how much the primordial chaos had declined, people's affection for Erling Shun still existed. Yang Jian was a classic character who had accompanied countless people as they grew up. How could he be so defiled? Fortunately, there were still some rational voices soothing everyone. Guys, don't rush to conclusions. Trust in teacher Ian's character. Perhaps Erling Shun has his own reasons for targeting Qinxiang. Just watch a few episodes before making a judgment. After all, Erling Shun was extremely concerned about his nephew, Qinxiang, in the earlier episodes. These voices somewhat calmed the audience. In the following days, apart from the primordial chaos fans and a few extreme viewers who were still protesting, most people temporarily suppressed their anger, patiently continuing to follow the drama. However, the 7th episode, the 8th episode, the 9th episode, the 10th episode, as the audience continued to follow the subsequent episodes of The Lotus Lantern, the expected turnaround never happened. On the contrary, a brutal fact gradually unfolded before everyone. Yang Jian had no hidden motives at all. He was merely the lapdog of the Heavenly Empress, an unmitigated villain. All his actions were for the sake of the judiciary god's power. Blinded by greed, Yang Jian showed no regard for familial bonds, ruthlessly persecuting Qinxiang, even intensifying his malice. Sky Roaring Dog abused his power through association. The Mount Mei brothers pursued and blocked Qinxiang. In innumerable instances of targeted oppression by his own uncle, Qinxiang struggled to survive and grow, enduring relentless suppression. The audience's patience was gradually worn thin. Dissatisfaction with Yang Jian's character kept accumulating. If the plot of the drama itself hadn't been captivating, the audience would have exploded long ago. Not to mention that during this process, the Primordial Chaos fans continued endlessly stoking the fire and leading the rhythm. The Primordial Chaos fans were desperate. After watching so many episodes, why hasn't this darn TV show cooled down yet? Ian has already blackened Yang Jian so much. Why are you still watching, and watching so eagerly at that? Alright, the reason is actually quite simple. Although the portrayal of the character Yang Jian has displeased countless viewers, the plot of the drama itself is very exciting, which is why everyone temporarily suppressed their inner frustrations. But, no matter how exciting the plot, it could not withstand the constant provocation by the scriptwriter Ian. Some feelings, if not exploded, only accumulated deeper. That day, the plot finally progressed to the 15th episode. This episode, Yang Jian pushed Qinxiang to a complete dead end. He wanted to kill Qinxiang. As Qinxiang grew up, Yang Jian actually harbored the intention to kill his own nephew. However, just as Yang Jian made his move, the fourth princess of the East Sea blocked Yang Jian's fatal blow with her body. Under Qinxiang's desperate gaze, the fourth princess of the East Sea was instantly killed, her life extinguished. The fourth princess of the East Sea. This character was kind-hearted and had an excellent reputation in all three realms, and she was Qinxiang's aunt who had always silently helped him from behind. The audience had a very positive impression of this character. Yet such a character was executed in front of Qinxiang by Erling Shun. This moment, even without the Primordial Chaos fans leading any rhythm, the audience's eyes reddened. Their dissatisfaction accumulated over many days completely erupted. Chapter 886, 834, Everlasting Regret. Because the plot of The Lotus Lantern was exciting enough, the audience had been restraining themselves. But this time the story touched their bottom line, and Erling Shun, as portrayed by Ian, had been vilified to the point of no return, which finally ignited the viewer's fury. Countless curses. Many people were implicated. The comments section of the TV show director Ding Zhao's social media was besieged. Crap director, did Erling Shun eat your family's rice to be so smeared by you? Director Ding's bias is too obvious. Made a show to smear Erling Shun, the Primordial Chaos protagonist, all for the sake of Starlight's journey to the West. Is this the Lotus Lantern director? Thumbs down. I didn't find you hateful when you made Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. But this time you really crossed the line. Director, your conscience is broken. After finishing Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, the director has completely gone to an extreme, creating such an image of Erling Shun definitely for the controversy. And he succeeded, but such behavior is truly disgusting. As a director, Ding Zhao cannot shirk responsibility. He must have known the show would vilify Erling Shun, yet he still made it this way, so the audience did not let him off the hook. Similarly, Lu Zhengwan, the actor playing the lead male role, who had always been well-liked by passers-by, was also sprayed by the audience. His situation was similar to the director's. Why did Lu Zhengwan take up the role of this villainous version of Erling Shun? Lu Zhengwan, you really dare to pick up any drama. Why did you choose to play such a character? Aren't you afraid of losing fans? Are you happy earning dirty money? I can't believe you didn't read the script before picking up the role. Knowing the script, you should realize that the play obviously vilifies Erling Shun. Don't you feel guilty playing such a role? So disappointed. I used to like you. From fan to hater, and now my last advice to you. Shape up or ship out. And after the audience erupted in anger, the worst hit area was without a doubt Ian's blog comment section. Whether it's director Ding Zhao or actor Lu Zhengwan, they just followed the script, and even if they were at fault, they were not the masterminds. The real culprit behind turning Erling Shun into a villain was Ian. Therefore, Ian's blog comment section suffered the most complete collapse. This is like turning a winning game into a complete mess. The goodwill the legend of Yukong brought has all been squandered by this drama. What gives you the right to smear Erling Shun like that? You could have easily created a similar villain. Why insist on making Erling Shun the antagonist? Do you hate him that much? I've turned from fan to hater of Ian. I admit Ian's scriptwriting is top-notch, but no matter how exciting the plot, it doesn't change the fact that Ian is maliciously defaming Erling Shun. Really fed up. I smell the nauseating stench of fandom manipulation. Don't forget that Ian is a Chu Kuang fan, and the dispute between Journey to the West and the Primordial Chaos has been long-standing, so Ian just took the liberty to smear Erling Shun in the drama. No matter how talented, this does not change the fact of poor character. I will never acknowledge this Erling Shun as the one I know. Fans of the Primordial Chaos are right. There's only one Erling Shun, and that's the Erling Shun of the Primordial Chaos. And that's not all. Director, actors, screenwriters. The TV drama, the Lotus Lantern core behind-the-scenes team was thoroughly blasted by the audience. Not to mention, under the official Weibo of Starlight was also filled with countless curses. Starlight really lost integrity with this move. Why invest in such a drama that smears Erling Shun? But dictates brain. Journey to the West is Starlight's ace work. The Primordial Chaos and Journey to the West are at odds, so Starlight has no burden in smearing Erling Shun. What's infuriating is that Starlight used to promote Erling Shun. Using Erling Shun for promotion and now smearing him in the drama. I am really sold on this tactic. Riding on the coattails of the Primordial Chaos is how Journey to the West started. Because of Fish Papa, I have always had a good impression of Starlight, but even Fish Papa can't salvage Starlight's reputation this time. In the entertainment industry, many people were flabbergasted. Starlight has truly botched it this time. As the first standalone character series derived from Journey to the West, since the broadcast of the Lotus Lantern, the situation had been overwhelmingly positive. It was a wildly successful beginning. The industry was also closely watching this drama. Everyone thought the IP of Journey to the West was going to explode. But who would have thought that the Lotus Lantern would cause an audience's reputation to collapse because it excessively vilified Erling Shun in the story? Looks like Starlight has really messed up this time. Ian's script is indeed problematic. The relationship between Journey to the West and the Primordial Chaos is too sensitive. Yet this drama just had to target Erling Shun, turning him into a major villain. No matter how bracing the chill the Primordial Chaos gets, Erling Shun still has popularity. Perhaps Starlight thought the Primordial Chaos had already cooled down, so stepping on Erling Shun was no big deal. They got a bit too arrogant. Actually, the Lotus Lantern plot is still very exciting. The drama's plot is indeed amazing, or else the audience's dissatisfaction with the collapse of Erling Shun's character wouldn't have erupted until today. If Ian were any smarter, he would have swapped Erling Shun with another deity, and in the end, it would have surely been both critically acclaimed and popular. He cleverly outwitted himself by using Erling Shun as the antagonist. Compared to Chu Kuang's grasp of the audience's bottom line, Ian still has a lot to learn. Provoking the readers? Stirring up the audience's nerves? That's what Chu Kuang is best at. However, the terrifying thing about Chu Kuang lies in, no matter how he plays with the audience, he always stays clear of crossing their bottom line. He has complete control over everyone's psychology, so the audience's perception of Chu Kuang is a blend of love and hate. Ultimately, everyone still loves Chu Kuang. Chapter 887, 834, Everlasting Regret Part 2. The so-called old rascal is often just a topic of jest, a little insider joke shared between the readers, the audience, and Chu Kuang, or even a bit of harmless fun. Ian seems to have a leaning in this direction too. As a fan of Chu Kuang, Ian is indeed talented. The plot of Lotus Lantern is fantastic. However, Ian is ultimately not Chu Kuang, and she crossed a line with the audience she should never have crossed, resulting in a total loss of control and a thorough crash and burn. I'm afraid no one will seek Ian to write scripts anymore. A screenwriter who alienates the audience, no matter how good their scripts, only increases the audience's aversion. Even Ian's future development may be negatively affected by this. being notorious for excessively vilifying Yang Jian in Journey to the West, will likely be an indelible stain on Ian's record. In the midst of the overwhelming criticism directed at Lotus Lantern, the Blue Star Primordial Chaos Association finally spoke out. Recently, a TV drama titled Lotus Lantern has smeared and besmirched the classic image of Erlang Shen, which we find deeply distressing. We accept the scriptwriter's reimagining of Yang Jian, but we cannot accept the disordered storytelling. We hope that such chaos can be controlled, and we hope someone will restore justice to Yang Jian. We have reported to the Literature and Art Association requesting a ban on the drama, and we strongly condemn Ian. The Primordial Chaos Association snitched. Previously, due to its connection with Journey to the West, the association was severely criticized and had kept a low profile for a long time. Not until the reputation of Lotus Lantern took a nosedive did the Primordial Chaos Association dare to emerge, seizing the opportunity very well. The adversary has given them a chance. If the Primordial Chaos fans know to seize the opportunity, how much more so the Primordial Chaos Association? Under these circumstances, even netizens indifferent to the association felt that its statement had merit. And at this moment, something unexpected happened. Tribe also made a statement. It's strange to say, as logically, Tribe wouldn't have much to do with Primordial Chaos or Yang Jian. But just now, Tribe suddenly announced that it would be collaborating with the Primordial Chaos Association to create a film starring Erlang Shen, Yang Jian. Quite sudden? Not really. Because the broker of this partnership turned out to be the head of the comics department under Tribe, Ling Kong. After taking over the project, the first thing Ling Kong did was publish a long essay criticizing Starlight for smearing Erlang Shen, Yang Jian. In the article, Ling Kong claims to be a die-hard fan of the Primordial Chaos, with Erlang Shen, Yang Jian, being his most adored spiritual idol since childhood. He could not sit by and watch Lotus Lantern tarnish Yang Jian and decided to make a movie to vindicate him. Yang Jian is our hero since childhood. How can such a hero be smeared? Ling Kong's indignant accusations. He is upholding justice. It seems that in fear his long essay might not draw enough attention, Ling Kong shockingly exposed his identity at the end, claiming his father helped him secure the position to oversee the filming related to Yang Jian. And his father is none other than the helmsman of Tribe, Ling Zhou. This revelation was powerful, instantly making Ling Kong a hot topic. Netizens were surprised to see such a figure becoming involved. Holy crap, it's the Crown Prince of Tribe? Ling Kong. Sounds vaguely familiar. Damn, Ling Kong is the head of Tribe Comics, the one who drove Shadow away. Puffed, so it was this second Jin who forced Shadow out. One thing at a time, Ling Kong is a man of character. Whatever his beef with Shadow, I fully support his actions this time. There's a picture on Ling Kong's account. So handsome. Wow, dreamy. I suspect Ling Kong has ulterior motives. His relationship with Shadow is so bad, he must be enemies with the three brothers too, likely seizing the chance to step on Starlight. I don't believe capitalists have any conscience or sense of justice. Why assume the worst in people? I think Ling Kong is fine. The allure of being the Tribe Crown Prince is undoubtedly dazzling, and the exposition of his identity as a top-tier rich second generation immediately escalated the incident's impact. The media side is bustling. Primordial Chaos Association reports Starlight's new drama. Tribe Crown Prince Ling Kong blasts Lotus Lantern. The true-hearted heir of Tribe, Ling Kong. Yang Jian is a hero, not to be smeared. Should Lotus Lantern be banned? When the wall falls, everybody pushes. Tribe Crown Prince blasts Starlight. Capital competition or genuine sentiment? Big reveal of Tribe Crown Prince Ling Kong's identity, discovering what kind of rich second generation he is. In these news stories, Ling Kong's deeds were brought to light. Apart from creating friction with Shadow and causing Tribe Comics to stumble in the league, this Ling Kong turns out to be quite impressive. He invested in estate and reaped astonishing profits, earning several times the returns. He led a department within Tribe to dominate 80% of the market in a certain field. He has. In short, Ling Kong's resume is impeccable. This has also garnered Ling Kong higher attention and even a significant boost in followers. The news has shaped him into a successful hardworking second-generation rich kid. By comparison, Lotus Lantern is in a bind. Director, screenwriter, actors, and even Starlight have all come under fire. The united front of the Primordial Chaos Association and Tribe, along with the rhythms set by the fans of Primordial Chaos, has pushed Lotus Lantern into the spotlight. Moreover, due to Tribe's influence, after Ling Kong's identity revelation, many well-known vloggers joined in the siege. Chapter 888, 834, Everlasting Regret Part 3. Tribe, the large capital, is never short of pawns. At this moment, anyone with discernment could see. Tribe was making a move against Starlight, looking to cut at Starlight through Lotus Lantern. In fact, the feud between this massive capital and Starlight had been brewing ever since Xian Yu led the Yu dynasty to leave Tribe. There were not a few who saw clearly. The cooperation between Starlight's films, TV series, and artists with Tribe was becoming increasingly sparse, which many could perceive. Yet no one expected Tribe to intensify the conflict and choose this moment to take action. It appeared that going forward, Starlight and Tribe were thoroughly burnt bridges. Come to think of it, Starlight had connections with the three brothers. And guess what? Xian Yu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow were linked to the bloggers, inflicting no small blow on Tribe. In such circumstances, a complete break between Tribe and Starlight was almost inevitable sooner or later. Now that Starlight had exposed its own weakness, Tribe merely seized the opportunity at hand. At this time, even die-hard Journey to the West fans found it hard to defend Lotus Lantern. The portrayal of Yang Jian as a villain by En is an undeniable fact, and attempting to defend Lotus Lantern at this juncture might only worsen the situation. Tribe. Ling Kong watched his account's followers skyrocket with a slight smile on his lips. It's my turn to counterattack. His eyes narrowed with unprecedented exhilaration. Ever since the Shadow incident, every time Tribe got the short end of the stick from the three brothers, he would be blasted by his colleagues. He had long been suffocating with resentment. If he had to rank the three people he hated most, Shadow would be in the first place. Xian Yu and Chu Kuang would tie for second. Even though Xian Yu and Chu Kuang had no direct conflict with Ling Kong, their indirect clashes were too numerous. He was the crown prince of Tribe, while the three brothers belonged to the bloggers. Such conflict was inherently irreconcilable. Mr. Ling is playing a clever game. The assistant beside Ling Kong exclaimed excitedly. By exposing your own identity, Mr. Ling, you can deter internal company disputes with the fear of your status and prevent others from opposing you openly. On the other hand, you can gain instant fame and leverage your status to create influence, keeping the public focused on your every move, killing two birds with one stone. The identity of a celebrity is indeed useful. Ling Kong smiled slightly. This time, I'm going to make Starlight shed a layer of skin. When Xiang Zhuang dances, his intention is to kill Pei Gong. Ling Kong might not have heard this saying, but his actions matched its meaning. He seemed to be targeting Lotus Lantern, but really, he was targeting Starlight, Xian Yu of Starlight, Chu Kuang the original author of Journey to the West, and even Shadow closely associated with Starlight. If anything went wrong with Lotus Lantern, the impact would be far beyond just the drama itself. It would also affect the Journey to the West IP. If Starlight ran into trouble, the three brothers would be affected as well. At this moment, Ling Kong even felt grateful to that En. What a great assist. If he didn't know it was impossible, he would suspect En was a mole Tribe had planted in Starlight. Next, he didn't need to do anything. He just had to sit back and enjoy the drama. In a good mood, he actually patted his assistant's shoulder. Play Lotus Lantern. The 16th episode should have been updated by now, right? Yes. The assistant smiled and said, please wait a moment. Ling Kong nodded. He had been following the drama Lotus Lantern, not because he liked it, but because it smelled of opportunity. And why continue watching now? Of course, to add to the fun. The more the drama vilified Yang Jian, the happier Ling Kong became. What? I'm a fan of Yang Jian. Heh. If it could strike his opponents, Ling Kong could be anyone's fan. It's starting. The assistant suddenly spoke up. Ling Kong didn't respond, focusing his eyes on the projector. In the 16th episode of Lotus Lantern, Yang Jian, after accidentally killing the fourth princess of the East Sea, was punished by the Heavenly Court. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang, having escaped from death, gained a great opportunity and his strength soared. He joined forces with friends to besiege Erlingshan. The battle was fierce, turning the sky and earth dark. In the end, Erlingshan fell. But during this process, something strange happened. No matter how hard Qinxiang tried to activate the Lotus Lantern, it failed to unleash its power to attack Yang Jian. Despicable and shameless. One of Qinxiang's friends, the 8th Prince of the Dragon Palace, stated coldly. He must have tampered with the Lotus Lantern, causing it to malfunction. We should hurry up and end his life to avenge my sister. The 4th princess was the 8th prince's elder sister. However, Qinxiang ultimately could not bring himself to kill his uncle. Still, he stripped Yang Jian of all his mana, turning Erlingshan into an ordinary man. During this process, Sky Roaring Dog loyally protected its master and was also beaten to within an inch of its life. In fact, if not for Sky Roaring Dog, Qinxiang might indeed have taken Erlingshan's life. After all, though Sky Roaring Dog targeted Qinxiang due to Erlingshan's orders, it wasn't truly evil and had never seriously attempted to kill Qinxiang. This fact was clear to both Qinxiang and the audience. Sky Roaring Dog was a good dog. As the story developed to this point, Erlingshan was isolated and had received his comeuppance for his cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness. Even the Mount Mei brothers, who were originally loyal to Erlingshan, turned against him. It turned out that the Mount Mei brothers couldn't stand Erlingshan's deeds either. Only Sky Roaring Dog remained by his side. Blind loyalty. Erlingshan sought the Queen Mother's help, but she coldly dismissed him. Having lost his mana, Erlingshan was no longer of any use. Chapter 889, 834, Everlasting Regret Part 4. Moreover, because Erlingshan killed the 4th princess of the East Sea, violating the celestial decree, the heavenly court could no longer harbor him. Erlingshan was beyond redemption. He lost his mana and was bruised all over. In order to eat, he demeaned himself and begged a peasant family for food. At that time, the Sky Roaring Dog was extremely hungry. Yang Jian snatched a steamed bun but couldn't bear to eat it himself. Instead, he gave it to the Sky Roaring Dog. The Sky Roaring Dog wolfed it down. The peasant who had his steamed bun stolen punched and kicked Erlingshan, but Erlingshan held on to the man without letting go, only urging the Sky Roaring Dog to eat faster. It turned out that this peasant was the deity of the land. As the judiciary god, Erlingshan was ruthless and callous. His reputation in the 3 realms had already soured, with nearly everyone calling for his execution. The land deity was deliberately taking this opportunity to beat Erlingshan severely, venting his deep-seated resentment. After this episode ended, Ling Kong's assistant suddenly said, "A whitewash. How could Erlingshan, such a bad person, be willing to starve himself, and even to endure beating by a peasant, just to let the Sky Roaring Dog have a few bites of steamed bun?" Ling Kong didn't speak. The assistant burst into laughter. Ling Kong said impatiently, "What are you laughing at?" He was somewhat uneasy because he had actually begun to feel a bit of sympathy for Erlingshan, a sentiment that seemed very wrong. Could Ian be trying to whitewash Erlingshan? To let Erlingshan realize his wrongs when he was utterly desolate? The assistant, as if having seen through everything, said with some profoundness, "You're probably worried that Ian is whitewashing Erlingshan, isn't he?" Ling Kong frowned but did not deny it. If Ian did whitewash Erlingshan, although the legend of Lotus Lantern would still be criticized, his own efforts to undermine Starlight would be greatly diminished. "This time you are wrong, young Ling." The assistant's eyes shone brightly. But that's precisely the cleverness of Ian. Although his action of smearing Erlingshan's image is foolish, his screenwriting skills are indeed high. "What do you mean?" Ling Kong was a bit confused. The assistant, holding wisdom like a gem, as if possessed by Conan. This sequence is actually still mocking Erlingshan. Ian wants to tell the audience, Erlingshan can be so kind to a dog, yet he can be cruel enough to kill his own sister and nephew, which clearly means, in Erlingshan's heart, dogs are more valued than people. So that's it. Ling Kong suddenly realized. This plot twist was indeed satirical, ultimately aimed at discrediting Erlingshan. There was a news report online before. It was about a rich man who took every care of his dog, and when the dog had a cold or a fever, he would be so worried that he couldn't eat. But the same rich man showed no gratitude to his parents and refused to spend money on their medical care when they were ill. At that time, this news sparked a lot of discussion online. Everyone was struck by the thought, dogs are treated better than humans. In Ian's pen, Erling Shun might also be such a person. Such brilliant satire. Unfortunately, it was directed at the wrong subject. Why did Ian choose to satirize Erling Shun, of all people? Ling Kong's worries eased quite a bit, and he patted the assistant's shoulder again, saying, I hadn't realized you were quite smart. All thanks to your teachings, young Ling. The assistant subconsciously lowered his body to make Ling Kong's pat more comfortable. Let's keep watching tomorrow. It's such a good show. Ling Kong praised and couldn't resist taunting, assuming the show hasn't been banned by then. Someone had reported it to the Literature and Art Association. The Legend of Lotus Lantern had now sparked a myriad of criticisms, and it was possible that the Literature and Art Association would ban the work. In fact, Ling Kong did not want the show to be banned. It would be better to let Ian continue on his path, smearing Erling Shun beyond recognition, which would, in turn, have the most damaging influence on Starlight. At the same time, netizens had also finished watching the 16th episode's update. At this moment, they had not yet realized that the perspective of the show had started to shift. The main character was previously Qinxiang, but now, Erlang Shinyang Jian had become the protagonist of the Legend of Lotus Lantern. What they were even less aware of, the groundwork that Ian had laid for Erlang Shin's image reversal was already densely woven. Just as the saying goes, everlasting regret. Chapter 890, 835, Heartache, Starlight, Television Department. Lu Zhongwen looked at the man in front of him with a face full of helplessness. These days I'm not getting invited to any events. Even my fans are starting to disdain me. I'm worried that if this continues, someone is going to smash the windows of my home. No big issue, our plot behind is going to be explosively amazing. The man opposite Lu Zhongwen was none other than Ding Xiao, the director of the Lotus Lantern, comforting him. Explosively amazing? Lu Zhongwen's expression turned weird. The shooting of the Lotus Lantern had already been completed, and the subsequent plot was in post-production. As the male lead, he certainly knew how dreadfully mad the subsequent plot of the Lotus Lantern was. Just then, Zhao Ju's voice came from the side. All post-production work for the Lotus Lantern is officially complete. I plan to start the early access streaming tonight, but I haven't had time to see the specific plot yet. Director Ding, are you really confident? Director Zhao. Lu Zhongwen greeted him. Ding Xiao then showed a smile. It's finished? Let's just air it all in one go tonight then. Director Zhao can watch it himself this evening. It just so happens that the audience needs to be soothed. Soothed. Lu Zhongwen's expression turned strange once again. In this world, probably only Ding Xiao would think that the subsequent plot of the Lotus Lantern would soothe the audience. Zhao Ju was still somewhat doubtful. Really? Because of the Lotus Lantern, the company had been under a lot of pressure. Everyone outside was saying Starlight deliberately demeaned the protagonist Erling Shun of the primordial chaos for the sake of Journey to the West. This had even affected Starlight's stock price today. As the company's stock fell, many executives sought answers from Director Zhao. Zhao Ju had no choice but to brave it out and explain that there would be a plot twist later to reassure the leaders. However, the truth was, Zhao Ju had been dealing with various public relation crises brought by the Lotus Lantern all day and simply had no time to finish watching the subsequent plot. She had only followed the parts of the story that had already been aired, just like the ordinary audience. If she were to consider the Lotus Lantern from the audience's perspective, Zhao Ju also felt that the character portrayal of Erlang Shun was ludicrous and excessively vilified. As for the explanations she gave to the leaders, they all came from the main creative team of the show. Tonight, she had to finish watching the remaining plot to see how the portrayal of Erlang Shun could be reversed. At the same time, Lin Yuan also received the news. The Lotus Lantern would start early access streaming tonight. The final 14 episodes about Yang Jian could be watched in one go. Lately, Lin Yuan had been paying attention to the sniping the Lotus Lantern encountered, but he didn't have much of a solution, unless he spoiled it, telling the audience there would be a twist later on. However, Lin Yuan felt that spoilers were the least interesting thing. Many stories needed to be experienced firsthand to truly be impactful. Luckily, Starlight didn't have to continue bearing this pressure anymore. Now that the plot had been completely filmed, the truth would be revealed tonight. As for the audience's reactions before the truth came out, Lin Yuan was somewhat prepared. It was only a pity that Ian had unfairly received quite a bit of scolding. The only unexpected point for Lin Yuan was that Tribe had actually made a move. This made Lin Yuan realize that behind Xia Fan losing her role, there really might have been manipulations from Tribe. Now with Tribe stepping into the film and television arrangements, it was the most obvious evidence. On another note, without this round of targeting, Lin Yuan and Tribe would have already become openly hostile. Luckily, Lin Yuan had prepared two big surprises for Tribe. Tonight's everlasting regret was the first gift. Time ticked by. Online, the voices decrying the Lotus Lantern for smearing Erling Shin still hadn't stopped and were even intensifying. Ban the Lotus Lantern. The fans of the primordial chaos spared no effort in stirring the pot. Yang Jian must not be slandered. All sorts of demons and goblins emerged as well. Boycott. Protest. This was a coordinated campaign targeting Starlight. And then, when the clock hit 7, the update time for the Lotus Lantern arrived. The netizens who were furiously calling out the slanderous actions against Yang Jian in the Lotus Lantern noticed a very unexpected situation. The website of Kiiga Video. A recommendation suddenly popped up. Watch the Lotus Lantern tonight with early access. Pay to view the grand finale in advance. Have you really understood this drama? Immediately after Catmull Video, a similar recommendation appeared. Tonight, the Lotus Lantern grand finale passionately airs, a plot reversal that moves the heart to the extreme, completely overturning your understanding. Then came next, Penguin Video. The website pulled up a huge banner. Unlock the grand finale of the Lotus Lantern with payment. Binge watch 14 episodes for a shocking ending. High energy ahead. Non-combatants, please evacuate. All three websites. All were broadcasting platforms in partnership with the Lotus Lantern. Instantly, the curses directed at the creators of the Lotus Lantern all paused for a moment. Some sneered. Was Starlight unable to bear the pressure, afraid that dragging it out would cause trouble, so they decided to release the grand finale early? Many more were puzzled. What did the recommendations from the three websites mean? A subverting finale? Wasn't the portrayal of Yang Jian already disruptive enough? High energy ahead. Wasn't it just Qinxiang successfully rescuing the third goddess? What's so high energy about that, when everyone could guess it? It's just that the process might have a few more twists, right? Netizens began to complain. How much money did Starlight give to the three websites, giving the Lotus Lantern such a huge recommendation when the show is being criticized so badly, even directly pushing notifications to phones? Doesn't this recommendation feel like there might be a twist? It might mean there's a twist. Could it have something to do with Yang Jian? Chapter 891, 835, Heartbroken_2. Stop talking nonsense. Even if there was a reversal, it has nothing to do with Yang Jian. Yang Jian should be logging off soon, right? Yang Jian was already ruined by Qinxiang. Ian is really hateful. Ian is so lame, Tue. As they spoke, the netizens started cursing again. As they cursed, everyone still honestly clicked on the video. Although they were furious about the smearing of Yang Jian in Lotus Lantern, the plot itself still drew everyone in, all wanting to see Qinxiang successfully rescue the third goddess. Meanwhile, in a certain wealthy household, Ling Kong, dressed in pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the living room couch, lit a cigarette and turned on the latest episode of Lotus Lantern. Suddenly, the 17th episode of Lotus Lantern began, playing on the big projector. This episode, Qinxiang was about to save his mother. He had already arrived at Mount Hua with his friends. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A mysterious shadow, brandishing the ancient artifact, the Kunlun mirror, surrounded Qinxiang and his companions, preparing to deal a deadly blow. Just as Qinxiang and his friends fell into despair, the Lotus Lantern on Qinxiang suddenly transformed into a stream of light, flying towards a very distant direction. Whoosh! In the distance, a hand grabbed the Lotus Lantern. The Lotus Lantern emitted an unprecedented radiance, and in the glow, the audience was dumbstruck to see the owner of this hand. Yang Jian. He was actually using the Lotus Lantern to repair his broken body. Right after that, The camera abruptly switched. In Heavenly Court, inside Erling Shen's palace, a lonely figure, gazing towards the human world, his face filled with worry, murmured, Yang Jian. This figure turned out to be the fourth princess of the East Sea, the Dragon Princess, previously killed by Erling Shen himself. Cough. Ling Kong, who was smoking, was directly choked by the smoke at this scene and started coughing violently. He had followed this drama for so long not for nothing. A certain premise repeatedly emphasized in the TV drama was that only merciful mana could wield the legendary Lotus Lantern. Now, Ling Kong just wanted to know, how could Yang Jian wield this thing? Why does the Lotus Lantern act like Yang Jian is its daddy? And who the hell can tell me how the Dragon Princess is not dead and is just fine inside Erling Shen's palace? Wasn't she killed by Erling Shen while trying to save Qinxiang? If not for that, the Queen Mother wouldn't have given up on Erling Shen. This plot, it doesn't make sense. The screenwriter must be brain dead. Ling Kong suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. At this moment, Yang Jian's lips were cracked, his body covered in scars and blood. Once radiant, he now looked more wretched than a beggar. But it was he who personally grasped the Lotus Lantern. The Lotus Lantern, which was said to only be wielded by using merciful mana. The Lotus Lantern swirled around him, as if sentient, scattering countless points of light, helping him to repair his body. Right after that, the supposed dead Dragon Princess re-emerged before the audience, and she was in Erling Shen's palace. At this moment, countless viewers couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, the Dragon Princess isn't dead? How can Erling Shen use the Lotus Lantern? It looks like the Lotus Lantern actively sought him out and even helped him repair his body. Could this Lotus Lantern be in cahoots with Yang Jian? What is this even? I don't understand what's going on. Did I miss an episode or something? Isn't it said that only merciful mana could use the Lotus Lantern? Could it be that Yang Jian is?" The air suddenly fell silent. An astonishing guess appeared in everyone's minds. The audience was stupefied. Without further discussion, almost everyone hurriedly opened the next episode. Meanwhile, Zhaoju was also at home following Lotus Lantern. When she saw Yang Jian using the Lotus Lantern and the Dragon Princess reappearing, she exhaled a breath. There was indeed a twist. She had borne a lot of pressure. If the subsequent plot didn't twist, the loss for Starlight would have been huge. To directly feel the impact of the twist, she even avoided reading the following plot in the script. She just wondered if this twist could convince the audience. Worried about a recurrence, Zhaoju, like the other viewers, opened the 18th episode. This episode, outside the Kunlun Mirror, the mysterious shadow wielding the Kunlun Mirror prepared to kill Qinxiang and his friends, only to be stopped by a dazzling figure. Yang Jian had arrived. He donned his armor again, wielding the three-pointed, double-edged lance, exhibiting overwhelming presence. Yang Jian. The shadow was extremely surprised, apparently recognizing Yang Jian. Yang Jian then spoke, revealing a shocking secret. "Queen Mother, you have been possessed. You deserve to die." The suddenly enraged mysterious shadow lunged at Yang Jian. This furiously blushing, terrifying shadow turned out to be the Queen Mother. The camera shifts. Inside the Kunlun realm, while Qinxiang and his companions were at a loss, an animated image suddenly appeared in front of them. The image depicted a child, his brows exuding a spiritual aura. Qinxiang perplexedly asked, "Who is this?" Also trapped in the Kunlun Mirror, Sun Wukong realized. This is the Kunlun Mirror, capable of reversing time, sending people back to the past to observe the past, originally used by Fuxi to check on karma. Now it seems someone has activated the Kunlun Mirror, but who is this person reflected in the mirror? Could it be this person is fighting that mysterious demon? He is Yang Jian. The third goddess recognized the child. In front of the computer, Zhaoju opened her mouth wide. This design is simply brilliant. Yang Jian doesn't need to explain anything himself. Chapter 892, 835, Heartache_3. This ancient treasure, the Kunlun Mirror, would reenact Yang Jian's life, reflecting the past. She continued to watch. One episode, then another. Yang Jian's life unfolded in the Kunlun Mirror, eloquently narrated. The first scene, young Yang Jian, in order to save his sister, the third goddess, who had fallen down a cliff, opened the third eye on his forehead, revealing his terrifying mana talent. But consequently, he received a merciless slap from his mother, Yao Ji. How many times have I warned you? So eager to show off at such a young age. Do you sincerely want to get our whole family killed? Outside, there was a flash of lightning and thunder. Yao Ji's face turned pale. She had descended to the human world and mingled with mortals, violating heavenly laws, and had been pursued by the heavenly court for years. This time, Yang Jian's use of mana had finally drawn the heavenly court pursuers. Slap. Another fierce slap. Yang Jian's face swelled up red, and Yao Ji, still furious, screeched, "I knew the moment I gave birth to you that you would be nothing but trouble, that you'd get our whole family killed. If you hadn't shown off those innate divine eyes today, how could we have attracted these heavenly court pursuers? You've killed our entire family." Another clap of thunder. The young third goddess, scared, burrowed into Yang Jian's embrace, as his tears circled in his eyes, yet never fell, and he explained not a word, only gently patting his sister's back. The fifth scene. Yao Ji was seized. She had sent her family away on a cloud, which dissolved midway, resulting in the deaths of Yang Jian's brother and father along the way, leaving only Yang Jian and his sister alive. The young third goddess burst into tears. Yang Jian said, "Don't be afraid, your second brother is here." The young third goddess, angrily, "I don't want my second brother, I want Daddy and Mommy. It's all your fault. You made Mommy angry, and now she doesn't want you or Lianer." Silly. Yang Jian wiped away his tears and smiled. "Daddy and Mommy are playing hide and seek with us. Let's find them together, and when we do, they'll be happy and reward you, right?" The 13th scene. With neither parents nor brothers around, young Yang Jian thus took on the responsibility of caring for his sister, carrying her across mountains and rivers. When his sister cried out in hunger, he fought with wild beasts. When his sister craved sweets, he ventured deep into poisonous bee nests to find honey. He gave everything he found to his sister, not allowing himself even a bite. Bee poison struck, and he convulsed, his limbs swollen frightfully everywhere. In intense pain, he submerged his face in water. "Is he playing in the water?" Qinxiang asked, puzzled. The third goddess, witnessing the events of her youth, was at a loss, with tears rolling in her eyes again, and after a long time, sighed. "My second brother was such a proud man. Observe his face closely." The crowd then saw clearly. On Yang Jian's pale face, among the rolling droplets of water, were indeed tears flowing down. The third goddess said, "I only knew my second brother's tough personality. He never wanted to be seen weak in front of others, but I never knew he also hid his tears before heaven and earth." The nth scene. Finally, the Kunlun mirror moved to the part where Yang Jian killed the dragon princess. The reason why the dragon princess didn't die was finally clarified by the Kunlun mirror reflecting the past. It turned out that Yang Jian had fixed the soul of the fourth princess. The N+1th scene. In the true monarch palace, alone, the dragon princess saw the notes Yang Jian had written. She flipped through them hurriedly but noticed the annotations in cinnabar, detailing faults in heavenly decrees. It was not only about the romantic entanglements she resented, but also included issues like disproportionate punishments and undefined powers. She found everything, expected and unexpected, clearly written by Yang Jian. Her hands trembled. Something was roaring in her mind. The fourth princess flipped through the pages faster and faster, yet not a single word entered her eyes. She was just frantically turning the pages, trying to give herself something to do. So much. No time for a detailed look. Finally regaining some composure, her eyes landed on a stack of papers that Yang Jian had recently been writing. She forgot she had no physical body, and after taking a deep breath, she picked up a page and read it aloud. But immediately, the paper drifted from her hands, and she froze. Inside the Kunlun mirror, following the scene, Qinxiang and the others also saw the writing on the paper. It was clearly a new heavenly decree. Qinxiang read a few sections, then could read no further. Because he had been so close to Yang Jian, yet had never cared about what Yang Jian was writing. If he had taken a look back then, would everything have been different? The scenes reflected in the mirror continued. Yang Jian appeared quietly and said softly to the fourth princess, "I'm sorry. The fourth princess asked, "Why?" Exhaustion was written all over Yang Jian's face. This was the first time he had revealed such tiredness in front of others. Qinxiang was entrenched in the affairs of the heart, often running after little fox, and with the magic lantern, he became lazy and loved to sleep. His third sister was after all too far away from him, and a mother was only a natural genetic connection. How could I make him hate me to the bone and truly understand the kind of enemy he faces, and truly use all his courage and perseverance, wholeheartedly embarking on this perilous path if he didn't see familiar faces splattered with blood? The fourth princess was in tears. From that day on, a woman who often sat silently crying occupied a room in the true monarch palace. Even though Yang Jian, who habitually pretended to be indifferent, never paid her any mind, she refused to be resurrected and insisted on staying in the true monarch palace to accompany and compensate Yang Jian in this manner. The past was still constantly being reflected. Yang Jian was the absolute protagonist in the latter half. Every event, every occurrence, all had a cause. For example, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji taking Qinxiang as a disciple was because Yang Jian had planned and schemed, choosing his words wisely. He predicted that, given the character of Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, they would certainly not bear to see Qinxiang persecuted by himself. The fact proved. He succeeded. Everything, every bit of it, was Yang Jian strategizing. Inside Zhao Zhu's room, as the scenes from the past emerged one after another, at some unknown time, continuous sobbing could be heard. In front of the computer, under the illumination of the screen's light, Zhao Zhu's eyes were thoroughly swollen into the shape of walnuts. It was Zhao Zhu who was crying, and on her desk, countless tissues, all forcefully scrunched up, almost covering the entire desk. Zhao Zhu didn't even know how many episodes she had watched in one go. She only knew that her heart felt like it was breaking, a gut-wrenching sensation. The tears flowed as if they cost nothing. Pain that ripped through her. Agony that stemmed from the soul. Chapter 893, 836, Epic Awkward Moment Part 2. Zhao Zhu knew that although the magic lotus lantern would vindicate Yang Jian in its later stages, she had always been worried. Would the audience accept the twist? Was the plot persuasive enough? Wouldn't people feel it was an attempt to forcibly whitewash a character? Not until Zhao Zhu had seen the past reflected in the Kunlun mirror did her worries finally vanish. This was a trap. Reflecting on the plot, this drama recalled countless details worth scrutinizing. Despite being a mythological drama, it portrayed the cruelty of reality so vividly. A carefully woven, benevolent conspiracy, a group of gods with high mana, yet blinded by appearances just like the mortals. Life's furnace, the dazzling mortal world. Who is the pawn, and who is the grandmaster? It turned out that those foreshadowings had been laid down since the very first episode. Yang Jian had turned himself into a chess piece, and he was the one who sacrificed the most. At this moment, tears streamed down Zhao Zhu's face. And at this time, across the continents, there were countless people staying up late in front of their computers watching the Magic Lotus Lantern. Tonight, everyone was Zhao Zhu. Compared to them, Zhao Zhu was even lucky. Having a director's godlike perspective, she had known all along that the drama never intended to smear Yang Jian. On the contrary, it was reshaping him in a very special way. And the real protagonist of the Magic Lotus Lantern wasn't Qinxiang. Qinxiang's existence was merely to provide an external perspective for audiences to view Yang Jian's actions. The more it was so, the more the twist played out in the Kunlun mirror was heart-shaking. This impact was not only conveyed to the characters in the drama, but to every viewer. Therefore, when the truth was revealed, everyone's perceptions of Yang Jian, established over the previous dozen episodes, shattered like a violently broken mirror. In the clinking sounds, glass shards littered the ground. At this moment, the whole network was stunned. It turns out Yang Jian was never the villain. Persecuting Qinxiang, or even killing the Dragon Princess were just acts of his self-sacrifice. Is he a good person? No. It should be said, in the world of the Magic Lotus Lantern, is there anyone better or greater than Yang Jian? Wrong. Everyone was wrong. Recalling the countless curses thrown at the Magic Lotus Lantern for allegedly smearing Yang Jian, numerous people's hearts trembled. Shame. Heartache. Withdrawal. From the moment the Kunlun mirror first unveiled the foreshadowing, related topics exploded online, causing unprecedented shock and a mental breakdown across the network. I'm going crazy. I feel so sorry for Second Master. Do they have to be this torturous in the middle of the night? Why does Yang Jian have to do this? You give so much for friends and family. Even for the three realms, what do they give you back? After years of meticulous planning, suffering indignities in the black waters, only to be hated by even your closest ones. Knowing this path is despised by heaven, you almost died at Qinxiang's hand. Was all this worth it? Sorry, I got a bit emotional. This part of the drama really killed me. We all misjudged Yuan, the director, and the actors. Just cried like crazy in my room. My mom thought I'd had a breakup. She came over to comfort me in the middle of the night. Ended up watching 2 episodes of The Magic Lotus Lantern with me, and then I had to comfort her. Now we're both sitting here, crying like fools. Ian's sorry. Everyone owes Ian an apology. From the start, he never once smeared Second Master. It's our fault for not watching the show closely enough, not noticing the many clues already planted. Instant shutdown. Got treated to a full-on depressive episode in the middle of the night. I've watched countless TV dramas over the years, and The Magic Lotus Lantern is by far the most torturous. It made me want to jump through the screen and hug Yang Jian. Just a heads up, you should delete your posts now. We've all been smacked in the face by Ian. Damn, almost forgot. This reminder came just in time. Netizens began deleting their posts. Throughout the broadcast of The Magic Lotus Lantern, numerous people had vehemently criticized the drama for slandering Yang Jian. Curse the scriptwriter. Curse the director. Curse the actors. Curse Starlight. Stereotypical internet troll. Not until this moment did everyone realize that they hadn't smeared Yang Jian, but instead had painted a second master for whom everyone felt pity. This moment, everyone was stirred into action. The symmetry with which everyone was deleting posts was incredible. Online, a deletion storm like none ever seen before suddenly occurred. God knows what the netizens felt when they saw the vitriol they had previously posted about this drama. There's no better example of public humiliation than this, right? The meaner everyone had sprayed earlier, the louder their faces were slapped now. At this moment, would you still not delete your posts and keep them for the new year? Some people were practically crying while they deleted their posts, clearly not yet over the depressive shadow of the Lotus Lantern. Likewise, someone described this scene as one of Blue Star's 5 most epically embarrassing moments. Each case among Blue Star's 5 most epically embarrassing moments made onlookers want to curl their toes from cringe, the common feature being the wide swath of people getting slapped in the face. It was truly terrifying. Previously, the same Blue Star's 5 most epically embarrassing moments also traced back to the Han people reviewing Farewell Kiss, saying that the song only topped the season charts due to the advantage of being in Mandarin, only to be severely slapped by the quality of the song's English version. That incident pioneered Blue Star's history of epic, embarrassing moments. Manual prompt, Chapter 622. Years later, many still couldn't forget that night, when they cried like dogs while frantically deleting posts. At the same time, in a wealthy household, in the spacious living room, the scenes reflected from the Kunlun mirror completely overturned the entire plot of the previous dozens of episodes. In front of the screen, Ling Kong was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt parched and weak all over, with a slight sour sensation in his nose. His face also felt a bit cool. Ling Kong instinctively touched his face, only to realize it was his own tears. He had actually cried. A strange sense of numbness suddenly covered his face, as though someone had furiously slapped him countless times. Ling Kong was instantly enveloped in immense shame. He had actually cried. He was actually sympathizing with Yang Jian. He was actually experiencing such a shameful response to this drama. To hell with it. Ling Kong cursed. The voice that came out was a crying tone. It was as if he thought of something. Ling Kong quickly pulled out his cell phone, his fingers trembling as he logged into his tribe account, opened an article, and frantically pressed to delete. Confirm deletion? Cancel. Confirm deletion. Cancel. Ling Kong intended to delete the post. He had capitalized on the Lotus Lantern timing to write a whole article, and not deleting it now would surely be disastrous. But because he was moving too fast, He almost always inadvertently clicked the cancel button. Did the product team grow up eating shit? He angrily said, if you're going to delete, just delete. Why even give a chance to cancel? Even if they had to include a cancel feature, why put cancel, which is easier to hit than confirm, in such a spot? Suppressing his frustration, he slowed down by a lot, finally managing to delete the post. And before deleting the post, he saw a comment that read, making a prediction, this idiot's gonna delete his post soon. If he doesn't, I'll eat shit standing on my head. If he does, he's the one who will eat. Suddenly, a wave of nausea. Ling Kong actually did feel like he had eaten shit. Chapter 894, 837. The male lead has been snatched away. This was a post-deletion tidal wave. Netizens were deleting their posts, and Ling Kong was deleting posts too. It's just that ordinary netizens' actions of deleting posts went unnoticed, while Ling Kong had now become a celebrity and, consequently, a focal point of attention for many. Once he started deleting posts, a wave of scolding followed in the comments of his other updates. This guy deletes posts faster than I do. Heard you're planning on making a movie related to Yang Jian. Still going to shoot it? You think you're worthy of portraying Yang Jian? Sorry, when it comes to Yang Jian, I only recognize Journey to the West and the Lotus Lantern. You've deleted your posts. Let's not beat a dead horse. We've silently deleted ours too. Deserving of criticism. We had a bit of a misunderstanding earlier and spoke out for Yang Jian, but this guy here wanted to stir up trouble amidst the turmoil. I don't believe for a second that he's a fan of Yang Jian. Don't tell me you believe in the sense of justice from capital. Ling Kong began to regret the fame he had sought after earlier, but in this world, there's no such thing as a pill for regret. And after Ling Kong, the vanguard of the tribe, those big V internet celebrities who had followed Ling Kong in angrily criticizing the Lotus Lantern also started deleting their posts. Similarly, these popular internet celebrities with large followings also got scolded. A contrasting amusing point was, right after the plot reversal of the Lotus Lantern, some netizens apologized to the creators of the Lotus Lantern. In director Ding Zhao's comment section, Director, I wronged you. I'm sorry, but saying you had a bad conscience wasn't unjustified at all. Sorry, he to a doghead. Director Ding is really something. Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange was harsh enough. I didn't expect you to go even harder. I'm sorry. I spit and walk away, doghead. Chu Kuang opened the door to the new world for you, and Ian led you through it. Sorry. Damn it. I really can't stand it. Why the hell should I apologize to you? The later part of the drama made me cry my eyes out. It's so hard to apologize when my heart and spirit are unwilling. This scene of apologies was indeed a bit eerie. The audience did indeed misunderstand Ding Xiao. But thinking about how torturous the later part of the Lotus Lantern was, everyone felt like scolding Ding Xiao all over again. At home, Ding Xiao, seeing these comments, laughed so hard his mouth almost reached his ears, radiating an unusual excitement. Indeed, the audience just loves this. In making TV dramas, one must be cruel. I love this about you all, how you say you're unwilling with your mouths, but your bodies are so honest. Scold me. Scold all you want. The more you scold, the more it shows you like it. If you don't scold me, that means I'm not doing well enough. In actor Lu Zhengwen's comment section, cough, my fans have returned. Erling Shun, kisses, I still support you. Your portrayal of Yang Jian was too good. I shouldn't have criticized you. It was all Ian's fault. Promise me, continue playing Yang Jian. You do it better than the actor from the Primordial Chaos. The best Yang Jian ever. Tragically. Beautiful. Shouldn't have criticized you. To make up for my mistake, I joined your fan group. I'll definitely support you from now on. The comments here were much more normal. Lu Zhengwen let out a big sigh of relief upon seeing these comments. His agent excitedly said, Zhengwen, you're going to be on fire with this. Yang Jian could be the peak of your career. You must hold on to this role well. Starlight will definitely continue to make Journey to the West stories, and your role is very important. Yes. Lu Zhengwen looked at his account and nodded vigorously. Previously, because of the harsh criticism during the early stages of the Lotus Lantern, he had lost many fans. However now, not only had his fans returned, but their number had even far surpassed the previous count, a very rare situation. He might really become extremely popular because of this role. He would seize such an opportunity no matter what. In Ian's comment section, compared to the first two, Ian's comment section was definitely the most lively. Sorry, Ian. Teacher Ian, I was wrong. We shouldn't have wrong, Teacher Ian. Teacher Ian, just like Yang Jian, was wronged by us but couldn't explain. After watching the drama, I truly understand the helplessness. Remorseful. Bowing to Teacher Ian. Teacher Ian, you truly are an excellent writer and screenwriter. At this time, Lin Yuan was browsing through comments at home. Seeing the apologies from netizens, he showed a smile. To err is human, to forgive, divine. However, as he continued to scroll through the comments, his expression became somewhat strange. The comments seemed to have taken a turn. Someone setting the pace, suspecting it's the Primordial Chaos fans. All right, the apology has ended. Brothers, do we follow procedure next, or go straight to roasting? Brothers, I'll start with a roast to pay my respects. Teacher Ian, be asterisk star die. There's someone to take over for the old rascal Chu Quan. Everybody's going to have to work harder in the future. Hold down the old rascal with your left hand, and keep a grip on Ian with your right. This guy is also crazy. Worthy disciple of the old rascal, behave like a human being. Bastard, the old rascal just likes to hand out boxed lunches, but you're giving the audience arsenic. Damn, Ian, who the hell taught you to be like this? Of all people, you had to imitate Chu Kuang. That's just a pitfall. Ian, give me your home address. I'll send you some local specialties from our place. Ever since the legend of Yukong, I knew you weren't up to any good. As expected, who the hell likes Chu Kuang if they're decent? Lin Yuan's smile froze. What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be an apology? Where the hell is the promised apology? Do you guys even know how to apologize? If you truly don't want to apologize, that's fine. The earlier part of the story was indeed deceptive. But why the hell are you cursing? I learned it from Chu Kuang. If you want to curse, curse at Chu Kuang. Wait a minute. Chu Kuang is me too. Lin Yuan was almost driven to depression by these netizens, angrily putting down his phone. Amidst the ever-changing currents of the internet, the Primordial Chaos fans always maintain their silence. At this moment, in the largest chat group of the Primordial Chaos fans, suddenly someone broke the silence. Have you seen the latest plot of Lotus Lantern? The whole group instantly became lively. It seemed everyone had been paying attention to the group messages, just keeping quiet until now. With someone taking the lead, the Primordial Chaos fans started popping up one after another. They did not demonize Yang Jian, but his character has changed too drastically. But I feel that this kind of Yang Jian is more fleshed out. Yeah, compared to how the Primordial Chaos shaped Yang Jian, although glorious and righteous, it always felt like lacking depth. What are you talking about? It's nothing but a forced whitewash. The screenwriter's whitewashing tactics are truly nauseating. It's clear they are just exploiting Yang Jian. It's pointless to be stubborn now. I'm starting to like this Yang Jian. I've realized, actually, I don't really like the Primordial Chaos. I just like Erlang Shun. The Erlang Shun in Journey to the West fits my aesthetics perfectly, tragic and beautiful, obedient yet unproclaimed. This is the Erlang Shun I imagine. You've turned traitors, all been brainwashed by Eon. It's you who are stubbornly in denial, always unwilling to acknowledge the excellence of Journey to the West. I used to be like that too, but such a Lotus Lantern, such an Erlang Shun, I'm thoroughly convinced. The group actually started arguing. A moment later, some people left the group. 1, 2, 3. Numerous the Primordial Chaos fans began leaving the group. The admin panicked. Let's talk it out. Don't leave. The Primordial Chaos fans are all one family. It's better this way. The group owner suddenly appeared. The admin quickly said, Group owner, please say something. We shouldn't ruin our harmony over this. This isn't about ruining harmony. The group owner said, As you all know, I am a diehard fan of Yang Jian. I created this group even for Yang Jian. Now, this group has diverged from my original intention. The admin became anxious. What do you mean by that? The group owner said, I don't feel like talking. It's too painful. Seeing you argue is even worse. I don't like the Primordial Chaos as much as you do. I only care about my dear brother. The next moment, the remaining group members received a message alert. The group owner has dissolved the group. Some wanted to privately message the group owner, only to find that the owner's profile picture had turned into Yang Jian from Lotus Lantern. From that day on, the Primordial Chaos fans became fans of Journey to the West. To be exact, they became fans of Lotus Lantern, became fans of Yang Jian. The Primordial Chaos fans were dumbfounded. It was one thing for Journey to the West to snatch the Primordial Chaos's position as Blue Star's #1 myth. But now, Journey to the West even took away the Primordial Chaos's male lead. Journey to the West was directly undermining the Primordial Chaos's foundation. The great battle between Journey to the West and the Primordial Chaos, following Lotus Lantern, came to a definitive end. Of course, not everyone was in a rush to declare their love online. Most were still watching the show, posting comments on the internet, while opening up the finale of Lotus Lantern. The question on everyone's mind: what will become of Yang Jian's finale? Chapter 895, 838, Blades worth hundreds of millions. Alright, it's not a one-time deal after all. The Journey to the West story must go on. Yang Jian did not die like the ending of Everlasting Regret. The grand finale. The divine law rewritten. After knowing the truth, all the realms were grateful for Yang Jian's kindness. Yuan, who had once intended to take Yang Jian as her disciple, specifically left a lifeline for him. This is Lin Yuan's magical modification. Actually, the Earth's CCTV's Lotus Lantern didn't write off Yang Jian either. That's quite normal. If Yang Jian were written to die, it would have too great an impact. Especially in this world, Yang Jian's popularity is simply terrifying. Just the first dozen episodes of Lotus Lantern slightly smearing Erlang Shen caused such a storm, let alone the cost of killing off Second Master. Moreover, Lin Yuan intends to create the Journey to the West universe. In his vision, whether it's Sun Wukong or Yang Jian, both are indispensable soul figures in the future Journey to the West universe. However, this ending still triggered countless viewers to curse. There's no other reason. It's just too torturous. But as much as everyone criticized, the drama's ratings still went up. On Starlight Web, the TV series Lotus Lantern scored a high 9.1. For a TV series, this is a very good achievement. Under normal circumstances, a Starlight Web rating of over 8 signifies a quality work already. Reaching 9 points, that's considered a classic. Well, it's safe to say the rating trend of Lotus Lantern has been pretty twisted. When this drama first came out, the Starlight Web rating was just around 8 points. When the plot made Yang Jian a villain, the ratings for Lotus Lantern crashed, at one point falling to around 6 points, showing just how deep viewers' grudges were towards the blackening of Yang Jian. Until the plot twist occurred, the rating of this drama suddenly surged against the trend, finally reaching the current 9.1 points. Ups and downs, more thrilling than the stock market. Indeed, because of the adverse effects of Yang Jian being made a villain earlier in Lotus Lantern, many viewers actually quit watching midway. Even when early viewing of episodes was introduced, they did not watch, protesting with their actions against this smear of Yang Jian. However, as the ratings and reputation of Lotus Lantern counterattacked, viewers who didn't continue watching the later episodes were shocked. What happened to the protest? What happened to the boycott? How did this drama end up exploding in ratings after finishing? What's the deal with this drama? Many netizens who hadn't been following the issue began to get confused. Someone online voiced their doubts. At that point, many enthusiastic netizens appeared to reply, "You quit midway, right? Seriously, I strongly suggest you pick it back up and keep watching. The later part of the drama is just too healing. Yang Jian is actually a good guy. Yes, don't worry. Ian didn't smear Yang Jian. The ending is really healing. It definitely won't disappoint you." Absolutely don't read online comments. It's easy to get spoiled, and once spoiled, it's no fun. Start watching now, and I guarantee it'll heal all your unhappiness. This is the warmest story I've ever seen. The story is very warm, filled with love and sunlight. Didn't expect this story to be so heartwarming. It has a strong healing effect. You're missing out if you don't continue watching. We all misunderstood Teacher Ian. Before, warm, healing, heartwarming, therapeutic. Yang Jian is actually a good person. We misunderstood Teacher Ian. Everyone seems so enthusiastic in their recommendations. Is this why Lotus Lantern ratings exploded afterward? Could it be that the later plot really had some divine twists and vindicated Yang Jian? It must be. Ratings wouldn't fool people, right? Let's go see. The viewers who quit midway are moved. With great anticipation, they all began to watch the continuation of Lotus Lantern. After watching, the group of viewers lost their minds. Damn it, who the hell said the later plot was very healing? Stand up. I promise I won't kill you. Damn, turned into a tear man. This is clearly depressing. I just knew it. Why was everyone recommending it so enthusiastically? It's a trap. I was tricked the same way into watching Hachiko before, and I fell for it again. Why don't I ever learn? This thing is even more depressing than Hachiko. I can't take it anymore. I have to trick someone else. Last time my classmate tricked me into watching Hachiko, which left me crying my eyes out. Now it's his turn to pay the price. The latecomer viewers cursed wildly. The enthusiastic netizens who promoted the drama before were so thrilled they slapped their thighs in excitement. The highest realm of lying is to mix countless truths within a lie. This drama indeed did not vilify Yang Jian. Everyone wronged Teacher Ian. Right? Healing? Well, that might have been a typo on our part. Who can blame us when healing and depressing sound the same? Jiu. The case was finally solved. It's all the fault of the pinyin typing method. And these spectators are misleading others too? Welcome aboard. Our goal is, no moth, to trick one person at a time. After all, the rating of this drama is the best cover. It's not just the ratings. Starlight stocks began to rise too. This drama is magical. It actually influenced Starlight stocks. When thousands criticized it before, Starlight stocks plummeted. Now that the reputation has reversed, Starlight stocks surged again. At this time at home, Lin Yuan had just finished watching Lotus Lantern with his family. Why is it so heartbreaking? His sister, wiping her tears, was terribly upset. His younger sister's eyes were also red. Yang Jian is so great. Their mom sighed. She was one of the few who remained clear-headed. While everyone else was criticizing the drama for vilifying Erlang Shun, she remained silent. It was the intuition of an old TV buff, a remote control holder. But even Mom felt deeply sad by this ending. I'm going to scold him online. His sister angrily logged onto her blog. Lin Yuan's ears perked up. Scold whom? His sister replied matter-of-factly. Teacher Ian. Of course, this man is too wicked. Lin Yuan. Yang Jian must have felt similarly wronged when misunderstood by the third goddess, right? He deserves it. His other sister chimed in, and then also opened her blog, intending to scold Teacher Ian. However, before the sisters could start scolding, they burst out laughing. The older sister laughed the loudest. Ha ha ha. Look at this. The new razor blade poll on the blog is hilarious. I could laugh my head off. Such a mischievous poll. I saw it too. The younger sister read aloud. Which celebrity do you most want to send razor blades to? Brother, you made the list too. Lin Yuan was stunned. What kind of ridiculous poll? Lin Yuan glanced at his sister's phone. Indeed, the blog had launched such a poll, the celebrity razor blade poll. Of course, the sent blades were virtual props, similar to the flowers and votes in typical polls, each netizen having a chance to send a razor blade. The list was full of familiar names. First place, Chu Kwang, 93.45 million blades. Second place, Teacher Ian, 35.29 million blades. Third place, Shadow, 23.47 million blades. Fourth place, Xian Yu, 10.26 million blades. Fifth place, Lin Yuan's face darkened. His mom came over and couldn't help laughing. My son is in fourth place. If these blades were real, we would never run out of knives for cooking in our house. Gosh, Lin Yuan protested. What did Xian Yu do wrong? His sister looked at the comments. Netizens said it's because of Hachiko. That movie really was heartbreaking. For a while after that movie, every time I saw Antarctica, I just wanted to hug and cry. Woof. Antarctica barked once and then hopped in front of the TV. The sky-roaring dog in the Erlang Shun show on TV was also played by him. What about Shadow? Shadow is because of Death Note and other mangas that often have heartbreaking plots. His comics are numerous, and it's inevitable to avoid some scenarios where characters are sent boxed lunches or other depressive episodes. And Teacher Ian? Do you even need to ask? And Chu Kwang? That needs even less asking. Actually, it's nothing. you're only in fourth place. You still have Chu Kuang, Teacher Ian, and Shadow ahead of you. Especially that Chu Kuang, who is unsurpassed and takes the lead. The number of blades you three received combined doesn't even match the number he got alone. Absolutely infuriating. How hated he must be. No one paid attention to Antarctica. His mom was consoling Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan grumbled as he logged off the chat. He alone received over 100 million blades? Chapter 896, 389, Ito Makoto and Matsushima Ring. Lin Yuan was frustrated, but the netizens were thrilled, tirelessly casting their votes. The comedic effect of this blog post was done brilliantly. There's nothing quite like the craftiness of old age. Chu Kuang, you old rascal, is slashing votes like crazy. The old rascal just broke 100 million. This old rascal's votes are shooting up the fastest. Even Ian, with all his schemes, can't beat Chu Kuang, the old rascal. Ian is just a small-time thief at best. It's Chu Kuang who truly deserves the title of the old rascal. Seeing you on the list is just hilarious. It's so unjust. Well, since Shadow also made it to the list, our aim was to reunite the three brothers. We did it all out of good intention. Plus, the Hachiko wave was something I just couldn't take. Those behind need to step it up and try to surpass Chu Kuang. It's so embarrassing. Ian, Shadow, and Xianyu combined don't have as many votes as Chu Kuang. Why are you even cheering them on? Is it necessary to compete for first place in this kind of thing? Besides, is there anyone in the world who deserves to be number one more than Chu Kuang? Lin Yuan couldn't help himself. When he returned to his room, he couldn't resist checking out the comments from the netizens, and he ended up feeling even more dejected. Competing for first place? Aren't all these nominations me? You may not believe it, but even if you pull out everyone from fourth place on, their combined votes probably wouldn't match mine. He sighed. Lin Yuan silently cast a vote for the person in fifth place. Although he didn't really know the guy in fifth place very well, he didn't dwell on it any longer. The next day, Lin Yuan went to the studio and had a chat with Jin Mu, mainly about one issue. Have the tribe comic artists switched over yet? Not yet, Jin Mu explained. They have a few ongoing comics that haven't concluded yet, and there are other miscellaneous issues to sort out. They'll switch over altogether after a while. Having several big-name artists from Tribe announce their move to the Alliance at the same time would be more impressive and hit Tribe comics harder. Otherwise, if we have them switch one by one, it somehow feels a bit lackluster. Lin Yuan nodded. That was understandable. Speaking of which, he hadn't been picking on Ling Kong lately, but he didn't expect Ling Kong to try to retaliate with the Legend of Lotus Lantern. Now that the issue with the Legend of Lotus Lantern was resolved, Lin Yuan wasn't content to just let it go. Poaching several top artists from the Alliance was the second gift he had prepared for Ling Kong. By then, Tribe Comics should be finished. If not entirely, then at least gasping for air, thoroughly surpassed by the Alliance. Speaking of which, I just cast a vote for you. After discussing the matter, Jin Mu said with a sly smile. About the knife gifting, I voted for Chu Kuang. Everyone's so enthusiastic. Right now, Chu Kuang's votes are more than double the total of your other aliases combined. Who could have imagined that the top four on the list are all the same person? Simply breathtaking. Lin Yuan replied irritably. Go away. This morning, he had deliberately not looked at the tally just to avoid feeling upset, but Jin Mu had laid it all out for him anyway. The blog was evidently bored out of its mind. Despite being a shareholder of the blog, they staged this voting event as a way to thank him. After leaving the studio, Lin Yuan went to the company and met Gushi again. Gushi was here to submit her assignment today. She had been practicing Nocturne lately and now had it down pat. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush and had Gushi perform it for him on the spot to make sure there were no issues with the performance before arranging the recording. This process went rather smoothly. Starlight had professionals in charge of the recording, and Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the final outcome. He was certain, if he were to play himself, he certainly could not outperform Gushi, as his piano skills were merely professional level, whereas Gushi's were close to master level. What does being master level imply? One simply needs to consider the level of Lin Yuan's master-level drawing skills to understand. It wasn't just the piano piece. Lin Yuan also planned to take some time in the next few days to record the singing version of Nocturne. December was drawing closer, and both classical pieces as well as this song had to enter the seasonal charts. However, there was a problem with Nocturne. In the chorus of Nocturne, there was a line of lyrics. For you, I play Chopin's Nocturne. Clearly, Blue Star did not have Chopin. So what to do? Change the piece to Chopin's Nocturne directly? In this way, the song wouldn't need any changes, but Lin Yuan felt somewhat awkward about the fact that Blue Star didn't have Chopin. It seemed too forced. Subsequently, Lin Yuan thought about not changing the name of the piano piece and directly modifying the first line of Nocturne's chorus to, For you, I play a Nocturne I wrote. It still seemed a bit odd, didn't it? Having no other choice, he came up with two decent alternatives. The first was to change the lyrics to For you, I play Xian Yu's Nocturne. The second plan was to change that line to For you, I play Lin Yuan's Nocturne. Without any surprises, Lin Yuan would ultimately choose from these versions. He leaned towards writing Lin Yuan or Xian Yu. Maybe he should take another look later and see if he could ask everyone for their suggestions. After all, the meaning was the same, but director Zhou's line For you, I play Chopin's Nocturne carried with it an impression that once set in, could significantly affect one's judgment. He would think it over later. On the other side, Chu Continent. Airport. An airplane from Zhong Continent landed. At the exit of the VIP passage, a man and a woman emerged. Teacher Ito, Teacher Matsushima. As soon as the two stepped out of the passage, a formally dressed group approached to greet and wait for them. The leader of the group excitedly said, Hello. The man and woman spoke one after the other, and they were the maestros sent by Zhong Continent to target Lin Yuan. Slurp. Ito Makoto took a deep breath of the air, then sighed with emotion. This is the scent of home. You must be tired from your long journey. The person responsible for the reception was beaming with an overly enthusiastic smile. We've already arranged accommodations for both teachers at our company. As per Teacher Ito Makoto's request, we arranged the place where Teacher Ito used to live. Thank you. Ito Makoto nodded, feeling somewhat emotional inside. After leaving his hometown, he had moved to Zhong Continent with his family. However, the affection for his hometown was something he could never let go of. Returning to his hometown, he felt an indescribable sense of emotion. I wonder if the cherry tree at the end of the road by my old place is blooming? Suddenly, his gaze became distant, experiencing a flash of inspiration, and countless musical notes surged in his mind, making him oblivious to the words of the people around him. Cheng sang. Teacher Matsushima, beside him, spoke up. Only then did Ito Makoto snap back to reality. Laughing, I just had some inspiration. When I get back, I must compose a piece for my hometown. It seems this inspiration is not a simple matter. Teacher Matsushima spoke, seeing the sparkle in Ito Makoto's eyes. Yes, accompany me for a walk later. The scenery of my hometown is always beautiful. Ito Makoto said with a smile. This unexpected flash of inspiration had already surpassed the purpose of his homecoming. But the task at hand still needed to be attended to. I wonder if that young man named Xian Yu is prepared? Chapter 897. 840 How to Fight Without a Trump Card. Lin Yuan was unaware that Zhong Continent had already sent someone over. In the following days, he was still struggling with how to choose the lyrics for the chorus part of Nocturne. Just then, Olzhou suddenly approached Lin Yuan. News from the Dragon Awards says that your two films this year are nominated for several major awards. I don't understand the details yet, but we can certainly look forward to this year's harvest. Lin Yuan nodded his head. The films Olzhou was referring to were The Truman Show and Life of Pi. Both movies were well suited for award considerations. If neither of these films ended up getting nominated, then there would definitely be something wrong with the Dragon Awards, because even Blue Star's formidable artistry would not stand up to the top-tier masterpieces that Lin Yuan brought out from Earth's art. Speaking of which, there were quite a few award-winning films in Lin Yuan's memory, like Forrest Gump, like The Shawshank Redemption, and like The Legend of 1900, among others. So even if it wasn't these two films getting nominated, Lin Yuan had countless other options to achieve the goal of winning awards for his films. Seeming to think of something, Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and a happy expression appeared on his face as he blurted out. Got it. Got. What? Nothing much. Just suddenly thought of a new film closely related to music. We can decide on the name of the main character of this film ahead of time. A new film? Olzhou became interested immediately. The company was very serious about Lin Yuan's new films. If it weren't for the fact that top-level management considered Lin Yuan aiming for 12 consecutive hits this year and might not have the energy for other projects, Olzhou would have urged him to release a new film much sooner. Lin Yuan said, "You could say that." Olzhou asked, "When will it be filmed?" Lin Yuan replied, "It definitely won't be this year." Olzhou felt a bit of regret. It seemed he would have to wait until at least next year. Nevertheless, he casually asked, "What's the name of the movie going to be?" Lin Yuan answered with 5 words, "The Legend of 1900. That's right. Lin Yuan decided he would find time next year to write the script for The Legend of 1900. The quality of this movie was still very outstanding, with excellent reviews and a praised plot, qualifying as a classic masterpiece in the forest of films. Most importantly, the attributes of this movie were very much in sync with Lin Yuan. To be exact, they were very much in sync with Xianyu. Any film related to music, with Xianyu in charge of the screenplay and filming, was sure to be a hit with the audience. But why this film and not some other work? Quite simply, because Lin Yuan suddenly no longer planned to change the lyrics of Nocturne. He had found the perfect solution, playing Chopin's Nocturnes for you. He had fallen into a cognitive trap before. In fact, these lyrics could be used, and it wasn't necessary to change them. So what if Blue Star doesn't have Chopin? He could create a character named Chopin. All he had to do was write Chopin as the protagonist of the movie The Legend of 1900. When the outside world wondered who Chopin was, Lin Yuan only had to explain that this Chopin was the male lead of his next film, and then everyone would believe that Lin Yuan mentioned this unknown Chopin in his song to promote a future film. Releasing a song could also promote the movie. Wasn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Moreover, the protagonist of The Legend of 1900 had no real-life prototype anyway. The film was adapted from a certain literary script, telling the legendary story of an unnamed orphan who bonded with a piano on an ocean liner and eventually became a piano master. The story itself was purely fictional. The protagonist's name could have been anything. Even using Chopin would not have felt out of place since Lin Yuan never intended to use the original movie protagonist's name to begin with. Moreover, by filming The Legend of 1900, Lin Yuan could also use this movie to release more popular piano music. For instance, the entire Nocturne series? His thought process was gradually becoming clearer, and Lin Yuan finally didn't need to worry about the lyrics of Nocturne anymore. On the other side, the news that Ito Makoto and Matsushima reign, both holding dual citizenship and having recently returned to their hometown in Chu continent, had finally been leaked. On Blue Star, the fame of any maestro is incredibly high. Just think about Xianyu becoming a maestro. Even before he officially won an award, the Literature and Art Association had already issued a global announcement right away. One could roughly understand just how prestigious the status of a maestro is, let alone what it means for 2 maestros from Zhong continent to make an appearance. And after the news of their return was exposed, neither Ito Makoto nor Matsushima Rain kept it a secret. The 2 openly accepted interviews with Chu continent media, explaining their purpose for returning. They were participating in this year's Gods of Music battle. Suddenly, netizens from all 5 continents were shocked. 2 maestros from Zhong continent were going to participate in this year's Gods of Music battle? This year's Gods of Music battle is insane. It even attracted 2 maestros from Zhong continent to return. Teacher Ito is not simple at all. His level of instrumental music is very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited to Zhong continent back then. Before he left Chu continent, he had already been superior to the other maestros. Matsushima Maple is also a freak. Teacher Matsushima is indeed a freak. There are several master creators of piano music on Blue Star, and Matsushima Rain is one of the very best. He may not be top-notch in pop music and the like, but when it comes to piano music, there are only a few who are stronger than Matsushima Rain. Either of these 2 could give Wonderloo a run for his money. Wonderloo is not inferior to them. Just because they came from Zhong continent doesn't mean they should be completely mythologized. In fact, at a certain level of maestro, the differences in skill are not so pronounced. Results of the music ranking battles also see wins and losses, and only a few real top goats dare to say they fear no one. It seems that this year's Gods of Music battle is going to be even more exciting than previous years. Hold on, why do I feel like these two are targeting Xianyu? You're right, it really seems like that. Although Xianyu had already reached the standard of a maestro, everyone had not forgotten that Xianyu was just the last Gods of Music battle away from a 12-time consecutive championship. If Xianyu succeeded in securing the 12-time consecutive championship, then his status as the youngest maestro in the history of Blue Star would be even more valuable. Yet, at this crucial moment, people from Zhong continent had arrived. They didn't come earlier or later, but just as Xianyu was about to attempt the 12-time consecutive champion, their timing was too coincidental not to think they were targeting Xianyu. Compared to the netizens' belated realization, in the musical circles of the 5 continents, almost instantly, as the news of Ito Makoto and Matsushima Rain's return broke, many professionals already knew the score. No doubt about it. The two of them were targeting Xianyu. As expected, they came. I just knew Zhong continent wouldn't just watch Xianyu win a 12-time consecutive championship. That's Zhong continent for you. There are many people there who don't want to see Xianyu achieve the 12-time Grand Slam of the 5 continents, because it would be embarrassing for many maestros from Zhong continent. Plus, Zhong continent has maintained a superior position in various fields for many years. Xianyu's presence has posed a threat to them, and they need to take down Xianyu to prove that Zhong continent is still the invincible leader in all fields. Xianyu has quite some influence. Zhong continent sent not just one person, but 2 maestros, showing the high priority they place on dealing with Xianyu. Isn't Zhong continent being a bit too domineering? Isn't it bullying for 2 maestros to team up against a junior? Didn't you see their interview? Ito Makoto said that his new work is a pop song. You know, his forte is really instrumental music, so this time he has given half of his advantage. He's not going all out. What about teacher Matsushima? As the discussion reached this point, musical professionals couldn't help but pause. During the silence, someone sighed and said, "The worst news for Xianyu isn't that 2 people from Zhong continent have come to target him, but that his ace in the hole was used up early in this November. Without an ace in the hole, how is he going to compete?" Chapter 898, 841 Golden Hall. Yes, music circles from all 5 continents and the maestros from Zhong continent agreed. They also believed that blue and white porcelain was the ultimate move Xianyu prepared for the Battle of the Gods. What is an ultimate move? An ultimate move is the biggest card a person has in their hand. And for maestros, the so-called ultimate move is the most explosive piece they can present. Was Xianyu's blue and white porcelain from November explosive enough? The answer is obvious. Therefore, everyone believed that blue and white porcelain was Lin Yuan's biggest card. Don't forget who made a move in November. It was Liu Sheng, the big shot who once made middle states suffer. The 2 maestros from Zhong continent are impressive, right? Yet, even these 2 former maestros of Zhong continent had a hard time against Liu Sheng, which was clear even to ordinary netizens, let alone these professional musicians. Unfortunately, Xianyu encountered Liu Sheng in November. Without dealing with Liu Sheng, he couldn't participate in the Battle of the Gods. So what could he do? He had to play his ultimate move. If Xianyu didn't use his ultimate move against Liu Sheng, he couldn't even speak of joining the Battle of the Gods, let alone win 11 consecutive championships. Therefore, everyone drew up this well-founded conclusion. In November, Liu Sheng made a move and successfully forced Xianyu's ultimate move, blue and white porcelain, out. Using this, Xianyu won 11 in a row, simultaneously helping Sun Yaowa become the king of singing and securing his own triumph as a maestro. At the same time, this also meant that Xianyu had no ultimate move left for the Battle of the Gods. It was like a dark sense of humor. Becoming a maestro in November was something Xianyu was compelled to do. If he won in November, it'd be very difficult for him to win the Battle of the Gods. But if he lost in November, the hope for 12 consecutive championships would be shattered even earlier. A dilemma. The music circles of the 5 continents all saw Xianyu's reluctance. In the end, Xianyu chose to reveal his ultimate move in November to ensure he secured his ticket for 12 consecutive championships. Otherwise, his plan for 12 consecutive championships would perish before even being born. As for the Battle of the Gods, it was like a game. As long as you're alive, there's hope. You can only continue to output if you're alive. Maybe the intensity of the Battle of the Gods isn't even as great as November's? Moreover, given Xian Yu's talent, even if he can't produce another song like Blue and White Porcelain, crafting another high-quality song should not be difficult. And with a bit of luck, he still might have a chance at 12 consecutive championships, since Lu Sheng's terror might not necessarily be less than that of the Battle of the Gods. However, things went against his wishes. Ultimately, Xian Yu's hopes were strangled by the two unexpected guests from Zhong Continent. Facing two maestros from Zhong Continent without his ultimate move, and they were not much less skilled than the terrifying Lu Sheng, it was difficult for Xian Yu to win on luck alone. What? Xian Yu still had an ultimate move? Basically, no one in the industry was thinking along these lines. Even Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing, or even Lu Sheng, did not initially think this way. An ultimate move is so called because there's supposed to be only one. Isn't that common sense? That's why when people like Yang Zhongming learned that Xian Yu still had an ultimate move in December, their reactions were so astounded. Dude, you've already used a song like Blue and White Porcelain, and now you're telling me you still have another card up your sleeve? If you weren't truly desperate, who would be willing to? Fine. If you weren't truly out of options, who in their right mind would throw out a bomb like Blue and White Porcelain right before the Battle of the Gods? Everyone knows Xian Yu is a monster. But even if you, Xian Yu, are so awesome, having created countless songs over the years, how many of them can reach the quality of Blue and White Porcelain? This is a very simple thought process. It's considered logical, reasonable, and sound. This judgment is so simple that not only can middle-state people come to a conclusion, but the music industry of the 5 continents and even some netizens can arrive at the same conclusion, especially after some reminders from professionals. Even those slow-reacting netizens began to have their sudden realizations. Turns out Blue and White Porcelain is Xian Yu's trump card. This song was originally meant to be released during the Battle of the Gods, but Xian Yu encountered Lu Sheng this month, so he had to use it against Lu Sheng first. What a pity. If Xian Yu hadn't faced Lu Sheng this month, he could have won with a song that wasn't as awesome. After all, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? But Lu Sheng is a bull, so Xian Yu brought out Blue and White Porcelain, his butcher's knife. Unfortunately, this butcher's knife is a typical consumable that can only be used once. Now there are 2 more bulls in December. How will Xian Yu deal with them? Lu Sheng this pitfall. If it weren't for Wonder Lu, I feel like Fish Papa's 12 consecutive championships would have been in the bag. Even against the 2 from Middle State, Blue and White Porcelain is not inferior. Fish Papa, no choice but to aim for Maestro in November. Damn genius. Everyone always used to joke that Xian Yu became a Maestro. Reluctantly because he couldn't sing due to physical reasons. This time, it's all too true. Xian Yu's choice to become Maestro in November is really out of helplessness. Too many people relying on 1 or 2 kings of singing to claim the title of Maestro. And to become a Maestro by the achievement of 12 consecutive wins. There are only a few in Blue Star, let alone considering this is Xian Yu's 12 consecutive wins across the 5 continents, a feat never achieved in history. Missing this opportunity would make it difficult afterward, especially with 3 more continents yet to merge, including Middle State, filled with prodigies. Is there no hope at all? There is still hope. Many people from the 5 continents support Fish Papa right now, and everyone is indeed eager to see Fish Papa achieve 12 consecutive wins. The public sentiment can be leveraged, but it requires that Fish Papa's song in December has to be persuasive enough. Even if it's not as good as Blue and White Porcelain, it can't be too far off. It's too hard. If Middle State doesn't step in, Xian Yu's hope for 12 consecutive championships still exists. But that's the price of aiming for 12 consecutive wins. Everyone has long understood that if Xian Yu goes for the 12 wins, the last few months are bound to get tougher. Which maestro would want to see a composer who relies on a bit of luck to claim 12 consecutive wins? It's not all about the bigger picture. Anyone would feel uncomfortable with this kind of thing. So, Lu Sheng appeared in November, and Middle State showed up in December. This is the test that Xian Yu inevitably had to face. Regarding this, Matsushima Rain and Ito Makoto see it the same way. In Chu Continent, Matsushima Rain said, although our involvement will cause controversy, and people will say that Middle State is bullying the young, We cannot say that we are entirely driven by self-interest. Mostly self-interest, Ito Makoto pierced through the pretense. After all, blue and white porcelain is already quite persuasive. You're pretty upfront. Matsushima Rain forced a smile. So you chose to use a pop song to compete against him? Ito Makoto spoke indifferently. After all, I can't just take advantage. I've given him this opportunity. If he doesn't seize it, he can't blame me. As for what plans you have, that's none of my business. Heh. Matsushima Rain laughed. Let's not talk about that for now. There's a concert at the end of the month in Golden Hall. Many top composers in the industry will release new works. I received an invitation as soon as I got back. Let's go together. It's an opportunity for you to hear my new composition. Haven't you always been curious? Oh, Ito Makoto was intrigued. Golden Hall was a stage even middle state people respected. Which masters are invited to this concert? Let me check the list. Matsushima Rain looked at his phone. There's Teacher Tian Luo, Abigail is coming, and there's Light of Time and Kristen, as well as Pan Long, etc. Oh, Yang Zhongming and Lu Sheng will also be there. It's been so long since I've seen Big Yang. Once Middle State merges, I'm afraid many will have ideas about him. After all, he's the one who beat a bunch of self-important Middle State folks into submission back in the day. Yang Zhongming hasn't released many works these years. I suspect he's been waiting for this Middle State wave. TSK, I haven't offended him. Ito Makoto seemed to recall something. His eyes narrowed. Then he said thoughtfully, but there are quite a few old friends on this list. It looks like not just the two of us flew over from Middle State, but their purposes are different than ours. They came for the Golden Hall concert. What about the performers? They're all masters. Matsushima Rain laughed. Oh, there's also a young lady who's not quite a master yet, but she's very young and has an incredible piano talent. It's rare for Golden Hall to lower its standards this once, allowing such a young girl to perform on stage. You're wrong, Ito Makoto said gravely. Golden Hall does not easily lower its standards, unless there's a reason that makes it necessary to do so. What do you mean? This young lady is worth looking forward to, perhaps because of her own strength or her compositions. What's her name? Gushi. Then let's go and see for ourselves at the end of the month. The number of tickets Golden Hall opens to the public is very limited. Top-tier individuals from Blue Star are basically impossible to get tickets to the actual event. Only maestros can barge in uninvited, regardless of whether they receive invitations or not, because the title of maestro itself serves as a pass to all major music venues, including Golden Hall. It has been joked within the industry. The right of preemptive play or perform by decree, that's the privilege of a maestro. Chapter 899, 842, Stop Nitpicking. In the concept of the music industry, Golden Hall is basically linked with maestro. This top-tier concert venue is never without a maestro presiding, and usually more than one. Occasionally, during bustling times, dozens of maestros might appear in Golden Hall. Although Lin Yuan was previously known as Maestro Jr. within the industry, he had never actually received an invitation from Golden Hall. That threshold had always been there. Now, Xian Yu vies for the title of maestro. Lin Yuan finally received his first invitation from Golden Hall in his life. The invitation was sent directly to Starlight by Golden Hall. This also meant that Lin Yuan, the new maestro, had truly gained recognition from the top figures in the music industry. However, the decisive factor for Lin Yuan's invitation was not because he was a newly promoted maestro. The key reason was, Gushi had gotten the opportunity to perform Nocturne at Golden Hall. As the original composer of Nocturne, it was quite understandable that Lin Yuan, the new maestro, would be invited by Golden Hall. At that time, Starlight Entertainment, Lin Yuan's office. Gushi was somewhat uncontrollably excited, her face flushed with a hint of crimson, and her whole being danced with joy. Thank you, Teacher Admirable Fish, for giving me this opportunity. Haven't you been to Golden Hall before? Lin Yuan remembered that Gushi was called the piano goddess because she had performed at Golden Hall's stage at a young age, a fact many had informed him about. It's different. Gushi became somewhat embarrassed. Actually, my last performance at Golden Hall was purely luck. A family elder had maneuvered it for me, and I played at the end of the concert when most people had almost left. It's a bit harsh to say, but it was just picking up a garbage time slot to perform. Oh, Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Garbage time is when the official concert has ended and everyone is leaving. Golden Hall also arranges a performer to play background music, but after all, it is still Golden Hall. Even performing during garbage time is a remarkable feat for a young pianist, and it's fine to brag about it. It appears the prestige of Golden Hall is even higher than he imagined. Golden Hall, a venue where even someone of Guxi's caliber cannot perform during a formal show, is worth a visit at the end of the month to broaden one's experiences. I know this is not my own merit. Guxi dared not take credit, which was also why she specifically came to Starlight to thank Lin Yuan. Golden Hall is not interested in me, but in Nocturne. Strictly speaking, this would be Guxi's first performance at Golden Hall. Her previous time was merely a garbage time performance, facilitated by an elder's help. Guxi understood in her heart. Any pianist of her level, if they had Nocturne, would have the opportunity to perform at Golden Hall. That was why she was desperately trying to win the favor of teacher Admirable Fish. In the music industry, whether one is a singer or a pianist, once taken under the wing of a maestro, the career boost is absolutely terrifying. If one can seize the opportunity, they might skyrocket to stardom. That's great. Because of you, I also received an invitation. Lin Yuan smiled and tapped the invitation from Golden Hall on the desk. Guxi chuckled. Please don't say that. A maestro-level musician can do as they please in Golden Hall, and your status is the best pass. Lin Yuan remained silent. Not long after Guxi left, Zheng Jing suddenly called. Little fish, if you're free at the end of this month, join me on a trip to Golden Hall. Your Uncle Yang is also going. Okay, I've received the invitation. Lin Yuan had already decided to go and see for himself. It's better to go with familiar faces, and they could also help introduce him to the situation. Zheng Jing laughed. It seems Golden Hall values your new maestro status quite a bit, so let's head out together then. It'll be good to have company on the way. Lin Yuan happily agreed. Whenever Lin Yuan had any travel plans, he always informed his assistant, Gudong. Upon hearing about it, Lil Gudong became excited at once, his face full of longing for Golden Hall. Mr. Lin, can you bring me along too? Sure. Mr. Lin is powerful. I never thought in my lifetime I'd also get a chance to go to Golden Hall to listen to music. It's not a place just anyone can enter. They don't sell tickets online. Only a maestro like Mr. Lin could freely go in and out, especially to the concert at the end of November. Is there something special about the end of November? Of course, there's a reason. Golden Hall's concerts are held quite frequently. Almost every month there are several, but the vast majority of concerts are closed to the public. Only a few special events each year are broadcasted live, because after the November concert, Golden Hall won't open until next year. Lin Yuan nodded. A live broadcast is quite good. It could give the audience a preview of Chopin's Nocturne. The concert would just coincide with December's season chart, and the song Nocturne would be released along with the piano piece. Lil Gudong laughed. It seems you didn't know about the live broadcast, huh? Recently, many people online have been discussing it. Whenever Golden Hall broadcasts live, it attracts a lot of onlookers, as many celebrities and tycoons also attend, and a red carpet is arranged at the venue. Before the merger with Blue Star, we didn't have such perks. This format of live broadcasting started after Chi Continent joined the merger. I remember many were dissatisfied at the time, but Golden Hall didn't care. With so many concerts each year, there are only so few open to outside broadcast. Lil Gudong was indeed an industry insider. She knew a lot about the music industry. After briefing Lin Yuan, Lil Gudong began dialing the number on the invitation to confirm Lin Yuan's attendance with Golden Hall. This was necessary for them to arrange his seat in advance. After the call, Gudong turned to Lin Yuan. Golden Hall asked whether you're willing to sell the copyright for the piano version of Nocturne that Guxi will perform. It's possible. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and replied. Guxi chuckled. That's one of the perks of being able to perform at the Golden Hall. Having the Golden Hall stage as a platform for publicity, it's quite easy to sell the copyright of a quality piece within a few months. As for selling the copyright on-site, that's relatively rare, unless a piece really fits certain people's tastes. Lin Yuan nodded and took the opportunity to glance at the online discussions. As Gudong had said, There indeed were quite a few discussions about the Golden Hall concert online, but the topic volumes weren't as high as those in the December season list, as not everyone is interested in the concerts at the Golden Hall. However, insiders were very interested in the Golden Hall's concerts. This interest even surpassed the importance those insiders placed on the season list. Lin Yuan had seen similar discussions in the company's composer group. The Golden Hall's end-of-year concert is set to start. I heard our father Yang is going, and so is teacher Zheng Jing. I also heard some news. Matsushima Rain's new work from the December chart will be performed at the Golden Hall. Oh, that will be something to listen to carefully. The last concert of this year at Golden Hall will be live-streamed. It's definitely going to be a bustling scene, and it's said the number of maestros visiting this year has exceeded last year's. The problem is, if the maestros don't go on stage, they won't get any camera time. It doesn't matter. The main character of the concert is the music itself. I wonder which maestro's works will be played at the Golden Hall this year. Time flew by. November 29th arrived. That afternoon, Lin Yuan, Yang Zhongming, and Zheng Jing took the same car to the Golden Hall. The Golden Hall was located in the neighboring city. Still within Qin continent, the drive took 2 hours. The three chatted along the way, so they hardly felt the time passing. Lin Yuan even mentioned that one of his pieces would be performed at the Golden Hall, which piqued their curiosity considerably. The conversation mostly revolved around this topic. 2 hours later, they arrived at the Golden Hall. Zheng Jing looked out the window and smiled. Look! Lin Yuan and Yang Zhongming followed Zheng Jing's pointing finger outside. It was the main entrance of the Golden Hall. A nearly 30-meter barrier tape was stretched out, and a red carpet extended from the doorway. Outside the barrier line, a group of reporters was on the lookout. Security personnel stood next to the tape to maintain order, and their number was frighteningly high. But since all attendees at the Golden Hall were distinguished, such an arrangement wasn't considered exaggerated. Gentlemen, Zheng Jing asked, do you want to walk the red carpet? No, not interested. Lin Yuan and Yang Zhongming almost spoke simultaneously. Zheng Jing chuckled with a wry smile. You two sure keep a low profile. If it were those stars, it would take a good few minutes to finish walking this red carpet. And even some maestros really enjoy it. After all, it's the Golden Hall's red carpet. The red carpet of the Golden Hall was a stage for celebrities. Stepping onto this carpet provided the press with news. Some people enjoyed this feel and would step onto the red carpet to go inside. And for those who didn't like the hustle, it was fine. The parking lot of the Golden Hall had a special elevator passage that let people enter without disturbance from reporters. Lin Yuan and the others chose the latter. The car went straight into the parking lot. Soon, Lin Yuan and his group entered one of the lounges of the Golden Hall. Old Yang, Brother Yang, Big Yang. Many people in the lounge sat together chatting, all of them maestros. Upon seeing Yang Zhongming enter, many stood up. There were distinctions even among maestros. The order in which everyone greeted each other reflected these differences in status. Yang Zhongming held a very high position among the maestros, being greatly respected by the others, which is why they greeted him first. Afterward, some of the maestros then gradually greeted Zheng Jing and Lin Yuan. Some of these people Lin Yuan recognized, and some he was meeting for the first time. After some mingling, Zheng Jing whispered to Lin Yuan with a smile, "You may not know how impressive your Uncle Yang is. He's hosted more than one solo concert here, and that's a record many maestros look up to." A solo concert? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Yang Zhongming, who seemed to have overheard their conversation, slightly raised his voice. "If you ever have the chance to hold a solo concert at the Golden Hall, I'll help you organize it." As soon as he finished speaking, throughout the lounge, all the maestros had different expressions on their faces. Everyone understood. Yang Zhongming was intentionally using this maestro-filled occasion to publicly make a statement, sending a message to all maestros. Admirable fishes. Someone Yang Zhongming believes in, so don't mess with him. Chapter 900, 843 Twilight. A seemingly simple sentence, but Yang Zhongming displayed a kind of dominance. Some maestros were surprised. They hadn't expected Xianyu to be valued so highly by Yang Zhongming. It certainly wasn't just because of the company relationship that Yang would take such a stance. However, everyone could understand why Yang Zhongming made his declaration. Xianyu, the rising star maestro, was becoming too prominent and needed to be put in his place. So, Zhong Continent made its move. Are there no such people outside of Zhong continent? Of course there are. It's inevitable that there would be feelings of jealousy among peers. This isn't exclusive to the music industry. It's the same in every circle. In such a situation, there were plenty of people who hoped Xianyu would encounter some problems. The atmosphere became slightly awkward for a while, but soon everybody resumed chatting and laughing. Such matters were best left unspoken. However, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the attitudes of the other maestros towards him seemed warmer than before. You've spoken too soon. Zheng Jing looked around and muttered, not everyone has arrived. But that didn't matter. They would hear about it. Zheng Jing smiled and led Xianyu into the conversation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Golden Hall, the red carpet was already buzzing with activity. Many celebrities made their appearances on the red carpet. The king of singing from Qin continent. The queen of singing from Qi continent is here too. Look at Chu continent's hottest film star, his legs practically growing on the red carpet. The Golden Hall's popularity sure is truly fragrant. What a show-off. President Wang from Puling capital. Everyone knows President Wang loves music. He has to hear the Golden Hall's performances several times a year. Is that his son, Prince behind him? Indeed, that's President Wang's son, but the guy next to Prince Wang looks familiar. That's Ling Kong, the crown prince of the tribe. A reporter exclaimed, as the recently publicly revealed Ling Kong also arrived. Ling Kong was very handsome, smiling and greeting the camera. Behind, suddenly a somewhat indifferent voice rang out. Make way. Ling Kong frowned and looked back, coughing discreetly and quietly stepping aside. This woman was someone he couldn't afford to offend. If his father, Ling Zhou, were here, maybe he could have gotten her to be a bit more polite. This woman's temper really stinks, and she's dressed so provocatively. Why doesn't she just debut in a girl group? Prince Wang beside him curled his lips. Keep it down, Prince, Ling Kong said with an awkward expression, thinking how this woman could buy countless girl groups and still bother to debut in one. Prince scoffed. I'm not afraid of her. Ling Kong grew even more embarrassed. You're not scared, but I am. The woman whom Ling Kong was wary of was in her 20s, frighteningly beautiful, wearing a floor-length black gown adorned with countless pearls and a necklace on her neck that almost blinded people. She had garnered immense attention from reporters the moment she appeared. Lilia, the thorny rose from Zhong continent's top socialites. What socialite? Who among them has skills like hers? This woman was no simple character. As Lilia briskly walked down the red carpet, her companion laughed. Do you have a grudge against that little second generation from the tribe? No. Then why did you snub him? He was blocking my photographer. With so many reporters around, do you really need to bring your own photographer? Her companion smiled wryly, used to her ostentatious character. Let's go straight to the box, hopefully. Today you'll find a tune to your liking. Lilia nodded, fiddling with her phone. Soon, she saw a piece of news online. Zhong continent's #1 businesswoman Lilia spotted at the Golden Hall, outshining everyone. This press release was quick. A pre-prepared, outshining press release, if ever there was one. Pleased with the speed, Lilia smiled and continued upstairs with her friend. Lin Yuan was unaware of the situation outside. After a short stay in the lounge, he entered the VIP box with Yang Zhoming and Zheng Jing. The Golden Hall's main area was filled with seats. Above the main hall, however, were countless boxes prepared for top-tier guests. A maestro, of course, was considered a top-tier guest. Inside the box, Zheng Jing smiled at Lin Yuan. When you're truly ready to hold your own concert, remember to find Uncle Yang. He's already made his offer. You can't let him off the hook. Lin Yuan asked, is there any significance to it? Zheng Jing chuckled. If Uncle Yang helps you organize a concert, he can invite some people that ordinary maestros couldn't, and your peers will be more cautious in their dealings. If he weren't there to support you, your peers and the media might be critical. Of course, there are other benefits, which you'll know about later. Don't be fooled by Zhong continent sending 2 people to target you. In the eyes of some, you're not yet a competitor. They've moved beyond pop music and hardly give it any attention. Flaunting their work here in the Golden Hall is their real pursuit. Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. There seemed to be quite a lot to this. The gap between maestros probably lay in this. So-called solo concerts would inevitably involve piano pieces or even symphonic compositions. These were areas he had yet to explore. Even with the piano, he had only taken a half step in, with very limited work. It seemed even after becoming a maestro, there was still a long road ahead. By the way, Zheng Jing smiled. When I went upstairs earlier, I think I saw some second generations. The Golden Hall always has some kids looking for excitement. But some of them are quite discerning, like Lilia from Zhong Continent. Those second generations over there are heavily groomed by the older generation. It's only a few who can't be saved. Lin Yuan didn't join in on this topic. Second generations were, undoubtedly, from very powerful families. The scions from formidable families are not an unfamiliar sight for Lin Yuan. Among those he knew, Ling Kong left a particularly unimpressive impression on him. Which round is little fish in? Yang Zhongming suddenly spoke up, and he, too, liked to follow Zheng Jing's lead in calling Lin Yuan little fish. The 6th round. Lin Yuan responded, having had this confirmed by Lil Guding earlier, though she wasn't eligible to enter the box and had an arranged seat in the hall below. Yang Zhongming nodded. At that moment, Zheng Jing suddenly said, "It's starting." Indeed, in the center of the stage below, in the Golden Hall, applause broke out, and a pianist bowed before sitting down at a white piano. On the large screen on the stage, the background was deep twilight, with a full moon hanging in the sky, gradually obscured by darkness. At the same time, an elegant piano melody began to play. This piece was deeply poignant, like a kind of lament, characteristically feminine in its sorrow, likely because Matsushima Rain herself was a female composer, expressing the twilight from her perspective. Under the twilight, crows were flapping their wings. Bats skimmed across the sky. A chill seemed to spread, giving the sensation of night winds engulfing one, as if an inexplicable emotion was welling up from the depths of the heart. Gradually, the melody slowed down. The moon reappeared in the sky, only now it looked as though it had been bitten by a celestial dog, leaving just a half-moon hanging there, a beauty in its incompleteness. This was a rather powerful composition. The more chilling the first half, the more consoling the second half became, especially the ending's flaw mixed with a tinge of helplessness, which left a lingering feeling deep within one's soul. The piece concluded. The details of the work appeared on the big screen. Piano piece, Twilight. Composer, Matsushima Rain. Performer, Casio. The screen showed an introduction to the piece. Zheng Jing raised an eyebrow. The rumors weren't wrong. Matsushima Rain did participate in this concert, and this piece must be that which you'll soon face, little fish. The difficulty seems rather high. Yeah, it's impressive. Lin Yuan knew that Matsushima Rain was a competitor, not expecting to face their work in the first round. This was the level of a Zhong Continent master. Indeed, not bad. Yang Zhongming suddenly spoke up. Zheng Jing said, "If it's a piece that even you commend, then it must be quite something. But I have faith in our little fish." They talked quite a bit on the way there. Zheng Jing and Yang Zhongming were aware that Lin Yuan had his pieces presented as well. Viewing the details of the works within the various private boxes, discussions about the compositions were progressively emerging. This one by Matsushima Rain is his best work in the last 2 years. They did a great job with the atmosphere. The handling of the quadruple tonality is solid. The melodies of the principal and response phrases are quite pleasing, and the imitation of the same melody in different parts is well executed. It's a shame, though, the crafted flaw at the end feels a bit forced. I actually like it quite a bit. It's a bit too mild. Many of Matsushima Rain's works have this tone, but overall, it's considered high quality. That high quality is not easy for a maestro to achieve. Most rooms in the private boxes had no fewer than 3 people in them. After all, with limited box numbers, even maestros needed to huddle up a bit. In a box on the east side, Lilia revealed a smile. It seems coming here wasn't in vain. The first work is quite to my liking. Buy it. The young lady beside her spoke up. Lilia shook her head. We're not there yet. Let's deliberate further. Lilia had invested in many industries, especially in the entertainment sector. She placed significant importance on one movie in particular, which still lacked a sufficiently beautiful score, mainly capturing the feeling of the night, which had been tough to grasp. Matsushima Rain's piece seemed like a close fit to Lilia's liking. Let's keep it on hold then. The young lady noted the piece down, expressing her stance. Meanwhile, In the box where Ling Kong and the prince were present. The prince said impatiently, "I really don't have any interest in this stuff. My dad insisted on dragging me here to listen, so boring. This piece." Ling Kong's expression was serious. Unlike the prince, he listened very attentively. However, just as he was about to provide insights, he clearly saw the prince yawn, so he swallowed his words back down. It's like playing the lute to a cow. In another private box, Ito Makoto clapped. "Brilliant. Quite interesting, isn't it?" Matsushima Rain was slightly proud. "Though it's still not quite perfect, I've thought long and hard, yet I haven't found a way to improve it. At this level, it's very difficult to make changes," Ito Makoto sighed. "Often, a piece that's composed in one go comes to life, and further changes might just spoil its original charm. Can you beat me in the season ranking? I should be able to beat you in downloads, but I'll lose in reputation." Ito Makoto contemplated only briefly before arriving at a conclusion. Classical music wasn't for everyone to appreciate. "No matter," Matsushima Rain said. "Zhong Continent is considering a change in the Billboard system, separating pop music and piano pieces, among other musical forms. It's not necessary to lump things that aren't part of the same system together. It's on you to deal with Xianyu." "No." Ito Makoto shook his head. "I've heard that Xianyu is here at this concert too. He came with Yang Zhoming. Yang Zhoming even said something quite interesting. If I'm not mistaken, Xianyu should have a piece performed today." "What a coincidence." Matsushima Rain showed a surprised expression. Was the other party presenting a piano piece? Did that mean he was the main act? Chapter 901, 844, Chopin in November. Discussions swirled around Matsushima Rain's Twilight, with various parties slightly engaging in conversation. As the topic of this piece neared its conclusion, inevitably someone mentioned Xianyu, and everyone knew that this song would become one of the strong contenders in the Battle of the Gods. Online, before the live broadcast, many viewers were discussing, "Teacher Matsushima truly deserves to be a big shot from the Zhong Continent. Just this song almost put me to sleep." "Uft, you still listen even if you don't understand?" The capability of a Zhong Continent big shot is indeed terrifying. Analyzing this song is a bit complicated, from the modality to the melody and so on. All are very impressive, like the transition after the first pause is quite profound. Some were educating. The artistic senses of the Blue Star audience are generally not bad, hence why classical music maintains such an exalted status on Blue Star. Listening again with this explanation gives more direction and feeling. Meanwhile, in the Golden Hall, the concert continued. Soon the second song began. This round was a violin solo. The performance in Golden Hall was not limited to just piano. Various instruments could appear, and the violin was a frequent guest at Golden Hall. Clean, smooth. The violin is an instrument very close to the human voice. This instrument has a wide range and a strong expressiveness. The first part of the music is quiet and tranquil. The second part distinctly features some key changes and variations, expressing the creator's mood. During the next round of performance, more instruments appeared, even including ensembles with instruments like flutes and zither, accompanied by the effect of a symphony, easily pulling one into a world of music. Among them, the most memorable for Lin Yuan was the fourth piece of the evening. Quite strange. He always felt this song was somewhat familiar. Composed by one of Zhong Continent's top maestros, Abigail. Its name is Winter Symphony. Symphonic structure. The stage featured an ocean backdrop, waves lapping at the shore, with a red sun slowly rising in the distance. Vibrant, unrestrained, exuberant. The entire symphony orchestra was responsible for the performance, divided into 4 movements and nearly half an hour long, the longest duration of all tonight's performances, but no one seemed impatient. The audience was enraptured. Online, the guy who claimed earlier that he was almost falling asleep listening to piano music could not help but get excited. "This is thrilling." Abigail, a maestro ranked steadily in the top 5 on Blue Star. How could it not be thrilling? Almost a perfect masterpiece. This piece felt utterly devoid of any redundancy. Numerous emotions expressed through the music. The overall impact of the work was very striking, even surpassing Matsushima Rain's first round performance tonight. But that was normal. The scales of the two pieces were not the same. Abigail himself, as one of the top maestros from Zhong Continent, was inherently at a higher level than Matsushima Rain. Lin Yuan remembered the first piece he learned in his life was one of this great man's early representative works, Wish. Such a personality was known even to those not following music. And as this song ended, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Following the applause, the big screen displayed the names of all 4 pieces performed so far, a routine for each round. Only this time it was different from the previous 3. Ding! A pleasant sound suddenly rang out. Under everyone's gaze, the title of Abigail's Winter Symphony suddenly turned red and the background of this line turned golden, standing out sharply among the 4 works. At that moment, the venue erupted in thunderous applause again. This is... Lin Yuan looked curiously at Zheng Jing. Zheng Jing said with a smile, the font turning red and the background turning golden means that the copyright for this song was just sold. That quickly, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. It's usually not that quick. Zheng Jing sighed. Being able to sell the copyright just after its first performance isn't easy. Pay more attention to the Golden Hall and you'll see. It's quite an impressive achievement, but for Abigail, it's no big deal. Lin Yuan nodded. Just then, someone knocked on the door. The next moment, an old face peeked in through the door. Lin Yuan turned around and instantly recognized the other person. Abigail. This person actually appeared in the box they were in. However, Abigail didn't look at Lin Yuan and Zheng Jing, but instead fixed her gaze on Yang Zhongming, leaving a phrase without any expression. I'll be waiting for you in Zhong Continent. Having said that, Abigail left directly. Lin Yuan was completely baffled, while Zheng Jing burst into laughter, looking at Yang Zhongming. He came for you. Petty, Yang Zhongming said indifferently. Zheng Jing winked at Lin Yuan. Abigail has always considered your Uncle Yang as one of the most important rivals in his life. He used to be bullied by him. Lin Yuan. Bullied Abigail? No wonder the system had ranked Uncle Yang among the top 3 maestros on Blue Star. Just then, another voice sounded. Ding! To the surprise of many, Matsushima Rain's Twilight also turned red. Against the golden backdrop, this music piece had also sold its copyright right. There on site, applause erupted. The audience once again burst into applause, many showing surprised expressions. Tonight's concert was bustling, with 4 pieces played and already 2 having sold their copyrights. Damn, Zheng Jing cursed. The situation was very unfavorable for Little Fish. Lin Yuan's expression, however, remained unchanged. It didn't matter. He had Chopin's November. Meanwhile, online, some people were also unclear about what the change in font color meant. What does this mean? The piece has sold its copyright if it's this color. I was thinking just now that Abigail's work could likely sell on the spot, and it really did happen. Unexpectedly, Matsushima Rain's piano piece was also snapped up, and you could look up how challenging it is. Impressive, but I don't understand. Elsewhere, inside another box, someone else also let out a swear. Damn, Lilia's expression was somewhat grim. She was very interested in Twilight, and was seriously considering whether to buy its copyright, but someone beat her to it before she had even decided. Of course, Lilia also liked Winter Symphony and the other 2 pieces. But as much as she liked them, the copyrights were of no use to her. Buying them would be meaningless. Only Twilight was quite suitable for Lilia's movie. The girl next to her gave a wry smile. An old saying goes, hesitation leads to defeat. Check who bought it. Lilia raged with frustration. Dare to snatch from me. Get lost. Indeed, Lilia might not have actually bought the copyright to Twilight. But that's how it was. Even if Lilia ultimately wouldn't buy Twilight, having it snatched away still inevitably made her heart sour. It was like finding out that a backup boyfriend suddenly got someone else, which would be annoying. So petty. Lilia certainly didn't consider her actions very calculating, but she was feeling extremely irritable now and was walking back and forth in the box. Just then, suddenly, music reached Lilia's ears. This music was like a refreshing spring water, suddenly soothing Lilia's irritability and inexplicably calming her down. Lilia's gaze gradually brightened. Then she focused her attention across the distance, looking at a figure on the stage. Meanwhile, in another box, Ling Kong's expression also suddenly shifted. The prince beside him asked, Kong, interested? Ling Kong nodded. You know, I recently took on a movie project from the company. I wanted to do Erlang Shun, but never mind that. Anyway, I'm definitely interested in this piece. It seems quite ordinary. The prince frowned slightly. Yet the piece the prince found ordinary had indeed attracted the attention of many maestros. Chapter 902, 845, The Golden Legend. Indeed, the fifth round of the performance had begun, and what was being played now was a nocturne in E-flat major. On the stage, Gushi was fully immersed in playing the piano. For her, playing in the Golden Hall was like an important examination in life. She had given everything she could at her highest level of performance. At andante tempo, the first theme was tranquil and splendid. The background of the grand stage turned into the dark night sky, with stars twinkling above, creating a sense of loneliness and isolation. The night deepened, silent. It was poetic and picturesque. Without excessive technical embellishment, the feeling of ornate variation was integrated, as if it made the stars flirtatious, like someone gently blinking in the heavens. The night grew hazy. The stars slowly dimmed. An inexplicable sorrow spread through the night, the melody gradually becoming complex as different emotions seemed to interweave, creating a tremendous emotional impact. In a daze, moonlight poured down. It was a vast light that captured attention, coming from the cosmos and piercing through the clouds. The ornamentation grew more intricate. The melody line was still captivating, the fast, nimble, and exuberant flow of notes racing to the very end of the piano, then circling back to the start, with a wealth of varied forms appearing through groups of notes, as if the piano itself was singing. No one knew how much time had passed. The night once again became tranquil. In that increasingly comforting atmosphere, the performance finally ended with the audience, who had been listening to the music all along, finally able to savor the aftertaste of the piece. Within the Golden Hall, the maestro's expressions were somewhat serious, their eyes clearly expressing sincerity and astonishment. Whose piece is this? This work has adopted a new piano genre. It has a theme similar to Twilight, also depicting the sentiment of the night, but this one is obviously more technically skilled, and it can even be listened to in one breath without any deliberate dramatic conflict. The rhythm has a bit of the feeling of a boat song swaying. Matsushima Rain's piece has been completely overshadowed. Whose work is this? Strange. Why hasn't it been announced yet? Many maestros were curious as to why the information about the piece had not been disclosed in the Golden Hall. And there was more. The maestros exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Regulars of the Golden Hall could realize, not disclosing the information could only mean one thing. The work of this mysterious maestro was not yet over. As expected, it didn't take long for another piece with a similar theme to start playing. This time, it was the nocturne in B-flat minor. The minor form was completely different from the major. If the former gave the sense of a vast starry sky, the latter leaned more toward relaxation. The emotions conveyed by the piece were very coherent, yet the ornamentation of the melody underwent substantial changes and had a strong improvisational element. The same theme, different thoughts. These two pieces are interesting. They are actually creating a new genre. I thought Abigail was the biggest surprise tonight, but I didn't expect there to be two such impressive pieces hidden here. Such distinctive piano pieces. Could it be a maestro from Zhao continent? This poetic and picturesque style fits the creative flair of some maestros from there. Different. This one is more melancholic. Most likely a maestro from Zhong continent. It seems that the circle will have two more pieces worth a good discussion. In a certain box, Lilia was somewhat dazed after listening to the two nocturnes. Her expression reflected contemplation. After a moment, Lilia's eyes firmed up. The first one she just played. She no longer hesitated. That piece was very fitting for the tone of her movie, although it wasn't a perfect match for the theme. After all, the piece wasn't created exclusively for her film. It would be strange if it were a perfect match. In that moment, Lilia had thrown Twilight out of consideration. In terms of satisfaction with the work, this piece completely surpassed Twilight. Even if we were just comparing the quality of the music itself, not thematic compatibility, this piece was much stronger than the other. Contact Golden Hall immediately. Lilia's voice had barely begun when it was abruptly cut off, as if strangled by fate itself. She looked at the big screen, filled with indignant sorrow. How frustrating. The girl next to her muttered softly. I told you, hesitating leads to defeat. In another box, Ling Kong was exhilarated. He had found the piece he wanted. Ling Kong, of course, didn't know about Lilia's situation, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter because Gushi had played 2 nocturnes. What Lilia was interested in was the nocturne in E-flat major. What Ling Kong was interested in was the nocturne in B-flat minor. Even though they were both nocturnes, the major and minor keys had completely different flavors, and there was no conflict between the two. The commonality was, Ling Kong also wanted it for a film. After less than a minute of deliberation, Ling Kong made a decision. I'll take the second piano piece played by the pianist. He turned to an assistant behind him. But before he could give the instruction, the prince next to him yawned. You can save some money and treat me to chase girls. What? Ling Kong was taken aback. The prince gestured towards the stage's big screen with his lips. The moment Ling Kong turned to look at the big screen, his expression soured, and when he noticed a particular detail, he suddenly slipped and nearly fell to the floor, completely disheartened. Still inside a box, Matsushima Rain complained with a bitter face. There's a saying, don't hit a man in the face. With the night as the theme, either of these 2 pieces easily surpassed the level of his Twilight. Such bad luck, running into a thematic collision. After the clash, it's all about who's more embarrassed. Now Matsushima Rain felt extremely awkward. Even the excitement from selling the rights to Twilight on the spot had significantly faded. Heaven knows how much he bragged about it with Ito Makoto when the rights were sold. Who is this? Maybe it's teacher Tian Luo's work. Ito Makoto speculated. He's a top talent in Zhong Continent. If it was his work, it wouldn't be strange for Matsushima Rain to be less talented. Abigail would also be at a 50-50 advantage with him, and it so happened that teacher Tian Luo was also here today. At that moment, with the flickering of lights on the big screen, the information for the 5th and 6th pieces appeared simultaneously. Here it comes. Ito Makoto's eyes sharpened. Matsushima Rain also focused his attention. However, when the two saw the composers of the 2 piano pieces, the air suddenly fell silent. Could it be any more coincidental? Matsushima Rain's voice shot up an octave. Ito Makoto's breathing almost ceased. Facing the information of the 2 works displayed on the big screen, the pupils of both shrank to the size of pins. Piano piece, Nocturne in E-flat major. Composer, Xianyu. Performer, Gushi. Piano piece, Nocturne in B-flat minor. Composer, Xianyu. Performer, Gushi. Ding, ding. 2 sounds rang out simultaneously. Among the pleasant notes, the names of the 2 nocturnes simultaneously morphed into dazzling red, enveloped in a gorgeous golden background. Chapter 903, 846, Potential. Little Fish. Zheng Jing looked at Lin Yuan with a somewhat serious expression. If you can create more works of this level in the future, let alone the Golden Hall, any of the 5 major music halls on Blue Star would welcome you to hold a concert. Lin Yuan didn't dare to respond. Chopin was too prestigious. Lin Yuan needed to stay low-key. Next to him, Yang Zhoming narrowed his eyes slightly, as if savoring the moment. The quality of Xianyu's 2 nocturnes didn't need his evaluation anymore. Basically, no one at the scene couldn't recognize the excellence of this piece. He found that Xianyu always managed to surprise him. For example, those 2 works today were of an entirely new genre of classical piano. Before this, Yang Zhoming did not know that Xianyu had such deep research into classical piano music. Don't most young people prefer modern piano? Like to Alice. Like Mariage d'Amour. Xianyu's previous piano compositions were very few, and they were all modern piano pieces. Composing is a profound field. Composing for pop songs is just one aspect, but it is the most familiar to everyone because it has the widest audience base. And in the maestro rankings, to evaluate the level of a maestro, in the end, mastery of various instruments and forms of music like symphonies are the main criteria. Take the piano and guitar, too. Common instruments, as examples. The piano focuses more on melodic lines and color, while the guitar has a richer sense of rhythm and beat. For instance, Director Zhou's works. Songs like Silence or Secret are typical piano-minded compositions, while songs like Simple Love, Rice Field, and similar pieces are typical guitar-minded compositions. The compositional thinking of different instruments is distinct. Even for maestros, how many can truly be masters of all? Yet now, Xian Yu has shown potential in this area, and his future is very promising. As the information about the two nocturnes was released, all the major private boxes reacted swiftly. Before, everyone was guessing who the author of the two works was. No one expected that these two classical piano compositions were actually from the hands of Xian Yu. The name of the work, Nocturne, the name and mood fit very well. Is the creator the newly risen maestro of Blue Star? As expected of the youngest maestro in the history of Blue Star, his mastery of classical piano even slightly surpasses Matsushima Rain. This young man is remarkable. Interesting. Matsushima Rain represented Zhong continent, aiming fiercely at Xian Yu, but unexpectedly, he hit a solid wall. They decided the superiority directly in the Golden Hall. Matsushima Rain really lost face today. Mainly because of this direct comparison, Matsushima Rain's works are indeed elegant and refined, but that lyrical scope is a bit narrow, too sorrowful, and too sentimental. This is the salon emotion always championed in all of Matsushima Rain's works. Xian Yu's Nocturne, on the other hand, has a more substantial emotional content, rich thoughts and colorful textures, as well as a strong emotional and intensity contrast, like a romantic poet. It is said that Xian Yu can write poetry too, so it's not an exaggeration to call him the poet among maestros. Maestro poet doesn't sound good. Piano poet is quite fitting though. No matter how large the personal skill gap between maestros is, anyone who can become a maestro is undoubtedly a presence with extremely high standards of musical appreciation. In their mouths, Nocturne received very high praise. Just how powerful this piece was couldn't be understood by everyone after just one listen. Even maestros couldn't. After all, they would need to refer to the score later on and study it to provide a more substantial evaluation. Based on the initial impression of Nocturne, this was a piece worth studying further. Online, many viewers who were watching the live stream suddenly got excited. Damn, the composer, Xian Yu? Those two pieces just now were actually from Fish Papa? Xian Yu just became a maestro a few days ago, yet his work has already started to feature in one of the 5 major music halls, the Golden Hall. Immediately following that, everyone suddenly realized something. So that means, for the War of Gods, Fish Papa is using these two compositions. That should be the case, and the one by Matsushima Rain must also be for the War of Gods. Looks like both of them had already clashed at the Golden Hall. Damn, I didn't listen closely. Classical piano isn't really my thing. But from a general experience standpoint, I feel like Xian Yu's work is better than Matsushima Rain's. A professional here to tell you, Xian Yu's piece is amazing. Such a comfortable piece to listen to, sweet and romantic. It's the first time I've heard this style. Feels like it would be more impactful when listening alone at night. Fitting the name Nocturne. It sounds good, but if you ask me to evaluate it, I can't really articulate. I expect in a few days the evaluations will come out. Let's see what the professionals say. From my perspective, Xian Yu's piano piece this time is anything but simple. But that's also an obvious point to make. Very few pieces showcased at the Golden Hall are simple. It's unrealistic to expect everyone to understand classical piano. But music is about the melody after all. It's like listening to foreign songs. People may not understand them, but that does not mean they don't enjoy them. Many people on Blue Star have been immersed in the arts since childhood, so a piece like Nocturne could really resonate with some. It's just that those who truly enjoy this kind of music don't tend to speak up online. Classical piano has a high barrier to entry? Wait until the rankings start and you'll see. Some classical music that seems to have a very high barrier can unexpectedly unleash enormous energy that astonishes countless people, and this wouldn't be the first time that has happened. And amongst all the discussions, suddenly someone reminded everyone. It's almost 12 o'clock. I know. I've been watching. The War of Gods, man, today is a big day. Anyone who hasn't gone to bed yet is probably watching the Golden Hall's live stream and waiting for the season's rankings to update. Xian Yu and Matsushima Rain's pieces are out. It's all on Ito Makoto now. Already halfway to victory, Matsushima Rain's piece got wrecked by Nocturne. It seems Ito Makoto is using a pop song, not a piano piece. Wonder if Xian Yu can outdo teacher Ito. Netizens wait with tense anticipation. The number of people waiting for the War of Gods to start surpasses any previous seasons. And in this waiting, 12 o'clock finally arrives. Countless people can't wait to open their music player. It's not all about Xian Yu and the two maestros from Zhong continent. It's no surprise, given that the pieces by Xian Yu and Matsushima Rain are probably those already performed at the Golden Hall. But everyone's enthusiasm doesn't diminish in the slightest. Because for numerous listeners on Blue Star, the War of Gods is the perfect occasion to refresh their playlists with a vengeance. This season, there's no shortage of maestros. Kings and queens of singing have made their appearances. Countless works await discovery, just as the netizens had guessed. Among the War of Gods songs, Matsushima Rain's Twilight from her Golden Hall release was indeed among them, prepared for the season's rankings. Ito Makoto's piece was also released. It was a pop song named Cherry Blossom. Moreover, Xian Yu also presented the same two pieces from tonight's performance at the Golden Hall. Wait a minute. How come there are 3 nocturnes? Chapter 904, 847 Golden Legend, 2-in-1. Midnight. The season leaderboard updated. Meanwhile, inside the Golden Hall, the music concert was approaching its end. Some audience members began to stand up and prepare to leave. At this time, on the stage of the Golden Hall, a black lacquered grand piano stood in the center, accompanied by a white microphone next to it. Lin Yuan was sitting in front of this piano. Why was Lin Yuan on the stage of the Golden Hall? Let's go back to half an hour ago. Half an hour ago, around 11:30, not long after 2 pieces of Nocturne had just ended, Lin Yuan was chatting with Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing in a private box. Suddenly, an official from the Golden Hall approached Lin Yuan with a beaming smile. Teacher Admirable Fish, there's half an hour left until the concert ends. For the closing number of this concert, could you perform on stage? Any music-related performance will do. Our list is drawn randomly by Maestro, and it just happened to be your name. Lin Yuan had a peculiar expression on his face. This just happened to be seemed quite suspicious. The closing number, as the name implies, was the performance on stage as the audience exited. The purpose of this piece was not to make the audience sit down and appreciate it, but rather to serve as a send-off as they left the venue. It was highly entertainment-oriented. Compared to a formal performance, it was considered garbage time, since the audience was leaving continuously anyway. This was a staple at every concert held at the Golden Hall. Gu Shi first took the stage at the Golden Hall by performing a closing number. Under normal circumstances, the Golden Hall would recruit some of the guests present. For example, if there were celebrity singers at the venue, even kings and queens of singing, the Golden Hall would occasionally invite these people to showcase their vocals. This place wasn't limited to just instrumental performances. Compared to singers, composers were a more preferred choice by the Golden Hall. After all, these maestros frequently came to take advantage of the occasion and the private boxes. The maestros generally wouldn't refuse to perform the closing number, considering that most of these composers had some skills and wouldn't have assumed the position of maestro without knowing a few instruments. Go ahead, Yang Zhongming said with a smile. Admirable Fish's piano skills. Performing a closing number in the Golden Hall would definitely be impressive. No need to worry about any blunders. Show off your skills. Zheng Jing also egged him on. Many maestros had experienced being recruited, and she and Yang Zhongming were no exception, having been tapped to perform a closing number as well. Some people got on stage, and it was quite embarrassing, causing a lot of laughter. But no one took it too seriously. It was just entertainment time after all. Some people got on stage and were quite impressive. Zheng Jing remembered the time Yang Zhongming was recruited. He had performed the violin to a professional standard, surprising many people. Oh, Lin Yuan agreed under their urging, somewhat dazedly. This was why Lin Yuan was sitting alone in front of the stage piano during Golden Hall's closing time, as everyone was preparing to head their separate ways. That being said, since he was on stage, he was definitely going to perform well. Although it was the garbage time of the closing number, Lin Yuan never lacked respect for the stage. The piece he prepared to perform was Nocturne. Not the Nocturnes by Chopin, but the song by director Zhou. This was the reason for the microphone set up on the piano. Lin Yuan was going to sing it himself. This scene created a particular coincidence. Lin Yuan's performance of the closing number and the official release of 3 nocturnes on various music players happened almost at the exact same time. The closing number, not many people would pay attention to. Many audience members had already begun to rise and walk toward the exit. As they walked, they shared their thoughts on the concert. The noise was somewhat loud. At this point, there wasn't room to discuss whether or not to respect the stage. The closing number was intended to send off the guests. However, just then, a melodious piano sound suddenly rang out. Inside the Golden Hall, the first to leave was a female viewer whose foot was about to step over the threshold. But at the arrival of the piano note, she stopped dead in her tracks. Bang! A man behind accidentally bumped into her. Sorry. Shoo. After a brief exchange, the woman turned her head to look at the stage, her eyes slightly brightening. The man also paused, his gaze likewise fixed on the stage, a flash of amazement in his eyes. The venue gradually quieted down. The noisy chatter slowly came to a halt. At this moment, not just these two viewers. Nearly half of the audience, as if Sun Wukong had cast a spell, remained rooted to their spots. The prelude was killer. Director Zhou had many pieces known as prelude killers. The meaning of prelude killer is that you've been completely captivated just by hearing the prelude. And the prelude of his nocturne wasn't just well-loved, it blew people away. This was why Lin Yuan's prelude had just begun, and the audience suddenly stopped in their tracks. Not just the piano. Besides the piano, Lin Yuan had also prepared the accompaniment for Nocturne in advance, like the main melody on the guitar, and so on. 30 minutes of preparation had been enough to handle this scene. And as the prelude reached a certain point, close to the microphone, Lin Yuan's lips began to move. A group of bloodthirsty ants were attracted to the decaying flesh. I watched the lonely scenery with an expressionless face. Losing you, love and hatred begin to clarify. Chapter 905. 847 Golden Legend, 2-in-1. _2. If I lose you, what else is there to care about? When doves no longer symbolize peace, I'm finally reminded that what's being fed in the square are vultures, using beautiful rhymes to describe a love plundered empty. The singing, the guitar, the piano. Every note enters the ear, converges, seeps into the heart. More and more spectators on site stopped in their tracks as if they had forgotten to leave. Box 022. Lilia had barely gotten up from her seat when she harshly sat back down, as if an invisible hand was pressing her down. Xianyu, the girl next to her, recognized the silhouette on stage and exclaimed, "The closing number is performed by him?" Lilia didn't speak. This was the first time she saw Xianyu in person. She had only heard some news about him before. This guy's looks are somewhat otherworldly, not at all what you'd expect from Maestro. No, that's not right. The focus here is the work itself. Compared to pop songs, Lilia preferred instrumental performances, but this song seemed different. Box 044. Ling Kong hadn't turned into one of the 7 fairies immobilized by Sun Wukong's spell. He was somewhat anxiously urging the prince beside him. Let's go. What's the rush? The prince wasn't in a hurry to leave anymore. He had previously been eager to leave midway. Throughout the entire concert, not a single piece had engaged the prince. Yet, paradoxically, it was the final closing number, not even an official performance, that bizarrely captured his attention. Damn, a plant. Ling Kong wanted to vent, but faced with this spoiled second generation, he simply couldn't. He couldn't just leave. Doing so would offend the other party, so he could only stand there with a look of agony on his face. Feeling like a fishbone stuck in the throat, like a thorn in the back, like sitting on pins and needles. Box 007. Matsushima Rain closed the door she had opened and turned to look at Ito Makoto. This is... Ito Makoto focused on the stage, lost in a daze. This song was unfamiliar to his ears, and it stunned him. The intro was killer, an assault on the ears. Even Maestro's ears were not spared. Could it be? Matsushima Rain suddenly thought of something, her expression becoming somewhat horrified. It couldn't be, right? His secret weapons prepared for the Battle of the Gods in December weren't 2 piano pieces? What was this? Matsushima Rain noticed that Ito Makoto was uncomfortably twisting his body. Didn't she have a similar reaction when she discovered the 2 piano pieces were composed by Xianyu? She suddenly felt like laughing. A bitter laugh. From her angle looking down, the audience was in complete disarray. Some stood at the door, some rose from their seats, some still sat, clearly disorganized. but everyone's posture while listening to the song was strikingly uniform. Box 013. Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing didn't rush to leave at all. Both sat there, looking completely relaxed. They were certainly going to wait for Xianyu to leave together. However, when the introduction to Nocturne began to play, both of them had slightly strange expressions on their faces. It seems like they've instigated an extraordinary song. It's 12 o'clock now. Zheng Jing suddenly remembered something, looking at the time on her phone. 12 o'clock. December. The meaning behind this song wasn't hard to grasp now. Yang Zhongming said with a smile. So there really is a song that is not inferior to Blue and White Porcelain. I thought he only had those two piano pieces as his trump cards. A song not inferior to Blue and White Porcelain. Without even listening past the first stanza of the main theme, Yang Zhongming reached his own conclusion. The subsequent singing seemed to be continuously proving Yang Zhongming's judgment. The dark clouds start to mar the night sky's purity. Memories of funerals in the park fly throughout the sky. The white roses I sent you wither in the pure black surroundings. Crows perch on the branches, eerily quiet. Listen as my black coat seeks to warm your memories that grow colder by the day, lives that have been lived. A fog spreads all around. I am in the open cemetery, still loving you as I age. Lin Yuan sat in front of the piano, gently closing his eyes. With each press of the keys, the folded hammers struck the strings. Black and white keys alternated under Lin Yuan's 10 fingers. The singing paused slightly. The lacquered piano body reflected streamlined lights. Gushi also hadn't left the scene yet. The scenery of the Golden Hall was naturally golden. But at this moment, this golden tint shone brightly within the song, Nocturne. Whether genuinely attracted by the song and so standing still, or simply following the crowd, or because the doorway was blocked by some lingering spectators, one undeniable fact was, the closing music did not dismiss the audience of the Golden Hall. On the contrary, everyone's listening posture was as earnest as they would be for an official performance. This made Gushi realize a vast difference. She only thought that performances for the closing number belonged to the Golden Hall's trash time, which no audience would care about, and everyone would just leave gradually during the music. However, what happened today completely overturned Gushi's understanding of trash time. It turns out that the closing number could also become an official performance? No. Perhaps only he could turn the closing time into his own concert, captivating all the spectators. It's downright unscientific. For the Golden Hall, today's closing performance was certainly one of the most special stages. Classical, melancholic, romantic. Listening to Xianyu's singing and piano, some couldn't help but be reminded of the two performances of Nocturne that Xianyu put on in the Golden Hall today. A very odd association. This song, in spite of having no relation to the two classical piano pieces titled Nocturne, nor any melodic similarity, strangely conveyed a feeling of reaching the same goal through different means. Chapter 906. 847 Golden Legend, 2 in 1. _3. Like a minor tune? A very sad minor tune. This was an immersive experience, where someone who had just stood up not long ago could sit back down yet forgot to do so, surrounded by echoing melodies. Another person, though tired of standing, chose to sit. The moment his bottom touched the seat, it was as if he was electrified, and he plopped firmly onto the chair. I play Chopin's Nocturne for you, to commemorate my deceased love, with a voice like the night wind. Heartbreak sounds so beautiful. Fingers tapping on the piano keys. The missing I gave was with great care. Your burial place is called the Netherworld. I play Chopin's Nocturne for you. Who Chopin is might not be the most concerning issue at this moment. Everyone was just amazed at the wonderful connection between this song and those two piano pieces. It felt like there were 3 performances tonight centered around Xianyu, strung into a line, and this song served as the tail of that line, bringing the 3 pieces together with an infinitely poetic song. At this moment, as the chorus finally started, the sadness deepened. Ants lingered bloodthirsty, pigeons and vultures scattered, roses lost their red, crows bore to cry. Various emotions accumulated and became tragic yet piercing. The audience sank deeper. All the maestros on site gradually changed their expressions. Some twitched their brows and eyes, some appeared contemplative, some slightly opened their mouths, some breathed faster. at the same time, in different spaces. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han had time differences. In some places, it was deep night, while in others, it was daytime. For instance, a certain dorm room. It was nighttime here, with the song playing on a computer. I play Chopin's Nocturne for you, to commemorate my deceased love. And for you, I hide my name and play the piano under the moonlight. I still feel the warmth and closeness to your heartbeat, remembering your bright red lipstick mark. The students in the dorm who hadn't slept were stirred up, whispering and discussing. Or a certain mall. It was daytime here, and the customers were shopping in the supermarket, yet the same song echoed. Those wing-broken dragonflies scatter across the forest, and my eyes show not a shred of sympathy. Without you, my tears become muddy and heartless. Without you, even my smile has a shadow. Some customers quietly asked their companions for the name of the song. As the companion shook their head, the customer pulled out their phone. Shazam! Then the phone screen displayed the words, Nocturne, and the customer swiftly clicked download. It's really captivating. It seemed like he was moved, leading his companion to do the same. And at Lin Yuan's home, his family was, of course, watching the live broadcast at the Golden Hall. On stage, Lin Yuan lost himself in his performance. Those wing-broken dragonflies scatter across the forest, and my eyes show not a shred of sympathy. Without you, my tears become muddy and heartless. Without you, even my smile has a shadow. The wind mocks my sadness on the moss-covered rooftop like a dry well without water. I use a tragically beautiful font to portray the love we regretfully missed. Through the cameras, the audience at the Golden Hall standing still was fully captured. Countless places, countless reactions. The concentrated voices eventually culminated online. Accompanied by the exclamation, "How is there a third Nocturne?" The netizens finished listening to the song. Wow. The comment section was overwhelmed, and the comment that raced to the top in likes was, 12 victories in a row, let's go. Needless to say, even for Xian Yu's diehard fans, even the casual onlookers were inevitably shocked at the moment. Is this the third Nocturne? So touching that it makes me cry. The prelude alone is killing me. Who the hell says Fish Papa has no cards left to play? This doesn't look like having no cards, does it? Throwing 3 cards in your face and asking if it hurts. No cards? You think you can take me out in a second? Damn, what kind of divine work is this? Just for the lyrics, I play Chopin's Nocturne for you and wrote 2 explosive piano pieces for the Golden Hall. Who is Chopin? Who knows? Just understand it as, I play Xian Yu's Nocturne, and that's it. I'm convinced by this linkage. Just after releasing Blue and White Porcelain in November, December gave me goosebumps all over. Oh my, quick, look at the Golden Hall. Xian Yu is singing this song live there, and the audience just freaking won't leave. Golden Hall. Applause like a tide. Lin Yuan exited amid the applause. Backstage at the Golden Hall, the staff stood stunned as they watched Lin Yuan leave, then looked at each other in confusion. Suddenly, someone came to their senses. Hey, something's not right. I felt that too. Something seems off. Ah, that's right. Wasn't Xian Yu supposed to use the closing track to send off the audience? What was with this reverse operation? What should have been a performance to send off the audience turned into the audience applauding him off? Well, this was the first time in the history of the Golden Hall that someone turned trash time into an official performance. The Golden Legend. Chapter 907. 848 Bomb. December. 3 arrows stabilize Heaven Mountain. For many years, the Golden Hall had conducted music concerts, and usually by the end of the closing piece, most of the audience had left. Why stay after the formal performance ended? Everyone usually skips the end credits of TV dramas anyway. But this time, an exception occurred. The closing piece had finished, but the venue hadn't cleared. On the contrary, Xian Yu, responsible for this closing performance, was the first to leave, and he left to the audience's applause. The order was completely reversed. The cleaning staff gathered together to chat, and they were really puzzled. What was happening inside? It seemed like there was applause just now. Usually, at this point, everyone had left since the bell had rung. Right. The cleaning ladies at the Golden Hall usually treated the closing piece like a school bell. The first time in history. And those who hadn't immediately turned to their players to check the season rankings, but instead watched the live stream of the concert at the Golden Hall, were even more shocked by Nocturne. That last song was a bomb. My gosh, a garbage time performance, yet the audience hadn't left. You know these are mostly high-profile people who generally don't listen to pop songs. Getting them to willingly listen to a pop song is no small feat, especially during closing time. Haha, if I were there, I wouldn't leave either. CNU's song seemed like a new release, and with this quality, it's a clear win. Indeed, it's a new release for the Battle of the Gods. I just downloaded it from the player. CNU has released 3 nocturnes this season, 2 piano pieces, and 1 pop song. Didn't they say his trump card was blue and white porcelain, which he used in November? I've been fooled by those professionals. November's CNU bomb. Lu Sheng. Looking at the 4 twos in his hand, I fold. December's CNU bomb, bomb, bomb. Ito Makoto and Matsushima Rain. Turn it off. It's no fun. The Battle of the Gods began. Ito Makoto's new work had just been released, and many people couldn't wait to hear it. All I can say is, it truly cannot compete. It's not that Cheng Sang isn't good enough, it's that CNU is too mesmerizing. No matter how critical one is, CNU's pop song is no worse than blue and white porcelain. Clearly, they belong to the same tier. And it's okay if some people feel blue and white porcelain is better. Have they even checked out the 2 classical piano versions of Nocturne at the Golden Hall? Meanwhile, in Box 007 of the Golden Hall, after listening to CNU's closing performance, Ito Makoto had already come to a realization, 1. That matched the conclusion of the netizens. 3 bombs. Indeed, unplayable. CNU's last move threw out 3 trump cards matching the description of bombs, and all those who thought CNU had no cards left to play were greatly mistaken. Gotta run. Matsushima Rain quickly pulled Ito Makoto, looking hurried. Ito Makoto was usually easygoing but was a bit annoyed this time, and said, "What's the rush? If we leave too late, it'll be awkward running into acquaintances." Matsushima Rain said, annoyed. Ito Makoto suddenly understood and quickly got up. Let's go. Let's go. However, as soon as they opened the door, they saw an acquaintance from Zhong Continent, a maestro, walk out of the next box. Long time no see. The man greeted them, his expression weird. Ito Makoto and Matsushima Rain blushed. We'll catch up later. We have something else to take care of. Got to run. Swish. The 2 quickly left. The maestro from Zhong Continent couldn't help but laugh and cry. People from several other boxes also came out, mostly maestros. Did you see Ito Makoto and Matsushima Maple? They've already left. They fled quickly. This car crash was quite severe. It's not their fault. They played normally. It's mainly because this fish is unreal. Still, it's no consolation. True, but while you can outrun the monk, you can't outrun the temple. Those 2 have really embarrassed themselves this time. No choice, staying would have been even more awkward. The maestros were actually blown away by this last song too. Compared to instrumentals, pop music is just the basics. However, the limit of a maestro is being able to play the most basic pop songs with countless variations. So what if this is the Golden Hall? No need for piano pieces, pop songs can rock the place just the same. In fact, even without the lyrics, just listening to the melody itself, Nocturne is also an excellent piece. No wonder Ito Makoto and Matsushima Rain were so quick to skedaddle. They left fast, but Lin Yuan left even faster. He truly made history. There had never been a precedent in the Golden Hall where a performing guest left before the audience did. Downstairs, when Lin Yuan took the lead out the door, the staff of the Golden Hall were dumbfounded. It was only in the parking lot that Lin Yuan remembered he hadn't called Yang Zhoming and Zheng Jing. After making a phone call, they gathered and got into the car to head back. Inside the Golden Hall, other audience members finally did not linger any longer. But what made many people laugh and cry was that after CNU's performance, and before the audience had exited, the Golden Hall actually played another exit music. CNU's Nocturne in E-flat major. Just recorded, no one performed, just forcefully played it. Tradition must not be discarded. This song is really good. Prince commented as he walked out of the box. Ling Kong remained silent, playing dead, and accidentally stepped on someone's skirt. Are you blind? The person in front snapped back ferociously, glaring at Ling Kong. Ling Kong was furious and instinctively wanted to retort, but as soon as he saw the person's face, he held his voice back. Bad luck. It was Lilia again. Ling Kong felt unprecedentedly wrong tonight. Lilia walked away like a proud peacock, head held high. The girl walking beside her reminded, "Wrong way. We need to go sign the contract." Almost forgot the contract for a Nocturne. Lilia hurriedly turned around. She wanted to buy the rights to Nocturne, and not just one but two pieces. If it weren't for the limited demand, she would have wanted to secure the third piece of Nocturne as well. Right. As if she remembered something, Lilia said to the girl, "Keep an eye on this Xianyu. If he holds a concert, remind me. This guy is quite interesting." Understood. The two turned back. Ling Kong overheard their conversation clearly, and the sense of frustration inside him was about to explode. In fact, tonight, Xianyu caught not only Lilia's attention. Check this Xianyu guy's information later. If any of the big music halls have his work again, remind me. Isn't there a documentary in the works below? We could contact Xianyu for a custom soundtrack. Those who could enter the boxes were not only maestros, but also individuals of significant wealth and influence. Right now, they were all instructing their subordinates on matters deeply connected to Xianyu. By the time Lin Yuan returned to Qin continent, some news had already taken flight. Xianyu's new song premiere at the Golden Hall holds audience spellbound. Xianyu uses the Golden Hall to launch two classical piano pieces, triggering a scramble for rights. Xianyu, 12th victory in a row now within reach. December music concert highlights at the Golden Hall of Qin continent. Nocturne, Xianyu dubbed as the piano poet. Rave reviews, Xianyu's 3 nocturnes sweep the season chart. Xianyu's limitless trump card. Bomb in December, 3 strikes secure Mount Heaven. 3 nocturnes dominate the battle of the gods. Double kill on Ito Makoto and Matsushima Rain. 3 nocturnes. Xianyu almost flipped the table. Chapter 908. 849. 12 consecutive championships across 5 continents. What bomb of December? What 3 arrows conquer Tianshan Mountain? The media sure has a way with sensational phrases. Serious media usually aren't so extravagant, unless something truly outrageous is happening. Blue and white porcelain in November. December brought Nocturne plus 2 performances in the Golden Hall, which shocked all the maestros with its classic piano pieces. Xianyu's punctuation on 12 consecutive championships was truly perfect. This bomb really went a bit too far. No wonder netizens joked that Xianyu flipped the table. It was still December the 1st. Dawn broke. Morning approached. Authoritative music media also reported on last night's spectacle at the Golden Hall. Unlike entertainment media that clung to the anecdote, Xianyu played farewell pieces and left before the audience. The more professional media didn't dwell much on this dark humor, and their wording was clearly more precise, avoiding fabrication for the sake of news. For instance, the Harmony Herald, a top-tier journal from Blue Star. As one of the core journals in the industry, it offered a 360-degree, no-dead-angle analysis and interpretation of Xianyu's 2 classical piano pieces, full of lofty corporate-level insights. Classical piano does have a high threshold. Audiences weren't satisfied with just a buzz. They were quite interested in these types of reviews and structures. The funny thing is, Harmony Herald was published today, as were Xianyu's pieces, yet this media outlet as a periodical journal managed to smoothly connect with this press release, a timeliness precise to within a day that can only mean one thing. The magazine's editorial team absolutely pulled an all-nighter. The corporate grind was vividly revealed in the real-time analysis of Nocturne in the magazine, and it's truly commendable they managed without any typos. From the editors to the proofreaders, it must have taken a lot of effort, not something that can be hashed out in any less than a whole night. All for the sake of rushing out a first-hand professional newsletter, not too shabby. But the implications lurking behind this effort were somewhat touching. Another piece that received the same treatment was last night's symphony at the Golden Hall. Abigail's Winter Symphony. Amidst the various reports by both professional and non-professional media, netizens inevitably threw out that question. Why do the lyrics mention playing Chopin's Nocturne? Lin Yuan, well-prepared, didn't panic at all. He simply threw out the concept of the legend of 1900, claiming it was a piece composed by a character named Chopin in his upcoming movie. Really now? Chopin composed Nocturne? Chopin is a character in your future movie? You artists sure know how to pose, maestro. Chopin was clearly your creation. So aren't all works by Chopin actually crafted by your hands? Xianyu? Someone looked at it from another angle. Maybe Xian Yu thought that having lyrics like playing Xian Yu's Nocturne for you would be too narcissistic. So he introduced Chopin as a persona representing himself in the lyrics, while also promoting his new movie. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? This explanation makes sense. Referencing oneself does feel odd. Following this explanation, a new meme emerged online. What does Xian Yu know about nocturnes? That's Chopin's work, doghead. In response to this meme, netizens shared a knowing smile. Only Lin Yuan found it a bit bizarre when he saw this conversation. You never know which joke you make is actually the truth. Interestingly, some even sang the lyrics as playing Xian Yu's Nocturne for you, and it didn't sound too out of place. Speaking of which, The Poet of the Piano seems to be a title that belongs to Chopin. That's a globally recognized appraisal within the music circles of Earth. However, Lin Yuan probably won't be able to hold on to that title for long, because in the future, he will introduce various styles of music, definitely not just the romanticism of Chopin. Of course, whether it's professional media or entertainment media, the ultimate topic that no one can avoid is still Xian Yu's 12 consecutive championships. Yes, though December has just begun, the season's rankings already hint strongly at the inevitable outcome. Xian Yu's goal of 12 consecutive championships seemed to have been achieved, though the media conservatively added a question mark when mentioning these 12 consecutive championships. That question mark had essentially lost its soul. The December of the Flying Dragons. No one could think of anyone who could knock the season's top 3 nocturnes off the list. The deed was done. As for Matsushima Rain and Ito Makoto, the two fled Qin continent overnight. In the maestro circle of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han, someone broached the topic. Whether with a sigh or sarcasm, they said, fled overnight carrying an airplane. The two carried their sorrow back to Zhong continent overnight. On their way back, listening to Nocturne, they exchanged silent looks, feeling melancholy and heartbroken. Matsushima Rain and Ito Makoto's attempt to stop Xian Yu's 12 consecutive championships wasn't a personal whim. It was the will of some big shots in Zhong continent. However, when the two returned in defeat, the big shots of Zhong continent couldn't really blame them too much. How could they blame them? Those two had performed normally. Who could have expected Xian Yu to be such a monster? The last song alone was explosive enough, but he also threw in 2 classical piano pieces that moved everyone in the Golden Hall. Even the proud team from Zhong continent fell silent after hearing those 2 pieces. They were thoroughly outplayed, from the professional to the pop scene. Although it was embarrassing for Ito Makoto and Matsushima Rain, many in Zhong continent also viewed it from their perspective. These two were floored by Xian Yu, making many feel like a max-level boss getting thrashed in a newbie village. To Zhong continent, Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei were just like a newbie village. But unlike those in games, Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei did indeed have a few freak talents. Though they hadn't left the newbie village, they still had strength that caught the attention of Zhong continent. It's just that Xian Yu, to some in Zhong continent, wasn't considered one of them. And when the date reached December 7th, a week later, the triple play of Nocturne on the seasonal charts continued without any competitor's piece being able to top these 3. At that moment, the suspense could basically be declared over. Both professional media and gossip tabloids no longer held back, openly releasing news without the question mark. Xian Yu, since the merging of the states in Blue Star, is the first maestro to win 12 consecutive championships across 5 continents, birthing the most valuable seasonal charts 12 consecutive championships in history. And on major video websites of Blue Star, a video titled 12 Consecutive Championships Across 5 Continents suddenly blew up across the entire network in a short period of time. The video revisited many of Xian Yu's notable moments since his debut. The host began narrating from the experiences of Xian Yu's early career. When Xian Yu won his first rookie season championship, a screenshot of that history, though somewhat blurry, sparked a wave of collective nostalgia among countless fans. The video displayed the various challenges Xian Yu had faced since his debut. The doubts he had once faced, numerous screenshots of negative comments appeared, and the host also mentioned the past issues Xian Yu had with his physical condition that prevented him from singing. There were regrets. There were losses. There were pains. Emotions painted the narrative. But when the host revisited the beginning of Xian Yu's journey to the 12 consecutive championships, the tempo exploded. This section didn't directly choose the song, Start Over, that Xian Yu released in January, but instead played a clip of Xian Yu removing his mask on the stage of The Masked Singer. Hello everyone, I'm Xian Yu. The scene at that time was like a nuclear explosion. Prince of Lanling bowed out, Maestro logged in. From January to December, Xian Yu achieved one impossible after another until the video's final portrayal of the Golden Legend. Set to a thrilling electronic track from Blue Star, the comments exploded completely. 12 consecutive championships across 5 continents. The legend continues. The dynasty has been established. Welcome to the era dominated by Xian Yu. The video, 20 minutes in total length, reviewed all the experiences of Xian Yu before claiming the title of 12 consecutive championships across 5 continents. The powerful montage, coupled with Xian Yu's achievements, struck with a lethal impact, shocking the entire network. Chapter 909, 850 Armam. Become the Maestro. Secure 12 consecutive championships. Lin Yuan finally achieved this significant accomplishment. However, the endpoint for a composer isn't just becoming the maestro or securing 12 consecutive championships. Last night's experience at the Golden Hall made Lin Yuan realize that becoming the maestro could also be seen as a starting point. Blue Star still has even bigger stages, namely the 5 major music halls of Blue Star: Royal Concert Hall, Central State Concert Hall, Moonlight Concert Hall, Venus Opera House, Qin Continent Golden Hall. These 5 major music halls are the ultimate stage for maestro-level musicians. Lin Yuan had known about these places before, but they were too far from his previous realm. People like Yang Zhongming could hold personal concerts at the 5 major music halls. Lin Yuan, of course, also aspired to such stages, and he secretly swore last night that he would definitely hold his own personal concerts at these 5 major music halls in the future. Yes, just last night, Lin Yuan set a new goal: to conquer the 5 major music halls of Blue Star, an ambition even grander than securing 12 consecutive championships on 5 continents. Zhong Continent is indeed strong. Although Lin Yuan defeated Matsushima Rain and Ito Makoto, he didn't think lightly of Zhong Continent because of it. Last night, Abigail's symphony harshly taught him a lesson. Such a piece was almost at a divine level on earth, and yet such a person had been bullied by Yang Zhongming. The top maestros of Blue Star are truly terrifying. Even Matsushima Rain and Ito Makoto are not to be underestimated. It's not that their abilities weren't strong. Lin Yuan appeared to win easily, but bear in mind he had invoked the GOAT Chopin. Wasn't it normal for them to lose to Earth's most top-tier musician? It was Chopin who crushed them. What if there had been no GOAT Chopin available? Then he could only call upon Bach, Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert, Schumann, Haydn, Tchaikovsky, Liszt, Czerny, Mendelssohn, Johann Strauss, Verdi, Wagner, Brahms, Shostakovich, or All right then. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt that Zhong Continent wasn't so fearsome after all, and conquering the 5 major music halls didn't seem so grand a goal. Of course, he would definitely keep a firm grasp on the foundation of pop music. Even top-tier maestros, who don't really engage with pop music anymore, never overlook this category because it is the most universally enjoyed by both the refined and the vulgar. Sometimes, the more basic it is, the more it reveals about one's level. This is something even the top maestros of Blue Star pay attention to. What the 5 major music halls demonstrate is the upper limit of a top-tier maestro. However, next year Lin Yuan would definitely slow down his pace in releasing songs. After securing 12 consecutive championships, it was time for him to take a break. Even if he could continue to dominate the seasons board, it wouldn't really make much sense to do so. Just the 5 continents. When the Zhong Continent also joins the merging, and the seasons board becomes a chaotic battle for the maestro of the 8 continents of Blue Star, Lin Yuan might consider going for another 12 consecutive championships, because only then would the value of 12 consecutive championships truly be unprecedented, given the essential difference between 5 continents' 12 consecutive championships and Blue Star's 12 consecutive championships. Speaking of which, in fact, Lin Yuan isn't directionless about holding personal concerts. Chopin's Nocturne series, consisting of 21 pieces in total, Lin Yuan had released only 2, and the remaining 19 were enough for him to hold a piano solo concert. However, this series style is relatively mild, and Lin Yuan needs to find some more explosive works to conclude it. Forget it. We'll consider this issue later. For now, Lin Yuan is not planning on holding personal concerts. Pieces by a top-tier luminary like Chopin are frighteningly expensive. Cashing in too many pieces at once, Lin Yuan feels a bit overwhelmed. The entire Nocturne series is simply sky-high in price. He can afford it, but he must also be cautious. He will definitely have to deal with works by big names like Beethoven and Mozart in the future, and the amount of money involved is terrifying. In the following days, Lin Yuan was very busy. In November, while aiming for the maestro title, Lin Yuan was extremely busy, treating people to various meals. In December, after securing 12 consecutive championships, although Lin Yuan didn't continue treating people, there was no lack of excitement. Starlight, the chairman announced, to celebrate teacher Admirable Fish securing 12 consecutive championships, the year-end bonuses for all departments of the company will be increased. The entire company cheered. From Long Live the Chairman to Long Live Admirable Fish. Online, a new round of congratulations erupted as maestros within the industry, the Yu dynasty, and all the celebrities familiar with Lin Yuan took to social media to celebrate this historical moment. Tribes, blogs, countless topics related to Admirable Fish went viral. Lin Yuan ultimately couldn't escape the fate of treating everyone to a meal. The venue was under the sea. The guests included his family and the singers from the Yu dynasty. There were also 3 apprentices learning composition from Lin Yuan, Shui Kai, Feng Shuo, and Li Lizhi. They were the people Lin Yuan was most familiar and closest with. Since Shui Kai, Feng Shuo, and Li Lizhi graduated, Lin Yuan rarely taught them anymore. A master can lead you to the door. Practice is up to you. However, when the trio encountered composition issues, they would still consult Lin Yuan. At such times, Lin Yuan would activate the Yang Zhongming character card and start addressing their doubts and questions. Over time, the trio had indeed improved their composition skills significantly, and their works occasionally made it into the top 10 of the Blue Star seasonal leaderboard. Now that the continents had merged, the competition on the leaderboard was extremely tough. For the 3 disciples who only had a gold medal composer's level, making it into the top 10 was already quite impressive. Many maestros at their age could only achieve this much. Lin Yuan was an exception, which was why he was referred to as a prodigy within the industry. This gathering was the first time Lin Yuan had brought so many familiar people together. Luckily, they weren't too distant from each other. For example, the singers from the Yu dynasty and Lin Yuan's 3 apprentices were all very familiar, having collaborated frequently. It was really Lin Yuan's family, who were somewhat strangers to the others. However, Jiang Kuei and Big Yao Yao were quite familiar. The two had an unforgettable fan meeting once. Oddly enough, the main character of the dinner wasn't Lin Yuan, but his mother. This restaurant is mine. You know Flaming Catering, right? You can eat at any Flaming Catering in Blue Star for free from now on, Junior, and it's free for life for your family members as well, let alone you, Annie. If the service isn't satisfying, just tell me, and I'll fire that manager right away. Sun Yaohua was excellent at socializing. He warmly entertained Lin Yuan's mom and quickly became close with her. Even though there was a significant age difference, they found they had a lot in common. Following his lead, others also toasted with Lin Yuan's mom. Zhao Yingge seemed to have drunk too much and didn't even call her Annie but said, "Mom, I toast you." The mom raised her drink and had a toast with Zhao Yingge before realizing something was off. What was even more off? After finishing that drink, Lin Yuan's disciple Li Lizhi got excited. "Mom, when you have time, you could visit our company. My dad is the chairman of Starlight, and he always mentions wanting to meet you to express his gratitude for your nurturing of me." "Absolutely, absolutely," Lin Yuan's mother said with a laugh and a cry. Jiang Kuei rolled her eyes. "Princess, you are a disciple of teacher Admirable Fish, so you should be calling her wife." After saying this, Jiang Kuei looked towards Lin Yuan's mom. "Right, Mom?" Chun Jiu glared. "I say, Jiang Kuei, how come you're also taking advantage of our mom?" The rest looked at Chen Jiyu with strange glances. But it was Sun Yaohua who understood the situation, laughing heartily. Definitely because Auntie is so approachable. Auntie, don't mind them. They are just joking. If you really don't mind, I guess acknowledging a godmother here is no issue. I think it's a great idea. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. From now on, you all are my brothers and sisters. Having so many celebrities as relatives made Lin Xian ecstatic. She was ready to establish her status as the big sister. With this in her arsenal, she could dazzle and intimidate any small-timer. I am indeed the protagonist of this world. Big Yao Yao hesitated for a moment before saying to Jiang Kuei, give me concert tickets and egg yolk pastries, then I'll call you sister. Well done. Before the meal was over, everyone had become family. Chapter 9:10, 851, Xian. Use Maestro ranking. After dinner, everyone went back to their respective homes. Lying stagnant in his bedroom for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled something. It had been some time since Senior Yaohua had become the king of singing, and wasn't he supposed to receive a gold treasure chest from the system? Why hadn't he received it yet? Was the system trying to default on the deal? Lin Yuan immediately summoned the system to inquire. The system explained, because the music festival has not yet begun, the official honors have not been awarded. Oh, so, that was the reason. It made sense. Tom was moving fast anyway. December had already arrived. The old year was about to pass, and the new year was about to begin. The music festival should be officially awarding prizes at the beginning of next year, usually set in January. At that time, not only would the awards for King and Queen of Singing be announced, but the awards related to Maestro Lin Yuan would also be presented. He had already decided to make the trip. After all, it was the music festival, and contending for the title of Maestro was an important moment in his life. He didn't dwell on this matter any longer. Lin Yuan sprawled on the bed and continued to browse on his phone. Online, there was news about him everywhere lately. His unprecedented achievement of the 12 consecutive championships across 5 continents was being widely discussed by countless netizens. Fish Papa really achieved 12 consecutive championships. There were doubts a few days ago, but now that more than a week has passed in December without any mishaps, it's clear that this is set in stone. Truly monstrous. I still remember when Xian Yu first announced his intention to aim for the 12 consecutive championships. Many were skeptical, but he overcame all obstacles to achieve this honor. A rhythm unprecedented and unlikely to be followed. Now with the merge into 5 continents, and the future moving towards 6, 7, or even 8 continents, especially after the Blue Stars' big merge, who else could achieve 12 consecutive championships? It's only going to get harder from now on, unless a few of the top maestros step in, but those few don't make moves often. How many maestros could be as prolific as Xian Yu? What do you think is Xian Yu's current ranking? If we're talking about contemporary maestro rankings, he should definitely be in the top 50, right? That's hard to say. The top maestro rankings are mostly based on performances in the 5 major music halls, and Xian Yu is still too young. He has only performed in the great music halls once. Maestro rankings? Seeing this topic, Lin Yuan's mind stirred. He wasn't concerned about his own ranking, but he was thinking about the concept of a maestro. The concept of a maestro on Blue Star had been around for several hundred years. In these centuries, the Literature and Art Association officially had nearly 800 maestros. The majority of these maestros had passed away. As for the contemporaries, excluding Lin Yuan, there were 280 maestros. The number seemed manageable, yet not every maestro was as active as some like Abigail. Some of these maestros, although still alive, were already in old age and basically no longer composed music. There were 2 reasons. The first group had accomplished their goals and retired peacefully. The second group was simply too old to keep up with the energy required. Lin Yuan was not included in this count. Although he had reached the maestro standards, the official ceremony of awards had not happened yet, so he was not listed among the maestros. Thus, he was not counted among these 200-plus people. Over 200 maestros. A number that wasn't large, but also wasn't small. If the total number of maestros were distributed across each continent, there would basically be 35 maestros per continent. But of course, that was not the reality. It wasn't that evenly distributed, because in reality, the vast majority of maestros were concentrated in Zhong continent. Zhong continent boasts the highest number of top artistic talents across the entire Blue Star. Following that, Qin continent, renowned as the land of music, has the highest number of maestros. The least number of maestros is in Zhao continent. In such a vast area of Zhao continent, there are only 13 maestros, the lowest in all of Blue Star. Extremely rare. Lin Yuan calculated seriously, and his understanding gradually became clear. He had carefully compared the differences between Blue Star and Earth. Though Blue Star is similar to Earth, there are many differences that can't simply be generalized. For instance, the population size, geographical position, and the extent of vastness are greater because there are not as many historical wars, so the total population of this world is significantly larger than that of Earth. As for where Lin Yuan himself ranks among the maestros, calculating that didn't matter to Lin Yuan, at least until he had released all the bombs from the system's repertoire. After realizing this, Lin Yuan switched to Chu Kuang's account. Under Xian Yu's account, there were nothing but congratulations from fans about winning 12 consecutive championships. In Chu Kuang's comment section, however, the style was different, with quite a few people teasing Chu Kuang. The old rascal hasn't been very active lately. Old rascal, are you slacking off? Xian Yu is claiming the maestro title, having conquered all 5 continents with 12 consecutive championships. What's up with you? Not making a sound for months. Don't tell me Chu has run out of creativity, doghead. Xian Yu. Xian Yu, a fine man, and you Chu Kuang dare to be mentioned in the same breath as me. Allow sorrow. What happened to the South Xian Yu, North Chu Kuang? That one has made it big now, and you, Chu Kuang, are still huddled in a corner not writing. Xian Yu, brother Chu Kuang, what's going on with you? It seems that recently Ian has come out of nowhere, stealing the old rascal's luck. That's not necessarily true. Ian is called Chu Kuang Jr. and has a long way to go before he can become the old rascal. Love turned into mockery comes naturally. Putting these words on Chu Kuang's fans couldn't be more fitting. A group of readers harassing for updates in such a snarky tone. But this also relates to Chu Kuang's recent silence, with no news of new releases. Unlike the past when he used to publish one novel after another diligently. In the end, it was all because Lin Yuan was busy aiming for 12 consecutive championships and had neglected Chu Kuang's account. Elsewhere, the comments section of Shadow's account. The style there is very similar to Chu Kuang's side. Shadow, look, your good brother has become a maestro now. Aren't you going to perform a 3 bros act together? Buffed, you beasts, Shadow is busy managing 5 accounts now. What else can he show? He's definitely busier than the old rascal Chu Kuang, though I like it. It's about time he got busy. My donkey at home wouldn't even dare to rest like he used to. Shadow, what's up? Want me to start 10 more comics for you? That's too much. Guys, there's a limit to jokes. Just start another 5. Buffed, you really are something. Shadow is already juggling 5, and if he keeps going, he'll be at 10. Shadow, do you really think I'm your family's donkey? Hey, if my donkey had these skills, I wouldn't just go for 10, I'd make it relevant. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. So now Shadow has become a donkey. And there indeed are 11 series behind Shadow. Chapter 911, 852, The Fire Pit. Jinmu had already discussed with Lin Yuan. Seeing the 6 comic artists from Tribe Comics on the verge of job-hopping to the Alliance, Shadow would truly be running an 11-man operation, although Shadow himself doesn't draw. At that moment, his sister yelled from downstairs, "Come down and have some fruit." Antarctica, who had been spacing out in Lin Yuan's room, suddenly perked up, opened the door himself, and zipped downstairs, vanishing in a flash. Lin Yuan followed downstairs as well. There was an assortment of fruits on the table. Lin Yuan tossed a washed apple to Antarctica and started to peel an orange himself. No sooner had he peeled the orange than his sister reached out her hand, still looking at her phone without lifting her head, and said, "Half for each of us." As Lin Yuan broke open the orange to hand it to his sister, he casually asked, "What are you watching?" "Comics." "Where?" "Tribe Comics." Lin Yuan quickly retracted his hand and finished the orange by himself. "Ha ha ha." His sister laughed. "Big Yao Yao, you have no idea what the relationship between brother and Shadow is. We should be supporting the Alliance and not provide Tribe Comics with any traffic." His sister was also aware of the comic industry affairs. His younger sister put down her phone, began peeling an orange herself, but complained, "I actually planned on switching to Alliance Comics. The artists at Tribe are all flaky. The 5 comics I was following all stopped updating at the same time, and it's infuriating." "Stopped updating?" his sister suddenly asked. "Are you following Wildsword's Storm Valley?" "Yes. I'm following it too. I don't know what's up with Wildsword lately. It's been almost a month without an update." Sister and sister united in their resentment. Lin Yuan. His sister also followed Tribe Comics. This sibling bond seemed a bit plastic. His younger sister didn't notice the expression on Lin Yuan's face and went on, "I also followed Tang Yi's Goddess Alliance and a few other comics by artists like Grassheart and Dragon King. They've all stopped updating recently. Feels like they coordinated or something. That's even worse than the authors under our banner." Indignantly, his sister said, "Silver Blue's contracted authors at least come up with an excuse like going on a research trip when they skip updates." Lin Yuan did not join in their conversation. Tucking a banana into his pocket and grabbing an apple, he headed upstairs. However, the chat between his sister and his younger sister did give Lin Yuan some insights. What with Tang Yi, Wildsword, Dragon King? Aren't these the comic artists that Han Jimei poached from Tribe? Back upstairs, Lin Yuan went online to check the update records of these artists. Indeed, the 6 artists planning to jump ship to the Alliance had all recently gone without updates. Lin Yuan didn't need to guess what those 6 were busy with. They must be rushing to work on the comics he had given them. They would surely need to start new series as soon as they joined the Alliance. It had to be said, the reader base of top comic artists was terrifyingly huge, and the impact of these 6 artists stopping updates at the same time was massive. Every major comics-related forum was discussing it, and readers were full of complaints. Why hasn't Bai Li's comic been updated lately? Bai Li is stopping updates too? I've been nurturing Grassheart's Edge of the Night for a month, and damn it, not a single new chapter. Wildsword 2. And Tang Yi. Even Brother Wolf, who is such a diligent artist, has stopped updating. Dragon King is even more diligent than Brother Wolf, usually updating 3 times a week, but suddenly he's gone off the radar. Netizens, upon reflection, were shocked. 6 top comic artists stopping updates at the same time. Could it be that they were all caught while out on a collective clandestine venture? The problem was, Tang Yi was a female artist. Surely she wasn't involved in the clandestine activities with 5 male artists? Something was not right. Countless comic fans were unsettled, worried that these 6 comics would be discontinued. Tribe Comics. The editors were also puzzled. What was going on? 6 top comic artists stopping updates at the same time? What were they busy with? Nowadays, it was normal for 1 or 2 top artists to stop updating, but 6 at the same time was odd, and the fact that they stopped updating simultaneously was even more suspicious. Did all 6 of them really jump ship to the Baojian? Soon, an editor reported the news to Ling Kong. Although Ling Kong had taken over the film and television department of Tribe, the formal handover was still some time away, and the new leader who would take over Tribe Comics hadn't been confirmed yet. He was still responsible for the operation of Tribe Comics. At this moment, Ling Kong, hearing the news, looked somewhat displeased. "Didn't you contact them to ask for a reason?" "We asked." Wildsword said he was feeling unwell and wasn't in the right state of mind lately. "What about the others?" "Their reasons are similar, like Tang Yi saying she's got her period." "What are they playing at? Can our current situation afford their shenanigans? After all, they are big names. No matter how big a name is, can they be bigger than Shadow? I don't indulge even Shadow, let alone them. Write if they want to write, if not, get lost." Ling Kong said angrily. The editors who had come to report had strange expressions on their faces. If those 6 really left, Tribe Comics would be finished. Given the current state of Tribe Comics, no one in the company is willing to take over Ling Kong's position. Yes, the people at Tribe Comics all knew about Ling Kong's job transfer. It was inevitable. Tribe Comics had already been messed up by Ling Kong. During his term, the performance turned into a pile of crap. How could the higher-ups possibly allow him to continue staying here? The main reason Ling Kong hadn't officially left Tribe Comics yet was because no one in the company qualified to take over wanted to deal with the mess that was Tribe Comics. Whoever took over Tribe Comics would have to face Shadow directly. The average person really couldn't handle it and would rather not take the position. Just then, Ling Kong's assistant burst in, stumbling and tumbling, pale-faced, drenched in sweat, and trembling as he shouted, "Mr. Ling, it's over, 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 over. Are you trying to scare me to death?" Ling Kong was furious. "You're the one who's finished. How unlucky can you get?" The assistant was almost in tears, his voice shaking. "Mr. Ling, it's really over. You—" Ling Kong swung his foot, intending to kick him. The assistant dodged, leaving Ling Kong to kick at nothing, while he himself stumbled, almost falling. He didn't care about that and hurriedly explained, "Tang, Yi, and Wildsword, those 6 comic artists, just announced they're defecting to the Alliance." Krosh. All the editors were dumbstruck. A backstab by 6 top comic artists? Ling Kong wanted to kick his assistant again, ready to pound him. But at that moment, he froze, his face turning as white as a sheet, his mouth twitching, and his expression contorted. Really? Really left? At that moment, Ling Kong wished he could slap himself hard. Such a jinx. Those were Tribe's top 6 comic artists. If they went to the Alliance, what the hell could Tribe Comics play anymore? The Alliance. He was so angry he wanted to spit blood. Meanwhile, in an office at Tribe, a senior executive at Tribe was patting a middle manager on the shoulder. "I've said so much, you should understand by now. The Alliance isn't that strong. They rely solely on Shadow. We at Tribe Comics still have so many excellent comic artists. Together, we can definitely stand against Shadow. Just make some achievements, and it's entirely possible for you to be among the top executives in the future. The company has high hopes for you, and I truly believe your place among Tribe's top executives is assured." What a big promise. The middle manager was so inspired that his previous hesitations gradually vanished. He felt a surge to make a big impact in the comics department, to show the entire company his capabilities, to really make a mark. Then, suddenly, an anguished cry came from outside. "Manager Zhang, 6 top comic artists from Tribe Comics have defected. They all joined the Alliance." What? The manager trembled, and the middle manager opposite him stepped back several paces, shaking his head like a tambourine. The hot-blooded thoughts from before vanished without a trace, replaced with endless fear and relief. That was close. Almost fell for it. "Manager Zhang, I have no grudges with you. You can't push me into the fire pit. Even if you demote me, I won't take over any comics department. To hell with saving the day. Whoever loves the comics department can have it. Anyone who steps into that pit is doomed. Why should I bear the consequences of Ling Kong's sins?" Chapter 912, 853. Even the production team's donkeys wouldn't dare work like this. Why isn't Ling Kong dead yet? Instant chaos erupted within the tribe. 6 major comic artists launching a stab in the back simultaneously. Such a sudden attack, let alone the tribe. The entire comic industry could hardly handle this thrill. This was another major earthquake in the comic industry following Teacher Shadow's legendary move. Damn, the Alliance is quite cool this time, digging right at the tribe's roots. How did they do it? Digging out 6 big names at once, especially Tang Yi. That girl secretly indicated in her comics that she was a loyal servant of the tribe. Loyal servant, my ass. She's clearly a traitor. Tang Yi. Little insider, aren't you jumping yet? 6 leading comic artists defecting together. What a spectacle. A traitor? This wave is pure rebels, classic counter-loyalty act, and it's 6 of them together. Ling Kong got fooled so hard. Great revenge. Back then, Ling Kong suddenly poached Yashinshin and Yashinshin. If it weren't for Shadow holding the fort, the Alliance would have been done for. Now the Alliance is striking back tooth for tooth, and even more ruthlessly than Ling Kong, digging out 6 major comic artists in one go. What grounds does the tribe have left to compete with the Alliance? They don't have a monster like Shadow to hold the fort. How much money did the Alliance throw down this time? The Alliance definitely made a heavy investment, but I must say, from now on, the comic world will be completely under the Alliance's rule. The comic world has changed. This day was bound to come, but no one expected it to come so swiftly. A centipede dies but never falls down. Tribe Comics is a big operation. Even if the Alliance induced a slow death, it wouldn't completely die off within a year or half a year. Unfortunately, this happened. And just as the comic world was shaking, the readers of these 7 top tribe comic artists, including Tang Yi, were not happy. Fists clenched. You 2 platforms can compete, but why involve us, the readers? The comics I've been following suddenly becoming unfinished. Who would be happy about that? The combined reader base of the 6 major comic artists is absolutely massive. Otherwise, their betrayal wouldn't have so severely wounded the tribe. In an instant, all comic-related forums exploded. Countless readers were hopping mad. Damn it, that's too much. I was wondering why Wild's Word hadn't updated for a month. Turns out he was planning to go to the Alliance. What about this comic then? Is it just unfinished like that? I was following Wild's Word, Grassheart, and Dragon King's works on the tribe, and these 3 ran off to the Alliance at the same time. Instant mental breakdown. Big deal, I was following 4. You all step aside. My pain surpasses all of you. I was following the comics of these 6. Now they all entered the palace to become top eunuchs. I was just catching up with these 6 works, and suddenly all were cut off. No comics to read. Uffed. All right, you're the most miserable. The palace positions are all filled up by them all at once. For a moment, the comment sections of the 6 major comic artists were filled with readers' discontent. Some extremely upset readers even cursed blatantly, unable to accept their ongoing storylines suddenly becoming unfinished. At this time, some readers noticed that these 6 comic artists had directly deleted their accounts on Tribe, which made sense. After stabbing the tribe in the back, it would be hard for these 6 to hang around there anymore, and the tribe wouldn't allow them to manage their fan bases on their platform. Straight after, all 6 got official blog certified accounts and simultaneously followed one person, Shadow. Among them, Tang even went to Shadow's blog to leave a comment. Teacher Shadow, we are here. Teacher Shadow, we are here? What does this mean? Anyone who wasn't a fool could quickly guess the meaning of this message. 6 leading comic artists switching from tribe to alliance. It must have something to do with Shadow. Crap, was it Shadow who poached them? So it turns out Shadow is the main culprit who caused these comic artists to abandon their series. Shadow, UB** starred. Instead of properly updating his own comics, he's troubling us readers. This is even worse than Old Rascal. Shadow, you should burst out 100 chapters of One Piece as an apology. Shadow should burst out another 100 chapters of Naruto. Unethical. The reader's anger was immediately directed at Shadow, demanding an explanation from him. Many of these readers were still fans of Shadow after all, since there aren't many comic fans who don't read Shadow's works. But even Shadow's fans were extremely upset at that moment. What the hell is this? Couldn't you wait for them to finish their current comics before poaching them? Alright, everyone knew that wasn't realistic. Because for a comic artist to serialize a comic, especially long series, it often takes several years. If Shadow really waited for these 6 to finish all their series, it might take till Kingdom Come, so everyone understood the Alliance's poaching action internally. But, understanding aside, everyone still felt dissatisfied. And just as this dissatisfaction was building up, someone noticed that there was activity on the Alliance comic website. The 6 newly switched comic artists simultaneously released new works, and they updated dozens of chapters at once. Brother Wolf, Death God, Dragon King Gundam, Bily Digital Monsters, Grassheart, Saint Seiya, Wield's Word, Fullmetal Alchemist. Chapter 913, 853. Even the production team's donkeys wouldn't dare to work like this _2. Tang Magical Girl Madoka. 6 comic artists switched companies at the same time, deactivated their accounts on Tribe, joined the Alliance, and released their new works all at the same time. Every step was clearly part of a prearranged plan. And just as the 6 of them released their new works, they also explained to their readers through their blogs, "We'll continue serializing the old comics as soon as we get the rights. We plan to work on both." The readers were stunned. On one hand, they were appeased by the public statement of the 6 artists. On the other, they were curious about the quality of the new works. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The temporarily quieted readers quickly clicked into the new works of the 6 artists, with those still dissatisfied murmuring in their hearts. If the new comics don't satisfy, they still need to make these guys stick to the old works. However, after the readers finished reading the new works of these 6 popular comic artists, their emotions surged. Suddenly, the comment section of Tang Yi's Magical Girl Madoka was flooded with numerous new messages, and a new trend emerged. Actually, I can understand. Tribe really wasn't working out. It's better coming to the Alliance. I'll support you here from now on. focus on the new comics. I don't insist on updates for the old comics. Just give us a conclusion in this lifetime. Following that, the comments section of Brother Wolf's Death God. I hate it when comic artists work on multiple series at once. After all, not everyone has Shadow's ability to handle several works simultaneously. Brother Wolf, if you really have the energy for this, just concentrate on this new work called Death God. No rush with updates on the old comics. I understand, Brother Wolf. Brother Wolf has had it tough. Death God isn't bad at all. Just focus on it. I can accept it if you abandon your previous comic. And then, the comments section of Grassheart's Saint Seiya. I think as a person, you shouldn't always cling to the past. A new place, a new start. Now that you've left Tribe for the Alliance, just settle down and draw your new work, Saint Seiya. Yes. By continuing to draw the old comics, you can't properly say goodbye to the past. Let's leave the past in our memories. Yet again, the comments section of Dragon King's Gundam. Let's not pretend anymore. I've seen the comment sections of the other comics. Readers are truly pretending. They just prefer new comics to old ones, so they change their hearts, right? I'm quite straightforward. I like new things over old ones, so stick to Gundam from now on. This comic is way more thrilling than your previous work. So we're not pretending anymore. What's there to pretend? If Dragon King's preoccupation with the old comic updates hampers this new one, I'd be really upset. Similarly, the comments section of By Lee's Digital Monsters. If Dragon King isn't pretending anymore, it would be hypocritical for us to continue doing so. Digital Monsters is way more interesting than By Lee's previous comics. I feel this work can replace the previous one. Agree. Does betrayal come with a power-up or something? I just read the new comics by Tang, E, and Grassheart, and they seem so much better than their previous works. Seems like switching isn't all bad, huh? Finally, the comments section of Wildsword's Fullmetal Alchemist. It's exploded. This opening is simply perfect. Wildsword, if you dare to update the old manga, I'll be furious. From now on, focus exclusively on this work called Fullmetal Alchemist. Haven't seen such an exciting manga in many years. Wildsword is quite skilled. The manga's great. It's just the author's way of being a person that's problematic. Those who know, know. The comments sections for the new works of the 6 comics suddenly changed direction. In the beginning, readers pretended for a bit, embarrassed to admit they preferred new over old, and had forgotten about their old love as soon as the new caught their eye. Later, they simply stopped pretending and laid their cards on the table. The new works of these 6 comic artists were all more appealing than their previous works, and their power to attract readers had completely surpassed those earlier creations. This in turn made the readers feel that there was no need to be fixated on the old comics anymore. Just cut it off. There's a joke online. If your phone breaks, what's the happiest thing that could happen to you? Is it someone fixing your old phone for you? No. If someone gifts you a new and better phone, you'll instantly become happy. The logic is the same. Of course, some readers still hold affection for these comic artists' old works, but who dares to guarantee how long this feeling will last, especially since the artists themselves claim that the old works will still be updated. This made everyone feel even more at ease. Tang Yi's new comic is truly fragrant. Bai Li's new comic is so exciting. It's like Grassheart suddenly became enlightened. His skill has dramatically improved. The protagonist of Saint Seiya and the setting of the 12 zodiac signs are just too cool. Plus, adding something like the Athena goddess, this King's Path comic doesn't feel inferior to One Piece and Naruto. Brother Wolf's Death God is also not at all inferior to One Piece and Naruto. That's because you haven't seen Gundam. The setting in Dragon King's comic is truly cool. It's been years since Blue Star had such a badass comic. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All 6 comics became hits. Normally, it's not feasible for comics to become popular too quickly, but these people had too many drafts saved up, releasing them all at once. The manga's tension peaked right from the start, which is why it instantly grabbed readers' attention. At that moment, discussions were everywhere. And when readers of the various comics came together and started discussing, everyone noticed this slightly strange situation. Chapter 914, 853_3. It's really strange. The 6 cartoonists who jumped from the tribe to the Alliance saw their new work level up simultaneously, completely surpassing their previous works in quality. What's going on here? If it were an isolated case, that would be one thing. But it's all 6 people progressing together. Did these 6 suddenly unblock their governor and conception vessels upon joining the alliance? It couldn't be that they were deliberately holding back in the tribe, only to show their true capabilities after moving to the alliance, could it? Isn't that shadow behavior? Tribe Comics. Initially, the editors at Tribe Comics were gritting their teeth and mocking. Due to website contracts, teacher shadow poaching 6 cartoonists meant that these artists' old works couldn't be updated for a long time, which would certainly have their readers hopping mad. Let's see how you handle this. If handled poorly, the reputation of teacher shadow, the 6 cartoonists, and even the alliance could be tarnished. Although this couldn't stop the rise of the alliance, it was still a way to irritate the competitors and give some small comfort to those on the tribe's side. But now, Tribe Comics suddenly felt something was amiss. Why did the readers suddenly stop blasting them? Upon closer examination, Tribe Comics was dumbfounded to find all 6 had prepared new works, each more brilliant than the last. Could it be that they were all just acting in the tribe? In the tribe, drawing comics was one level, but moving to the alliance, they suddenly leveled up? As teammates, they were all yes men, but on the opposite side, they came out swinging hard? Teacher Shadow had done the same before. In the tribe, he was working on niche themes like the Kendaichi case files. In the alliance, boy oh boy, Naruto, One Piece, Detective Conan all came into play. Let's be real here. After the Teacher Shadow incident, Ling Kong had learned his lesson and was already very polite in direct contacts with cartoonists, not wanting to antagonize other artists. Everyone makes mistakes. Who is faultless? If I err and then correct it, isn't that acceptable? And what's the result? This is how you treat me? I am the crown prince of the tribe. Am I not your true dragon? 6 top tier. Cartoonists moved to the alliance, and it seemed like their inner cosmos exploded in strength instantly. From any angle, this situation was ironic and laughable. No wonder the tribe was furious, and Ling Kong was nearly driven mad. However, this misunderstanding didn't last very long. Soon enough, someone noticed a familiar name in the list of new comic authors, which had just been updated in the alliance. For instance, the author section for Gundam read like this: Author, Shadow, Dragon King. Similarly, the author section for Death God followed the same format. Author, Shadow, Brother Wolf. In the author sequence for all 6 comics, Shadow was written first. What's going on here? Those quick to react realized the crux of the issue. Those slower to react also understood the key point, but their hearts were somewhat reluctant to believe, until each of the 6 cartoonists individually confirmed it with posts. Thanks to Teacher Shadow for providing the plot and storyboards. Just joined the Alliance family. Looking forward to a pleasant collaboration. Boom. There was no doubt now. The comic industry was just recovering from one upheaval when another even more intense burst erupted, turning everything upside down. My God, is he even human? Shadow is truly a god. We used to joke that Shadow could handle 10 or even 11 series at once, and it turns out he actually did, making a production team's donkey shy away from such work. Kneeling before the Shadow God. Is this the legendary coordinated advance and retreat of the 3 brothers, Xianyu taking 12 consecutive victories, and Shadow just playing a hand with 11 simultaneous comic series? No wonder their skills suddenly improved so much. It turns out it's because of the man behind them, Shadow. No wonder they switched sides. Even big-name cartoonists couldn't hold back from collaborating with such a monster like Shadow. An unprecedented comic creation across 11 series. For the comic industry, this was no less sensational than Xianyu successfully securing 12 consecutive victories in the music industry. Chapter 915, 854 Teachers Halo Upgrade. Xianyu's unprecedented 12th successive victory across 5 continents had not yet faded when Shadow's 11th comic release quickly became the next hot topic. The industry was shocked. The media was shocked. Netizens were shocked. The topic spread from major manga forums in Qin, Chi, Chu, Yan, and Han across the 5 continents to tribe and blogs, and even to different social media platforms online. The conversations centered around Shadow and his 6 new comics. Countless discussions, reports, and analyses emerged one after another. As the repercussions of this earthquake in the manga circle radiated out, Their subsequent impact exploded with the force of lightning that leaves no time to cover one's ears. Tribe. Readers began to defect en masse. My favorite manga artists have all moved to the League. There's nothing left in Tribe Comics that's worth my attachment. I'm going over to follow the comics there. The quality of the comics in the League is now better than that of Tribe, so of course, I choose the League. I particularly love Shadow's new manga Death God. For this manga, I've decided to switch to the League. I used to read from both sides, following 3 comics in Tribe and 3 in the League, but now there's only 1 comic left worth following in Tribe. From now on, I think I'll mainly choose the League to read comics. I'm going to the League for Gundam. The comics in the League are so exciting, especially Saint Seiya. Shadow is responsible for all my joy, so who cares about Tribe Comics? Brothers, charge. Let's move to the League. The hottest and most popular comics are all in the League. It's only natural for readers to choose like this. Almost on the very same day, Tribe Comics traffic plummeted to an all-time low. Even when Tribe Comics was newly established, the traffic had never been this low, highlighting just how exaggerated this impact was. As one declined, the other rose. The loss of traffic from Tribe Comics led directly to a surge in traffic for the League. Within just a few days' time, the number of user registrations in the League continued to grow. Especially on December 12th, the League's traffic actually surpassed Tribe Comics' peak period. The manga world had truly changed. The entire industry was restless. Manga artists from Tribe began to panic as they could see the subscription details of their comics through the back end. And in the past few days, subscription counts for all Tribe Comics artists were plummeting. What did this mean? This meant that countless Tribe Comics readers had defected, all of them running to the League for comics. Who could blame them when the League had Shadow's sensational new release, and each comic was so brilliant? Why the hell am I still drawing? The readers have all run away. The League already had the Shadow core to attract traffic, and now with 6 top comics artists joining them, their ability to draw traffic is simply unmatched. Unless Tribe Comics can come up with someone on Shadow's level in the future, it will be very hard to get these readers to come back to Tribe Comics for updates. We need to plan ahead. Shadow God is really too damn freakish. It wasn't enough for him to carry a single website on his shoulders. He's looking to support the entire manga industry by himself. My own comic is just at its concluding stage. After I finish, I'll immediately jump ship to the League to start a new work. There aren't many readers left in Tribe. I'm planning to cut off my current comic and go start a new one in the League. I regret it so much. The editors from the League wanted to poach me before, offering really good terms, but I didn't accept because they were a new platform. Now the tables have turned, and I have to find that editor who wanted to recruit me, to beg him to let me join. Damn, me too. If I had gone to the League earlier, my treatment would certainly have been good. But going there now, I guess the conditions will be quite ordinary. The League had previously tried to poach people from Tribe. Unfortunately, very few manga artists from Tribe were willing to go. But the times have changed now. Manga artists from Tribe were rushing head over heels to defect to the League. While they initially would have been welcomed with open arms and carried over with great respect, now they had to brazenly push their way over. It was both awkward and helpless. It was quite a tragic situation. But some were even worse off. Like those manga artists who jumped ship from the League to Tribe. They were now extremely uncomfortable, fearfully huddling together to discuss their options. I betrayed the League before. Would they still want me? I must be on the League's blacklist by now. Damn it. I was poached to Tribe just less than 2 months ago. How could Tribe be flattened by the League like this? That's nothing. Burning Star has it much worse than you. Burning Star teacher seemed to have just been poached by Tribe from the League last week, right? I heard he even had a fight with his editor at the League over the matter. Now he's arrived in Tribe, and before he could even start a new work, he encountered this. It's simply brutal. Joining Tribe on the eve of Shadow leading the League to unify the manga world? Okay, actually we're not the most unfortunate ones. Even Burning Star isn't the worst off. The most unfortunate ones are those guys. Who were those guys? Everybody knew in their hearts. They were none other than Tianmin, Yashinshin, and Hidajuan. Hidajuan had a major fallout with Shadow earlier over the title #1 in competitive manga. With Shadow's position in the League and even the entire industry now, Yuan could never possibly develop his career in the league. As for Tianmin and Yushinshin, these two were even more dramatic than Yuan. Initially, both of them had agreed to join the league. But when the league launched, they both backstabbed it, almost causing the league to fail to gain momentum. It was all thanks to Shadow that he helped the league to pull through. Chapter 916, 854 Teachers Halo Upgrade _2. The manga world was undergoing a transformation. Probably the most hated manga artists in the entire league were these two. I'm retiring, all right. Can't I even retire? Yuan's mentality shattered, utterly desperate. How had he ended up in conflict with Shadow, the earest child of the manga world? Are we considered the ministers of a fallen country? Tianmin looked at Yushinshin with a chill in his heart. Yushinshin sighed. This wave might see half of the tribe's manga artists gone. The tribe was already struggling. With half more manga artists jumping ship to the league, it was adding insult to injury. It might only be a matter of time before the last straw broke the camel's back. If they hadn't chosen to backstab back then, the league would probably be treating them like VIPs now. Doesn't Ling Kong have any remedial measures? There's no remedy. The trend has shifted. Yushinshin's words proved prophetic. The tribe's comics were past saving. Of course, Ling Kong tried to remedy the situation, but how could such a gaping hole be patched? Unless he transformed into Shadow, replicating the other's legendary works. Yet such legends could not be replicated. The tribe would definitely not be over. But the tribe's comics department was thoroughly doomed. What made Ling Kong even more desperate was that more than one editor had submitted their resignation to him. The league, the editorial department, the contacts of all the editors were bustling, creating an atmosphere of excitement and enthusiasm throughout the editorial department. Our league is really attractive now. So many mid-level artists from the tribe have contacted me wanting to start new works. Same here. Ha 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 ha. Dog God wants to join the league now. Dog God wants to come too. A goat just like Tang E and others. And now he wants to start a new manga in our league. I heard that Chi-Chi also wants to come over. Wasn't Chi-Chi the one who previously rejected our invitation? I remember the chief editor personally went to discuss collaboration, and Chi-Chi claimed to be a loyal servant of the tribe with no interest in the league. The editors were bursting with laughter. What loyal servant or not? Today, those contacting the league to surrender, which of them weren't loyal servants of the tribe? That feeling was just too exhilarating. To describe it with a classic online saying, yesterday you ignored me, today I am out of your league. Shadow Studio. Lin Yuan looked at the online reports and smiled. He was already aware of the recent circumstances between the tribe's comics and the league. Lin Yuan knew. Perhaps his rivalry with the tribe hadn't ended, but the tribe's comics department was thoroughly ruined this time. All his efforts hadn't been in vain. The mangas he had released were dominant hegemonic works on Earth. These mangas belonged to different periods. Releasing hegemonic works from different periods simultaneously was bound to cause terror. Boss, have some tea. Jin Mu poured a cup of tea for Lin Yuan. Next to Jin Mu, all of Lin Yuan's manga disciples were present. Each of them looked at Lin Yuan with eyes full of admiration. Previously, everyone thought 5 simultaneous releases were the limit for the teacher, but who could have imagined that the teacher could achieve an unprecedented 11 simultaneous releases? Although the teacher was getting lazier and lazier, providing his disciples with storyboard and story ideas at the level of stick figures, sometimes even too lazy to draw stick figures and just throwing over a rough outline. This did not affect Lin Yuan's status in their hearts at all. 11 simultaneous releases. Had Lin Yuan still been meticulous in providing standard storyboards and plots at this juncture, it would have been truly horrifying. In fact, Lin Yuan had his reasons for doing so. It was mainly because, as mangaka reached a certain level, their insight and understanding improved, and they gradually became proficient with their respective mangas. Even if Lin Yuan didn't provide them with plots, they could roughly carry on. This was quite normal. For a manga like Grim Reaper Elementary Student, once it was on the right track, did it really need Lin Yuan to keep watching it? Not at all. For the continuously solving cases type plot, finding some decent manga scriptwriters could do the job, and Lin Yuan just providing the outline and main plot was completely enough, letting them fill in the specific details on their own. Heaven knows if the still ongoing Detective Conan on Earth was still drawn by the original author. Not just Detective Conan. Many manga productions also made the decision to let the production team create some original parts of the storyline because the authors themselves updated too slowly, with varied results. Lin Yuan was watching over it personally, so the quality was always assured. This was the confidence behind Lin Yuan's dare to open 11. If he hadn't done this, Lin Yuan would have been exhausted to death. Regarding this point, the readers also roughly understood the situation. But this was the norm. As long as the plot was good, readers didn't mind. He took a sip of tea. Jin Mu handed Lin Yuan a list. This was the list of upper-level manga artists who had recently switched to our alliance. Lin Yuan even saw several big-name manga artists in it, not inferior to people like Tang Yi. Some came on their own, others were invited by Han Jimei. Big-name manga artists could thrive anywhere, and it wasn't exaggerated to the point where they wouldn't be able to make a living if they didn't join the alliance. But the alliance was definitely their best option. These people cared about their face. With Han Jimei's slight politeness, the big-name manga artists conveniently agreed as well. It was like the change of ancient dynasties. Except for some true loyalists, the vast majority of people would naturally switch allegiance to the new dynasty. Below the list, Lin Yuan saw some true loyalists of the tribe. This group hadn't joined the alliance due to the changes in the manga circle, but had remained with the tribe instead. The reason these people didn't come is simple. Noticing Lin Yuan looking at the tribe's loyalist authors list, Jin Mu explained with a smile. Because they are not mainstream manga artists, their work styles are unique. Even if they stay in the tribe, readers will support them. After all, some readers view manga on more than one site. For them, it's just a matter of switching apps on their phone. Lin Yuan nodded. Those who remained in the tribe had more unique styles, generally leaning towards light and everyday drawing styles. The alliance's manga, because of Lin Yuan's influence, was mainly fighting-type mainstream manga, barely having high-quality, everyday-type manga. For these people, whether to switch or not didn't make much difference. It seemed that he needed to consider these types of light, everyday, humorous manga in the future. The website's array of art styles couldn't be too monotonous. Tribe Comics is just lingering on its last breath. Luo Wei sneered. The future is the manga realm's new dynasty. They'll just gradually become a small workshop. Luo Wei was not targeting the manga artists, but the tribe. Shadow was Luo Wei's most respected master, and since Tribe Comics had once disrespectfully ousted the master, she naturally had no sympathy or goodwill for Tribe Comics. Lin Yuan nodded, about to speak, when suddenly a voice rang in his mind. Ding dong. The system appeared. Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of 1 million in drawing type prestige value. Upgrade reward. Teacher's Halo upgraded to LV3. The teacher's Halo upgraded? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He needed to check the prestige value of various arts later. The prestige value increased too slowly. He didn't know how many readers his manga had, and yet the prestige value had just reached 1 million. He also didn't know how the system's calculation formula worked. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yuan heard Jin Mu speaking. The new year is coming. Everyone has done a great job this year. Our studio's year-end bonus will surpass previous ones. Lin Yuan smiled. Financial matters were basically handled by Jin Mu, and Jin Mu always managed to satisfy everyone. However, just then, Luo Wei suddenly coughed and said, "Can I not take the year-end bonus?" Jin Mu asked why. Luo Wei looked at Lin Yuan. "I want to study painting again with the teacher. Zhao Continent is about to join the merger, and my family hopes I can make a name in the traditional painting world. Of course, I will still take good care of my manga." This. Jin Mu looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. "Issue the year-end bonus as usual. Additionally, everyone before the end of the year can ease up on the manga updates. I'll arrange some training time for everyone." The teacher's Halo upgraded. It was a perfect time to test its effects. Chapter 917, 855, Goat Platinum. Lin Yuan hadn't given his disciples a lesson in a long time. Not just the disciples studying manga, but also those learning composition from him. Because Lin Yuan had realized, after the disciples reached a certain level of learning from him, it became extremely difficult for them to improve further. This indicated that the teacher's halo effect had reached its limit. However, today the teacher's halo unexpectedly upgraded again. Does this also mean that the disciples have a certain space for improvement after learning from him? If that's the case, it would be wonderful, because this means that Lin Yuan's work will be much easier in the future. If the disciples are impressive enough, they can save him a lot of worries, like Luo Wei, the most talented disciple, who can do a great job with her comics just by following rough outlines given by him. I'll go first. Don't fight me for it. Teacher hasn't trained me in a long time. The water here is too deep for you to grasp. Let your brother handle it for you. Shut up. It has to be me first. The disciples clamored, vying to be the first to receive training from Lin Yuan. Everyone initially joined Shadow Studio as apprentices and assistants, and it was Lin Yuan's lesson-by-lesson instruction that brought them to their current level, so they were all very clear about what learning from the teacher meant. Quite different from those painting coaching classes outside that bluster and bluff. When the teacher teaches them, they really learn something, even making their skills leap forward. Who wouldn't yearn for such an opportunity? Although everyone had been learning from the teacher for a long time, they could all distinctly feel that the effect of improvement was getting smaller and smaller, but it was still an improvement after all. This is normal. From 1 to 60, improvement is definitely fast. From 60 to 80, the effect decreases. From 80 to 100, every single point of improvement becomes very difficult. Let's start with Luo Wei. Lin Yuan decided to give the lesson to Luo Wei first. Luo Wei nodded excitedly, shooing the others away. Get in line. The others left reluctantly, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. It would be their turn later. Entering the office, Lin Yuan began teaching Luo Wei how to draw. Lin Yuan's method of teaching drawing was quite simple. He had Luo Wei draw first while he watched from the side. After Luo Wei finished drawing, he would demonstrate and point out where Luo Wei's drawing process was lacking. That was how he had taught before, and he was still teaching that way now. Except, different from before, this time Luo Wei's ability to absorb seemed to have improved a lot. Some things that used to take Lin Yuan an hour or two to explain to Luo Wei, now he could make her understand in about half an hour. Teacher's halo. It really did upgrade. Lin Yuan became happy. It seems he could make use of the teacher's halo effect once more and teach his disciples to be even more skillful. Lin Yuan was happy, but Luo Wei was excited, ecstatic. The teacher's drawing guidance seemed more effective than before. Many of the things that she used to take a long time to understand. Today the teacher just briefly pointed them out, and she would get it. What a marvelous feeling. This experience of truly feeling oneself improve is more delightful than any joy. Luo Wei was completely immersed in it. When Lin Yuan finished the lesson, she didn't even realize that 3 hours had passed. Teacher, Lin Yuan looked at Luo Wei with a smile, probably understanding her emotions at the moment. But what he didn't expect was that Luo Wei didn't thank him or express any gratitude or emotion, but instead blurted out 5 words. I need to use the restroom. Lost in her study for 3 hours, Luo Wei had completely forgotten her physiological needs, and only after the lesson did she realize her bladder was about to burst. Lin Yuan. Luo Wei rushed to the restroom. The lesson was too good. Learning from you is more useful than 10 years of studying. Lin Yuan felt somewhat comforted. A sense of achievement comes with feeling progress after attending a class, and a similar sense of achievement is felt by the teacher when seeing their disciples improve. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan mostly did nothing else but teach and train the disciples in the studio. Very soon, everyone experienced what Luo Wei felt. The teacher's lessons are getting better and better. I feel like my skills have improved again. Before, when the teacher didn't give me stick figures, I couldn't draw well. Now, even without stick figures, I can grasp the essence of the comics just by using the outlines. This feeling is much better than the thrill I had last night. I feel invincible, as if no one in the world can draw comics better than me, except for the teacher. On the side, Jin Mu shook his head upon hearing this. The bunch from Shadow Studio seemed to be getting more and more inflated, always bragging about being the best in the world. Are all comic artists this Chinibyu? What a relief. Once the apprentices are trained, the master won't starve. With the launch of the 11th comic, Lin Yuan had quite a few things to worry about. Now that everyone's skills have improved again, Lin Yuan really has a lot less to worry about. Just give them a rough outline, and they can complete the comics on their own. There are several levels of skill among manga artists. The first tier includes top-tier manga artists like Tang Yi, who are truly top of the line. Luo Wei used to be in this tier as well. The second tier is the level of Lin Yuan's other manga apprentices. These people are close to the top tier, but haven't had a major breakthrough. They are slightly inferior to Luo Wei, but with a good story, their performance might not be worse than the first tier, so they're considered quasi-top tier. The third tier is comprised of mid-tier manga artists, who form the backbone of the websites. The fourth tier belongs to those who can barely make a living full-time, but are quite ordinary within the industry. The fifth tier is primarily made up of part-timers. Now, all of Lin Yuan's apprentices have been elevated to the first tier, completely on par with Tang Yi and the like. And Luo Wei, Lin Yuan's chief drawing apprentice, has now surpassed the likes of Tang Yi. Shadow Studio is filled with goats and diamonds. The concept of goat and diamond seems quite interesting. Maybe the alliance could play along with these standards. After this thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind, he immediately shared it with Jin Mu. Jin Mu found it amusing. It seems like it could be used as a standard for contracts. Goat-level manga artists can have a higher grade contract than average artists, and when it comes to diamond level, they can directly negotiate terms with the website. We could craft a unique contract for them based on their individual circumstances. Lin Yuan nodded. He just suggested it, and after that, he didn't concern himself with it any further. But Jin Mu was quite interested in this idea and quickly worked out a plan with Han Jimei. Soon enough, the alliance officially introduced the concept of goat and diamond, offering different contracts to different manga artists. Of course, the diamond contract was the most formidable. Shadow Studio, Lin Yuan's 5 manga apprentices, all got the diamond contract. They had reached that level. Besides, people like Tang Yi were also diamonds. The alliance's initial batch of diamond manga artists totaled 20. Following them were the goat manga artists. There were more goats than diamonds, with the alliance granting 30 spots. This development hugely motivated the manga artists. It's unknown how many mid-tier artists started yearning for the status of goat or even diamond. Those who received diamond and goat status found it very beneficial. A title like goat was just an empty name. Now the website gave it an actual designation, so how could they not like it? To the rest of the industry, however, this plan took on a different flavor. Is the alliance creating its own hierarchy within the manga world? Only a monopolistic website has the authority to dictate such a hierarchy, otherwise it's just a joke. And the alliance has that authority. This made even more manga artists yearn to join the alliance. Who wouldn't want to become a goat overnight, or even a diamond-level manga artist? Other manga websites could do the same, but it just wouldn't feel the same. The prestige level is different. Now, the alliance almost entirely represents the entire manga industry. It feels like if you don't prove yourself with your work on the alliance, you just can't call yourself a goat. It's worth mentioning that Shadow didn't seek any special treatment and also signed a diamond contract. Han Jimei actually wanted to create a separate level just for Lin Yuan, like diamond or king or something. Lin Yuan declined. Jin Mu also thought it was unnecessary. Aside from sounding a bit too adolescent, it would only leave the diamond artists feeling regretful. After all, the standard for Shadow was too high, a target they could never achieve in their lifetimes. Something unattainable isn't even worth designing. It would only increase a sense of hopelessness. Being a diamond is quite good enough, Lin Yuan said. Jin Mu had his own rationale. When diamond artists see that even the mighty Shadow is at their level, it boosts their pride substantially. It also makes the other goat artists yearn to become diamonds even more, because reaching that level means having the same rating as you. Speaking of which, Jin Mu shook his head. The only pity is that your identity as Shadow can't be revealed to attend the annual meeting. This year, the Alliance monopolized the industry. The Alliance planned to hold an annual meeting. Diamonds and goats were sure to be invited, and top-performing mid-tier authors would also attend. It was the Alliance's way of declaring their dominance. For instance, the annual meeting of China Literature on Earth, where stocks soar as soon as it opens. Capitalists value this sort of thing highly. Starlight had decided to place some high-profile stars at the Alliance's annual meeting to boost the site's prestige. The comic issues were put to rest. The new year grew ever closer. That day, the music festival finally stirred. The new king of singing, the new queen of singing, the new maestro, all would be born here. Chapter 918, 856 all-rounder. The music festival is scheduled to take place on the 25th of this year's end, and the Literature and Art Association does not want to drag it until next year. Mr. Lin's invitation for the festival has already been sent out, and the nominations for various awards will be announced today at 11 o'clock. Starlight Entertainment. Lin Yuan's office. Gudong was reporting the situation. Lin Yuan nodded, feeling quite anticipatory within. He had won 12 consecutive championships this year, and since the music festival essentially served as the annual report for the music industry, it was likely that he would be a nominee for most of the popular awards. The more specific results would depend on the tastes of the music festival judges. The waters here were deep. Just like how a movie's box office success does not solely determine its awards, the music festival's prizes were not decided merely by seasonal rankings. Otherwise, there would be no need for the music festival at all. Everybody could merely take their seat according to the seasonal rankings. Meanwhile, as Lin Yuan received his invitation, eyes from both inside and outside the industry were on him. The music festival was Blue Star's most influential music event. It was tied to the dreams of countless musicians. At this moment, all eyes in the music circle were locked onto the official account of the music festival. Midday, 11 o'clock. An entertainment media company. The chief editor sat in front of the computer, constantly refreshing the web page, waiting for the announcement of the music festival's major award nominations. The editors below were abuzz with discussion. Who do you think will be nominated this year? Xianyu is definitely going to have quite a few nominations. Lu Xingsong might also be nominated. That means Matsushima Rain and Ito Makoto could also have a chance. Even though they lost in the seasonal rankings, the distribution of music festival awards is not certain, as the rankings don't represent everything. My article is already prepared in advance. The magazine definitely needs to seize the news first. Whoever writes faster will gain the traffic. Just then, the chief editor's voice was somewhat tense. It's announced. Everyone immediately became serious, and their gazes turned towards the computer screen. Music Festival Best Lyricist nominees. Ai Hongwu Lost Paradise. Zhou Jiaming Fight for a Better Tomorrow. Yao Wang Not Worthy. Xianyu Blue and White Porcelain. Music Festival Best Pop Composer nominees. Mike Snow, Wulong Wound. Xianyu Blue and White Porcelain. Xianyu Nocturne. Music Festival Most Popular Male Singer nominees. Sun Yaohua Blue and White Porcelain. Lu Tong Hollow, Shun Mao. Eyeing the Southeast Wind. Xianyu Nocturne. Music Festival Best Arrangement nominees. Xianyu The Seventh Chapter of Night. Song Ming, Turn and Go Straight. Neo Baoli Universe, Tunin. Fog. After seeing only a few of the nominee lists, the editors were taken aback. Xianyu, Xianyu, Xianyu. The frequency of this name's appearance was, dare we say, too high. Was this the power of 12 consecutive championships? There's more. With an editor's exclamation, they continued to read, and, sure enough, saw a bunch of nominations for Xianyu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The more they counted, the more shocked they were, and in the end, they were utterly dumbfounded. 11, 12, 13. Xianyu had actually been nominated in 13 different awards. Damn, this was the music festival organized by all 5 continents combined. With so many top musicians across the continents, being able to enter the nominations in 13 categories with one's own strength. Could a person even achieve that? On what grounds? On the grounds of winning 12 consecutive championships? Even with Xianyu's 12 consecutive championships, it would not normally be possible to be nominated for 13 awards. The editors discussed feverishly. The chief editor's eyes were glued to the computer screen, analyzing each award in turn, and then he suddenly slapped his thigh. I get it. Get what? The Literature and Art Association is intentionally boosting Xianyu? No. Take a close look at these nominated categories. Did you see? Sugar. This song was nominated for Best Music Video. Do you think that has anything to do with composing? And Blue and White Porcelain was nominated for Best Lyrics. Under normal circumstances, the lyricist, composer, and even the singer are not the same person. It's just Xianyu, the oddball, whose songs are all self-written, self-composed, and sometimes even self-sung. So in the end, all the awards go to him. It's also because he sometimes sings his own songs that he was nominated for Male Singer of the Year. As for Best Arrangement, Xian Yu was nominated too, but the nominated song is the seventh chapter of Night. Not every maestro understands arranging, but Xian Yu does, and he understands it very well. The editor-in-chief observed closely. With such an explanation, everyone gradually came back to their senses. Holy, it's true. Why does everyone find Xian Yu's numerous nominations somewhat unscientific? Because not all of his nominated categories are related to a maestro's role. Lyric writing, arranging, singing, even music videos. Where on earth are these awards a maestro could win? Obviously, these categories are all intended for lyricists, arrangers, singers, and other musicians. That's the crux of the matter. Although Xian Yu is a maestro, he is too versatile, proficient in lyric writing, composing, arranging, and singing. Just take a look at the examples to see the pattern. Could the music festival not nominate Blue and White Porcelain for Best Lyrics? Could the music festival not nominate the seventh chapter of Night for Best Arrangement? It's not about whether the nominee is Xian Yu or not. It's that these works themselves have reached that standard. Not to mention, there are some special cases. For instance, there is an award at the music festival called Best Official Promotional Song. This award, Qin Continent Welcomes You, was a sure nominee. Was there any suspense in that? The official promotional song of Blolympics this year. Not giving the award would be like not giving face to Blolympics, right? Then there's the Best Anime Soundtrack Award. Until the End of the World was easily nominated. If the music from Slam Dunk was missing from this year's animation soundtrack categories, that would be weird, wouldn't it? Not to mention, Xian Yu has a nailed-on Maestro Award. This has led to Xian Yu's unprecedented nominations for 13 major awards. Yes, unprecedented. Although the music festival has many awards, one person being nominated for 13 major awards at once had never happened before. Now there was a big commotion. The reaction of this magazine was just the tip of the iceberg amid the huge sensation. When the music festival announced the list of nominees this time, the entire industry was stunned. My God, Xian Yu was nominated for 13 major awards at once. Am I seeing this right? This is the music festival we're talking about, not some third-rate awards for any Tom, Dick, or Harry. This has never happened before. The previous record was held by a top maestro from Zhong Continent who was nominated for 8 categories, and Xian Yu just topped that maestro by 4 additional nominations. Even a 12-time champion can't be this crazy. The main thing is that Xian Yu is so spectacularly unusual. He's clearly a maestro but insists on competing for awards reserved for singers, lyricists, and arrangers. At the same time, tribe bloggers and netizens on major online platforms were also collectively shocked. The music festival is an annual event, and anyone with a bit of common sense knows what it means to be nominated for 13 rewards. Well played, 13 major awards at the music festival. Is this what a world of the powerful looks like? The terror of a 12-time champion. I only knew Xian Yu as the recipient of the 12-time champion, and that he would definitely be the main star of this music festival. But I never imagined he would straight up be nominated for 13 major awards, not even sparing the categories of singing, lyric writing, and arranging. This guy is truly an all-rounder. I surrender. Fish Papa is a real multifaceted warrior. Give some awards to other musicians, pretty please. Can't even find a weak spot anymore. Other songwriters collaborate with various creators, yet he handles all the tasks alone, and if he's in a rush, he simply sings himself, and happens to sing even better than many kings of singing. Before, there had also been discussions about Xian Yu's all-around musical capabilities, but because his maestro halo was too dazzling, it overshadowed Lin Yuan's achievements in other aspects. And today, the music festival made everyone in the lands of Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han realize just how versatile Xian Yu was in music. All-rounder, multifaceted warrior. This description is damn fitting. Chapter 919, 857, Tear It All Down. Lin Yuan found that since November, when he challenged Maestro, there had been a constant stream of people congratulating him. Just like now. No sooner had the music festival's nominations been announced than he was overwhelmed by countless congratulations. Got used to it. Singers from the Yu dynasty also sent congratulatory messages, of course. While congratulating Lin Yuan, Jiang Kuei didn't forget to remind him, "Teacher Admirable Fish, you promised to accompany me on the red carpet." It seemed there was such a matter. Lin Yuan was quite serene about being nominated for 13 categories. Because Lin Yuan understood, nominations are one thing, winning is another. The real value still lies in the actual trophy corresponding to the nomination. Lin Yuan vaguely remembered that The Shawshank Redemption had once earned 7 Oscar nominations. The crew went to the event with high hopes and came back empty-handed. He certainly wouldn't end up like that, but it was hard to say how many awards he'd actually win in the end. Better to keep a low profile. They say being low profile helps accumulate good karma. For the next few days, Lin Yuan blatantly skived off work and didn't show his face at the company at all. Low profile. It wasn't just for the sake of being low profile, though. Mainly because the new year was coming and Lin Yuan wanted to slack off a bit. After all, he had gotten almost everything he was due for the year. Wasn't rewarding himself with a few days of rest reasonable? While Lin Yuan was resting, Sun Yaohua suddenly got in touch with him. "Junior, are you free today? I've just built a 5-star hotel, which is basically finished with the renovations. All the paperwork is also done, and it might open by the end of January. So I'd like to invite you to give some feedback. There's a suite that I'm not planning to put up for guests. You can come over to rest whenever." Sure. Lin Yuan remembered Sun Yaohua mentioning wanting to open a hotel before, but he hadn't realized it was almost complete at the time he brought it up. Half an hour later, sitting in Sun Yaohua's car, Lin Yuan headed to his new hotel. The hotel was about 6 kilometers from Lin Yuan's place, and they arrived after a short drive. A man greeted them at the door. "Director's son." Lin Yuan found it quite amazing. Senior Yaohua had become director's son? The man quickly noticed Lin Yuan too, and his face immediately lit up with excitement. But he quickly suppressed any unprofessionalism and showed enough professionalism. "Teacher Admirable Fish, hello. I'm Wang Yu, the hotel manager appointed by director's son, but you can just call me Little Wang." Lin Yuan's face was one that basically no one failed to recognize. Lin Yuan nodded and politely said, "Hello, Manager Wang." After the greeting, Lin Yuan looked up at the hotel name and couldn't help but read it out loud. "Yu Dynasty?" Sun Yaohua laughed. "I originally wanted to call it Yuanhua Hotel. After all, that's what our gaming company is called. But later I thought that having fire in the hotel's name didn't sound very auspicious, so I simply used our Yu Dynasty as the hotel name." Wang Yu had a strange look on his face. Before, Director Sun had actually considered renaming the hotel Lin Yuan Hotel, but in the end, a bunch of people advised against it, and they finally settled on the current name. "Good name," Lin Yuan said with a smile. Sun Yaohua said, "Manager Wang, show us around." "Sure, this way please." Wang Yu led Lin Yuan and Sun Yaohua into the hotel. The hotel covered a vast area, the exact size of which Lin Yuan had no concept of. Upon entering, a sense of extravagant modernity hit them. The decor was of a similar standard to the Wisdom Clubhouse where maestros hung out for free. Wang Yu started to introduce the hotel's features to Lin Yuan. Sun Yaohua added, "The elevator goes down 2 floors and directly connects to a food street. Half the restaurants along the way are mine." As they toured, half an hour passed. After visiting several luxurious suites, Sun Yaohua finally led Lin Yuan into one of the rooms. There are 8 luxury suites of equal size in the entire hotel. This one is the best, with a lakeside view from the floor-to-ceiling windows that's the finest in Qin continent. I was planning to keep it for Junior. "No need." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "I definitely stay at home when I'm in Sioux City. Just open it up to the public as usual." "Is that so?" Sun Yaohua nodded. "Then I'll try to keep this suite available. We from the Yu Dynasty can also have gatherings here. I'll have musical instruments ready. It should be quite fun to hang out here." Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. He could sense that Sun Yaohua was always looking out for the Yu Dynasty and had a very strong sense of belonging to it. In fact, he felt a similar sense of belonging. Looking up at the wall, Lin Yuan spoke softly. "These paintings. If Junior likes them, he can take them." "No need. Junior doesn't like them?" It was really the right call to have Junior come over and take a look. Before, I never realized it, but now that Junior mentioned it, I also think these paintings are not up to standard. I'm going to take them all down later." Sun Yaohua agreed wholeheartedly. Wang Yu, who was standing nearby, twitched at the corner of his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately held it in, with a very odd expression on his face. Take them down. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, and said, that's fine. These paintings are on the same level as Luo Wei. Since Senior Yaohua is planning to take them down, then when I get back, I'll have Shadow create some good paintings to hang in Senior Yaohua's hotel. After all, it was because of my evaluation that Senior Yaohua is taking down these paintings. Anyway, Shadow's skills are definitely better than the level of these current paintings. Lin Yuan was still very supportive of Senior Yaohua's business ventures. After touring the hotel and having a meal with Sun Yaohua, Lin Yuan went home. After Lin Yuan left, Sun Yaohua returned to the hotel and started taking down the paintings. Manager Wang Yu was completely bewildered. Director Sun, what are you doing? Taking down the paintings. Sun Yaohua said matter-of-factly. What are you standing there stunned for? Help me out. Let's take down all the paintings in several suites. They're just an eyesore. But Wang Yu was almost in tears. You're really going to take them down? You know that just any one of these paintings in the suites cost us hundreds of thousands to buy. That's exactly why Wang Yu had felt so distressed earlier. While Teacher Admirable Fish was there, Wang Yu didn't dare to speak out. He did have some emotional intelligence. In truth, each of the paintings in these suites had cost hundreds of thousands to purchase. Wang Yu had gone to great lengths to have several famous painters from Zhao continent create them. And relationships had to be specially sought to acquire these genuine artworks. Did Teacher Admirable Fish understand the value of these paintings? How could Director Sun decide to take them down just because Teacher Admirable Fish didn't like them? Small change. Sun Yaohua said. If Junior says they are no good, then they are no good. Junior's judgment is definitely infallible. Director Sun, you have a problem? Sun Yaohua's voice grew cold. Wang Yu was startled, knowing that if he dared to continue opposing, he might have to go home and write his resignation letter tonight. No. Wang Yu stammered. No. No problems, well, I'll go take them down now. God knows what was going through Director Sun's head. He didn't dare to ask, he didn't dare to object. He just did what he was told, since it wasn't his money being lost. Meanwhile, after returning home, Lin Yuan started to prepare for painting. This is a good opportunity to create more paintings and also finish the one I owe the chairman to send over. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan began grinding ink. After busying himself for a few days, Lin Yuan finally received a message from Gudong. Mr. Lin, are you ready? We are going to attend the music festival this afternoon, and we should head over early to do makeup since you're definitely going to be going on stage to accept an award. Lin Yuan stopped painting and got ready to leave. Chapter 920, 858, The Music Festival Part 1. This day was December 25th. The music festival was to kick off at the Grand Stadium tonight. All eyes from the music scene across the 5 continents were gathered here, with hundreds of journalists setting out to stake out days in advance. The vanguards of major companies also set out early and negotiated with the official representatives of the Music Association to arrange their artists' schedules in advance. At the same time, countless fans flocked to the Grand Stadium like birds worshipping the phoenix, causing congestion in the surrounding streets to the point where officials had to deploy a large force to maintain order. It gets busier year by year. The traffic manager in charge of that area remarked, because every year there would be musicians from an additional continent participating in this grand event. The lands of the 5 continents already encompassed most of Blue Star, following which the pressure on traffic management grew greater every year. At noon, after lunch, the backstage designated by the Literature and Art Association. In different dressing rooms, many top singles competing for nominations were getting their makeup done. Inside one of the dressing rooms, as the Qi continent's esteemed singer Shui Yun had her makeup done by her personal makeup artist, she asked her waiting manager, Hua, is it possible for me to walk the red carpet with Teacher Admirable Fish? Give up that thought. Hua, top-ranking manager in Qi continent, could only shake her head helplessly at the moment. I just spoke to the officials about this yesterday when I arrived, and do you know what they told me? What did they say? You are the 28th singer to try and request to walk the red carpet with Teacher Admirable Fish from the officials. Unsurprisingly, there will likely be other singers with the same idea after you, including some who are past double-crowned singers. Admirable Fish was too in demand. Winner of 12 successive Continental Awards, with 13 nominations at the music festival, the youngest maestro in the history of Blue Star. With such dazzling honors, Admirable Fish was destined to be the center of attention tonight. Moreover, Admirable Fish had never before attended any award ceremonies, nor accepted any media interviews, still less fancying any sort of endorsement deals. Even the crowned kings and queens of singing had very limited ways to interact with Admirable Fish. For these reasons, Admirable Fish's public appearance this time was bound to attract countless admirers. Tsk tisk. Upon hearing this, Shui Yun clicked her tongue in surprise. With such crazy competition, it definitely won't be my turn. I wonder who the lucky one will be. None of you stand a chance. Hua sighed. Do you really think the music festival would dare to pair any female artist with Admirable Fish without his permission? Teacher Admirable Fish has personally specified Jiang Kuei to walk the red carpet with him. His favorite is the Yu dynasty. Jiang Kuei? Shui Yun's eyes flashed with intense envy, even a hint of jealousy. With so many top singers competing, none could surpass Jiang Kuei, for she was the first queen of singing from the Yu dynasty, personally promoted to stardom by teacher Admirable Fish. In truth, it wasn't only Shui Yun. All the singers who got wind of the news felt a mixture of envy and jealousy towards Jiang Kuei. This kind of treatment had been enjoyed by the Yu dynasty for a long time, and even the reigning kings and queens of singing couldn't help but feel a little sour on the inside. Finally, the time reached 4 p.m. The red carpet show started, and the area around the grand stadium was flooded with people. With cheering signs and glow sticks, armies of fans of countless stars were screaming and shouting. On one of the vehicles, Lin Yuan was looking down at his cell phone. He had received a notification from Gudong and had been preparing accordingly. He wasn't very nervous since the award he most valued, Maestro, was already secure in his grip. Sharing a ride with him was Jiang Kuei. Dressed in a beautiful gown for the day, Jiang Kuei's hands were crossed in front of her as she bit her lips slightly. She couldn't remain as indifferent as Lin Yuan. Her emotions were exceptionally fervent at that moment. We're here. The driver, Gudong, pulled the car onto the reception. Drive. Through the car window, Gudong could feel the gazes of everyone nearby, all focused on this car. Thud. The staff in charge of reception eagerly came forward to open the car door. Lin Yuan put away his cell phone and stepped out of the car with Jiang Kuei. In an instant, countless screams created a terrifying wave of sound, causing even the kings and queens of singing, who were halfway down the red carpet, to look back involuntarily, wondering what kind of arrival could cause such an uproar. Ah, Admirable Fish. Fish Papa, I love you. Teacher Admirable Fish. The surrounding noise was explosive. Jiang Kuei, following prior training, tried to smile as she walked, one hand on Lin Yuan's arm, and the other waving at the fans. They moved forward. Lin Yuan displayed a practiced smile that met societal expectations. In fact, he still preferred occasions like the Golden Hall, where he could bypass the red carpet and go directly upstairs from the underground parking lot. Click, click, click. Countless photographers snapped away. The flashes were almost blinding, never stopping. The fans present were also taking photos, each moment frozen by their shutters. Meanwhile, this red carpet affair was being live-streamed online. A grand ceremony like the music festival would invariably be broadcasted live, not only a revel for those within the circle, but also a jubilee for netizens. Fish Papa is here. Fish Papa is so handsome. Here's to Fish Papa's triumphant success. Jiang Kuei is walking the red carpet with Fish Papa. Cursed Jiang Kuei, let go of Fish Papa. Indeed, at times like this, Fish Papa will only give a leg up to the singers from the Yu dynasty. I'm dying of laughter. Look at those queens in front turning their heads. If it weren't for the occasion, it feels like they'd hate not to rush towards Fish Papa. The 20-meter red carpet show, some people wish they could walk it for a lifetime. Others just want it to end as quickly as possible. Like Lin Yuan. Although this was how he felt inside, considering Jiang Kuei needed the red carpet exposure, Lin Yuan didn't deliberately speed up. He even specially posed for some photos with Jiang Kuei, kind of like frying a sunny-side-up egg. Jiang Kuei stood next to Lin Yuan, changing into several postures, shooting from the front, then the side, and after the side, the back. They covered all angles. After the photos, Jiang Kuei lowered her voice to thank Lin Yuan. Xianyu didn't need this kind of exposure at all, but as an artist, it was different for Jiang Kuei. Walking the red carpet with Xianyu brought her tremendous benefits. It was a slaughter of media space. After the red carpet was over, Lin Yuan finally entered the awards hall. The staff had already arranged the seats in advance. Lin Yuan was seated in the leftmost seat of the third row. To his right were Sun Yaohua, Jiang Kuei, Xiao Fan, Zhao Yinggu, Chen Jiyu, and Wei Haoyun. The entire Yu dynasty had arrived. Because they had works nominated, the seating was not randomly arranged, but had specific considerations. Maestros sat together with their collaborating singers, which was some kind of unwritten rule. How does it feel to walk the red carpet with your junior? Sun Yaohua, who had arrived before the two, greeted Lin Yuan and then teased Jiang Kuei with a touch of envy. Jiang Kuei's palms were slightly warm with sweat, and the corners of her eyebrows lifted gently. Why don't you try it for yourself? The cost would be too high. Sun Yaohua pursed his lips. The red carpet was basically a male-female pairing. As a male singer, he definitely couldn't walk the red carpet with Xianyu, unless... The thought was too frightening. Sun Yaohua changed the subject. I wonder which maestro will present us with the award. The prestige of the music festival was clear to all. The award presenters were mostly maestros from Blue Star. And as the hall buzzed with idle chatter, time ticked away, with various performances emerging on the stage one after another. Until 7 o'clock in the evening, the lights in the venue went out. The next moment, a white light pierced the darkness. Music began to play in the hall. The music festival's male and female hosts walked towards the stage, with the male host being none other than the masked singer's host. Welcome everyone to the annual Blue Star Music Festival. Hello everyone, I am Hostin Hong, and I am host Li Qing. The fluorescent lights in the venue were like stars falling from the sky. The two hosts took the stage, officially kicking off the music festival. However, after the hosts came on stage, they didn't immediately announce the awards, but made jokes with each other to ease the tense atmosphere at the venue. Of course it was tense. Many in the seats below had award nominations, and tonight the final winners of different awards would be announced. Everyone's heart contained a flame eagerly waiting to ignite. After cracking a few jokes, the hosts began to introduce the jury responsible for determining the awards. Most of the jury was made up of highly respected maestros, and the remaining few were official big shots from the Literature and Art Association. After some verbosity, the atmosphere in the venue lively up, and tonight's main event finally arrived. The competition for the awards began. Host and Hong spoke. The first award to be announced is the music festival's Best Newcomer of the Year. Shwala. The lights dimmed again. On the big screen, a pre-recorded voice sounded. The nominees for this year's Best Promotional Song Award are... The venue fell silent. Everyone's eyes were on the big screen. The list of the 4 nominated newcomers appeared. Host Li Qing looked at the booklet in her hand. The best newcomer of this Blue Star Music Festival is... The hostess paused. The faces of the 4 nominees appeared on the big screen. Everyone tried to maintain their composure, but you could still see how tense they were at this moment. And Hong suddenly spoke, his voice full of vigor with a broadcaster's style. Blueberry, 7%. Congratulations to Blueberry for winning the Best Newcomer Award. Please come to the stage to accept your award. In the frame, the expressions of the other 3 nominees turned into small boxes, each barely hiding their disappointment. Blueberry's face was suddenly enlarged on the screen, his ecstasy laid bare for everyone to see. It's me, I won the award. He jumped up excitedly and hugged the people around him. As he went on stage to give his acceptance speech, the newcomer named Blueberry was completely choked up. Applause arose from the audience. No one thought his reaction was exaggerated. Such scenes were all familiar, not only for Blueberry as a new award-winning artist, but even for the kings and queens of singing. It was hard to stay calm each time they stepped onto the stage of the music festival. If it was for a major award, even crying out loud was quite normal. Newcomers. The singers from the Yu dynasty each had their own reflections. Everyone had been a newcomer once, and they knew what it meant for a newcomer to be recognized by the music festival. It was an exhilarating feeling. The atmosphere was solemn. Those confirmed to appear on stage today, such as Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei, had sweaty palms now. Chapter 921. 859. The Music Festival, Part 2. Music Festival Live Broadcast. There's a buzz on the scene, and online discussions are buzzing too. With the Best New Artist award being handed out, media on-site couldn't wait to release their pre-written reports, with a speed that was jaw-dropping. Music Festival's opening shot. Blueberry wins Best New Artist. It's not that the media have the power of prophecy and knew in advance that Blueberry would win. They simply had drafted winning announcements for several nominees of each award category. An old routine. Whoever wins gets their corresponding announcement released. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live broadcast and munching on melon seeds are making various comments below the news. The question of greatest concern to everyone, however, is, I just want to know when Fish Papa will go on stage to accept the award? Below, there's a reply filled with a sense of ritual. When the battle song plays. As for what that battle song is, opinions vary. Some think it's Nocturne, others think it's Blue and White Porcelain, and some believe it's the 7th chapter of Night, and so on. All 12 songs from Xian Yu's 12 Months have been queued up. Back to the scene. The awards ceremony continues. When it comes to the 5th award, and Hong suddenly says with a smile, we all know that this music festival has one teacher who has received a total of 13 award nominations, and how can tonight's awards go without him? Whoosh. The big screen immediately switches to a shot of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's handsome face, flawless from every angle, appears on the big screen. The female host, Li Qing, clutches her chest and blurts out, photographer, add a drumstick. The audience bursts into laughter. Upon Sun Yao's prompting, Lin Yuan realizes he's being filmed and promptly flashes a socially acceptable smile. Please, teacher Admirable Fish, stop exuding charisma. And Hong jokes, then says, the next award to be presented is the Best Official Song for Promotions of the Year. Huh. The female host glances at the script in her hand, and with a smirk, says, this is the most nominated award of the evening at the music festival. Let's see which works are nominated. At the podium, the lights dim. A voice rings out in everyone's ears. The music festival's Best Official Song for Promotions of the Year. The nominated works are You Dynasty, I Believe. You Dynasty, Fly Higher. You Dynasty, Believe in Yourself. You Dynasty, Surpass Your Dreams. You Dynasty, A Brave Heart. You Dynasty, Welcome to Qin Continent. Each song's climax plays for a few seconds. Seeing the list of nominees, every musician's expression on the scene turns odd, each holding back a MMP, wondering whether to express it or not. Online, viewers watching the live broadcast burst into laughter. This round of competition is so damn intense. 7 songs nominated. I'm really curious who will win. Doghead. I boldly predict that You Dynasty wins. Prophet, your words have been taken. I have calculated. This round will definitely be You Dynasty's win. If it's not You Dynasty, I'll stand on my head and eat rice cakes. With a 1 in 7 chance, you dare to bet. You're a wolf indeed. Xian Yu. You might not believe it, but I have to defeat 6 versions of myself to win. Why bother with suspense for this award? Is your music festival really interesting? Just report Xian Yu's ID number directly. The nominations were already officially announced. This scene was expected by all. But when it really happened, everyone truly wanted to laugh. This year, no other official promotional song could compete with the Blolympics promotions, and all the Blolympics cheer songs were by Xian Yu. The winner of the Best Official Promotional Song of the festival is Welcome to Qin Continent. And Hong announces the results promptly, as there's really no suspense. Lin Yuan goes up to the stage with the singers of the You Dynasty to collect the award. Winning the award as a group, they all feel quite comfortable. The award presenter is Mike. Upon receiving the award, Lin Yuan, as the representative, delivers the acceptance speech. Lin Yuan hadn't prepared an acceptance speech beforehand. Although Gu Dong had prepared one for him, he found it too troublesome. At such times, simply sharing some heartfelt thoughts was enough. Thank you for your support. I'm very happy to receive this award. This is the first time You Dynasty has won an award as a group. In the future, You Dynasty will continue to release works performed in a group format. I hope everyone will like them. And I also hope that everyone will pay more attention to the singers of You Dynasty, each of whom is truly outstanding. Applause erupts. Excitement is written on the faces of each Yu Dynasty singer. 7 people lift the trophy together, then bow to the audience and exit the stage. 1 minute later, Lin Yuan has barely returned to his seat, his bottom not even warm, when host and Hong announces another award. This time, it's for the best music video of the year. The winning work is Sugar, and the final winner is still Xianyu. There's no suspense for this award either. The music video for Sugar went viral in October, its click-through rates exploding. Why is Lin Yuan the winner? Because the creative concept of the MV is by Lin Yuan. The lead singer is Lin Yuan, and he's also the main character. This award can only be received by Lin Yuan alone, not the MV director or the entire Yu Dynasty. Stepping back onto the stage, and Hong jokes, "We shouldn't have let you go down just now." Lin Yuan smiles and, taking the award from Maestro, says into the mic, "Thank you everyone for your support. Thanks to the director of this MV, Kwang Li. This song was made for my eldest daughter's wedding." But he said that this song was not only for his daughter's wedding but also for every couple in the world. May you grow old together and be united forever. Lastly, thank you to every singer in Yu Dynasty for their help. It was with their support that this song could be completed. Chapter 922, 859. The Music Festival, Part 2_2. Live broadcast in progress. Barrages of comments flooded the screen. Fish Papa scored twice. Little Fish truly deserves this award. Haha, Xianyu just stepped off, and now he's being called back up. 13 nominations, and so far he's bagged all 2 he's been up for. Awesome. Looking forward to a hat trick. Fish Papa should have just stayed on stage and waited. Isn't he tired running up and down twice? Lin Yuan returned to his seat amidst the applause. Back at his seat, Lin Yuan chatted casually with Sun Yaohua and the others. Before they could finish their conversation, he suddenly heard in Hong's voice from the stage again. And the winner of the Best Lyricist Award at this music festival is Xianyu for Blue and White Porcelain. Congratulations, Junior. It's your turn again, Sun Yaohua excitedly said. 3 awards in a row. Lin Yuan had no choice but to stand up, only to realize he was already holding 2 trophies. One for Best Official Song, and another for Best MV. In other words, going up to the stage now, he wouldn't be able to hold a 3rd trophy in his hands. Xia Fan said beside him, 3 trophies, huh? If you can't handle them, we'll hold onto them for you. As he said this, Xia Fan helped Lin Yuan hold 1 trophy, while Zhao and Ge held the other. The scene was projected onto the big screen at the venue. All the musicians present broke into gleeful laughter. In the online live broadcast room, the netizens went wild seeing this scene. So many trophies, Fish Papa can't hold them all by himself. Just got off the stage, and now he's being called back up again. They're really not giving Fish Papa any rest. The hat trick is here, isn't it? Good thing he brought extra people. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to put these trophies. Xia Fan and Zhao and Ge say, "We'll handle the trophies, Xianyu. You just go on up to the stage." The other 3 nominated lyricists are probably fainting in the bathroom. What the heck, Maestro? Why are you even in the mix? Indeed, the other nominated lyricists watched as Lin Yuan carried away the Best Lyricist trophy with bitterness in their mouths. The Best Lyricist award was taken by a maestro. Who could they even talk to about this? And on stage, Lin Yuan spoke his acceptance speech for the 3rd time. "Thank you to all my music fans and thanks to Sun Yaohua." Blue and White Porcelain was sung beautifully. All the singers of Yu Dynasty are exceptionally talented. I hope everyone will continue to support us. Back at his seat for the 3rd time, Chun Jiu said with a smile, "It's tough for Teacher Admirable Fish, giving us a shout-out every time." Winning awards 3 times in a row, Lin Yuan mentioned Yu Dynasty and kept praising its singers each time. Buffed. There were 2 of us nominated for this award. Just then, Wei Haoyun looked towards the stage as the nominations for the most popular male singer were being announced. Lu Tong, Shen Mao, Sun Yaohua, Xianyu. The first 2 were kings of singing, while Sun Yaohua was the new king of singing, with Xianyu being the only one not a king of singing. "Having the title of king of singing is enough for me," Sun Yaohua said smilingly. "This award suits my junior the best." This year he had Nocturne and also won the Masked Singer, beating many kings and queens of singing. He would rather his own chance be exchanged for the other 2 nominees' exclusion. Whether it was Sun Yao's little prayer that worked or not, the winner turned out to be Xian Yu. Everyone got excited. Sun Yao clapped hard, his laughter overflowing with joy. His image on the big screen left the other musicians speechless. This might very well be the first time in the history of the music festival that a singer who didn't win actually seemed happier than if they themselves had won. Wait a minute. Add the most popular male singer award, and it seems Xian Yu has now won 4 awards in a row. All 4 nominations hit the mark. The winning rate was apparently 100% so far. The other 3 nominated singers looked on at Lin Yuan with mournful eyes. It might be hard to believe for others, but they lost the battle for most popular male singer at the music festival to a part-timer. Online, netizens cheered. Grand slam. Ha ha ha. Fish Papa is probably exhausted. For consecutive stage appearances, it's a good thing Fish Papa was sitting in the 3rd row, otherwise he'd be dead tired. Xian Yu, can I request to be given all the awards in one go? Sun Yao is killing me with laughter. This guy is happier than if he had won the award himself. I'm starting to doubt if he even knows he was also nominated for Most Popular Male Singer. Such a sycophant. From flattering Xian Yu begins the journey of the king of singing. Lin Yuan couldn't see the comments as he went on stage for the 4th time to give his acceptance speech. The background music fittingly chosen by the stage was Nocturne. Of course, those climactic verses. Thank you to my music fans. Thank you to everyone for their support, and thank you to the music festival for recognizing me. There were too many thanks. At this moment, Lin Yuan realized he was starting to run out of words. It didn't matter much to him. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yuan took his trophy and went back to his seat, feeling a bit run down. He was sitting in the 3rd row, and although his seat was relatively near the front, the hall of the music festival was very spacious. Even from the 3rd row, there was a certain distance to the stage. He had gone on stage 4 times, and consecutively at that, which meant he had run back and forth 8 times. Even though he was in good physical condition, he was feeling slightly tired at this point. However, just when Lin Yuan thought he could finally take a break, and Hong's voice echoed once more. Next up, we have the award for Best Arrangement. At this music festival, the nominees for the Best Arrangement award include Tu Nan, Mist, Neo Bali, Universe, Song Ming, Turning and Going Straight. Chapter 923, 859 Music Festival, middle, _3. Xian Yu, the 7th chapter of Night. The winner of the Best Arrangement Award at this music festival is Xian Yu for the 7th chapter of Night. Congratulations to Xian Yu. Please, Teacher Admirable Fish, come to the stage to receive your award. Uft. Another one. The 5th time. Xian Yu wins for the 5th time. As Lin Yuan hustled to the stage, all the musicians present couldn't help but stare in astonishment. So far, Xian Yu had won in all 5 nominated categories, achieving a terrifying 100% success rate. At the same time, in front of the live internet broadcast, the comments section absolutely exploded. Netizens were taken aback, one after another. Winning once, twice, or even thrice was already something. But damn, this is the 5th time. Oh my god, that's 5 awards already. It's a quintuple crown, a windfall of blessings. Insane, insane, gone completely mad. Xian Yu should have brought a sack with him in advance. Xian Yu is awesome. This is just ridiculously awesome. To win 5 awards. Was this year's music festival specifically held for Xian Yu, or what? 13 nominations, though. He can't possibly win more, can he? These were viewers who had watched many music festivals. Didn't they all know that being nominated and winning were 2 entirely different things? Under normal circumstances, who could have this high of a winning percentage? This is just too terrifying. 5 out of 5. Lin Yuan himself was surprised. Although the music festival stressed fairness, there was also a tradition of sharing the spoils. 100 flowers bloom in spring. They typically would not allow the same winner to take so many awards. Could it be because all the awards he was winning were being presented first, and for the nominations to come, there would be no chance? No, that's not it. There's still the Maestro's Award, an assured win, which means, in the end, I'm bound to get at least 6 awards? Thinking this way is not an exaggeration. Who asked me to have so many nominations? Considering this, Lin Yuan even spoke less in his acceptance speech, simply thanking everyone as per usual. It wasn't only Lin Yuan who contemplated this. The musicians at the event felt the same way. Even viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but entertain this thought. However, the following events completely shattered everyone's expectations. This music festival, witnessed by Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, Han, and the rest of the world, unfolded the most insane spectacle ever recorded. 3 minutes later, host, the winner of the best anime soundtrack at this music festival is Until the End of the World. Congratulations to Xianyu. Please, Teacher Admirable Fish, come to the stage to receive your award. He won the sextuple crown. Up until now, Lin Yuan ran up the stage. But this time, he walked to the stage, unable to run anymore. 8 minutes later, host, the winner of the best pop song at this music awards is Xianyu, Nocturne. Congratulations to Xianyu. May I invite Teacher Admirable Fish to the stage to receive the award. Lin Yuan began rubbing his thighs. His thighs started to feel sore from running back and forth. 10 minutes later, host, the winner of the best composition for a piano piece at this music awards is Nocturne in E-flat major. Congratulations to Xianyu. May I invite Teacher Admirable Fish to the stage to receive the award. Huffing and puffing. As Lin Yuan climbed the stairs, he paused for 3 seconds. 15 minutes later, host, the winner of the most popular piano piece at this music awards is Xianyu, to Alice. Congratulations to Xianyu. May I invite Teacher Admirable Fish to the stage to receive the award. And Hong stepped forward to give Lin Yuan a hand. Lin Yuan walked up to the microphone and said, "Thank you." Then he stepped down. It's not that he was trying to act cool, nor was he trying to put on airs. He was simply unprepared for an acceptance speech. He literally had nothing to say. This was his 9th trophy of the night. Applause, cheers, screams. The entire process didn't last long. People in the audience and in front of screens were counting along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Host Anong just kept repeating like a parrot. Xianyu, 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 Xianyu. As the awards drew to a close, Xianyu alone had won 9 awards. Apart from the sure win of the Maestro Award, which was yet to be presented, out of Xianyu's 13 nominations, he had only missed out on 3, with a frighteningly high success rate. In other words, once the Maestro Award is presented, Xianyu would have snagged 10 out of 13 nominations. The entire awards hall was flabbergasted. During this process, the live internet streaming's comments were dense and endless. While everyone was shocked, they all burst out laughing. And Hong, why is it you again? Fish Papa, go on, keep up the light jog. Forget the light jog, he can't even climb the stairs anymore. And Hong made me realize that the essence of humanity is repetition. Music Association, Xianyu, you've won too many times, let's trim off a decimal. And Hong couldn't help but assist him onto the stage just now, an elderly artist treatment. Although the others are in their 70s or 80s,